Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this space. What is going on here? That's right. I am. Oh, we've got an. Yeah, we've got our first fuck up of the day. All right. So sorry about that, but I am your host, Jeff Waldorf, for Logically Left, and I just showed you a great example of leftist audio and leftist issues. But you know what? That's just an example of how we're the scrappy underdogs in media. And yeah, so there we go. We got our first F up of the day. But don't worry, it's going to be smooth sailing from here on out. Maybe. Maybe. All right. But we're going to have some fun here. I've got some fantastic stories for y'all. I'm going to be talking about Elon Musk crawling back to Donald Trump. Fun times. You're going to love that. We have Republicans that are skipping Trump's North Korean style birthday parade. Oof. We got Latinas for Trump. The founder, one of the co-founders, I should say, who was dealing with some leopards coming for her face. Oh, I love that. And then we have another FAFO story of an anti-trans activist losing her job. You're not gonna believe why. Okay, it's gonna be great. And then John Fetterman is making new friends on the right wing. That'll be a fun story. So yeah, thank you all for joining me. By the way, I'm going to be doing this space as far as I know, every Wednesday. So, tune in for this 2 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, my channel as well. I'll be doing it on all the other days of the week. So, check that out and everything. But hey, let's do it. Let's dive in to the first story. Elon Musk. Ooh, so sorry. I'm so sorry, Donald. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Okay. Chief Twit Elon Musk has come crawling back to Donald Trump after the dramatic fallout that happened last week. On Wednesday, the jilted tech bro conceded that some of his recent criticisms of the president went a little too far. Oh, no. In a post on his social media platform, Musk basically got on his knees and begged Trump for forgiveness. Let me show you this here. I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far. They went too far. Oh, which ones now? Was it the criticism of Donald Trump's big nasty bill? Okay. Or was it when you accused the president of being a pedophile? I mean, there's a lot to choose from here. Now, you said a lot of things. Now, in response, of course, to those attacks, Trump threatened Elon Musk's money in the form of the many government contracts Musk companies have secured, not only during the previous administration, of course, but during this one as well. Yeah. See, he got a lot of nice fat contract offers during the Trump administration, the last 6 months. Now, of course, after that, after he was threatened, his contracts, Musk then called for Trump's impeachment. I love the drama. Oh, so good. But of course, all good things must come to an end, as Musk deleted these fire tweets, okay, because he didn't want to lose his contracts or have Trump, and this is most important here, have Trump restart the investigations into his companies. Someone definitely got to him. Somebody talked to him. Either that or Musk suddenly came off whatever drug cocktail he was on during the time of making those posts. Okay. I mean, look, it is really fun for me to imagine him waking up from his latest ketamine bender and seeing these posts and thinking, oh my God, oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, this is terrible. But look, that's it. Look, apparently Donald Trump knows that he's got the cards here. I know, surprise, right? And so on Monday, he was actually asked if he plans to speak to Elon Musk again. And he responded with this, quote, "I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think so. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me." Oh, yeah. It makes me think of Silence of the Lambs. All right. Oh, I'd fuck me. Oh, totally. Oh, I totally would. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Disgusting. Gross. The whole thing is awful. Ugh. Now, look, though, obviously it doesn't surprise me, his answer. He's a complete and utter narcissist. We already knew that. We knew that. That said, of course, people on social media, they had some fun with Elon. Robin Musk writes, I'm sorry, Robin Young, that's a strange Freudian slip here, saying Elon caved. Yeah, of course he did. You know why? He's a beta. That's why. Okay. Total beta. Harry Sisson writes, "Are you back to defending somebody who you said is on the Epstein files?" Yes, that's a very, very good question. I'm sorry, Anonymous writes, "Elon Musk is afraid. It's afraid. It's very afraid." Another said, "So which one is it? Is he in the Epstein files or did you just lie about it?" Oh, come on. Lying? They do it all the time. Okay. Another posted Trump's previous posts about Elon Musk. Let me show you that. Okay. Just in case. Show you what I'm talking about. When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he was such a big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. Yes, he would have. And so this commenter said, bro dropped to his knees again. Exactly. You know what's funny? With all of the talk of them being like strong alpha males, real men, we got the men back in charge, man. They're incredibly weak. They're so weak and sad and pathetic. Okay, they're pathetic. Elon Musk's pathetic. Donald Trump's pathetic. All these people are super weak. They're super weak. They bow down to probably the weakest strongman that anyone could ever imagine. Taco Trump, who constantly whines about basically everything. This is your daddy? This is your daddy. That's sad. Sad. Look, the only reason that anybody should fear Donald Trump is because of his insane fan club of sycophants and bootlickers that managed to give him power. That's it. Hey, it turns out giving a barely competent, deranged reality TV star near absolute power was actually a pretty terrible idea. Who would have known? But it is funny, though, that all of this exposes these so-called alpha males for what they really are. Scared, pathetic little boys. I tell you. Not surprising from Elon. True. Very true. All right. Moving on. Ooh. Fun times. We all know that President Donald Trump is super excited for his North Korean-style military parade that he's throwing for his birthday. Yeah. However, apparently many congressional Republicans are choosing to avoid this weird birthday bash. In fact, Politico surveyed about 50 GOP lawmakers, only 7 of whom said they plan to attend the festivities in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. Wow. Not so good turnout, is it? Sad. The near $50 million affair, and by the way, it might end up costing even more than that, on Trump's 79th birthday, aims to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Army, even though of course, that's not why Donald Trump wants this parade, because he wants a military parade. That's it. It's to celebrate him. Let's be really honest about that. Now, this gathering is set to feature a daytime festival on the National Mall, followed by a 6 p.m. military parade, a concert, and fireworks. Ooh. The Army expects as many as 200,000 people to attend, but that number apparently will not include that many Republican leaders. Gee, I wonder why. According to Politico, Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Majority Whip John Barrasso are not attending, nor is House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson, however, his office did not respond to the inquiry by Politico, so I guess he might still show up. That whole thing is kind of up in the air. Okay. But among those who made clear that they are not going to show up is Rand Paul. Rand Paul, wow, who told reporters that he was just not in favor of goose-stepping parades, which, hey, wow, that's kind of surprising. Let me give you the quote here. Quote, I've never been a big fan of goose-stepping soldiers and big tanks and missiles rolling down the street. So if you ask me, I wouldn't have done it. We were always different than the images you saw of the Soviet Union and North Korea. We were proud not to be that. Yes. Well, not anymore. By the way, Rand Paul, you knew this. You knew it, and you supported Trump anyway because you're a bitch. That's it. You're a bitch. Look, Donald Trump talked about how he wants his people to sit up at attention and clap for him like they did in North Korea, where the government, by the way, will murder you if you don't. You don't clap hard enough, you get murdered. You get the firing squad. So, of course, he wants that. That's what he wants. Everybody to stand up and clap for him, and he does not care how he gets you to do it. That's it. Now, that said, all right, that's Rand Paul with a rare moment of clarity, okay, which is really strange. But sometimes that happens. Like broken clocks. There are broken clocks everywhere in this administration. But that said, why are the others skipping? Well, according to several lawmakers speaking to Politico, they can't show up. They have prior engagements. No, prior commitments. That's it. Yes. Oh, I realized that I was going to leave the stove on at that time, so I got to make sure to be home to not leave it up, to turn it off. Yes, that's it. No, here's the thing. Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma had told Politico that, oh, man, I can't do it. I can't show up. It's my anniversary. Quote, I choose to be married. You know what? Of all the answers, that's actually not a bad one. I mean, who wants to spend their anniversary bent over for Donald Trump? I wouldn't. Maybe Lindsey Graham, but it turns out, no, not even Lindsey Graham's going to show up. Wait. No, he won't. He won't. Along with, of course, Rick Scott and House Freedom Caucus Chair Andy Harris. None of them are showing up. But don't worry. There are people who will. Who? None other than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, of course. They're bringing out their best. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta love that. Now, her answer, though, is pretty funny. She says, well, of course I'm going to show up. I'm going to be there for the 250th anniversary of the Army. Oh. What? You're not showing up for Trump's birthday? That's a strange omission there. I mean, we know that that's what the whole thing is about. So, I mean, come on. That said, aside from also from the House, I should say, Byron Donalds, Corey Mills, Elise Stefanik, Rich McCormick, John McGuire, and Lisa McClain all said that they are going to show up. They're going to make an appearance. Oh, wow. Star-studded, everybody. Whoa. Yeah, everybody hold on. I mean, they're bringing out their A-listers right there. I mean, who doesn't want to go and see Corey Mills and Byron Donalds? Come on. Now, what's funny about this is that, look, this event is going to be a waste of money. Okay. But, and it's funny because this waste of money apparently is not going to get Donald Trump what he really wants, and that is airtime on cable news. That's right. Sources close to ABC News, NBC News, and CBS told Variety that the networks would be unlikely to change their traditional sports-based Saturday night programming to cover the parade. Sorry, sports are too important. I'm not a sports fan, but you know what? I get it. I get it. A lot of people are very, very, very serious about their sports. Okay. And honestly, I would much rather watch sports than whatever this debacle is going to be. Now, that said, ABC News said they will cover parade across their programs and platforms, including their 24/7 streaming news channel. The network has the UFL championship game airing in primetime on Saturday night. Can't avoid that. All right. No, gotta love this one. Okay. And then NBC's streaming arm, NBC News Now, also will feature special coverage of the event, with NBC airing the U.S. Open Golf when the parade is happening. Ooh, fun. CBS News is promoting the event on their streaming network, so it's all streaming all the time. Their main channel will be airing local news and a repeat of the police-based comedy drama Elsbeth. Bro, you got a rerun instead of showing your stupid parade. About the only cable news network that is actually going to be covering this at all is, unsurprisingly, Fox News, because it's Fox News. That said, Fox's main channel will still be airing Major League Baseball on Saturday night. Fun times. Now, look, what do you want to bet that the protests that are going to be happening, that are being planned for that day, actually end up having a higher turnout than the parade itself? I mean, currently, there are more than 1,500 No King's Day protests that are planned all across the country. Awesome. And the event's organizers do not plan on holding a protest in DC itself, obviously saying that they want to make sure that demonstrations elsewhere are the story of the day rather than allowing the military parade to be the center of gravity. I think that's actually pretty smart. That said, Trump still had a warning for the protesters.
Protest, but this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force.
Very heavy force. Hey, whatever happened to the First Amendment? That's the thing. We have this. I mean, it's the first one on the list. And you still forgot about it, apparently. But no, he doesn't care. Look, as long as the protests are peaceful, though, he can't do a goddamn thing. And I know that burns his ass worse than eating a gas station burrito. All right. But what's funny about this, I think impotent threat, and that's what it is. Impotent, okay, is that this is the same person who encouraged the protesters to come out to the Capitol building on January 6th. And some of those same protesters turned into rioters and insurrectionists while he sat in front of the TV, basically grinning with glee until it was very clear that his attempt to stop the certification of Biden's 2020 win failed. And he was forced to tell them to go home. Forced to, because he didn't want to. All right. He was totally fine with those people's protests, but not the ones against kings. It is the No Kings protest, after all, which tells you a lot about how Trump views himself. All right. The stupid parade, indeed. There's a lot of stupid here, and that parade is just one massive part of it. Okay. The conflation that not liking Trump means not liking the country is insane. Yeah, absolutely. That's the other thing, too. Saying, they hate America. No, we actually love this country. We just hate the leadership of it. Which would be you. All right. But you know what? We've got some leopards eating faces, which are like the best stories. The best stories. And I think we've all needed this. Okay. I certainly love seeing these stories. I love seeing the people who thought the leopards were never going to eat my face. Seeing those leopards chow down. Okay, so let's do it. A founder for the group Latinas for Trump is shocked, I tell you, that she got what she voted for. In the wake of Donald Trump's immigration enforcement actions in California, which are likely illegal, Florida State Senator Ileana Garcia, who had co-founded the group Latinas for Trump, she said that his actions were, quote, unacceptable and inhumane. Whoa. In a tweet on June 7th, she said this, quote, I understand the importance of deporting criminal aliens, but what we are witnessing are arbitrary measures to hunt down people who are complying with their immigration hearings. In many cases, with credible fear of persecution claims, all driven by a Miller-like desire to satisfy a self-fabricated deportation goal, this undermines the sense of fairness and justice that the American people value. Now, she is actually correct about that, so fair. And look, people are generally fine with deporting people who are criminals, right? People who commit rape, assault, etc. What they are not fine with is deporting the local construction worker, the seamstress, okay, who are in some cases here, yes, without documentation, but they work, they pay taxes, and they never get anything back for it, okay? So this is why people are protesting. This is why people are angry. They're furious. ICE is literally grabbing people off the street or at work or at school, and they're sending them off to, in some cases, places like El Salvador with no due process, zero due process. ICE are thugs. That's who they are. They're funny enough, they're wearing the masks. They're not presenting their identifications, and they're just coming in and kidnapping and disappearing people off the street. That's what ICE is doing. Yeah, about the people who said abolish ICE, of which I was part of. Okay, I was a part of those people who were saying we should abolish ICE. And of course, the freak out from the establishment liberals and obviously the Republicans. Oh, how dare you? We need ICE. No, we don't. No, abolish ICE and criminally charge the people in charge of it. All right, get rid of it. Melt ICE. Period. All right. So that said, they're doing all this stuff and without due process, and apparently some of the arrests, immigration judges have dropped their active cases against migrants. Okay, because a lot of time they'll wait outside a courtroom. Now that has a result of helping to expedite deportations. Now, she added, getting back to the Miss Latinas for Trump, she said that she stood with Florida Republican Representative Maria Elvira Salazar, who had also criticized Trump's actions, saying, quote, I remain clear in my position. Anyone with a pending asylum case, status adjustment petition, or similar claim deserves to go through the legal process. And this was a statement that she made on June 6th. So, that's due process, right? Everybody deserves due process. But here's the thing, though. Joe Biden was already doing everything these people said that they wanted on the border. Joe Biden was deporting people, yes, with criminal backgrounds, but also people without criminal backgrounds. He deported more people than Donald Trump did during Trump's first term. That's it. Now, I think that Joe Biden was too harsh with his immigration policies, but I don't think, and I know that, this might be a controversial statement for y'all, but I don't think Biden was doing it specifically for the sake of cruelty. It was cruel, what he was doing, absolutely, but I don't think he had that intent behind it. But I don't know. However, when it comes to Trump and Stephen Miller, I think they are definitely doing it for the cruelty. Yes, they're doing it for the cruelty, everybody. And look, they promised their racist base mass deportations because it turns out that they are also racist. I know. Shocker. This here is the thought process behind all of this. Here's Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh. It's time to ban third world immigration. They say legal or illegal. Legal or illegal. We've reached our limit and have a huge cultural, educational, housing, financial, and essential services problem to fix. Now because of it. No, it's because of capitalism. We need a net zero immigration moratorium with a ban on all third worlders. Unless apparently they're white. This is who they are. This is the thought process behind all of that. It wasn't just, oh, we got to stop and slow down illegal immigration, have people come in the right way. No. They don't want to. There is no right way with them. There is no right way. They just want to ban everyone from coming in. That's it. And going back to her, Garcia, she voted for that. She supported that. She voted for white supremacy and somehow is shocked that she got white supremacy. Wow. And not just her, but many of the Latino voters that couldn't bring themselves to vote for a black woman. They're all now just as equally shocked and chagrined that this is happening. Oh my God. I don't know how this could happen. Oh no. What have we done? According to a recent poll by Equus, 51% of Latinos who supported Joe Biden in 2020 and then Donald Trump in 2024 disapprove of his performance. 46% still approve, still too high. Young men, 18 to 34, and by the way, those are all Biden to Trump voters, so there you go. Young men, 18 to 34, who voted for Trump by a plus 11 margin, this is all Latinos, by the way, in 2024, 54 to 43, currently disapprove of Trump's job performance by a reverse margin, 44 to 55, or negative 11. He's underwater. And there are down on both his handling of immigration, negative 12, and the economy, negative 17. But on immigration specifically, because that's what this is about, 36% of Latinos who voted for Trump in 2024 say that he has gone too far. Among the Biden defectors, it is 64%. Among all moderate Latinos, 72%. And it's not just immigration, obviously, because that's not the only thing the Latino community cares about. No, it's the economy. It's the economy, stupid. Not you guys, but some of the pollsters and some of the right-wingers. Yes, it's the economy. Now, thanks to Donald Trump, the economy is kind of in the shitter right now. But all of this was already known. We knew this was going to happen. He said he was going to do all these things, and they still voted for him. They still supported him. They believed, they saw him lie about Haitians eating cats and dogs. He saw them lie, or they saw him lie about that, and they still voted for him. And that's it. They believed him when he said they're eating the cats and the dogs. Oh, and you know, they believed him also when he said that they're, we're giving violent, illegal immigrants in prison free sex changes. Yes, that's what we're doing. Except that that's never actually happened. The most outrageous bullshit lies they either believed or they conveniently ignored it. Oh, he's just playing around. He doesn't actually mean that stuff. Oh, no, he actually did mean it. Well, now what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Look, you got what y'all wanted, what y'all voted for. You got the day that you voted for. And everyone that you accused of having TDS, right? Trump derangement syndrome, turns out we were totally right. And you were the ones who were deranged. We were right about everything, and you were wrong. And now we all have to suffer for your stupid mistakes. Yeah. So there you go. Inflation. Yes. Having the inflation discussion as well in the chat, which is cool. I tell you what else is being inflated right now. the stomach of these leopards. They're going to have to get on Wegovy here pretty soon. If they haven't already. There you go. All right. We have a lot of FAFO today, which is great. It's pretty great. First, let's get rid of that. All right. An anti-trans activist got a little bit of karma as of recent, after the Trump budget cuts actually led to her losing her job. Oops. Beth Bourne, a Davis-based activist who regularly protests against trans girls in sports and drag queens and all that stuff, she was laid off from the UC Davis Institute of Transportation Studies. Apparently because, the administration didn't think that that was a priority to fund. Now, Bourne has a rather, I guess, sizable social media presence, at least on X, which is basically a cesspool at this point of weirdo right-wingers and anti-trans people and just, Nazis. They're basically Nazis. And anyway, she's also the chapter chair of YOLO County Moms for Liberty and an avid supporter of course, President Donald Trump. Because, of course, she is. Yeah. Now, before her firing, she was clashing with the university after making offensive statements to a group of drag queens. And that video, of course, went viral. I'm going to show you some of it. Take a look.
We're at a hotel where I thought you believed that women were real. That because you put on makeup, because you're wearing high heels, because you have a Barbie outfit on, that you don't think this is degrading? This is misogyny. And we have a hotel. If you give me back my money right now, I will leave the hotel.
Okay, let's go take
but
care
I am
of
not going to help my children come down from the 30th floor and see what's happening here.
Let's go take care of your reservation right now.
Yeah, no, this is completely degrading.
Okay, let's go take care of that right now. Come on.
I want to know what your names are because I'm going to share this.
Let's go take care of your reservation and have you check out.
Are you in the hotel? Are you dressed up? Are you a man? Are you a man pretending to be a woman?
I'm not pretending to be anything.
What do you think about my son who might think that he can put on makeup and put on fancy clothing and high heels and have his penis cut off and take estrogen so he can grow fake boobs like those? Yeah, this is so degrading. I want to hear from the police. I want to know why I paid $3,000. This bitch is dressed up like women.
Are you a man pretending to be a woman? You know, that's kind of what drag is. I mean, do you not know what drag is? Apparently, you're very, very confused about a lot of things and try to conflate being transgender with doing performance art because that's what drag is. It's performance art. Drag queens, by the way, do not cut off their penises. And by the way, neither do trans women. You realize that, right? The surgery actually reshapes the existing member, tissues, whatever, and remakes it into a vulva. I mean, again, you would know that if you actually did any kind of research on transgender, okay? But of course, they never do any research. They don't know anything. Now, I also love, by the way, how she goes after like, you're taking estrogen to get fake boobs. Though that would mean that they're not fake. But okay. But anyway, how many women, by the way, have gotten breast implants? Oh, plenty of them. Okay. Now, those would be actually considered to be fake boobs, even though there's a lot of women that actually have done that as a result of getting a mastectomy because of cancer. But, you know, again, she wouldn't know that because she's a dumb, hateful shrew. Everything about this lady is absolutely disgusting. She's just a gross person and a hateful person. That said, okay, she has the right to have her opinions, even if it means spewing them while melting down in a hotel lobby. Strange place, but okay. And look, the college had agreed and saying, look, okay, yes, we don't like what she said, but she does have the right to say it. Fair enough. That said, she ended up getting leave. Okay. Yes, a vacation, if you will, an unpaid vacation. University officials placed Bourne on leave for about 8 months while investigating 12 complaints from her colleagues about workplace misconduct. Fun. Now, she ended up getting, though, cleared to return to work in February. However, less than 4 months later, the university was finally like, all right, you're laid off. Why? Because of Donald Trump. University officials say that Bourne was laid off due to a lack of federal research funding. Oops. The May 30th letter cited changes to the distribution of federal research dollars and a decrease in contract and gift funding impacting our overall financial situation. So this is a FAFO, a big one. Not from her being horrifically anti-trans and cringy and super embarrassing, although I'm sure that's part of it. But for supporting Donald Trump, who slashed the education department and froze a ton of research funding. That's essentially why she lost her job. She supported the guy that ended up costing her job. And this is not the only time, the first time that has ever happened, obviously. There's been a lot of stories of people who, again, worked for the federal government and supported and voted for Donald Trump, losing their jobs because of the Doge firings and all that stuff. So, I mean, again, FAFO, what are you going to do? Now, that said, I'm not going to say that college didn't look at the situation as a bit of an opportunity to get rid of this lady, because guess what? I would probably do that. Okay. Yes. Use this. Oh, well, would you look at that? Our funding's just not there anymore, and so we're going to have to let you go. Sorry. Hey, it's not a lie. Now, in a written response to the Sacramento Bee, Bourne expressed that her support for Trump has soared since the election. Oh, would you look at that? That is despite the federal funding cuts, citing 3 executive orders relating to trans athletes in women's sports, gender ideology education in K through 12, and gender ideology recognizing only 2 biological sexes. So she is more obsessed with trans people. They're in her brain more than trans people are. Okay, that she thinks about trans people more than trans people. Of course. Here's what she said, though. I understand completely why the U.S. Department of Transportation doesn't want to fund woke research projects. Is that what you were admitting that you were working on? Were you working on woke stuff? But no, she said, my opinion of him and my support for Republicans has not changed. It hasn't changed. Well, of course not. Why would it? I mean, honestly, you got what you voted for. You got what you wanted. You're out of a job, though, but oh well, at least now, apparently, there's only 2 genders. Congratulations. What a win. Yay. But look, that said, of course, she's probably headed for other things. I can't say that they're better things, okay, but certainly there are other things that she could do. Maybe she might be trying to be the next Riley Gaines. I imagine she's waiting on the next opportunity to grift right-wingers because, let's be honest, the right is a target-rich environment for grifting. And honestly, it's so much easier to do that than to actually have a real job. I mean, look, I could easily grift right-wingers, but I'm not going to do it because I would first feel completely empty inside, and honestly, it would be embarrassing. I don't believe in anything the right wing believes, and I'm sure half of them, maybe more than half, also probably don't actually believe it. They want to grift that audience, which is hungry for validation. You got the transphobes, you got the racists, you got the social Darwinists, you got the worst people. They crave validation, though, from society. And the right-wing media just spoon feeds it to them every single day in every different platform. So that is probably the future for Beth Bourne. That's what she's got to look forward to. Pandering to the bottom feeders that will constantly get drunk off their own hate until it inevitably destroys them. Yes, it would mean admitting that they are wrong, and they cannot do that. Can't let that happen. She could call a kid an N-word and make money off that. Exactly. Because that's actually happened, and I know that's what you were referencing. It's exactly what you were referencing. Okay. You know, what sucks is that I'm just blowing through these stories. I've got one left. And so I hope I can make it stretch. Oh, look. Making new friends. Mr. Fetterman. Senator John Fetterman continues to go on his eventual why I left the left arc. On Monday, he was actually spotted hanging out in a place where conservatives love to go. And at one point was Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon, according to Politico, the Pennsylvania lawmaker, was seen dining at the DC establishment Butterworth's, which apparently had become MAGA's favorite new restaurant, which is pretty funny. And he was hanging out with Matthew Boyle, the Washington bureau chief of Breitbart, the Breitbart network. Wow. Fetterman was later joined by Bannon, but, for good 20 minutes or so, according to Politico. Oh, okay. Well, no, fun. Now, a spokesperson for Fetterman did tell the Daily Beast that the senator's run-in with Bannon was just not planned. Oh, no, he just came up and he just kind of hung out for a few minutes, nothing wrong with that. I mean, he just came and hung out. What are you going to do? Unplanned. Sure. But hey, what's really important there is that he did plan on hanging out with a Breitbart guy. Not a good look. Not a good look, folks. But again, not surprising, considering it is John Fetterman. And a lot of people are speculating that he's going to pretty soon pull the old party switcheroo, which wouldn't surprise me at all, considering how earlier this year he met with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. He voted for things like the Lake and Riley Act, which was really awful. In fact, the Lake and Riley Act, which he did vote for, applies mandatory immigration detention solely on the basis of an arrest or charge. This entire bill, okay, is terrible. Why would you support something like this? I mean, this is nothing more than using personal tragedy to scapegoat all immigrants. But that's what they do. If you voted for this, like Fetterman did, it is a complete and utter violation of what you swore to uphold. Furthermore, Fetterman went after Democrats for supporting the protests against ICE in LA. Some of which, by the way, there were some violence. Yes, there was some property damage. There were some Waymos that were set on fire. They were, robot taxis. Okay. But anyway, Fetterman posted on X before deleting this, by the way, I unapologetically stand for free speech, peaceful demonstration, and immigration, but this is not that. This is anarchy and true chaos. My party loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement. On Tuesday, Fetterman then told News Nation, quote, when people are setting cars on fire and damaging buildings and going at members of law enforcement, that's not free speech. That's not protesting. That's just illegal behavior. And you know, we can't ever be quiet, or we can't defend that. Now, AOC, of course, responded to that saying, quote, I think if Senator Fetterman or anybody else is concerned with law and order, we should be looking at one of the most law-breaking agencies, ICE, and administrations that we've seen in the United States. We also have a convicted felon in the White House. Yes, exactly. Look, here's the thing about that, right? The protests were largely peaceful until the cops cracked down. They started shooting tear gas at the crowd, inciting them. And let's be honest, too. Likely there were agitators in the crowd. Police agitators, okay? Members of law enforcement that will infiltrate crowds and try to get them to do illegal things. That happens. And when and if it does, then you get people like John Fetterman that are like, we can't defend that. The unruly crowd. Oh, no, we must have law and order. Look, Fetterman is a complete and total embarrassment. Not only has he turned his back on progressives, the progressive values, but he continues to try to legitimize the far right while doing this weird enlightened centrism arc, which always ends up with you being on the right wing and taking the side of the right wing. Weird how that always seems to happen with these so-called centrists, right? And again, a lot of this happened after the stroke, which you could say maybe it changed his personality, or maybe it just revealed who he really was and that he was conning progressives the whole time. I don't know what the case really is on that. I'm not a mental health professional. That said, the guy's hanging out with the Breitbart guy, hanging out with Steve Bannon. I mean, if that doesn't show you who he would rather choose to spend his time with, instead of, I don't know, representing his voters, then I don't know what will. Maybe sooner or later, we'll finally get to see his official "Why I Left the Left" speech. And so, until that happens, he's going to be considered to be, Democrat. But you know what? I can't wait till he does, so that the right wing can finally have him and he can go where he belongs. Okay. All right. I am out of stories today. I should have brought more. Unfortunately, I did not, but I will take some audience questions or comments if you have any, because it is kind of I do recognize some of you, but there is some people in here that I haven't seen before, so it is good to be in front of a new audience. Swift Return says Fetterman knows he's done. He's just trying to make clickbait money for his retirement. Oh, well, there you go. That's a theory that's as good as any, because I'm pretty sure the people that elected him over Dr. Oz are like, not going to reelect this guy. So there's that. Police infiltrating protesters was definitely a thing here. during the Yellow Vest protests in Paris. Yeah, I mean, that is just like, it seems like it should be known as a common police tactic where you have people coming in and infiltrating and into these, especially progressive protest movements. You don't see this really on the right, which is funny because the right wing is always like, fads, it's a fadception. I can't believe them. We're being infiltrated. No, generally these are your guys. Okay, because most of the time you have police that are usually on the side of these right-wing protests because they're all right-wingers. But yes, all right. Let's see. Instigating. That's good. All right. Vote all the MAGA out. Vote all the turncoats out. Absolutely. Oh yes. If you want to know where to find my daily YouTube show, that is at Logically Left on YouTube. So, if you haven't already, go and sign up, subscribe to the channel, support our Patreon if you can, patreon.com/chefwaldorf, and follow me on social media. And I'm on Blue Sky. It's just, Jeff Waldorf, bluesky.com or whatever. So I don't remember. It's the same thing, like kind of like my phone number, right? How often do you call yourself? I just don't remember. All right. So that said, that's all I have for y'all today. Thank you for watching this space. A lot of fun. Glad to be in front of a new and different audience, although I do know some of you as well. Hey, Christina. Good to see you. Sandee as well. Yeah. Again, people I know. Andrea, what's up? I don't know if you're coming on next, but hey, if you want to jump in for a minute, you can. If you want, have a conversation real quick for a couple minutes. How you doing?
Hello? Is this on?
Yeah, can hear you.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're totally live. So you're coming up next, huh? What do you got?
I'm
for
next.
us?
That's right.
What you got for us?
I can't give any spoilers.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. That's right.
No spoil.
I got something though.
What did you think of some of the stories today, though?
Pretty good. I caught the first like 20 minutes, and then I went out to use the bathroom and prepare. But yeah, I mean, you're really killing it tonight.
Oh,
it's pretty good. Or tonight. I mean, it's like 2:00, but it's tonight somewhere in Europe. I think it's
it is tonight somewhere. It is maybe 5:00 somewhere, or it's about to be. So
I just did a pre-show shot of 100 proof alcohol. So it's 5:00 here. I'll tell you that much.
There you go.
Yeah, good stuff.
Thank you. You got to do what you got to do to get yourself ready, because let me tell you, it is not always easy getting in front of a live audience and doing this stuff.
I know. I'm scared shitless. Am I allowed to swear? I'm shitless right now. I can't shit. I'm constipated. It's like Hank Hill in that episode where he can't shit. It's just not it's not going well for me.
There you go.
But
yes, I mean, what's my favorite though to do again is these FAFO stories. I can't get enough of them. I can't get enough. Like,
I love watching bad people suffer. I don't know. Maybe that's a character flaw. I don't know.
Yes. And especially when, again, we were the people who warned them. We told them this shit's gonna happen. It's gonna happen if you let this guy into power. If you let these idiots get into power, what do you think is gonna happen? Bad stuff.
They're gonna cut our taxes and fill all the potholes.
That was never gonna happen. You realize that if you get a tax return, then you're already not really paying taxes, so you're not going to benefit from these from these tax bills, these tax cuts for the rich. It's all going to go for, shocker, the rich.
Well, that's the thing. They're all temporarily embarrassed billionaires.
Oh, of course they are.
Couple, like 1 or 2 good quarters, and I'm back on top. That's what everyone is.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, one more tax cut. That's all I need, everybody.
One more
tax
That's
cut.
the one. That's the one
we gotta
need.
kick out. We gotta kick out the immigrants because they took our gerbs. They took our gerbs.
That's the thing, like we're just well, my new show, the title speaks for itself, and that's what I would say in regards to that. But we are in Fuckville right now. It's not good.
Totally.
Population us.
Totally. Yes, that is perfect. But that is absolutely perfect because that's how I feel every day. We're
all moving to hell, a town in Michigan.
Already there. I mean, I'm already pretty close to it. I can feel the flames.
You gotta take a selfie in front of Welcome to Hell. That's what all the Michiganders gotta do.
Bucket list.
Yeah, there you go.
They're in the bucket list. All right, but if you still got to get ready, go and do your thing.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
All right.
If you're ready to leave, I'm ready to start.
All right, I can do that.
All right.
I can do that. It has been an absolute pleasure being in front of you all today, and I'll see you guys and gals next Wednesday. So that's 2 p.m. Eastern right here, and then I'll be on my normal channel tomorrow. That's again 2 p.m. Logically Left. Check it out. Subscribe. Do all that wonderful stuff. Andrea, I will let you take it away. Break a leg.
Not my leg. Hello. I am at such a large screen right now, so I'm just going to do this. Hello. I'm really big. Okay. My name is Andrea. You cannot see that on the screen because the producer for this space has, for some reason, disallowed my name to be in the corner of the screen. I'm sure that they're tragic, or I'm sure that they're trying to fix it. Yep, there it is. There it is. I don't know how that happened, but it's there. Oh, you can put that back. You can just, yeah. We've got a producer here, everybody. It's pretty incredible. But I'm doing a show. This is some people would call this a showgram. I would just call it a regular gram, personally. Not to be confused with the cracker, of course, although it's pretty confusing if you look at my complexion. Although I'm looking a little red at the moment, so that's but don't worry about it. That's just because it's such a large screen. I gotta zoom out a little bit. But this is it's a show. We're doing a show on this space. Thisspace.tv is it's a website that you can go to watch the stream that you're currently watching. But just bookmark that if you want. But a lot of people, they're wondering, what's going on out there? Like people look out the window and they're like, are they coming for me? Well, they might be very soon. As we see the military getting deployed inside of the U.S. The military is going to be pretty much occupying every major city in the country in a couple months. Hear me now, quote me later. If you want, you don't have to quote me. You can quote yourself and pretend that you said it if you'd like, or you can just say it right now, and that way you can quote yourself later. That way you can. But it is my prediction that we're all fucked here, and not just to be very clear. There's a lot of it's not the good dick kind of fuck. All right. It's not, there's no, none of that's going on. It's the bad kind. Okay. The kind of fuck that you just, frankly, you don't want to be a part of. You don't want to be a part of that fuck. Okay. But a lot of people are wondering, how did we get here? You wake up one day and you're fucked. And, how did that happen? How did we get here? And a lot of people, they look back at the, 2024 election. More like 2020 horror, if you ask me. Oh man, Donald Trump 2024. He was going crazy on the campaign or whatever. How did he win? Well, personally, I think a lot of people over the last few months have talked 2024 to death. So I'd like to rewind even further. A lot of people love to say that we entered this current state of fuckery, if you will, in 2016 or 2015, the moment that old orange man rolled down the escalator. Now, wasn't that a sight to behold? I remember watching that stuff. I was like, whoa, isn't that the orange man? I've heard about him before. He's in Home Alone 2. Yeah, that's the guy. Man, it's an actor going to be in politics. Whoa, who would have seen that coming? A lot of people would say that's when everything fell apart. Some people would go even further back, 2000, when the Republicans stole an election. They just decided Al Gore won, but we're going to use the Supreme Court to say, what if he didn't? What if George Bush won? He didn't. He lost the election. But what if we stop counting, perhaps stop the count at a certain point so that we can install old George W., right? So maybe that would be the downfall of the American Republic in the 2000 election that was stolen by Republicans, and Democrats just didn't fight, a harbinger of what was to come 25 years later. But I don't know, man. Stealing an election in 2000, how did we get to them being able to even steal an election? You could go even further back. Ronald Reagan, he totally fucked this country up sideways. It's possibly dimensions of fuckery that are pretty, even to this day, not well understood. There's a lot of fuckery that happened in the 12-year George H.W. Bush the Ronald Reagan administration. That's right. He was totally lucid that entire time. And that motherfucker fucked us up, giving all the money to the wealthy, cutting all these social programs, basically installing a culture of, moral hierarchy and all that kind of puritanism. But it's not like he just invented it, right? Where, when Ronald Reagan launched his campaign in Philadelphia, not the good one. Well, you can argue if it's a good one or not, but the bad one, I don't know. I don't want to shit all over Southern Philadelphia, but when he launched his campaign there, why did he do that? Why did he launch his campaign there? Well, it's because a lot of black people were lynched and murdered in that location in Philadelphia. Was it Mississippi or Missouri? I get those two confused because they're basically the same state. I've never been to either one of them. But it's one of them. And, he did that as a symbolic gesture because we hate black people in this country. So he wanted to start his campaign in a county, in a city known for hating black people. So, that goes us all the way back to, the Jim Crow era, pre-civil rights, we were fucked back then too. And it's not, like a lot of people say we're a lot better now than we were like 100 years ago, 80 years ago. I don't think we were. Maybe in some instances, we got cartoons, I can watch SpongeBob on TV. That's pretty cool. But do we really need to be doing that? I'm not sure. Right. So, but how did we get to Jim Crow America? How did we get to an apartheid situation that Adolf Hitler's wet dream in his books and his narratives? He talked about how the Southern United States was the perfect society. He thought that there would be nothing he could do in his lifetime to turn Germany into the perfect world of the Southern United States. That's what Adolf Hitler said, right? So Adolf Hitler, huge fan of the Southern United States. But how did the Southern United States become such a utopia for fascism? You can go back to the 1840s. There was a thing called the Civil War. It was very uncivil, if you ask me. It was very offensive. I was very offended by the Civil War. Very, very, very uncivil. But what was the Civil War about? It was about states' rights. That's what they enjoy telling you in the history books. States' rights. It's about the states' right to make their own laws. That's what they say. And it just so happens that all the laws they really care about are slavery. Pretty crazy stuff. So, when the Civil War ended, the Union won, I guess, whatever that means. And then Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in a coup d'etat. And then the South took control of the United States, a reformed United States. A lot of people don't look at it that way, but that's what happened. Abraham Lincoln was killed in a coup d'etat. And Andrew Johnson, a slavery fan, decided to take over and turn the entire Union into the Confederate States of America. That's how we got Jim Crow America, because Abraham Lincoln got shot. But that doesn't, Abraham Lincoln, he's a white savior. I don't want to, propel that that narrative either. He's pretty decent, but he was still a really racist white guy. So, can we really say that it all hinged on Abraham Lincoln getting shot? If he didn't get shot, we'd be in a utopia right now. Maybe, possibly. I doubt it personally. I don't think that would be the case. I think Abraham probably had maybe not as much of a racist idea for the reunified America, but maybe a pretty racist idea for a reunified America. But what the Civil War, it was fought over states' rights. States' rights. And where did that come from? Well, let's go turn the clock back to 1776. Everyone loves 1776. God bless America, the goddamn revolution and all that kind of stuff. Where a nation founded on going up against the king. But was it really that simple in 1776? Well, we had the revolution. We won I don't want to say they won the revolution. I wasn't there. They won the revolution. They kicked the king out of America. He's gonzo. Not there anymore. But then what was the debate at the time? It was, should we have a large constitutional republic, or should we just have a bunch of small states? What's better off for the country? What's better off for the future? You had people like Adams, a pretty big fan of a constitutional republic that garnered all 13 colonies inside of it for the unified strength of the what would be the American Republic. Then you have motherfuckers like Thomas Jefferson. And Thomas Jefferson, man, this guy does not get enough hate. He is a total fuck up. He's a fuckhead in 15 different ways. Okay. So Thomas Jefferson was like, we need strong states. I don't even want a constitution, but if we got to have one, and maybe we do have to have one, it's got to have strong states. And Thomas Jefferson, when he was installed as president, decided to do just that. The third president of the United States decided to lay the foundation for the future Civil War, right? So again, we're still just, it's just trickle down, not economically, but in terms of we're fucked. It's just trickle down. But where did all this come from? Where did this states' rights versus a unified republic or an executive branch, or dare I say a monarch branch? That's what Thomas Jefferson would call the presidency. He called it a monarch in a different clothing, so I'm paraphrasing him. But where did that come from? Where did that idea of have people at the top, other people at the bottom, where did it come from? Because it started a lot earlier than 1776, I'll tell you. Some people would say, I don't know, maybe bringing the slaves over to the country, just going into Africa, killing a bunch of people, and engaging in a massive genocide, and then just chaining up a bunch of people, shipping them across the ocean, and then just using them as tools and property. Maybe that, so like 1620-ish, is that really when this whole hierarchical system of governance and culture that we find ourselves in, is that really when it began, in the 1620s? Or maybe it was the 1520s, or like when the white man came over to the land of America, if you will. I mean, can you even call it America? Well, that's a whole separate story, and committed an indigenous genocide, of course. But where did that idea come from? We can trace it back even further to Europe. Where did this colonizing mindset of I am better than you really originate? Right? So we can go back to Europe. What's going on in Europe? Well, they got all kinds of fucking horse shit going on in Europe, So you got kings. Maybe once in a while, if they're feeling a little fancy, you might have a queen. But the queen is really controlled by someone else, probably a man in the background, right? So you live in this weird location in Europe, right? Where, and by the way, in 1415 or whatever, 100 years before the white man showed up, things were looking pretty decent over in America. Not perfect. There was still conflict, there was still war, but things were looking a lot better. If you were to say, take a snapshot of America in 1415 versus 1515, I think there's a pretty big difference. It wasn't perfect, but it was a hell of a lot better than when the white man showed up, right? So we're gonna pretend the indigenous people, we don't know much about their history. Why? Well, because white people destroyed it all for a specific reason. So let's go back to Europe here for a moment, right? So the European mind, right? Where did that originate from? This, I'm going to travel across the world, kill everyone in sight who has a slightly different skin color, and maybe we'll even kill people of our own skin color, but really, it's all mine. This mentality of it's all mine. Where did that come from? Where did it come from? Well, Europe in the 1500s or so, really, it's just a completely cobbled down, destroyed version of the Roman Empire. So what was the Roman Empire? It was a republic that basically was usurped, totally destroyed by some guy named Eight. That's his name, Eight, the first emperor of Rome. Eight. What a stupid fucking name. But hey, he called himself, the first citizen, and everyone was like, hell yeah, you're the first citizen. And then later on, he developed the empire. And what was the empire? It was all about putting all of the control in one person. One person gets to control everything. And that's the mentality that when the fall of Rome occurred, we'll get into, the Byzantines, Byzantine doesn't really even exist. That's technically just, but hey, when Rome, the city, fell in Europe, people wanted to be, I want to be the new monarch. I want to be the new king. I want to be the king. But there was a lot of people wanting to be the king. So instead of one king of Rome, we had a shit ton of kings of all these little fiefdoms in Europe. But this mindset of I am better than you. I am superior to you. I am the better citizen than you. This goes back thousands of years. You could even go back to the Roman Republic before the Roman Empire, before all the power was invested into one guy named Eight. What a stupid fucking name, by the way. And then the second Roman emperor was named after the river. These are the people we choose to be our kings? Give me a break. But anyway, so where did that mindset come from? Well, you have the Roman Republic, which is, a lot of people love to say it. Thomas Jefferson, let's bring him back up. He loved the Roman Republic. He was a huge Polybius fan. He's like, the Roman Republic is the best thing in the world. You could even argue that the United States, in a way, and this is how some of the founders thought it, is the modern day incarnation of the Roman Republic. But what was the Roman Republic? Was it really so much better than the Roman Empire? No, the Roman Republic was pretty much exactly like it is in America, where you have a class of people that have fucking everything, and then they exploit everyone else, right? So when the Republicans in Rome decided, guess what? We've totally fucked everyone around us. Then they started conquering everything. They started going around and conquering everything in Italy. Then they went across the Mediterranean, conquered all these motherfuckers, and then they're like, shit. Well, we took everything inside our city. Well, then we could just go outside the city and take everything there. So is that where the European mind originated? This colonizing mindset all the way back then? Well, where did the Roman Republic come from? It came out of the Roman kingdom. Yeah, that's right. We got kings again. Wow, holy moly. But where did the Roman kingdom originate? Well, it gets a little bit murky. You got Greek kings, you got a lot of stuff. You got the Greek Dark Ages. We don't really know what's going on there. You got the Bronze Age collapse. All the history's gone. Anyway, it's a whole can of worms. But my point being that at some point, we being the human race, we invented the concept of a ruler, of a king. How did that happen? Well, we can go back, this is getting a little bit murky, but like 5,000 years ago, a lot of places all across the world started really engaging in farming. 10,000 to 5,000 years ago, that's when we really started farming. We really started settling down. I mean, is it really that simple? Who really knows? Because all the documents were destroyed. But hey, we all started farming. We all started collecting grain. We all started hanging out in one area or whatever. That's what the historians want you to think. That's what they want you to think. That's what I think a little bit too. But that's a whole separate story. But what happens when you settle down? When you settle down into a location, right? Were the hierarchies there before that? Were there kings and queens? When we were tribes of nomads wandering the planet, were there kings and queens back then? What is a king and queen? How do you get into a scenario where someone has more power than somebody else? How does that even happen? I don't know. But let's say we engage in the Neolithic revolution, right? We figure out farming, right? So then we have generations of people who forget how to hunt. We have generations of people who forget how to gather, right? And then all you need to do is find a way to lock up the farm behind a gate. Then you hide all the grain. And then you say, hey, buddy, hey, I got all the grain. You're going to starve to death. Call me a king and I'll give you some food. And then you're thinking, damn, this guy's got a bunch of food. He's just going to give it to me if I call him a king? That's a fair deal at the time. That's a fair deal. But then you go 5 to 10,000 years later, and here we are. We're in Fville. We're in Fville because a couple motherfuckers 5 to 10,000 years ago decided, I'm going to hog all this food and demand that people beg for food and kiss my asshole for food. And now I'm the king. And now here we are. We're in Fville. Welcome to Fville, everybody. It took a while to get here, but we're here, right? So now we're here. We have been installed. We as humans, we have been installed, inculcated, if you will, with this concept of a hierarchy. People are better than me because their great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather went into Africa and murdered millions of people and took all their money, so that's why they're better than me? Huh? Where did that come from? This concept of money equals wealth. But where did all the money come from? Where did all that come from? A lot of people love to use the term primitive accumulation. What is that? What is primitive accumulation? That's, we don't need to worry about whether or not it's fair. It's a fact of life that all the white people went across the world and stole all the money and brought it to Europe. That's a fact of life. Let's start now. Let's fresh start. I've got all the money. You've got nothing. Fresh start. Huh? That's fair. Fresh start. I won't steal any more of your money. I won't kill any more of your people. I've already got the money. You've got nothing. Let's just start here. Fresh start. That's primitive accumulation. That's how a lot of the current people in charge, the Elons and the Donalds, that's how they got their money. They got their money through generations of plunder, generations. And I'm talking about thousands of years of generations of plunder, of destruction, of genocide, of disgusting actions against fellow humans. And then all of a sudden, there was a time where they just declared, you know what? Fuck it. Everything doesn't matter anymore. Water under the bridge, guys. It just so happens the guys who want that are the ones with all the money. But hey, water under the bridge, fresh start. Let's go. We don't need to hate each other. Racism is over. Like when Martin Luther King saved the day. What was that shit that Bernie Sanders said the other day? Martin Luther King defeated racism. What the fuck? Yeah. Right? But when Martin Luther King defeated racism because he's a superhero or whatever, right? That's what he did. He defeated racism. Racism is over because the white man decided, well, we got all the money. We can just say, fresh start. Hey, guys, you're equal now. You're equal. You still don't have any generational wealth. We've put you in all these neighborhoods that have, really bad qualities and all that kind of stuff. But hey, fresh start, right? It's all good. And then, after Martin Luther King, of course, Jr., the second one, defeated racism, that's when racism took a different form. That's when they started bulldozing black neighborhoods to build highways, for example. But that's getting into the nitty gritty here. But really, the concept of I've got stuff and you don't, where does that originate from? And why are we still dealing with the fallout of these decisions? Humans have been here on this planet for about 300, 400,000 years or so, Homo sapiens, if you will. We're not talking about Homo erectus or when any of those guys. Although we could talk about them at another point in time, but let's just, save Homo erectus for another time. But Homo sapiens have been here for 300 to 400,000 years or so. And really, we've only got about 10, maybe if you want to stretch it, 15,000 years of evidence for kings. I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like an aberration. To me, seems like an aberration. A lot of people, they feel like there's this cultural momentum that we have in our world. Well, we live in the most technologically advanced civilization in the history of humanity. So clearly, we, being humans, must be doing something correct. Is that right? If we're living in the most technologically advanced civilization of all time, we must be doing something right, obviously, right? So it's worth it that billions of people need to live in suffering because a couple of people might be comfortable, right? And this goes into the concept of countries. Bear with me here. Countries. What are countries? Countries aren't real. They're fiefdoms. They're kingdoms. That's what they are. All they are kingdoms, right? So when you're thinking, I'm living in the United States. Yeah, the United States, it's bad. It is not a good country to live in unless you're, one of those guys. But also, you need to understand, we are living, if you're living in the United States, I born in the United States. I was born in the United States. I'm an American. Yeah, born and raised. But if you live in the United States, you know, you are inside the castle walls. The United States is where all the money is trying to be poured in, at least, you know, for the last couple hundred years. They've been trying to get all the money into the United States. Europe, you know, Europe can have some money. They're white too. They can have some money. But really, people have been trying to bring all the money into North America ever since the white man took over. And we are inside the castle walls. The gold is inside the castle, and we are also inside the castle walls. But the globe, the earth, it's all one living symbiotic organism. Humans, Homo sapiens, all over the planet, they all matter, right? So just the idea, think about it. You live inside of the castle, right? But everyone else outside of the castle, some of them, maybe their quality of life is better just because they're not inside the fucking castle. And, you know, living in the castle, it's stressful. It's stressful. I'm afraid of my cell phone. That's the kind of first world problem I have. I look at my cell phone. It's over there. You know, it's across the room. It's you know, I'm looking at it right now. And I'm thinking, oh, God, I'm scared. What a first world problem. Why? Because when I look at my cell phone, someone might be texting me. They might be saying, hey, how are you doing? And I don't know how to respond to that. Or maybe I'll look at the news or something, right? Very stressful. So maybe people outside of the castle, maybe they don't have to deal with the stress of that, but they have to deal with the stress of people inside the castle flying giant ships in the sky and dropping bombs on them. So that's, you know, that's also something you should probably be afraid of. But again, this concept of stealing from people and then excusing it with I am better than you, right? Where did that come from? Does it really matter? To some degree, it's important to kind of understand where that kind of stuff came from. But ultimately, here we are. Welcome to Fuckville, everybody. We're here, and there's no escape. The only way out is through, and other horse shit like that. Because we already have to deal with a population of billions of human beings, the most human beings that have ever been alive at any time on this planet at once ish, you know, maybe like it ebbs, maybe like, you know, maybe like 6 weeks ago, or maybe before the pandemic started or whatever, maybe it was a little bit higher, but hey, whatever, just bear with me. Okay. And most people on this planet firmly believe in their soul and the DNA of their being and their consciousness that there are humans that are better, fundamentally, intrinsically better than other humans for reasons that are innate. It's not like somebody is a jack off and they cut you off on the highway, and then, you know, but you're a nice driver. You let other people, you know, that pass you, you know, all that kind of stuff. Maybe you can make an argument you're better than that guy, but if you made that argument, it would be an argument based on actions, based on reasoning, based on what people have done. But we live in a society and a culture where people just accept at face value that some people are better than other people from the moment that they were born. Rich people, I like to call them trust fund babies, are better than everyone else because their parents had money. That's what people believe, especially in America. A lot of people believe that. Oh, how did Bill Gates get so wealthy? Well, it's because he's the smartest man in the world. He's a brilliant guy. He invented Microsoft. How did Donald Trump get so much money? Well, he's the smartest man who ever lived. I'll vote for him. More money equals more intelligence. That's why Elon Musk is the smartest man in the history of the world. All these motherfuckers are trust fund babies. And hey, if you're a trust fund baby, is that necessarily bad? Right? I don't want to maybe provide an overcorrection. You know, I don't want to say if you're born with money that makes you inherently worse, because fundamentally that's not true. You can be born with money and then you can use that money to make the world a better place. It just so happens almost no one who's born with money does that. Very coincidental. They all use their money to make more money. And in the process of making more money, they shit all over everyone else. But hey, you could theoretically, hypothetically, use the money that you were given to by the accidents of nature that you find yourself in to make the world a better place. I'm still waiting. It might happen any day now. Any day now. They're going to solve world hunger any minute now. Right? Just got to wait a little bit longer. But again, this concept that I want you to really think about, this concept of I am better than you, or you are better than me, because that's ultimately what the problem is. A lot of people, they walk around in their daily life. This is them walking around. There's a little, it's a metaphor. They're walking around in their daily life and they don't even think about these things. They're just thinking about I got to get to work on time. I got to go to my kid's recital. That's what people are thinking about. And they don't have time to think about how the hell we got here. How the hell they woke up one day and they're in Fuckville. They don't have the time and opportunity to think about that. Well, that's where someone like me comes in. I love thinking about this stuff. I love thinking about how the hell we got here. Because it's not good. It's not good to think about this stuff. No one wants to do it. So I'll nail myself to the cross for everyone else. And don't get me started on the cross. But I'll nail myself to the cross for everyone else. I will think about how we got here. When I think about how we got here, I think one of the main reasons why we're still here is that people just do not question the world that they were born into. They're just born into the world. Their mommies and their daddies. By the way, the nuclear family, totally fascistic instrument of destruction of the mind. That's a separate topic. But their mommies and daddies just tell them that here's how the world works. Here's how the world works. This is how it works. So you're just thinking it's a law of nature. It's like physics. It's like the stars. This is how the world works. Some people have money. Some people don't. The ones that have money, they live better than you. They shit on you. They spit on you. The ones that don't have money, well, they should be grateful to even be allowed to live. They should be grateful. The rich people let us live. In this, in our current scenario, they let us live. In our sloppy brain rot society, they let us use ChatGPT to make ourselves dumber. They let us watch our reality TV show. How grateful we are that the rich let us do these things. Oh my goodness, I am so grateful that they don't use their police forces to destroy us, to break down our doors and kill us. I'm so grateful. In fact, you know what? Those people making a stink over in Los Angeles and other cities around the country. There's protests happening all over the country, but media is not really talking about anything outside of LA. I wonder why. I don't know. It's very strange. But those people, they're causing a ruckus. Don't they know they should be grateful? They live in the United States. The most wealthiest country to ever live. The best country of all time. Of all time, the best country of all time. That's where we live in the United States. We're living in the best motherfucking country that's ever been motherfucking invented by any motherfucker. All right, this is number one. Number one. This country, the United States. That's what everyone loves to say. Even you see a lot of people that call themselves, lefties and liberals. They love saying that shit too. The U.S. is the wealthiest, best country ever. I love the United States. Is the United States a wealthy country? Or is it that the wealthiest people live here? I don't know, man. To me, those are separate concepts. If we were the wealthiest country, I feel like we'd be living a lot better. Personally, I feel like we'd be living, I don't know, like it's like Sweden or China or like some sort of like fusion hub between them, right? I don't know, man. To me, the United States doesn't seem like a wealthy country. It seems like a fiefdom. It seems like we have a bunch of kings and they all shower us with some scraps, some reality TV, some smartphones. Here you can have some $3 fidget toys every once in a while, right? They all give us this stuff so that we don't complain, but I don't really see us living in a wealthy country, right? But again, all those people in Los Angeles, they're making a ruckus. How dare they distract me? I got to watch my soap opera. I got to, go watch 5 hours of TikTok videos about, whatever the fuck. I don't know what people are watching on TikTok. I got to talk to my ChatGPT girlfriend because I'm lonely. That's what people are too busy doing. I got to sit on twitch.tv and play video games while I'm commenting on protest news and telling them that they need to stop being violent. That's what everyone's obsessed with. They're obsessed with their toys. They're obsessed with their treats. And you know what? I love a good toy. I love a good toy. Look at this. I got a toy right here. This is a great toy. I love toys. They're fucking awesome. But you know what is less awesome? or more awesome rather than toys. Living in a society where everyone is equal, living in a society where people care about one another. If I mentioned ancient human history before, but there is evidence that pre-Homo sapiens. Now, what is Homo sapien? You ever think about this? You are Homo sapien. You maybe heard the term Homo sapien. What is that? What is a Homo sapien? Sapiens, rather, is a word that means that you are truly and uniquely intelligent. You're not just sentient, alive, aware of yourself, but you're uniquely intelligent. How, by the way, condescending is that? On behalf of Homo sapiens to the rest of the world, we're the best, we're sapient, everyone else is just sentient, right? But when you call them Homo sapien, does that mean that the previous iterations of humans were not sapient? Were they less intelligent? Did they not have this spark in their mind that allows them to do great things, such as build an economic system where 50,000 people die every year because they can't afford to go to the doctor and the doctor's just right there? Is that evidence of sapience, right? But 300,000 to 400,000 years ago, there is evidence, skeletal remains of humans, either Homo sapiens, early Homo sapiens, other versions of humans before that, caring for the disabled, caring for the sick, caring for people that they don't need to be caring for. There are skeletons 200,000 years ago that you have found. I haven't found them, but you might have found them. Someone found them. Skeletons that are hundreds of thousands of years old that show people were amputating limbs. There were skeletons found that they have destroyed, thighs and knees, and that they didn't have legs, and that it's not that they died of those things. It's that something happened to them. Their legs were amputated. Then they lived the rest of their life with their fellow humans, and everyone took care of them. There's evidence of that hundreds of thousands of years ago. So when people say our society, our civilization, our species has progressed to a new point, to an all-time high, is that really the case? Because if you look around you, does this really seem like a progressive society? We got ChatGPT. Is that really the sign of progress? Elon Musk is going to Mars. Is that really the sign of progress? If people 200,000 years ago were taking care of the disabled, what's our excuse? Why don't we take care of the people that are lower than us? Well, this goes back to the haves and the have-nots. The innate level of dick suckery that the average human being on this planet, especially Americans, have. They love sucking dick. They love sucking dick. And you know what? To be honest with you, I also love sucking dick, but a different kind of dick, okay? Not corporate cock. I'll put it that way. I don't want to suck corporate cock, but the average American is obsessed. They cannot stop. The only time they stop sucking corporate cock is when they need to get some air in them. That's what, you take your mouth off the dick just to breathe in a little bit because you got CO2 going on. It's bad for your brain. You don't want to get brain fog when you're sucking dick. So the only time that they stop doing so is when they're trying to get some air in their lungs, so that they can go back to sucking dick. But one of the things that you see in America are people sucking corporate cock, but then shitting all over everyone below them. Like the average Trump voter, like the average Trumper. These are the motherfuckers. They live off of $10,000 a year. Their living situation, they live in dilapidation. Everything around them sucks. They eat garbage. They smell like garbage. They look like garbage. The average Trump voter. But then they have the gall, the audacity, if you will, to look at people below them, like immigrants. Why are immigrants below them? I don't know. Because their legal status is different. They're below me. So I can look down at them and I can get a glimpse of what Elon feels about the rest of the world. And that little glimpse, allowing a middle class to exist. Now, again, I don't know the middle class in terms of, how people refer to it in the 1960s and 70s is a lot different than now. But what I'm saying is there is a middle class. There's the rich and powerful, the aristocrats, Then there's the middle class, and then there's the absolute bottom rung, the people that get shit on every step of the way, like people in Gaza, like people in Congo, in Sudan, right? They're getting fucked on, they're getting stepped on by fucking everybody, mostly by people in the middle class, right? You don't see Elon Musk going into Gaza and mowing down children with a machine gun. You don't see that happening, but you do see people in the middle class doing so, sniping kids in the brain looking like JFK, right? That's what you see people in the middle class doing, because if you allow people in the middle class to have a lower class to shit on, and you make sure that the middle class is just powerful enough, you can have the middle class and the lower class be permanently entangled in a gravitational orbit similar to a binary star system where they're constantly shitting on each other. No, it's the immigrants. Oh, no, it's the black people. Oh, no, it's those other people. It's the queers. It's all them. It's all them. While the other guys run out the back with a big sack of cash with a dollar sign on it. You know, I don't know, man. I think people fundamentally, how do we get out of Fuckville? How do we get out of this Fuckville, this world that we live in? Right? How do we do that? We have to analyze our brain and kill the cop inside of us. Kill the part of us that has been inundated from day one in this country, from birth. Your parents in the nuclear family have taught you, propagandized you, unless, you know, you have like some super duper Marxist parents or whatever. Maybe they're cool. But most parents, they just go along to get along. They indoctrinate you into this mode of thinking, or at least in such a way that you never question the mode of thinking. The school system is there to indoctrinate you into a certain mode of thinking. Hey, we'll teach you a little bit of math. Well, not really, because you got calculators. You don't need math anymore. But we'll teach you how to read and write. Well, we don't need to teach that anymore because we got ChatGPT to read and write for us. So what are we going to do in school? What is it for? It's just really a daycare facility because the parents have to go work so that they can support the upper class. And it teaches kids you have to be somewhere right on time, or else the cops bust down your door and send your mom to jail. You have to be somewhere on time. It indoctrinates you into wanting to be somewhere, or feeling the need you have to be somewhere at a certain time. And then when you're in the school system, guess what? It's like a prison. There's the prison guards, right? The teachers, the hall monitors, the cops in school. That's right, there's cops in school. Some of them even have machine guns. They just walk around school with a machine gun strapped to their chest. How cool is that? Right? When you're in school, you are seeing a role play of the quote unquote real world where there's people in charge and you have to beg them for permission to use the bathroom. Imagine that. A world in which we train our children to beg for permission to ask the bathroom. I don't want to turn this into a personal story, but I remember when I first went to school and the first time a teacher told me no when I asked to use the bathroom. And I just remember that feeling of like, well, shit, what do I do? I never saw that coming. What? I have to pee. And now I'm told I can't pee, but I have to pee. What do I do? Right? And I remember that as 5 years old. And I just remember thinking, what the hell? What on earth? What? Like, I just thought it was like, you know, can I use the bathroom? Just telling them ahead of time. I thought it was manners. I thought it was etiquette as a 5-year-old. I thought it was like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to ask permission. That's just a fancy way of saying, hey, I'm going to the bathroom, just so you know, I'll be right back. But then they said no to me. And then that's when I realized at 5 years old that I'm living in Fuckville. Right now, again, I don't want to say that all the teachers are evil, all the parents are evil. You know, most of them are, but I don't want to say that all of them are. But again, my point being, from a young age, especially in America, we teach our children to worship authority. And it's so insidious inside of your brain in such an insidious nature that people just do not question the concept of authority and where it's derived from. Where is this authority derived from? Why is it that someone can tell your child that they're not allowed to use the bathroom? Where is that authority derived from? I don't know. Where is the parental authority derived from? The authority that parents tell kids what to do and they have to do it or else. What is or else? Back in the day, they used to get out a belt and beat your ass with it. They still do that, but they just pretend not to. They won't tell anyone else in public. But really what this is a deep culture of denial, denial of our inner humanity, right? Denial of who we are as people. Okay. Denial of the human spirit. People often use this term, childhood or childlike wonder. When you're a kid, everything is wonderful. Everything around you is so colorful. Have you ever seen this concept of like, when you were a kid, everything is colorful, but now everything is dull and gray? Where is that? Where did that come from? It's a mindset change. When you're young, you don't know about authority because it's not a thing. When you're young, you're biologically programmed, okay, to look to your parents for help, okay? And this is where the nuclear family comes in, because the nuclear family hijacks that programming. It tells prospective parents that you are alone. No one will be there to help you. I know there's a lot of parents that are probably in the audience. Do you remember how difficult it was when your baby was born? Right? How you're always tired all the time. You can't get a full night's sleep, but you still got to go to work. You might not realize it, but the effects that has on the child are that the child has to get used to from a young age abandonment. They have to get used to from a young age begging for scraps from their parents. And some parents, they try the best that they can. You hear this cliche a lot. You did the best you could. What does that mean? Well, we'll get into that maybe another time. Right? But even parents who are truly doing everything in their power, right, to make sure that their child grows up happy and healthy, they're still probably going to have to go to work unless they're a rich person. But then if you're a rich person, you're going to manipulate and warp your child's worldview in a totally different way, right? So that's a whole separate can of worms. But most people, most great parents, they try their best, but their best simply is not good enough because we live in motherfuck-ass Fuckville, okay? We live in a society where you have to let your kid cry themselves to sleep every night because you need to get enough sleep to wake up and go to work in the morning? How fucked up is that? So kids from a young age are getting used to and having to accept abandonment from a young age. They're getting used to and having to accept begging for scraps from the authority figures. When we evolved, there wasn't a nuclear family. There wasn't a small house that I cannot escape from with one, possibly two people there that are never actually paying attention to me, but just are kind of just there as like a presence, and they're just zombies because most parents don't get enough sleep, right? Is that real? Like, that's not how we were evolved to be. We were evolved to be, you may have heard this phrase, it takes a village to raise a child, but that's how we were evolved. We were evolved to be cared for by our community. We were evolved to be cared for by our peers, by people, children just like us, maybe a year or two older than us, teaching us the ropes, right? That is not the world we live in anymore. If you go to school in America, there's a good chance, flip the coin, that you're going to be the victim of bullying by your peers. Your peers are going to shit all over you. If a fucking coin flip, that's all it takes for you to get shit on by your peers in modern day American society. But where does that come from? It comes from the parents. It comes from the culture. It comes from society. It comes from a broken down and diseased society that does not in any way, shape, or form give a fuck about one another. This is a virus of the mind that started 5 to 10,000, maybe 15,000 years ago. If you look at ancient ruins, super ancient ruins from 10,000 years ago or so, no written records, we don't really know anything about them, but there's tons of ancient ruins from that time period where all the cities have equal housing. They were communist 10,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago, 20,000. They were communist. Something happened. Rich people stole all the food and then said, you know, you have to beg for the food and then maybe I'll give it to you. Suck my corporate cock and maybe I'll give you some bread. And then 5 to 10,000 years later, here we are. We're all fucked because a couple motherfuckers decided to accept the framing of they have stuff, I don't, I need to submit to them. The mind virus, right? The mind virus. Is it in our DNA? I'm not sure. 5 to 10,000 years is not that long of a time. It's a very short amount of time. So I think that we still have an opportunity to reverse it. I think we still have an opportunity to fix the problem because on an evolutionary scale, this is not sustainable by any stretch of the any imagination. You cannot sustain a society like this. Right? Maybe 5 to 10,000 years ago, it would work for a couple decades. But as we can see, if you follow the through line of that mindset all the way to the current era, you can see that it is one long aberration in a species, Homo sapiens, that were caring for the disabled 300,000 years ago. 300,000 years ago, we were caring for people that didn't have as much as we did. People that didn't have arms, people that couldn't see, people that couldn't hear. We cared for them 300,000 years ago. Not, you know, I'm sure some of us probably threw them in the river. You know, there's a couple crazy guys out there. But my point being is compassion is as old as Homo sapiens are. Compassion, care for one another is as old as our entire species has been alive. And yet here we are in 2025. We're in the 6th year of a pandemic where millions of people have been infected with COVID, the severe acute respiratory syndrome that has destroyed the immune systems of millions of people all across the world and has thrust disabled people all across the world into an isolation that there's really no light at the end of the tunnel for. Think about this. In 2020, there was a small bit of time where the haves showed compassion to the have-nots. They gave people a stimulus check in the United States. They gave people unemployment benefits. And then people were like, wait a second, the government can help me? Whoa! And then once people realized, hey, the government can help me, that's when the government took it all away. Joe Biden came in to magically solve the problem. He fixed everything. COVID disappeared. It magically went away because Joe Biden was elected. And then your child tax credit dried up. Why did it dry up? Because the pandemic's over. So we don't need it anymore. But is the pandemic really over? When did that happen, right? So, but think about it. In the year 2020, there were people that have spent their entire lives in isolation. People that have autoimmune disorders, or if they catch a common cold, they'll die. People that have all kinds of, cancer patients that if they catch a cold, they might die because of chemotherapy, stuff like that. People in 2020 in that position were able to go outside for the first time in many years. I have read many people's, testimony of, feeling, wow, the world is putting on respirators. The world is keeping people like me safe. And then in 2021, the rug was pulled. And now the world has been less and less safe ever since. And everyone decided to get sick over and over and over again for their overlords. Because it's okay to get sick over and over and over again, to destroy your body, to destroy your immune system, as long as I can go see Taylor Swift. I don't need to go see Taylor. I need to go see Beyonce. I want to go to concerts. I want to go to bars and restaurants. I don't give a fuck about disabled people that I'm destroying by doing so, because the middle class is a group of entitled motherfuckers that are saying, hey, I might not have as much as Elon Musk, but if I can go see Taylor Swift, I don't care how many disabled people have to stay at home every single day and have to risk their lives even going to the grocery store because they might get sick in a pandemic. I don't care if they have to deal with that, because I want to go see Taylor Swift. I need my treats. In the same way that Americans, I don't care what's going on in Congo. I don't care what's going on in all of these countries that we mine our minerals from and import into the country so we can build our stupid toys and smartphones. I don't care about what's going on there because I have my treats. I have my candy. I have my TikTok. I have my brain rot. So I don't care what's going on in Africa. I don't care what's going on in South America. I can go see Taylor Swift. So I don't care what's going on in motherfucking goddamn disabled people's households. I don't care about the people lower on the ladder than me because at least I'm not at the lowest rung of the ladder. That's the American mindset. That's where we are as a country. That's where we are as a species, as a civilization, a global civilization, a group of highly diseased motherfuckers. And I don't mean physically because everyone has gotten sick multiple times over the last few years with SARS, a severe acute respiratory syndrome, biohazard level 3. I don't care. I'm not talking about that in the physical sense, but I'm talking about that in the mental sense. We are a diseased, very diseased population. We are a very sick species. And we've been very sick for a long time. And at some point, we're going to have to fucking get our shit together and decide, hey, is it worth it getting any better? Is it worth it getting back in shape? Or are we just going to circle the drain in the death spiral that we are uncovering in this planet, on this world, where nuclear bombs could drop any minute? India and Pakistan are doing hot, combat against each other. Russia and Ukraine are going combat against each other. Israel's got nukes that they might drop on Gaza at any minute. The United States is threatening to nuke other countries. If they any minute now, it could all go poof because of our diseased, just destroyed, rotten soul of the Homo sapien species. But I personally think, because again, there's evidence of compassion that predates the human species. So it's in us. It's in us to help one another. It's in us to care about each other. So I think we can get back there. And you know what? I think we can keep the smartphones. I'm not saying we have to undo the technological progress that we've made. I think it would be pretty cool if everyone could play video games. Again, I think it'd be pretty cool if everyone in the world could sit there and play their video games. That would be awesome. But instead, we live in a world where only a small percentage of people have the freedom and the opportunity to spend all day playing video games. And you know what? I do that sometimes. I count myself to be very lucky in the sense that I can sit around for hours on end and play video games. That is a very lucky role that I have, a privilege like no other, that I can afford to just sometimes sit around and play video games all day. But you know what? That doesn't really get us anywhere. I might level up my guys a little bit, but that doesn't really help anybody else, right? So I think maybe once in a while, we should all put the video games down. We should all put the smartphones down and think about one another. Is it really worth it to get your treats if someone else has to suffer? Is it really worth it? I don't know. Anyway, welcome to Fuckville. There is no escape. All right. Questions, comments, concerns in the chat room. Coming up next is we got Sandee Lovas coming up next for Left of the Box or something of that nature. You can check that out in 7-8 minutes or so. But anyway, if anyone has any questions for me, I will look at the chat. And yeah. Hopefully everyone enjoyed my soliloquy. Put the games down. Can you even hear yourself right now? What an insane idea. I agree with you. I agree with you in some way. I agree. I can't stop playing games. I'm a gamer. Capital G. Big time gamer. Big time. Big time. Love gaming. Yeah, I'm a gamer. So what? Anyway, welcome to this space. This space is we're bringing people together on this space. Tonight, I will be appearing once again on this channel for a show called Left Past 10. That show, it's a little bit of a Letterhack controlled show. So you might see I might have on left past 10, but hopefully you enjoy this time slot. For me, every Wednesday I will be here, or maybe I'll change it to Thursday just to spite you bitches, or maybe I'll change it to Tuesday. I don't know. I can do this whenever I want, really. I could do it. I could do another show right now, but I don't want to. I'm not. In fact, I don't even think I could. I think they might kick me out the door. I might get Jeb Bushed if I tried to do that. But anyway, have I ever played a game called Doom? Yes, I have. Eminent Professor. Yes, I have. That is it's a pretty good game. I remember playing it once or twice, maybe. Waffles or pancakes? I'm gonna sit on the fence here and say both, because they both have their strengths and weaknesses. Now, people love to say waffles secure the syrup better, but in my opinion, syrup on waffles, so you're putting sugar on your carbs, like for me, I like savory pancakes or waffles. I like dripping that shit in hot sauce. So, for me, waffles, they trap the hot sauce better, pretty good. But you know what? Pancakes, pretty cool for making sandwiches. It's like really fluffy, super savory, tasty bread, So they both have their strengths and weaknesses. It's harder to make a sandwich out of a waffle. Waffles often get a little crispier in some of the areas. Some of the pieces of the edge that touch the iron get a little crispier. You need a whole separate kind of machine to make waffles, or at least some sort of apparatus that you can put in the pan. So I'm going to go ahead and say both. They both have strengths and weaknesses. I'm looking at the comments here. Please clap. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I found you. This was a great time. Got you subbed. Well, I don't, the only thing you're going to be seeing from me, is going to be on this space. I don't do a show on my own space. I only do a show on this space. I am also a Doom speedrunner. You can follow my Doom speedruns on my YouTube channel called @DoomSpeedruns. That's where I play video games. I love Doom. The good one, not whatever corporate garbage that they're shoveling down your throat nowadays. But that's something else I do. But this whole thing, you're only going to find it on this space. Huh? Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. But anyway, I'm going to get the hell out of here. I'm a little sweaty. I don't know if you can tell. I haven't done a show in a while. The last show I did was in November. So I haven't done a show like this in a while. I'm a little sweaty. I'm kind of gross. I think I'm going to go take a shower. Look at this. It's terrible. I mean, I'm just... but coming up next will be Sandee, who I hope is ready. Hopefully, I don't know. Possibly. I mean, it could be ready. But I'm gonna let the producer. We have a producer here at This Space Industries. We got a producer. I'm gonna let the producer take me off the screen. I'm just gonna kind of keep talking until the producer actually does their job.
Hello. Welcome to... Sorry, I'm so used to being like, hi, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. I suppose this works. So the next thing I do when I do one of my regular live streams is I ask my sandbox, which is my chat, thumbs up that you can hear me okay. This is so cool. I'm not actually used to like live streaming from this from what's this thingamabob called? I am all over the place. For those of you who don't know me, my brain is a little whacked a lot of the times. Oh, there we go. Back in focus. Okay, I got some thumbs up. My audio is working. Yes, John Davis, it's me on a Wednesday. And as soon as I start talking, the lawnmower out there starts going. Of course, of course. So I guess another thing that I would like to know right now is put your hand up if you don't know who I am. And I will just start rambling about who I am because I really didn't have anything prepared for this. Not that I need anything prepared because I do live streams, usually on Sundays, although this Sunday I won't be able to. And I wanted them to keep them like short, like 2-hour long live streams. I thought was plenty. Now a short live stream for me is 3.5 hours. I have no issues talking, in other words. No issues talking. Yeah. So I get a lot of, hello, Swift Returns. Welcome to not my sandbox. I'm so used to saying welcome to the sandbox. But you should check out my channel, Left of the Box. You see, my name is Sandee, and my channel is called Left of the Box. Hence, the sandbox is my chat. Now, I think there's some things over here. I'm not used to StreamYards. That's the name of this thing. You see, it's pretty much a game with the people who regularly watch my shows, is to try to guess what I'm trying to say. Because sometimes it's not always there. Oh, no, my logo is there. See, there's my little logo. I was going to put my little logo up. And for those of you who don't know me, you see this right behind there? That is a drawing that I did. I'm a bit of an artist. Can I move my logo so it's like in the upper corner? I don't know. Where's tech support on this? Can I move this so it's like here where I'm used to it being? Oh, but yeah, I didn't have much chance to prep for today because it's been an insanely busy week for me. I tend to overshare. Donald James thought it was a real picture. Well, I drew it from a real picture, but that is my artwork. In fact, something that I can do, if I can figure out how to do this all right, is just bring up my art website for people who don't know me. So if I do this, you see, I'm getting super paranoid because what I do is I'm cheap. I'm broke. I live with disabilities. Here in Canada, you see, that's why there's a little maple leaf in my little logo right there. I'm Canadian. I'm also queer, non-binary, she, her, Mr., sir, they, them, folk. My pronouns are kind of flexible, but I get a little bit more iffy about being called a woman because I'm not. But I'm getting so paranoid because normally when I'm using StreamYards, I'm cheating. I stream through OBS, but since I don't have money and I don't have access to, put my little logo up there and stuff, what I do is I capture the screen from StreamYards and then have all my logos and images that I need over in OBS that I click around on. Because yeah, I'm if somebody wants to pay for a StreamYards thing for me, that would be great. Oh, I got something in the private chat probably telling me how to do that. Oh, not how to do that, just saying it's static and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, did I accidentally put did I do that? Did I put the chat right on top of my logo? This is going to be some fun getting used to. So now you have 3 layers of stuff. You have my drawing, you have my logo, and you have chat right there. One would think whoever designs StreamYards might put the chat somewhere where the logos don't go. I think I clicked, maybe if I do that, it'll turn it on. Okay, there it goes. I think I accidentally clicked buttons. You see, that's the other thing I'm worried about is I see all these buttons and I'm so tempted to start like touching all stuff because it's a thing. It's a thing. Hello, eminent prof. Yes, this is the Michael Brooks t-shirt that the Letterhack actually designed. And I figured for those of you who don't know who I am, although a lot of you do tend to know who I am, I can tell you a little bit about how I got into this and why I'm actually in this space. You see, a long time ago, once upon a time, I used to be a fan of TYT. Yes, it does start with TYT. And this was back, oh gosh, it must have been like what, 2018 or something like that. Back when Donald Trump first got elected, I had just started really like watching TYT regularly. And I got inspired because, you know, back then there was a push to kind of get involved a little bit more. You know, don't just sit there, actually do something. And seeing what happened down in the States with Donald Trump being elected, I knew it was only a matter of time before that sort of thing would happen up here. I heard a beep somewhere. Okay, and the other thing is I'm like ADHD autistic, so I get distracted very easily. Where was I? Yes. So I saw Donald Trump get elected, and I thought, you know what, it's only a matter of time up here. And then I realized something, and this is a truth for many, many Canadians. We tend to know more about American politics than we do about our own. And part of it is everything down in the States is so big and grabby, and it gets our attention, and it is very distracting. And meanwhile, our politicians up here are like, we can get away with what we want because the Canadians aren't paying attention. I kid you not, I've heard Canadians talk about the First Amendment right. That's not a thing up here. I've heard some politicians mention something about that sort of thing. Or the founding fathers, which again, it's not something up here. So what happened is I figured, okay, I want to get involved. And at that time I was kind of like volunteering in the community and stuff. But I thought, you know, in order to really make a change in the system, I first have to know how that system works. And I needed to learn about Canadian politics. And I found an online course through a college that was the Government of Canada. And it taught me so much about how the federal government works. And a lot of that gets translated down into the provincial government. The systems are very similar, not exactly the same, depending on the province and all that sort of stuff, but very, very similar. And it taught me a lot about, you know, how the government works and all that sort of thing. And I got inspired to run for office on a federal level. Yeah. I did that. I got inspired. And then it was sheer hell. So I was running for the NDP. And back at that time, my criticisms of the NDP weren't nearly as harsh as they are right now. I'm a nonpartisan progressive. So I'm not a party loyalist in any sense of the word. I go for policy. And right now, the NDP, I have lots to say about them on my channel. And so what I went through during that, and I never actually made it to be a candidate. I was, it was a contested nomination. And what the NDP put me through and what I went through to get there after having this drive in me, this sense of like, this is what I'm meant to do, a calling of sorts to get involved. Because how often do you see someone in politics with lived experience of poverty and disabilities, especially like mental health disabilities? And there was just so much. And I thought, okay, I could help raise my platform and get the message out there, the big progressive message and everything of that sort. But then what happened at the meeting for voting in the person was just devastating. It broke me in a way I didn't even know was possible. Because there were things that happened. It's a long, long story. And I've never actually told the full story on my channel of what happened during that and how absolutely crushing it was. And I gave up. I did. I didn't see a point to anything, and I completely gave up. They moved the logo for me, but that's my old logo without the maple leaf on it. But thank you. Again, ADHD. So I was in a really, downer part of that conversation when I got distracted by the logo. But yeah, so I was crushed, just absolutely broken in a way that I didn't know was possible. And, part of my mental health issues is I've had attempts at making it so I'm not part of this world anymore. And even though I wasn't quite in that state after that, what was happening was I was just waiting for a low. I was just waiting for the next time I would drop so low that I would go through with it. And then Michael Brooks. So I had only really started watching the Majority Report after I started to become a candidate, or was trying to become a candidate. And that was because I was studying debate tactics. And this, even on TYT back then and on other channels, I would hear all about like, ooh, the right wing, they're so good at debating and blah, 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 blah. So you have to learn. And I figured, oh, you should watch debates and learn how to debate if I'm going to be a politician. And from there, I saw some right wingers debate, and I thought, wow, this is trash. Like, it was just trash. They didn't know how to debate. Like, for a lot of the debates that I saw, if they didn't have the audience on their side cheering for them, what was coming out of their mouths was just pure garbage. It was like WWE type thing, like SmackDown. Let's get a big roar from the crowd, that sort of thing. But there was no substance to it. And there were no real tactics that were beneficial for the actual debate. Like if you were trying to get points across and stuff, you were just trying to score points, not actually make points, if that makes any sense. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. But then I saw a debate between the one and only Sam Seder of the Majority Report and Charlie Kirk. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, there you go. That's how you debate. Looking at Sam, like that is a debater. I like his style. And so then I watched like all of his debates. I went on to YouTube and I watched like all of his debates because I'm like, no, this guy, he knows what he's doing. And so I studied his debate style. And by doing that, I learned about the Majority Report. And then from there, I learned about Michael Brooks. And I wasn't like a massive fan of Michael Brooks at the time. I enjoyed what he had to say. You know, he had very in-depth political commentary, of course. But, you know, one time during the lows that I was going through, and after that election, it had been almost a year, and I was just, again, beyond devastated, broken in such a way I didn't know it was possible. And Michael Brooks, even though I never met him, he had no clue that I even existed. But through his show, he was able to reach out to me. And he got me to ask a very simple question of myself. And that is, why am I still here? Like, why haven't I gone through with it? And I had been so full of anger and depression at that point that I never even heard that voice in me before until Michael Brooks pulled it out of me. And I always get emotional when I talk about this. And so then there was that voice like, why am I still here? And the answer was, despite how much I hated my life, I really like who I am. And who I am is funny, witty, caring, strong, not willing to back down from a fight, willing to go out there and put my neck on the line for people who are more vulnerable, compassionate, like all of these things that I lost when I was broken from that experience trying to run for office. And so with that, I thought, you know, if I just ignore that part of me, then I might as well be dead. And so that kind of shook me awake again. And because, you know, not having that part of me, it was devastating. And so it got awakened in me again. And then I thought to myself, okay, so I'm still here and I'm me. I'm still, I need to do something. I need to get the progressive message out there. I need to fight. But how do I do that? You know, politics obviously wasn't working for me. So what's another way that I could get myself out there? And then I thought, why not do it the same way Michael does? And that is when my channel, Left of the Box, first sparked in my brain. And unfortunately, though, before I got my channel up and going, he passed away. So I never even got the chance to thank him and let him know how much of an impact he had on my life. But yeah, I'm here now because of that. And doing this channel, making noise, and my YouTube channel has almost 8,000 subscribers. I think if everyone here who's watching right now subscribes to my channel, there's a good chance it might get over that 8,000 mark that I've been hoping to get over for a long, long time. In a year after I started my channel, I auditioned for TYT's Rebel HQ. And a few months after I auditioned, I landed a spot with them. And so I was their only international contributor to Rebel HQ. And that was a whole other experience, I tell you. Like, I'm glad I went through it, but my God, it was hell. But it helped my style. It helped me clean up my style. Do I have issues with what happened? Yes. I'm one of the only people to have debated Jank on the issue of like gendered language on the conversation. And I did that because just a month after I started, Jank and Anna were mocking a doctor in New York for sending out a tweet trying to use gender neutral language in regards to pregnant people. And I think at the time it was like birthing people was what was going on. But the reality is it's been switched back over the pregnant people because nobody really liked it. And that's the thing about new language is you got to throw it out there and kind of see what sticks. And that's what's happened with that. And so birthing people was one of the first things that kind of popped up. And Jank and Anna were mocking her for trying to use inclusive language. And as somebody who is non-binary, on their channel, that got under my skin. So at first I asked, like, can I do a response video for Rebel HQ to what they said? And I actually wanted to make it a Rebel HQ video. And then I said, like, also, I wouldn't mind maybe going on the main show and talking to them about it. So they were able to get me onto the conversation with Jank a few weeks after that to talk to him about that specific incident. And the reality is, if they had said no, I would have covered it on my own channel. I'm a little stubborn like that. So, you know, even though I was running for the NDP, I knew full well that I might get into office, but there was no guarantee I would make it the full 4 years because, you know, I'm kind of stubborn when it comes to principles and I don't back down easily. So I knew it would be only a matter of one disagreement where I would have to vote with the NDP that I had a strong stance against, that I'd be kicked out of the caucus. And I was fine with that. So yeah, so then I was with Rebel HQ for like 6 or 8 months, and then got back to my YouTube channel. And so that's kind of how I got to where I am right now. And also, so another connected story to why I'm here is how I met the Letterhack. And so this is another emotional story for me. We're starting off with all the emotions here. So I had just started my YouTube channel and I had like 60 people on it. And I was like, how do I grow this YouTube channel and whatnot? And so for the first time, I joined Twitter. So I hadn't been on social media before. Like I literally made a Facebook account just so that I could run in a contested nomination for the NDP. Before that, I had nothing, no social media whatsoever. And that's partly because I'm dyslexic and my spelling is horrendous. And I'm used to the day when there weren't so many spell checks and things. And I'd have to dumb down my sentences so much into easy to spell words that it made me look like a 5-year-old. And so and I also learned very, very early on, I have a very sarcastic sense of humor that doesn't translate well online because you're not seeing what my face is doing. And even then it can be tricky. So if ever in doubt, I'm being sarcastic. I'm not just an asshole. Like I might be an asshole, but I'm also just being sarcastic. Yeah, don't forget to subscribe to the space while you're here. And so I had gotten on Twitter to start making connections and, trying to promote my channel and stuff. And, I started catching the artwork from the Letterhack. And a few months after I joined Twitter, he sent out a message, a tweet, an ask that for his birthday, instead of doing cartoons himself, he wanted other people to draw like Sam Seder in the Majority Report. Now, the thing is, and we have to backtrack a little bit more, is as a teenager, I was really good at art. As a kid, as a teenager, I was exceptionally good at art. It was like a natural gift, and I loved it. I would see other kids in my class who were really good at math or sports or things that would often get them a lot of praise or things that would, lead to a career and whatnot. But I always appreciated having this gift of art, and nothing can make me feel better or more focused than getting lost in doing a drawing or a painting or something. But then the life hit in my early 20s, and I was living in Toronto. That didn't end so well for me. I ended up in the shelter system. So I was unhoused for a year in Toronto. And while I was unhoused, I met a guy and we moved out of the shelter together. And it wasn't a very good relationship. He wasn't physically abusive, but there's other kinds of abuse. And it wasn't until after that relationship was over that I realized I hadn't drawn a single picture or sang a single song. And the first time I tried to sit down and draw a picture after that, it wasn't good. And I was devastated. And, I get part of it is you need to be practiced and stuff, but my depression was so overwhelmingly strong at that time. I couldn't handle that level of shame, anger, disappointment in myself, of seeing a drawing that just wasn't good. And so for years I wasn't even able to attempt to draw because the pain of it not being good was just too much of a risk. It was too overwhelming that I couldn't do it. So I had stayed away from doing this art, and the biggest regret in my life was losing my ability to do art. Without a doubt, that was the biggest regret in my life. And so here I am on Twitter, Letterhack, sending out this message. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to draw a picture of Sam Seder for the Letterhack's birthday, because who knows, maybe it will be so bad it's good type thing. And it's a good way to maybe network and put myself out there and whatnot. And so I found a picture of Sam online, and I went and got new pencils and new pencil sharpener, for a new start. And I attempted a couple, and the first couple that I tried weren't really good. And I was getting really nervous and scared. But then I realized that part of it was the pictures, the reference pictures I have weren't detailed enough, because you might notice from this drawing here, I tend to do a lot of detail. So I found another picture of him that was a little bit more detailed, a little bit more higher definition. And I got to work on that. And at some point while I was scribbling through it, and I got to his eyes, his eyes, I saw that spark. There was a life to the drawing that wasn't there before. And I started crying, just realizing that talent, that skill that I thought I had lost was still there. I just had to push myself further, because there was this little voice in my head that just said, trust the pencil. It literally just said, trust the pencil. And there was something about hearing the scribbling and the smell of the pencil lead and everything that just brought me back to it. And then suddenly I saw this life in this drawing that hadn't been there before, and my talent was back. And at first I was so scared. So I went and I drew 5 other pictures, and I was just blown away by what I did. And then in just a year of practice, like it has been about 4 years, and this is the drawing I did since I rediscovered my talent for art. And I said that I was going to bring it up. So I'm going to bring up my website so that you can see what I'm talking about. And I'm getting super scared because I normally do this and then like everyone can see it. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That one. Yep. Share. Oh, I have to bring it up onto the stage. There we go. So this is my webpage, and you see that is not the drawing of Sam Seder I did right away. I don't know if you can see the mouse cursor or not. Can you see the mouse cursor? I don't know. I don't know how this works. Oh, there. Now you can see the mouse cursor. So this is not the original drawing I did. If we go to the About and we scroll down. So this is what I had done when I was a teenager type thing. And this one here, they're like little prints and stuff. I did that when I was like 12. Like I was maybe 13 when I did this one. I was like 12 when I did that one, 18 when I did this one or something. And so this is like the first drawing that I did of Sam when I rediscovered my talent. And then this is one that I actually was able to hand off to him at the Boston live show, which was just, and he showed it off on air and I felt like all good and stuff like that. And then if we go up here, we can go to the gallery. And so this is my art. This is what I can do now. And yeah, I have a portrait business, portraits of pets and people that I do. And so far, my only customer has been my mom. You know, moms are good for that. I did this dog here. That's my nephew's dog for my mom so that she could give it to him for his birthday. And of course, you got your Michael Brooks. I've done a few drawings of him because on the 1-year anniversary of his passing, I gave this drawing here to the crew of the Majority Report. And if we scroll down, I gave this one, I sent this one to his sister. But as you can see, I also do photography as well. This is like my side business that I get no money from. Kind of like my YouTube channel. People might recognize Dan from the internet. And then this is the Thumper drawing. That's the one that I'm now pointing to that you can't see because the screen is up. But yeah, this is the type of artwork that I can do now. And so, you know, I kind of give the Letterhack a lot of credit for that one. Because without him, I wouldn't have, it's one of those things, like it was a very, oops, do I move full? Oh, there I am. I'm still not used. It's not me who's moving these things around. It's the producer. You know, it was just such a simple ask from the Letterhack to do a drawing, and just seizing on that moment and doing it. Like that's part of the reason why social media, I think, was a good thing, was it allowed people who had been sheltered before to actually connect with other people's. Like there was a good use for social media. And it wasn't until I got onto social media and on Twitter where I started seeing people really question or use different pronouns that really got me to start questioning mine. Because, you know, I had trans friends. I was part of the queer community. At that time, I knew I was bisexual, polyamorous. I knew all of that. But it wasn't until I started seeing other representations of people who were non-binary, because I knew a couple people who were non-binary, but I didn't see myself reflected in them. So I never really clued into it. But it wasn't until I took how I present out of the equation, because it's like, well, I was assigned female at birth and I present female, so therefore I must be female. But as soon as I took how I present out of the equation and just focused on how I felt, it was like, oh my God, it's so clear now. Like it made so much sense. Like I had been saying it out loud my entire life, but it never clued into me that until that moment that, yeah, I'm non-binary. Like it was one of those moments, like it was so obvious for so long. And it wasn't until then that it really clued into me. And, you know, since that realization, there's been no looking back. Like I had to get a passport to go to the Boston show to see Sam Seder and the Majority Report. And I tried to use my birth certificate, but my birth certificate was old and damaged. So I had to get a new one. So I thought, hey, I can adjust my gender on my birth certificate. So I was able to get my birth certificate reissued with an X gender marker. I was born in Alberta, so luckily there was a window where I could do that, because if you follow my channel, you know that in Alberta, they're very transphobic right now, and they've put it through a lot of hellish laws when it comes to that sort of thing. And so I'm actually kind of worried that they might rescind my birth certificate and get it switched back at some point, because they're going really, really anti-trans in Alberta. But I got the passport and everything, X gender marker, my driver's license, and I've never looked back. And it makes so much sense. So as I present female, I don't get on people's cases for using like female pronouns to me, and I tend to use them more or less just out of habit. But I don't like being called a woman. Like that's where I get a little bit more like, yeah, I'm not your sister type thing. And those types of gender terms I'm not very keen on. And so I try my best to, politely correct people, because again, I look Canadian. Well, Canadian. I saw Canada down in the chat. So I look female, like typical traditional female. So I don't get on people's cases. But it is a bit of a thing sometimes where, and this is part of the reason why I had a massive, I've done a couple videos on TYT since they came out as super transphobic. And part of my anger and frustration is Anna and the way that she was talking about it. Like, I guess she got offended once at a doctor's clinic. Somebody questioned her about, if she's female or non-binary or something. And she's like, of course I am. Like, how do I look? Well, how do I look? And the thing is that for me, what she doesn't tend to realize is that every time I'm in a new environment, I have to make a judgment call. Do I tell my new doctor? Do I tell my coworkers? Is it going to cause me more trouble than it's worth? Are people going to judge me or start asking like very rude and inappropriate questions about my genitalia because I say I'm non-binary? Or will they start thinking of me differently? I have to make that judgment call every time I'm in a new environment. And that's not something Anna would really understand, how I have to actively make that choice to put up with being misgendered, because at times I feel that's safer. And yeah, so I've had some massive falling outs with them. I've been working on this video for a long, long time, but I have a massive video eventually coming out. That is going to be kind of devastating to TYT, if I do say so myself. I have put a lot of research into it. I've watched over 100 hours worth of TYT content, and it's mostly like Jank and Anna on other shows, because that's where you really hear their inner voice. When they're on an inner show away from their audience and they're not trying so hard. Like, of course, now if you watch TYT at all, they're not trying all that hard on their main show. But on their main show, they were still at some point trying to keep this illusion of being progressive and keeping that progressive audience. But now I just randomly tune in and they're attacking the left for whatever reason. And so, yeah, it is frustrating. And so I have a video that I've been working on for a long, long time that I will eventually be posting. I don't know when it will be ready. I really don't, because it's a bit overwhelming. It is a lot of information to go into it. I'm probably going to end up splitting it into two. But, so for those of you who don't know me, Eco Resto Dragon, yes, I was part of TYT. I was on Rebel HQ as a contributor. Yeah. Needless to say, I still like that credibility of I was the only one to challenge Jank on that, on the actual TYT network. Like, on the conversation to actually, and I was so nervous. I had never done, like, I had been looking forward to maybe talking to some of the people at TYT, and I kind of like looked up to Jank at that point, like a lot of people who start off liking TYT do. And I didn't want my first conversation with him to be contentious. And it kind of was. Like, the conversation came off well. And I think I did a good job, but oh my God, I was so nervous. Like, I just didn't, I'm not a debater, but I think I still did okay. But we only had like 14 minutes to talk, and it was in a format I wasn't used to, and that doesn't work well with my autistic brain. um, to the first time you do something, it's overwhelming, and so the first time talking to Jank, and especially with the way that it was set up, was overwhelming, and so I didn't handle it all that well. Whereas now, if I were to talk to Jank, especially on a setting that I might be more familiar with, like my channel or something, he'd regret that move in a heartbeat. I'm just saying. So yeah. So for people who've been watching, that's where my politics comes from. I'm a nonpartisan, progressive, queer, non-binary with lived experiences of poverty, disabilities. Some of the videos that actually did well on Rebel HQ that I'm proud about are the ones where I do talk about disabilities. Okay, there was one comment in particular, because the thing is that when I did those videos, I could actually read all the comments, and they actually helped boost my ego, because they were generally speaking overwhelmingly positive. And I used to read through like all of them. And one comment in particular, when I was talking about disabilities, was somebody saying that this was the first time outside of like a niche channel that she heard anyone talk about disabilities. And it was the first time that she felt heard because of it. Because all too often, people with disabilities are left out of the conversation. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that we aren't at the table to begin with. Because I have a frustration when I hear people talk about inflation and how bad it or how good it is. And I wanted to call into the freaking Majority Report when they had that person on. But of course, getting through to the Majority Report these days is nearly impossible. And I challenged on Twitter, I challenged Mehdi Hassan because I saw an interview that he had with Owen Jones and they were talking about inflation. And I just got so angry that they're missing such a massive part of the picture that you don't know is there unless you're living in the situation. Because there's what I call like the hidden inflation that's not accounted for. And that's for things like things that used to not cost anything that now do. So things that were free that aren't free anymore. That's not included in inflation. And it's something simple like recharging my laundry card used to be free. Well, now there's a 25 cents fee every time I do it. Or I would go visit my friend at her building and the visitor parking was free. Well, now there's an app you have to download and pay for parking. And it's like little things, but it's all over the place. But now it's things as simple as getting software, like getting a StreamYards a subscription. I had to find cheats around it because I can't afford to do that sort of thing. And so when you can't afford the same tools as a lot of the other people, like getting a check mark on Twitter where you can actually be able to message people easier and network, when you can't afford, getting that education that people, even not, especially on the left, they love to hold up as this gives them some sort of credibility to be at the table. Without that, I have a harder time breaking through into these circles. And so do a lot of other people with disabilities. And when you live with poverty, like just a lot of the stuff that makes me look so good right now is because of an Amazon wish list. I wouldn't have been able to build my studio if it wasn't for the wonderful support of the people in my audience. But just getting access to these tools to make it look semi-professional, to have that practice, to do all the things needed in order to be seen and heard and to compete in the algorithms to get out there. Quite often people with disabilities can't break through that because they simply do not have the tools. And so we're never part of those conversations when it comes to things like inflation and why is it so bad, or why are people reacting like it's so much worse than it is. Whereas the people who live it, the people who know, are screaming at you. We know the problem, but you're not hearing us. You're not listening to what we're saying. Because they love to talk at us. They love to be like, well, I did all this education and I know the numbers and the statistics and all that sort of bullshit, but you don't know the reality of it. You don't know all the little things because you can't see over the wall. You can't see what's on the other side. And I happen to straddle that wall a lot of the time. So I can see what's happening on both sides. And I can see where that miscommunication is coming from. And all too often, people with disabilities are left out of the conversation. And a simple example, but a devastating one that I use all the time, is how often do you hear about people with disabilities when it comes to climate change? I did a video on this a while back about the wildfires that had hit British Columbia, BC, and the heat dome that was over there. And hundreds of people died in that. The vast majority of them are people who live with poverty and people who live with disabilities, because a lot of people who live with poverty also have disabilities. There's a connection. There is a connection when it comes to that sort of thing. And there was one story that came out of Lytton, BC. It was a town that caught on fire. And an adult adult man, was saying how him and his parents were caught in the fire and how he had to run, but his parents couldn't run. And he survived and they didn't. So when it comes to these natural disasters, people who can't run don't survive. So when you make things like, if you live in an area that's at risk of wildfire or floods, and you make that plan on how you're going to get out of town, it is so very important that you include your neighbors who might have to use a wheelchair, who maybe are blind, who maybe won't hear the notifications, a walker or anything of that sort. Include your neighbors with disabilities in your escape plan to make sure that they have that assistance. Because I even remember one devastating story from 9/11, actually. Because again, people with disabilities are an afterthought. And there was 2 men that worked together, and one of them used a wheelchair. And so when the planes hit the towers, people with disabilities were told to wait. There was evacuation spots throughout the tower that they were supposed to wait for rescue. And the one guy who worked with this person who used a wheelchair, he looked at him and was like, "I'm not leaving you here." And he literally carried him out of the building. What happened to the rest of them who couldn't go down those stairs? And that's things that gets overlooked. Things like, if you can't afford air conditioning, what that does to your health. If you're living on the streets because you're in poverty and disabilities make you more susceptible to the heat, where are you supposed to go? Like, if you don't have access, because one of the things when the heat dome was over BC was, we told people where the cooling centers were. But if you don't have a phone and you don't have cable and all that sort of stuff, how are you supposed to know where to go? And so people with disabilities and stuff often lack the tools. And one thing I talk about on my channel a lot is the housing crisis here in Ontario and across Canada. In Ontario, there were over 80,000 people in tent encampments last year. A lot has to do with Doug Ford. And I did the math on that. If that was counted as one population center, it would have been the 18th largest in the province. And there are some in my city, as there are with all big cities. And, when you go across one of them and you see the wheelchairs or walkers that people have to use while living in a tent encampment, I am blown away at how much more difficult it is for them. Just as simple as getting in and out of their wheelchair into their tent. Like, it is, nobody living with disabilities should be in that situation. Nobody able-bodied, able-mind should be in that situation. Because the reality is, if you don't have a physical or mental disabilities before you end up on the street, you end up with them very quickly. I had mental disabilities before I ended up unhoused in Toronto. Being unhoused in Toronto didn't help. And it was partly, that was, because I couldn't get a job in Toronto, partly due to my mental health issues and stuff like that, is why I ended up with disabilities. And I'm seeing like some people in the Leftist Mafia are like waiting in the wings. And this is like so cool, because I don't think I've ever actually talked to David before. I know I've talked to Mike and Rebecca before, but I don't think I've ever talked to David before. And don't tell him, but we're like practically neighbors here in Canada. Yeah, we're neighbors. But yeah, you see, this is why even though I came into this cold and I didn't have anything planned to say, I knew I wouldn't have a problem because I tend to ramble, and I still haven't even done this. This is the book I wrote. And something that I'm thinking of doing. So this is it's a vampire horror book, and it's written in the first person. And one time I went on to the Letterhack show on Friday evening to talk about my book, and I actually went in character as the vampire from this book. And I love improv. Oh my God, I love improv so much. So I actually did the whole thing just totally like this vampire character. And if I get a lot of thumbs up in the chat right now, once a month, I'll come on here and give social commentary as a vampire. As somebody outside of the society looking in, somebody who's lived hundreds and hundreds, like over 1,000 years, giving social commentary on it. Because this book, loaded with political and social commentary. I know, shocking. And I love this book so hard. And that's another thing, like, it's unfortunate that I've started to talk about it now, because I will not shut up once I start talking about my book. And part of me was like, oh, if I run out of things to say, I could just read part of it to everyone. But of course, it's like 1:45, and I've just been like rambling on about everything else. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up that once a month, I come on here as Minuet, the vampire. And for those of you who don't know the reference, Minuet is from Star Trek Next Generation. Yes, see this Star Trek Klingon dictionary? Oh yeah, and Against the Web, that's Michael Brooks' book. Yeah, I'm a sci-fi buff. I have a cat, because of course I have 3 cats, but one of my cats is named Lanier, and you get special sci-fi bonus points if you know that reference. I rewatched that series not too long ago, and oh my God, it is so relevant to what was happening today. It was kind of freaky. Oh, I didn't even notice that my logo got changed. Thank you, invisible producer. See, that's how absolutely distracted I get. Wow, I'm seeing lots and lots of thumbs up. Okay, so once a month, I'll actually come on as the vampire from my book and give social commentary on the world as a vampire. John Ross is asking if I'm also a horror fan. I do like horror. Like when I read, I prefer horror. Horror movies are hit and miss for me. The horror movies I like the best are the ones that have a semblance of realism to them. Like slasher movies and stuff like that, they don't really do much for me. And as much as I love the idea of things like A Quiet Place, I couldn't get over how ridiculous it was. So you're telling me that aliens that have super duper sensitive hearing and will kill you, that there are people who in over that year of survival haven't had a cold, haven't like farted in the middle of the night or snored? Like, it's just like, I couldn't get over how utterly unrealistic this was. And it bugged me because I loved the premise of it. I absolutely love the premise of it. But, and then also, I love the idea of inclusion of people with disabilities in this. And there was a girl in there who was deaf, but she'd be one of the first to go because she wouldn't know when she's making a sound. Like there's the people who talk in their sleep or like all this other stuff. Like there's so many things that just make sounds throughout the day. And you're telling me that that's never happened. Just, yeah. Gnome Dome says Cloverfield is pretty cool. I do like that one. That one was interesting. Like I like when he gets into the psychological elements of it too, because part of what I did with this book too is, and part of the reason why I love the vampire genre is it's so versatile. So the vampires that you would read in this book are unique to this book. They're like how they are created and what their abilities are. It's unique to this book. And I love the vampire genre because of that. And so what I did was, okay, so we have the vampires and this is, their parameters and what they can do. But how would they actually interact with this world? Like what would be the reality of it? Because, there's stuff like True Blood out there and whatnot. And there seems to be this instant acceptance that, oh yeah, there's vampires. The world is just cool with that. Or even in movies where they're like, here's a monster, a werewolf. no, that's fine. That's totally normal. And they like immediately accept it. And I'm like, come on, that would never happen. That would never happen. And so I love going into the psychology of it. Like, would vampires actually be the evil creatures of the planet, or would it be humans? Because humans, I gotta say. Oh, people are talking about Blade. Yes, I love the soundtrack of the first Blade movie. I'm into EDM music. Shocking. But yeah. But everyone, also don't forget to go subscribe to my channel. I'm like this close to 8K subscribers. And of course, I'm going to tell you that I normally do my news live stream Sunday evenings, but I won't be able to this Sunday evening because my weekend is wrecked. I'm so busy preparing for what I'm doing this weekend. And here I am now telling you that I have something super big and important on the weekend. And I'm keeping my mouth shut about what it is, but I tend to overshare because of the autistic thing. And so you're just all going to have to be left wondering what it is that I'm doing this weekend that I've been preparing for weeks. And I am super stressed out about it, but it could be potentially a really good thing. And I'm looking forward to it. But I'm going to be toast on Sunday, like absolutely toast. And then Monday evening, I'll probably be busy too, which leaves Tuesday. So if I do my next news live stream, the earliest would be on Tuesday, which means I'm going to be competing with this space. You can have them both open in different windows. There's nothing wrong with that. And I totally think you should. Like, I currently have this space opened in a YouTube window that's off to the side, which is really distracting and weird because there's a delay. And it makes it look like that there's one more viewer than there actually is. But if everyone who's viewing this right now who hasn't subscribed to my channel, go over and do that, I might actually get over that 8K mark, and then I'll like you guys. I'll like you. And you can come join the sandbox. So, right, I still even haven't like plugged my stuff yet. I have a Patreon that people can go and join. There's like gift box, Jack in the Box, like those types of tiers. And then on my YouTube channel, I have a tier system, which is feldspar, granite, and quartz, which are all elements of sand, because of course you're in the sandbox. And I have a video on the top of my YouTube page about what you get as a member. And what you get extra as a member is just knowing you're helping out a community, because it's something I did put a lot of thought on. And again, since I'm somebody who lives with poverty, and I see leftist content creators that I would love to be more part of their community. And as somebody with disabilities, autism, and poverty, a lot of the times I have felt like I'm being left out, that I'm left out of the conversation and whatnot. And so as much as good as a lot of these leftist channels do, when they put things behind a paywall or they have Q&A sessions, I can't help but feel left out because I simply can't afford it. And I don't want people in my community to feel like that. And I want to make sure that there's at least one channel where everyone is welcome regardless of their ability to pay. So nothing will ever be behind a paywall relating to my channel, either like on Patreon or on the YouTube channel. And so what happens if you do become a member is the more members I have, the less financial stress I'll feel. And with less stress, I'm able to make more content. So there will be maybe videos or streams that are courtesy of people who have become members, but it'll be open to everyone, because I do not want anyone feeling left out because they can't afford to be part of my community. The sandbox is for everyone to play with. Let's see. So where are we for time? Wow. I still haven't even talked about like a single news thing. Well, I did mention stuff about Doug Ford. Yes, I talk a lot about Doug Ford. Living with disabilities and poverty in Ontario is really right now. Oh. Because he's done things like, oh, people will who are on Ontario Works, you know, they're just sitting at home watching the Flintstones. And I had a few things to say about that. As in, no, nobody on Ontario Works, which is our social welfare, Ontario Works, is sitting at home watching the fucking Flintstones. Because no reporter has bothered to follow up with Doug Ford and say, what is the max a person on Ontario Works can get per month? And then what is the average rent for a bachelor or one-bedroom apartment? And you see, the math doesn't work out there. because the maximum a person can get on Ontario Works is $733. The average rent for an apartment these days is up to about $1,400. So the people who are on Ontario Works, they're not there by choice. And quite often it's people who live with disabilities that haven't been able to actually get onto Ontario Disability Support Program when they should be, because they also make it very, very difficult to get onto that program. And so it's just a lot of people being forced to live in poverty and dire poverty, and then mocked for doing it and accused of living off the system and being blamed for a lot of the issues and problems and whatnot. And I would really love to see a reporter challenge him on that one and just ask, because, you know, some of the things that will really break a lot of these myths is just information, like actual knowledge. Like the stigma against people living on Ontario Works. Once people actually learn what a person gets on Ontario Works, it's not so easy anymore to be like, oh, they're just being lazy and they're just sitting at home doing nothing and living off the system. John Davis, Sandee has to keep going for another 3 hours. Don't tempt me. This is like, I can't though, because there's like other people waiting in the wings and stuff like that. And I would love to actually, I don't know if it's appropriate if I say, like, can I stay on for like a minute after they start so I can say hi to them? I don't know. I have a hard time gauging what's appropriate. It's the autistic in me. Because I'd love to say hi to some of them. I think David just hopped on, but his mic was muted. David, producer, keeps on hopping on.
I did hop on briefly. It's Leftist Mafia will actually be syndicated, so they are not actually with us.
Darn it.
Otherwise, yes, you could, but they are not with us.
Well, that would have been nice. It's a nice thought, because like I said, don't tell David, but we are like neighbors. Yeah, he's mentioned that he's in the Toronto area, and I live about an hour away from the Toronto area, which in Canadian terms, you can go and have lunch. Like I can go up to Toronto for, a few hours, and that's not a big deal. We're used to traveling like 2 hours to find that really nice restaurant. But yeah, I don't know. You see, the thing is that there's a private chat where the mysterious producer could have been telling me all this stuff, but I haven't been paying any attention to it. And that's probably that noise that was distracting me earlier. There's just so many things, and there's so many buttons that I want to push that I know I shouldn't and stuff. If anyone has seen my live streams, I mess up from time to time, because one time I did have Mike Figueredo of the Human Report on my live stream. And we were chatting for a good solid 5 minutes before I realized I hadn't hit go live on YouTube. I connected my OBS, but I hadn't gone live on YouTube. But for people who are interested in maybe me going on to Leftist Mafia someday, go bug them about it. Go tell them you want to see me on there, because then we can make it like Canadian versus American and have like a trivia contest. That would be so much fun. And yeah, the Canadians would win. Of course we would, because we know more about American politics than they know about Canada in general. Because I'll challenge all of you who haven't watched my show before. What is a toque? Well, you're going to have to tune in next week to find the answer of that. And what is it that we call our $1 and $2 coins? Because yes, we don't have $1 and $2 bills. No, we have coins. And what did we call them? Well, you're gonna have to tune in next week to find out. And then also kind of remind me that I challenged you on this, so I'll answer the question. But I suppose I only have a few minutes left. And I'm not paying attention to the private chat when I probably should be. So give me a countdown-ish, or just, I don't know, so that I know to actually like wrap things up.
Whenever you're ready.
Whenever I'm ready.
2.5 minutes to go, though.
Whenever I'm ready to, because you had to throw that little part in there, because, yeah, I've gone 4.5, 5 hours of my live streams before with very little breath. Rolando DD says Americans know only American things, and not even a lot. That is true. So also, I am on Blue Sky, Twitter, or as I call it, the hostile fart sauna. and on Instagram. You can find me on most of them as Sandee Lovas and as Left of the Box. When I first signed up to Twitter, Left of the Box wasn't available, so I just went with my name. But now it was available, and I took it. And so I'm trying to separate both of them, but at this point, my Sandee Lovas's accounts are built up a bit more, so go join those. But also subscribe to my channel. And eventually I'll get back into clipping my live streams and posting more videos. I've just been overwhelmed with this other side project that I'm not telling any of you guys about. But it's almost wrapped up, so then I'll be able to just put a lot more focus on my channel and the content that I put up there. And I'm seeing it's like 4:59, but that's Canadian time. I have no idea what time it is in America. American time versus Canadian time. Yes, I'm in North Central time zone. But I know, why don't I sign off the way that I sign off on my channel? And then that will be a good thing to be like, oh, now we can switch over. And that is by doing, okay, it's 5 o'clock now. That's by doing this. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. Let's see.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe the thing that
Cocaine.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
we'll see who cancels who. They want you to comply.
Yeah, it's showing chat on screen. Is that new?
Yeah, it's new. I just clicked it. I didn't know if you knew about this yet.
What?
But yeah.
Where's that option?
Showing chat. It is at the top of the chats. There's a little like box you can click. It says beta.
Oh my! Oh yeah. Wow,
yeah,
that's
we can
pretty
turn
cool.
it off if you want.
I think we'd have it on for now, especially because no one's there. I think once someone's in
yeah.
that corner, I guess it'll be rude to keep it on. But for now, it's
right.
It's good.
Yeah, if they behave,
so how
they
y'all
get to stay
doing?
on screen. Doing well. How
Good.
Are you?
How are
doing
you?
Good. Doing good.
Good.
Well, that's it. All right.
Well, it's nice seeing everybody.
The title of my video is literally chatting about ... something because I have no idea what we're talking about today.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can talk about the Knicks right now.
What's that?
I mean, the Knicks are. I'm neutral on the Knicks, but I do like seeing teams that don't normally win. So I'm always for
Is
the
this a hockey
underdog.
team or a basketball team?
Basketball.
That is basketball.
I'm not a big basketball guy, but this has been every Knicks playoff game has been extremely down to the wire, so it's been entertaining.
Are they leading the series or are they down?
They're down. If they lose this game, they're done, and they gotta win. They gotta win 3 more.
Oh shit, that sucks. So they're down 3-1.
You know what that's you know how that's like.
Yeah, I know. Do I ever know what that's like? All I've had is loss. Though the Raptors won in 2019, I just was never super into basketball.
Yeah. Too much scoring, and too
That's
much
the thing, yeah.
stoppage. Too much stoppage time too.
It just, yeah, basketball always. I mean, again, coming from a perspective of like hockey, but like, too much scoring. It's just like nothing. It's like the game doesn't matter until it's like the final minutes and it's close. It's like then I gotta watch. Then it's exciting. But up until then, it's just like death by 1,000 cuts. Just like all right, waiting for the end of this.
See, the best thing about soccer is that the clock doesn't stop. So you get that 90 minutes plus extra time if there's, long stoppage time due to an injury. But you get 90 minutes of nonstop action. I love it.
Well, action is obviously in the eye of the beholder, but I love soccer, so I'm not going to criticize it. But I really only watch World Cup, Euro Cup. I don't really watch MLS. But that said, maybe I should, since my Leafs are doing shitty. Maybe the Toronto FC will do better.
Toronto's doing.
Yeah, I haven't checked recently, so I'm not too sure about that.
Hey, look at it this way: at least you're not Montreal.
Okay.
Toronto's doing better than Montreal.
Well, that's good.
I just hope everybody has a good time when they play. That's my contribution.
I hope both teams win.
Right. I mean, you can say that for like youth leagues, but we don't want to say that for the pros.
No. Actually, my kid started playing soccer yesterday.
Oh yeah,
really?
I gotta say he's pretty good. I mean, he's young. He's 4 years old, but like it's first of all, it's hilarious watching these kids play soccer because no one knows what the hell's going on. It's just they're kind of just cute. All over the place. There are multiple times where like the teams, like one of the teams scored on themselves, like not realizing or not even caring once they realize that they scored on themselves. But there were a couple times where my son like stripped the ball off like the other team, and I actually have a video of him like keeping the ball away from 3 other kids until he walked out of bounds.
That's pretty good.
But I was like, this is really like he's killing it here for his first time playing soccer. Maybe there's a future here.
He's a natural.
I don't know. He's definitely more into sports than I was at that age. He's very different than me in that sense, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes.
Same with my son. I played soccer when I was young, but I wasn't a big sports guy in my adult years, and now I'm Mr. Sports because of my son.
I played T-ball when I was like 5 or 6.
Baseball?
Yeah. It's like baseball for babies. They put the ball on a tee and you hit it that way.
Oh, T-ball. Yeah. I played that too when I was a kid.
Yeah. I thought it was fun. I was a kid, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I was really
bad at basically every sport I played. Like if I played T-ball, I was bad. Soccer, I was bad. But I started soccer late. I think the first time I joined a team, I was like in grade 7. So other kids played like well ahead of me.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Baseball though, I started young, but I was just I was never super into it, and I could never skate well, so I was never in the hockey.
Yeah, I feel like baseball is just a boring sport. I don't know. Football makes
You're
sense.
Canadian, don't you guys?
Strategies.
Don't you guys? Aren't you guys born wearing
skates?
Skates? Yeah.
I have like feet that hurt in skates. I have like flat feet, so skates always killed me. So I always hated skating. I actually wasn't into hockey at all when I was young. It wasn't until I was like, I don't know, 12, 13 that I started actually caring and watching the Leafs. So I never was really super into like trying to play the sport. Though I played some ball hockey. That was fun since I don't have to skate. But apart from that, I was never super into actual hockey.
1994 Rangers was the peak of hockey for me. And then it's been all downhill from there. I was a huge hockey fan in '94, watching every game, knew every single player on the Rangers. I still remember some of them. That's how much that year is ingrained in my head. Mark Messier, Jeff Bukaboom.
Brian Leach, he was on the team, right?
Yes, right. I think so, right.
Yeah.
They won. They won.
Nick
It's the last
Kyprios?
time they won the Stanley Cup. My dad let me skip school. We went to the ticker tape parade. It was a memory I will never forget. And I've never cared about hockey as much as I did that year.
Well, obviously, when your team's winning, you care a little more. But yeah, I've never cared since 1967 when I was not even a thought in anybody's mind. They haven't done shit since. Though they had some runs in the early 2000s. That's when I was like, that's probably the height of my Leafs fandom until more recently when they got a good team again. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day Leafs will win. The problem is once they lost, like half my shirt wardrobe is like Leafs shit. So now it's like it really limits now my ability to choose what to wear on these episodes. So today I have my Concord shirt, which is a game that I love that died in 2 weeks after it was released. But
I mean, you could still wear your Leafs stuff. Hell yeah, there we go. Go Maple Leafs.
got my hat.
So just let everyone know, I have to jump in like 15 minutes just for a little bit, maybe like 45 minutes. and then I'll be
45
back.
minutes? That's a little bit to you?
No,
That's fine.
in terms of how long the show is, it's 45
Binder has
minutes.
more important things to do, like speaking to famous people.
I am doing an interview with Al Jazeera at like a little bit before 9:30. They want me there a little bit beforehand. So I will be back afterwards. So I will leave you shortly and be back for the rest of the show.
Can you tell us what it's about, or is it a secret?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Oh no, we're talking about Musk, Doge, and the end of his special government position, special government employee position.
Since we got some time before you leave, why don't you give us a little preview right now? Since
Yeah,
that is
sure.
that is the news that happened today, I guess. Nothing else.
That's
I mean, a
true.
lot of things happen every day, but in terms of like new things.
Right. So Elon Musk has said that his time as a special government employee under the Trump administration has now officially come to an end. That does now finally appear to be the case. He had said it previously, but it wasn't official. It does look like this is going to be the official end of that specific role for him. And you know, the reason he's leaving is because Trump. It's unclear whether Trump wants him gone or not. This is the rare case, I think maybe a first in the Trump administration, where someone has been told to pack their bags and Trump wasn't the one telling them to. Musk has been butting heads with a number of Trump's cabinet secretaries. Basically, people weren't, reacting too kindly to Musk coming in and trying to cut the agency that Trump just put them in charge of. And on top of that, Musk was becoming a liability. He's very unpopular, way more unpopular than Trump. If you'll recall that Wisconsin special election for the Supreme Court, Musk poured money into it. He went there to campaign, and a lot of people think it was a big surprise that the Republican candidate lost, and people pointed fingers at Musk due to his pure unlikability. Also, Doge didn't accomplish shit. Doge didn't accomplish. I'm not going to say that on Al Jazeera, obviously, but Doge didn't accomplish anything. I believe they're claiming something like 160 billion or so in cuts. That's less than 10% of what Musk said he was their goal. They were talking trillions of dollars in cuts. And on top of that, those cuts mean nothing because the 2025 government budget, the federal government's budget, is now more than it was in 2024. So those cuts did nothing. The Trump administration is spending more than ever before, regardless of whatever cuts Musk made. And as to what those cuts are, Musk's cuts are mostly to federal employees who still, we know those positions, the loss of those positions are going to cause chaos in the federal government. We could just take the national parks as one perfect example, because with the summer months coming up, the national parks are projecting that there's going to be some real issues dealing with all of the tourists and people coming to take advantage of America's beautiful natural resources. They're national parks. and they're not going to have enough park rangers to handle the incoming summer traffic. On top of that, even worse, in my opinion, were the cuts to U.S. aid, because we know that there are people in developing countries who were dependent on those funds who have died. We know, we now have confirmation that people died as a direct result of losing U.S. government funding, and nothing. Not that this would make it worth it, but on top of that, there's nothing to even show for it because we're spending more than ever. So Musk set out to cut trillions of dollars and ended up cutting shit. In fact, the government's spending more money than it was last year. Before,
and at the same time, he's like tanked his companies, like at least Tesla.
Right. That's another thing too. I mean, that part I don't. That part I enjoy. That's my win. That's the win I got out of Musk as special.
So maybe it's a net
employee.
benefit.
Yes.
Somebody said
Musk
that the
companies-
one fraud and abuse that Doge got rid of is Elon Musk, because
Right.
he's now gone. So congratulations, Doge. You accomplished at least one good thing.
I mean, it was a fraudulent, abusive project in the Trump administration. It claimed it was going to cut all this money, and at the end of its tenure, the government spending more money than ever before. That sounds like the definition of fraud to me.
Yeah, and you brought up Tesla, which reminded me. I don't know if you all watched this video. I have to share this with you. This was amazing. So Chris Cillizza, CNN's resident doofus, he said, over the weekend, someone defaced my Tesla. I talked about why making everything political is dumb and why it's driving us further and further apart. Now, when somebody tells you that their Tesla was defaced, what images does that conjure? Like, somebody keyed it or they spray painted it.
Right.
Something pretty significant that's going to, cost
Maybe
them some money.
Molotov cocktail.
Perhaps,
we're lucky.
perhaps. But here's what he says happened. This is the defacement.
For my son. And we parked my car, which is a Tesla, and we went and watched
Just wait for it.
Game. And when he and I came back, there was something attached to it that was not there when we had left. It was this.
Bitch. That's the defacing. Some sticker thing somebody taped to your fucking car.
Somebody
saying
kindly
Musk is
taped a
Nazi.
sticker to your car.
And then he took to the internet to make a video about this sign. My brother in Christ, you are not a victim. What are you doing?
Yeah, he wants to be the center of attention. That's that's the reason to be like, look at what happened to me. Like that's all this is. And then
I can't believe you made a video about this.
Yeah.
I'm distracted by that prop typewriter behind them, actually. Like, what a bizarre setup that.
Oh, yeah.
It's
That
not
is
even on
weird.
a desk. That's not a desk. Why you got a typewriter on your dresser drawers?
Right.
I don't think he uses a pure.
Yeah,
like
well, that's
I have a CRT right here. You can't see it; it's off screen, but it's on my other camera angle. I use this TV. I have a GameCube hooked up. Like there's a PS2 there. Not just a prop.
Hell yeah.
So I mean, in my house, that'd be a waste of space. We need to use that dresser drawer top.
Yeah, for sure.
Put stuff on it.
Clothes go there.
There's a little bit more here where he talks about how he was victimized, but it's almost done. It's not like super long.
Someone had taped a sign, Musk is a Nazi, to my car. Now, they obviously had pre-written this, or they have a bunch of them,
No.
right? But Musk is a Nazi taped to my car. So this is the first time I've experienced the sort of politics of Elon Musk and Tesla, and I wanted to talk a little bit about it because the journey I have had with this car is in some ways a journey of I think a lot of people have had with politics.
A nice
What?
advertisement for his Substack.
What?
Oh God, I gotta
guessing that's an
subscribe
automatic-
immediately.
You gotta
to that.
pay more to hear the rest.
You're just chomping at the bit to hear this juicy story of how
He
somebody
could have fucking done that
pre-wrote
himself.
a fucking-
It's probably his damn
Yeah.
note taped to the
Right, this could be a false flag.
Look
easily,
what someone
easily.
did to me. Like in the background, there's like the pad of paper. Like it's like someone did this. But
Why would you make a video about this? Why would
Because he
you use
wants
this
subscribers,
as an
that's why. He's got a
advertisement for your Substack? That is
Exactly,
so
that's why.
embarrassing. My God, this guy very clearly has no life.
I should make a story for my Patreon. Like, what could happen to me that I could do a Patreon about?
I stubbed my toe the other day and I was so mad. My cat knocked over my Lego set and I was pissed. You wouldn't believe it.
I was shopping the other day, and where am I going with this?
You had to shit
like,
so bad.
What's like offensive to like the right that I could buy? They'd be like, "Oh my god, I bought a rainbow shirt, and somebody thought I was gay."
You bought tampons. For
And
your
then they
son.
assaulted me because they thought I was gay. Like, I don't know. There's like, I'm sure I could make some shit up. It's just that when you have a Substack like that, you know, and you don't, and you're Chris Cillizza, what else are you gonna do? Who's gonna willfully listen and pay for Chris Cillizza content? Because he left CNN, didn't he? I don't think he's there anymore.
Oh, did
right?
he? Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like there's not a single person that pays for a Substack, right? Not a single person.
I
Not even
I
one.
bet
There's
you
no
people
way.
do, because people know who he is.
I guess it is America, but like I would like to speak to somebody who pays for a Chris Cillizza Substack. What exactly is the draw specifically? Because in any video he's ever seen on the internet, if you look at the comments, every single person is rightfully shitting on him, even if he's not saying or doing anything offensive. It's just he's easy. Like he's an easy target because he presents himself as like apolitical, but he has an agenda. You know, it's not super subtle. It depends on what he's talking about, but he'll do these videos about, you know, how Bernie, especially during the 2020 primary, very
he was terrible
anti-Bernie
doing that.
Sanders, but he tried to like present it in this passive aggressive way or like both sides way. It's just very disingenuous. He's completely fake, and nobody talks like this 100% of the time. Like, excuse
but he
me?
does.
Like, what the fuck? What is that? Just be a human being. Nobody likes this person. I feel like if I were to meet his parents, I could get them to admit that they hate him too. Like, there's no way.
I just realized, Bitter, do you have to go? I don't want you to be late for your Al Jazeera hit.
Oh, no, I got a few more minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? I forget. Oh yeah.
So I mean, I agree with you. Like, this is a guy who I felt like his whole thing was just being like a company guy for CNN.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like there was no like there was no built-in fan base for him. How many subscribers does he have on Substack? Does it even say?
I don't know.
They're all public, right? I think
It says it doesn't say how many people pay him, but over 31,000 subscribers.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I mean, if you compare that to
31,000
like
people need
YouTube,
their
that
heads
isn't a big deal.
checked.
Like I'm not sure what like a big deal in subscribers is for Substack, because like my whole reference point is YouTube. Like 30K on YouTube is like, it's not bad, like it's fine, but it's like there are channels that are, you know, 100,000, a million, several million, so it doesn't mean much.
Right.
We should bring him
But-
on Leftist Mafia and just be like, fuck you. And then like, thanks for coming on. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
sure.
an irrational hatred for him, honestly. Like, I'm not sure what my problem is, but I just don't like him at all.
I
It's
think
not that
I-
I don't like him. I genuinely fucking hate him. I don't know
I know
why.
I don't hold the stuff in my brain, but I know there's stuff that he did during the 2020 election, probably the 2016 election, that was just like completely ridiculous. Like, I know he put out a lot of anti-Bernie stuff. I just can't think of anything.
Yeah,
Like, he's so not like memorable at all. Like I don't like when it comes to his actual content. Like I recognize him, but I couldn't tell you a single thing he's actually like reported on.
He like epitomizes the smug elitist liberal that is so
Yeah.
off-putting and pretentious and condescending. Like if you talk to him, I feel like within 5 minutes he'd try to make you feel like, you know, you're stupid when he's the dumbest person on the planet. Like he's just one of those people. I'm not sure what it is. The vibes are bad. The vibes are like criminal bad. Like I'm not like I feel like something's off about this motherfucker. I don't know. I'm suspicious of him.
I feel like I dislike Jake Tapper more though, because I feel like he's a little
I hate
more
him too.
ridiculous. He's doing this massive tour now on his book, where like, yeah, we all know Biden was not right. This isn't breaking news to anybody.
I know. Who gives a shit?
Like you're making this a massive story when it does not matter at all now. Like if you came out with this when it mattered, then great. But you held this for a book, and we all have to pretend this is like a big deal. We're all shocked by this. Like no.
Yeah, it shows you how the
they
media
all
can
knew.
like effectively turn nothing into a story. who cares about Biden? Trump is president now. And I'm sorry, but I have to honestly give a little bit of credit to the conservatives who are interviewing him, because they're like, well, didn't you join in on the cover up? And they'll show clips of him where he's denying Biden's cognitive decline. And it's like, this is obvious from the beginning. Like back in 2020, it was clear this man was dying. So why are you all of a sudden the biggest warrior? I didn't see, because I just saw the clips of the questions that they were asking on Twitter. I did not.
Well, guys, I had
feel
a book
inclined
coming
to look
out,
up
so
the
I had to
whole thing.
pretend. Or maybe it's
Yeah,
like
it's
I
just
wasn't
like-
as aware at that time. Like,
It's wild. Everybody could see it. All of us
You
in
didn't have
independent
to-
media were talking about it.
you didn't have to
Right.
be in on like the behind the scenes
It
conversations.
wasn't
to
even
know.
just like, okay, so you
Right.
want to. Right. But it also wasn't even like, oh, you don't want to speculate. I get it. It was just like, you didn't, we're just like not, we were like looking down on people who were even
Exactly.
questioning what's going on here. Like it was like a whole big thing. And like you were actually, I'm not saying this was Tapper or anyone in specific, but this was the broader thing for the mainstream media. It's like, Biden had a stutter. How can you be so ableist? And it's like, what are you guys
Right,
talking
that's the-
about? Like,
Yeah.
his stutter hasn't been an issue in a very long time. No one ever brought up Biden's stutter when he was vice president with Obama because there wasn't an issue then. There wasn't, whatever his stutter was back in the day, he got over it, didn't come back. There was something else going on.
I mean, the decline was obvious in 2019, like when he was running in that primary. If you went back and looked at his VP years, just like 4 years prior, you could tell that this man had deteriorated over the past several years, and that he should not be running again. And that's why he was not performing well in that primary until the fourth voting state, and then they all coalesced, and we all know the story. But like, there was a reason why he was not performing well in that primary at all until Obama had to call everybody and make sure they were getting Bernie out. Like it's just, he was never in a good place. So of course he only got worse as he stayed in.
Yeah, it's just obvious.
Listen, let me be clear. We gotta get Bernie out. Let me be clear.
That's probably almost
I can't
verbatim
wait.
what happened.
I can't wait for 2029 when Jake Tapper releases his book about how Trump is a fascist, and there was this cover up to hide his fascism. Like,
nobody was talking about this.
It's so crazy to me. Like, how phony is this? And the fact that CNN is promoting it so much as well, not just Jake Tapper. It's so crazy. Like, how can you give it? I genuinely do not give two shits about this fucking story. It doesn't matter anymore. Trump is the president. Joe Biden is like dying. Who cares? Yeah, there's a cover up, but like, who believed the cover up? It was so obvious. Like, anybody with two eyes could see that he was very clearly in cognitive decline. So to the extent that there was a cover up, it was the worst cover up in the history of cover ups. I mean, what are we doing here? Why are we talking about this shit? Wild to me. What? Just wild. American pundits are so stupid.
You know
Maybe
why?
This was saved for the.
It's a nice distraction.
This point was made already,
Yeah.
but again, this is saved for the book. This is stuff that should have been out when it was relevant.
Can't make money off of it though, right?
It's also a way to be like, look at me. You think CNN is so far left, but actually here I am writing a book on how bad Joe Biden was. So look at that, conservative media. I'm actually really good. You should like me. Like, these people are always trying to appeal to the right wing because their whole existence is based on not offending the right. So they just jump at the chance, jump at the opportunity to have a book like this where they're criticizing, a Democrat to show everybody, look, I'm actually one of the good ones. Like, fuck off. Completely missing the mark on what's important.
Right.
No, that's right. That's absolutely right.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go do the thing.
Please
and
do it
then
with
I'll
that
be
hair.
back.
Thank you.
Oh boy, what just happened? Oh my god.
Gotta get ready for the interview.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn, you didn't notice. I
gotta
shouldn't have
get
said
ready.
anything.
Here's my clown.
All right,
That
well,
was very
go
good.
enjoy
That was
yourself.
very good. That's very good, David.
You have
my dad
fun.
just sent a member chat. Please comb your hair before going on Al Jazeera.
Hey, Alan, don't we also deserve the royal treatment? Maybe he should comb his hair before coming on here. We got standards too.
Hey,
I know.
My hair was looking fine before I did that thing a second before I said I gotta go to do the show, and then I let go of it and it parted in literally like a circus clown manner. Like
I just love how that happened. You're like, all right, I'm gonna go do my interview with this professional media outlet.
All right,
That's
guys. I'll be
amazing.
right back. See you in a little bit.
All
All
right,
right.
have fun.
Have fun.
So now what?
Now we turn this into a video game podcast.
Hell yeah. So just to give people a little, things that we'll talk about in a bit, because some of you maybe aren't into gaming, but you should stay anyways. I did a video on AI stuff today, and I think I'll bring some of those clips up because AI is getting insane.
Oh, that's fun.
And it's just it's worth discussing some of that stuff. But yeah, what are you playing right now? Let's get some
Okay,
gaming
so
talk.
I think I was gearing up for Elden Ring Night Rain, but the reviews dissuaded me because I don't have anybody to play it with. And if you play with randos or if you try to do solo, it's unbalanced and insufferable. So I am playing Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time, which if you look at the screenshots, this looks like the gayest game ever. And it is. It's like Animal Crossing meets Zelda meets Dragon Quest Builders. You seen this?
Yeah, this game's like become like a phenomenon. Like I'm seeing a lot about it. Like I haven't looked too deep into it, but I'm hearing a lot about this game for some reason.
I don't know why.
So wait,
this
what
game,
is it? What do you do in it?
It's hard to describe it. It has
It's
its
like-
flaws in me though.
It looks like
So
Animal
it's an
Crossing-ish.
RPG.
Okay.
Yeah. It's an RPG, and you can have you have one combat class, and then you can have multiple. I'm a magician, and then you can have 10 different other classes. You can be an angler to fish, an artist, which is kind of stupid. You can be a woodcutter, a craftsman, and you level up each of these classes. And you, I guess I don't know like what the main point of doing it is, but it's really fun. There's like a huge open world that you can explore. Then there's like different islands you can go to. It's kind of like one of those mindless games where you can just do what you want. The story's pretty shallow, but yeah, it's actually pretty challenging for the way that it looks.
Is it an action RPG or a turn-based RPG?
It's action actually. Yeah, the
Okay.
combat's a little bit janky, but it's
Like hack and slash?
Yeah, basically. It's fun enough. The camera's a little bit fucky, but it's surprisingly very, very fun. Apparently this was a game on 3DS. But it's now, I guess this is the sequel, and it's incredible. I'm really enjoying it. It's not perfect by any means, but it has its claws in me for sure.
I'm gonna put this on my
Highly
list as
recommend.
something to look into more because I feel like I would probably dig it.
It's a nice game to just listen to
since I play it.
podcasts to.
Yeah, that's like I love a good podcast game. Obviously, I don't want all my games to be podcast games, but I do enjoy a game where I could just sort of play and listen to a podcast. Like the Rocket League is a great one for that. Like a lot of my podcast games tend to be more online games where I don't care too much about losing. Like Rocket League, I love playing even if I lose. I'm playing the Rematch beta. So Rematch is it's a soccer game, but it's more it's the best way to describe it is very weird. It's like Rocket League with people, which is just soccer.
Oh, is this the one from the seafood people?
Yeah, it's from the seafood developers.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, the open beta just hit PS5, and there was a beta on Steam earlier as well that I played a bit of, but I prefer playing on the PS5. And it is really fun. Like it's one of these it's like Rocket League in the sense where I can hop in, enjoy a few matches, hop off, or play for a bit. Let's do a podcast. Like I don't have to think too much, and it's very deep. Like you can tell there's a lot in terms of your ability to really control the ball, and like it's I would say it's a little tougher than Rocket League in the sense that you really have to aim in a way where you're controlling the camera, but also the camera controls where you're aiming. Whereas Rocket League, you can have the camera kind of just like follow the ball. That's how I tend to play Rocket League. But here you're controlling your character like a third person character, so you really have to focus more on where you're aiming, and it's very well done, and it runs well, like no issues in terms of the online play. It's coming out later, I think mid-June or late June, so it's almost out, and I can tell like this is a game I'll be playing for like 10 years. Rocket League, I've been
Really?
playing for 10 years. Rocket
Yeah.
League came out in 2015, and I played that when it first released, when it was still like a properly priced. I think it was like a $20 game when it came out, but then it ended up going free to play. I think Rocket League's been free to play now for like 5-8 years or something. But yeah, so I've been playing that forever. That's never gotten old. I don't think Rematch will get old. I'm also playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is such a good game. And it's one that I thought I was going to bounce off of because it's very, like, it appears very unapproachable in the sense that your character gets hungry, like you have to eat, you have to sleep. If you don't sleep, you could
really?
die. Like there's just simple like survival things you have to worry about. So that's like immediately I'm thinking, okay, this is like too much. I don't want to think about all this stuff. But when you're actually playing it, it's not as complicated or as tough as it sounds. And it's just so well done. Like it's based, I think it's the 1500s, but you're essentially in what is now Czechia, I believe. So, but it's actually like modeled after a real area, but like 500 years ago. And castles. It's like a fantasy game, but without the fantasy. Like it's grounded in reality. Like there's no dragons, none of that crap.
It
Like
looks
it's actually
beautiful,
like
too.
yeah, it's a very good looking game, very well acted. Like it is so open that I'm amazed at how they were able to create the world that they created, because there are so many layers to what you can do and how you can approach things and what you choose to do. You don't have to do, like, there's lots of side quests that you could choose not to do, but if you do them, then they can play into a future quest, and these characters are part of there's early on in the first, for me, 20 hours, but some people got to this part in like the first 10 hours. But there's like this wedding that happens that essentially you're leading up to, and you can play it in a way where you meet all these different characters and you get to the wedding and you know everybody there, or you can play where you just like mainline the main quest and get to the wedding and you don't know anybody. And I think that the game sort of rewards you for really diving into it and playing all the side quests and learning who these people are and learning what's going on. And I'm at a place now where it's like a semi-boss fight and I keep dying, so I have to look up to see what the hell's, like, how the hell to beat this, because this is the first time I've actually hit like a wall in this game. But I've just really enjoyed. Like I really thought this would be too much for me. It really came off as more of like a PC RPG kind of thing that I
Like
tend to not.
complex, like
Yeah, that I tend to not be as
Yeah.
much into, especially like survival games. I'm never really super into survival games, but even though this has elements of that, it's just a very well done action RPG, and I highly recommend checking out Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
I need to check this out. How many hours have you put in
Yeah.
it so far?
30. I think I'm 30 hours.
Okay,
in now.
that's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
how
I need
long
to
it is.
check
I
this
think
out.
it varies depending on what you're gonna do in the game. I think you can
Mhm.
you could probably mainline the game in like 40 hours, but I'm gonna do most of what's in it
Take your
just because I'm
time.
enjoying it so much. But
Yeah,
I
I'm
just feel like
definitely checking this one out.
there's just like so many. It's every year there's just a lot of great games. Like I have a backlog that is massive, and it's not like
Never
crappy
slows
games. It's a
down.
backlog of like great stuff that I wish I had the time to play, but I simply
Yeah.
do not. Like I just
Earlier, somebody had asked about Claire Expedition 33.
I
We
was
did
just
talk
gonna
about
bring
this
that up.
privately.
Yes. Did you beat it?
Yeah, we talked about this before the last episode. I think before it went live. Yeah, I beat
Yeah.
it. I beat it. It was amazing.
so-
I won't say any spoilers, but it's
No,
so damn good.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I've actually been impressed by how much I've not seen spoilers online, just because
Right.
I think people sort of respect this game in a way where people know if you spoil aspects of this game, I think it, at least for me, would definitely damage the way the story hits.
Right.
But
It's
yeah,
kinda
but
harder
that's
to
just the
spoil
story.
too, because it's very complicated.
Yeah,
Get
that's
to
yeah.
the ending. There's so much that happens to where it's like you'd be like, wait, what? That doesn't
Yeah,
make sense
no,
based
there
on
are-
where you start. So
Yeah, there'd be parts of it that would definitely would be tough to spoil, or like just because you don't
Mhm.
know what's going on. But yeah, everything about that game is so well executed. Like just the and this is it's from a small team, but it's worth mentioning. I'm sure there was a lot of contracting that they did to make this, because even though the team was like 30 developers, the game comes off like it's like a team of like 2,000 people that made this, because
Yeah,
we're
it's
talking
so
about just
good.
the plot, the voice acting, the acting
Very, very
generally,
polished. The
yeah,
music.
the depth, the music, yeah, the music's amazing. The depth in the
Incredible.
combat, and just the layers to the combat. Like when I first saw previews of this game, it reminded me a bit of or at least the way it was being presented was more of like a turn-based RPG that you have some say in. I was thinking like like Mario RPG, or like, you know, Mario and Luigi games where you tap a button as you're hitting the guy, and that element is in there, but it's so much deeper than that, and each character has their own version of like their own depth to how they approach these fights, and the layers upon layers that you can do, and combining different characters together to achieve various ways to hit the most amount of damage. Like the turn-based combat, it's got to be the best turn-based, like just in terms of the system that I've ever played in a turn-based RPG, just because
I agree.
of how deep it is.
Yeah, it kicked my ass, but it was so fun. It was so rewarding when you hit that parry. It's like, you kind of get cocky sometimes, and you should dodge because you don't know the move set, but you try to parry and you get fucked up. But then when you actually get the parries right, it's just amazing. I love how our viewership is falling off a cliff since we started talking about video. Fuck you guys. That
They
left
can leave.
anyways.
I gave them the breadcrumb. We will talk about the weird AI shit, and then maybe whatever
They're
else
like,
comes
fuck
up.
this, we're ducking.
I talk
Oh,
about
so they can talk
serious
about
stuff all
sports,
week.
right?
Yeah. Sports, I guess, is
It's more
a little more
universal,
universal
maybe?
for some people. I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends the age of our audience, because not saying people that are
True.
older don't play games, but there is definitely like a fall off when you get a little bit older.
Yeah, that's true. I do appreciate all of the sweaties that stood for the video game conversation.
I'm among them.
Uh,
I also started playing Doom: The Dark Ages since it's on Game
oh,
Pass.
how do you like that?
It's odd, because when I'm playing it, I'm enjoying it, but when I'm not playing it, I'm not thinking about it. So it hasn't like glued me in a way that I thought it was going to, because there's some depth to the combat, in the sense that a lot of it is, there's like a rhythm almost to the way that the melee works, and a lot of it's close quarters combat, and the game really encourages you to fight up close, and like in a way that other Doom games, at least other shooters generally, really haven't. So there's an element to it where you're like, there are these attacks that enemies will throw out, where they're like these energy attacks, and like two of them will be red, one's green, so you have to parry the green one to be able to knock down their shield, to be able to attack and actually kill them. Like there's a lot of like, parrying is essentially is at the heart of how the combat operates, which I find really interesting, and I like that aspect of it. But it hasn't hooked me in a way that I thought it would. That said, it is like, it's on Game Pass. Like if you have Game Pass, it's a no-brainer. Definitely check it out. But I still miss I was really into the Doom 2016 multiplayer, which like I feel like doesn't get the love that it deserves, because that multiplayer was so well paced. It was really quick. There are very few online games like it, and now I feel like since 2016, everything online has gone just this live service route, where it's all battle passes and it's all free to play, and it's like, God, like maybe I'm too old, but I hate all this shit.
I hate it
Just
too.
give me a solid online. This is why I fucking loved Concord. Just a solid online multiplayer game, no battle pass. You just buy it up front, you pay for it, no microtransactions, which, again, I don't mind if there's skins or whatever, but like nothing that's really preventing you from being good, unless you buy something. Like none of that stuff. This is just straight up solid multiplayer games. I miss those days of like Halo 2, Halo 3 had, I think, still peak of Xbox console multiplayer. And Doom 2016 was fantastic, and they never brought back that multiplayer. In Doom Eternal, they had some other version. I forget what it was, but it was some different kind of multiplayer, maybe some like co-op or something, some horde mode. And this one has nothing at all, which is fine. But I do feel like the Doom world kind of lends itself to online play, but I
Hmm.
don't know. Unfortunately, it's not there.
I never do the online play. I always only do single player because I always get my cheeks clapped in online unless it's like
That's why I was
Mario
surprised
Kart
you
or Fall
were.
Guys.
That's why I was surprised you were open to Elden Ring, the new what's it, Night Rain.
Yeah,
You were open to
yeah.
doing that.
I still am open to it. I might pick it up when it's on sale. It just, I guess, will be really hard to play with people who you don't know because there's no way to communicate. So if you need to like try to coordinate, say, hey, let's go here. There's a weapon that I need for my build. You have no way to do that. You just have like fucking emotes. So apparently, like the people who play that like Fighting Cowboy, we talked about him a couple of weeks ago because he went viral for his like takedown of like these idiots who came in and were complaining about Assassin's Creed having a
Oh yeah,
a
yeah,
black
that guy.
character. Yes,
Yeah.
but I watch him regularly, and he's a really big Soulsborne player. And he said that this one is like, if you have friends who play with you and are really good, you'll have fun. But if you don't have anybody to play with you, like 2 other people specifically, and you can't like communicate with them, jump on Discord and talk about what you're doing, it's not going to be great.
Yeah.
It's not balanced for solo. Like it's just not. It's not like the traditional Elden Ring experience. And I watch it, and my brain is like, oh my god, this looks amazing. It's Elden Ring. But then like I know when I play, you know, it's not going to be the same
You're not
thing.
gonna
So I
like
might
it as
just go
much.
back and play Elden Ring. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I could replay
That reminds
Elden
me a
Ring
bit
100
of
times and never get bored.
that reminds me a bit of Helldivers 2, where it was a game where I really want, like, I enjoyed what I played of it, but I heard so much of how that game is like leagues above if you have 2 other people you know to play with. And I
Right.
never really like, I don't have many. Unfortunately, this is like the one part of my life that I want to improve. So I want to have some gaming friends that I play with on a regular basis. When I was younger, I used to like, there are people that I play with, like back in my SOCOM days, that I played SOCOM with and had really close buddies. But those days are gone. Those people are no longer playing as many games. So there's not, I don't have any. I
Yeah.
don't have a gaming group anymore, which I feel like my life is sorely lacking. But the other issue is I've a son. My schedule's weird, and I don't have free time a lot of the time. And if I do, it's late. And sometimes I don't want to talk to anybody. You know what I mean? Like I don't, at the end of my day,
Exactly.
I don't really
I
want to
never
be
want to
chatting
talk
on
to
an
anybody
online
when I'm
game.
playing.
Yeah, I want to like turn
Yeah.
my brain off, and I want to just put a podcast on and play something, and I don't want to have to coordinate. Um, I don't know.
It just
That's
almost
a
feels like extra work to have to talk to people.
yeah. It's
Which
like
I
I have
get
to
that it'd
have
be
to
fun
schedule it.
sometimes, but there's energy involved in that and a cost socially, like to where you
Yeah,
gotta
like you
talk
have
to
to schedule it. You have to like
Yeah.
make sure you're free that night. Like it's just it's just like stuff
Yeah.
that I wish I had the time for that I don't. That said, Arc Raiders. I played the Arc Raiders beta. That was brief. I think like it was out for like I don't know, a few days, but that was a lot of fun. And that's I guess it's an extraction shooter, which I haven't really
Okay, I
played too
haven't
many
heard
of
of
those.
this.
I played a bit of Concord, which is not Concord. Marathon, the Bungie one, which is also an extraction shooter. I could not get into Marathon as much as I appreciate Bungie's history and in terms of the way that they like in terms of the moment to moment just gunplay. Marathon is great, just as Destiny is great, just as Halo is great, but Marathon didn't have much else that really grabbed me. Arc Raiders though was just it's third person. You each group I think it's groups of 3. You could go in with 2 other friends, which again I'm sure is much more fun than going in solo. But you can still matchmake with 2 other people on your team. And I was actually surprised. People were like voice chatting, like strangers were voice chatting in a way that I hadn't really seen since like the SOCOM days. I feel like now everyone turns their mics off if you're playing with strangers. I know I do most of the time, but I was actually impressed with the amount of teamwork that was between strangers on the Arc Raiders. But it's just a very like the aesthetic of that game is very unique, and the world is huge, and it's just it's this mix of like sort of quasi post-apocalyptic worlds mixed with like just robots or small robots or just giant ones that can attack you too, but you have to work together to extract items and I don't know. I played just a few hours of it, but I was actually impressed by what I played, and it already has like a big community hyping it up, so it looks like it might actually survive. That's one of the biggest issues with these sorts of games is they tend to just release and die. But
yeah. Well, to be fair, not even single player games die if they're not live service. Not that like a game I like is dying, but I saw that the sales for the first Berserker Kazan did not meet expectations. So I'm like,
No.
oh, so we're not gonna get a sequel? Oh,
I guess you
that
really like.
sucks.
Yeah,
That's
I
like
heard
my
a lot
game
about
of the
the game.
year.
When it first hit, I heard a lot about it, and then I forgot it existed like a week later.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm so sad. Hey,
Rebecca, what games are you playing?
None.
Well, you're
we
here
decided
to.
to monopolize the discourse for the episode and just talk about video games. But it's nice to see you.
I know. I needed to pop in because I'm like, I haven't been here in a month. I think the last time I saw you, I was on the 1st of May. And
Seriously,
then,
it's been that long?
What have you been up to?
yeah, I feel like it's been a long. Me, I celebrated a birthday, and then
Happy birthday! That's right.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. On May 15th, I turned 35. 35 years old. So
my goodness, half of 70.
I know. What? Yeah, please don't do that.
I was half
70.
Don't do that. But yes, half of 70, but not 40. Yeah. So
It's still
I turned
young.
30.
It's still young.
Right. It is. I mean, I feel I'm tired, but I'm still young. So that's what it was. So I've been doing a lot. Of my family had came up, but not for my birthday. My sister's birthday was actually the week after, but my nephew had graduated is it middle school? No, he graduated 5th grade. So he's going to middle school.
Aw.
So I planned a little thing shindig for him. And
That's
then so then I've been doing a lot of family stuff, handling some family stuff. And I tried, even when I tried to take myself out to dinner, I was tired. It just was I was just sleepy. I was tired. I feel a little bit overwhelmed. So I kind of just been laying low. Last week when we were having the communication issues on Twitter, when you sent out the link, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be there. I was asleep. Okay. So that's what happened. But that's what I've been up to.
I feel like the way you describe it is me 100%. Like, I just feel run down lately. Like, everything feels like it takes twice as much energy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like, and like what you said about like treating yourself to dinner. So for like 4 weeks, I was like, okay, I'm going to go see Sinners this weekend. I really want to see it. I'm going to go see it this weekend. I'm going to go see it this weekend. I never saw it. I just I chose to sit on my ass. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like the atmosphere that we're in currently, or just our age. We're all not that old, but like, I don't know. Like what you said resonated with me because I feel the same.
Everybody's saying that they're tired. I've actually seen that on a lot of different platforms for different reasons. People are just like, it's just tired season for everyone. I don't think it's an age thing.
Yeah.
I think everybody's just overwhelmed, overworked, are mentally stretched. And then on top, we have personal lives. So you got to take care of personal things on top of course, we talk about this often, what we do here. That's why I tap in with my therapist and I tend to touch grass. I will,
Smart.
Y'all know this, I'll go ride bikes, go on runs. On those runs, I'm talking to myself. I'm listening to a certain type of music. In this time when I feel this way, I can't watch certain things. Like I won't watch things that are dark on television, like that are just
same.
Yeah,
That's why I never watched The Last of Us. Like I never and now I'm glad I didn't get into it because apparently season 2 sucks. So I'm glad I never watched it.
I haven't watched that one either, and that was on my watch list, but I never watched it.
Just like depressing. I'm like I can't watch like post-apocalyptic depressing TV shows or movies. Like why do I want to? Why do I want to leave this to escape into that? Like it's just not right. That's not an improvement. Like I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not even watching political content very frequently. I used to like consume a bunch of news just when I wasn't doing my own, just to keep up. And as soon as I'm done with whatever, like doing my own research and finishing my video, I tune out completely. I just can't even tolerate a little bit of politics. It's just so overwhelming.
I agree.
Even if it's like not super depressing news. I mean, everything is depressing, but even if it's like not bad. It's just so like I don't know. It's insufferable to me. I'm not sure. What. Well,
Yeah.
I understand what like political fatigue is real, but like more so than usual. I feel like this year.
No, it's been that way. Even talking with different panels, I feel like it's been getting a little weird in that space too. It's just like I'm overwhelmed, underwhelmed, and I don't want to keep consuming, even if it's the smallest news, like yesterday's news or the day before, things that are happening at the Breakfast Club and stuff. Just getting online and seeing how people giving it up right now is ridiculous. Seeing more people that underneath spaces that are harmful or harmful rhetoric. I just don't want any parts of it. With the abuse conversations and seeing how
Oh God,
people
yeah.
all the conversations are happening within that was so sad for me to see people that I know encouraging conversations that basically make Cassie a liar or over sexualizing her, saying that she deserves it. I'm just like, I don't want no parts of this. It's women and
No.
men. I just don't want any parts of it, like at all. So
It's just all exhausting. There's just so much. I'm tired of shitty people getting celebrated or defended. It's also overwhelming. Society is just so I don't know. I feel like our culture is just like toxic. Where if you are
yes.
the biggest piece of shit ever, you will be propped up. You will be defended just because people want to be contrarians. I don't know. It feels like I feel like I'm very like I don't know. Like I feel kind of like I don't know what the right word is to describe it. I don't feel attached to like our culture,
Yeah,
or
100%.
society. Like I feel like I'm kind of an outcast just because I don't want to be
I constantly
part
think
of
of
that.
that. I gotta find what this is from, but there's like this meme where it's I think it's a superhero or it's somebody, but he's on like the moon and he's like, I don't want to be with these people anymore, and it's just like he's like separated himself
Yeah.
from like society, and like that's I think of that constantly. I'm like, I don't want to be around these people anymore. I don't want these
Right.
people in culture. Like I can't willfully put myself into this culture I don't want to be a part of. Like it's just so. That's why I try to stay on my lane. Like research what I want to talk about, which is also it's getting increasingly harder and harder to like just find interesting news items that isn't just
Yeah,
the
same.
most depressing, horrible shit imaginable. Like I just want to like I'm glad I found that Jordan Peterson debate because even though he's a clown, it was fun just kind of like break that down. And I covered some AI stuff today. Like I'm trying to like just do different things to keep me mentally stimulated because I can't just live in the world of like, oh, what did Trump do today? Like what's happening now? It's
Yeah.
there's nothing
It's
new. Like
overwhelming.
yeah, there's like nothing new to learn. Like that's what I find. Like not that it shouldn't be covered. Like of course I'm glad like actual news organizations are covering this stuff. But in terms of just what I like to cover and the kinds of things that I feel like when I choose something to discuss, it's because I have an angle. Like I have I have something to say about that topic. I have nothing more to add to Trump. We all know who this man is. We knew it before he was elected. There's nothing new to learn here. Like like I don't know what else to add to the conversation that I haven't already said over the past 8+ years. Like it's just yeah, it's depressing.
We've
Yeah,
said
and
everything that needs to be said, basically.
yeah, there's no like I don't even there has to be some kind like this fatigue for sure, but it's been like we've been trying for how long? 8+ years, like you said. First dealing with him in the first 4 years and having this fervor and this light and think that we are gonna, there was gonna be some kind of reckoning and for us to get together and mobilize. That was that season. Then the second part of it was okay, we got Biden, so let's just figure out what we're gonna do. But then we started seeing a lot of division, and then people trying to scramble all late, and we were like, we've been saying this, we've been here, trying to let y'all know what's going on and how to do it and what to do and have these conversations. And now it's just like, again, a lot of fatigue. However, I feel like you, David, I'm just doing what I could do, how I could do it, right? On Like It or Not, we're consistently taking like any news, how it may affect Black people right now who feel fatigued. We'll go ahead and give you some information. We'll do that, and then we'll go live our lives. Once the computers are shut down, the cameras are off, we go pour into ourselves however we can because we have our own lives. There are issues outside of what's going on. So We've given you what we can. Of course, we need you to stay informed because of the misinformation out there. If we don't do it, we know it's going to get worse. So, but after the camera shuts down and the computer shuts down, that's it. Whatever I choose to put out there, I keep a certain thing in mind. I'm not gonna do Donald Trump and solely Donald Trump and him picking his wedgie and doing all this. I'm not doing it. I'm just not. I don't care. I don't want to talk about his wife.
I would do a video on him picking a wedgie.
That's the kind of content Mike lives for.
That's the kind of shit that I want to look at, because it's like, how many times can I talk about his authoritarianism? Like before the election, I did my best to warn people. After the election, I'm saying this is authoritarian, that's authoritarian, and like it interests me from like a political science perspective, and I like to bring in those opinions. But after that, it's like, what more can I say? Everything he's doing is not surprising. It's destructive, but how many ways can you say the same thing, that this is destructive and he's killing democracy? It's just exhausting. So like, yeah, I try to find like different types of stories to talk about, because I mean, it really bogs you down. Like this week I did the dumbest fucking story about Marjorie Taylor Greene arguing with Grok on Twitter, and it was so unsubstantive. I went down like a little rabbit hole with like the Evangelical Alliance with Republicans, which was really fun for me, just kind of like a palate cleanser. But like just trying to find, like, when you absorb information, you know, you let a little bit in and then you close the door immediately, and then you got that little bit of information and you build off of that. Anything else is just overwhelming. Like I cannot tolerate Twitter right now. Like I have never used Twitter so little. Like I go on for like 5 minutes a day.
I'm never on
like,
there.
That's it. Yeah,
I'm never on there.
It's just
Threads
so
is
toxic.
insufferable right now, though. Threads is like a lot of people from Twitter finally migrated to Threads, and it's just very like that's where I see most of my stuff. But I love it because I forget about Threads at times, so I may be active on it, but then when it gets so crazy, I won't use it, and then I won't use it for a while, and then I'll get back on there and be like, okay. But you know what? I never be on. Sorry to them people. Blue Sky.
I'm on Blue Sky all the time.
I do use that. Yeah.
I don't.
And I like this is the secret to social media, and this includes Blue Sky, Twitter, whatever. Block liberally. If you see someone that annoys you, just block it. Block them. I block. Like people will show up in my replies, like wanting to argue with me. Blocked. Like I don't even finish reading the sentence. Like I'm done. Blocked. Like I don't need to fucking hear you. Like I don't. It's just that has made my ability to use social, because look, if I didn't do what I do, I wouldn't be on any of this shit. Like I'm not gonna be on. Like, why would I be? Why would I be on Twitter if I'm not covering political content? Like there's no reason to be on there. But I feel like news breaks. Unfortunately, news still breaks on Twitter sometimes, so I have to be on there. But I'll block all the bullshit. I won't read replies unless I feel like I need to for some reason. I'm also engaging in a lot other, like I'll just have gaming conversations or talk about like sports or whatever on social media more as well, just as a way to kind of get my head out of the political space. So that kind of helps as sort of like a palate cleanser. But yeah, Blue Sky, I just find it reminds me a bit of like what Twitter was before it went insane, where there are people on there that I like reading, like I enjoy seeing their posts, and I think it's fine. I think it's pretty good.
So
compared to Twitter, it's much better.
Yeah, no, I'm every time I get on Twitter, like I got to get on and talk to y'all, and I do that with my other show. That's what we talk on. But other than that, I don't utilize that app at all. I'll delete the app, if but that's how we communicate. But other than that, like when I do happen to like stay on for 4 seconds too long, the first thing that I see is always either propaganda, just people arguing with each other, and it could be like officials. And I'm like, yeah, get me off of this. But the thing I do like, David, about Threads is when people trying to get at you, because a couple of my stuff, this is what Threads does. It'll send my stuff to no one and everybody. So it'll recognize me and like other Black people and put us in this little group of people. And you say something, you don't know if you think it's gonna go viral. I don't care for it to go viral because I just want to stay in my thoughts to be where it is. That little thought will go viral. Everybody have something to say in it. But I love that when they're trying to go off on me under my post, I could just say hi for everybody. Nobody's gonna see what you're trying to say.
Oh, yeah.
You're never it's never gonna go anywhere. So you think you got something on me, you think you ate in my comment section, you didn't. You're gonna starve because no one's gonna see that. So it that makes me feel good too, because it empowers me to, combat people who want to, they cuss you out over you literally saying, I love this character. And they'll be like, oh my God, how dare you like this character? You heifer, you this and that, you're anti this. You're so stupid.
I don't get why. First of all, it's hard for me to, at this point, even know who's actually real or who's doing things for kicks, who's actually giving a real opinion, who's doing it for a reaction. So like, but what is the life of people that show up in other people's replies to argue with them over what they posted? Like, why? What's the point? It's one thing to be, it's one thing to, if it's like a friendly discussion about something, whatever. But to show up in someone's replies and start like cussing them out or start like who do you think you are? Like what why are you wasting your time? Like why is anybody?
It's really because they're miserable, and when they see somebody that they, is celeb like YouTube famous or whatever, like somebody with a bigger platform, somebody with a voice, somebody with some kind of something, what they're gonna do is get on there and talk back at you. Somebody from my high school, it wasn't my high school, somebody knew from 9th grade thought they can go back and forth with me. Like, oh, Rebecca, you know what? I don't even know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm a grown woman. I don't know nothing about you. Look, I'm 35 years old, not 15. So like, as my camera goes out. So get away. So I say this to say, I'm gonna change my battery, but these people get online to go after you because they need to get that off their chest, especially if they feel like they know you. It's like a moment for them to have some kind of control in your comment section on YouTube, tell you what to do, how to do it, how to wear your hair, what content to cover, tell you that it wasn't good, they're going to unfollow you. They got to announce it. They got to announce that you're not good enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what
YouTube also has that feature where you hide their account. So like,
oh, really?
Oh yeah, there are many people that I'm sure still cuss me out to this day on YouTube, and they think people are seeing their replies and nobody's seeing your comments because it's hide from this account, but they still see their posts, so they still think your comments showing, and or their comments showing, and it's not there. It hasn't been there for years. So I definitely, people that are like that. I'm not gonna waste any energy on that. Like it's just no, you don't have to be here. I don't have to see you.
I'm currently in this phase where it's like I don't have the energy to argue with anybody, but I also don't have the energy to like be nice. I'm like, hope you all have a wonderful day on Twitter or something. Like I just don't have the energy for anything. Like I just want to I have the energy to like slouch around and sit on my ass and like not think about politics. I don't know. I feel like it's not just me. Like maybe it's projection, but I feel like so many people are in this same like space just because everything is so exhausting, and we all have this like countdown time in our heads where it's like, okay, 6 months down, we've got like 3.5 years to go until we see what happens in 2028. Like I don't know.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like the only thing that really like lights me up every day, and this is gonna sound really cheesy, and I know both you don't have kids, but this is like honestly is picking up my son from school. Like I look forward to picking him up because it's like, oh, I had to fucking read the most dumbest shit all day, and now I get to pick up this kid who's just like full of smiles, he's full of energy, he's a great little boy, and he has added so much to like the value in my life that it has made what I do feel even like less important in the sense that it doesn't like my work used to be like the reason that like I would get up in the morning and I that's put all my effort, all my heart into that, and now it's still like I still of course care about what I do. I still ensure that what I'm doing is done well, and I research and everything, but in terms of like what I get out of it, I get a lot more out of being a dad than I get out of my YouTube channel, and it's really like allowed me to continue existing in this very depressing space just because I have like a little ball of like happiness that has kept me going. So it's just, I don't know, like that's, I feel like whether it's a pet, whether it's like something else, everyone I think needs.
For me, it's my plants.
Your plants for you.
Yeah, because I get to water them, and when I'm not feeling the best, I can tell because then the neglect on the plant. So, you know, it keeps me doing something and worrying about something. I'll go to the store, get new pots and, you know, like replant them or something
love
like
that.
that. But I do, like I was saying this earlier for Mother's Day. So how you feel about your baby, I'm like, I'm, you know, shout out to my mom. She's an amazing little Haitian lady. But I do look forward to that because even in this space, I feel like it's just so stressful, but you get to turn it off and have your family, you know, be with your family. That's beautiful. Like, so I look forward to those moments where I can just shut all this stuff off and just be with my partner or with a baby. I look forward to that day. Now, not trying to get knocked up today, but in the future, that's something that I definitely would love to experience, have, or a forever person, you know, with me, a partnership or something like that. But I think that people in the spaces who have that, that's also a benefit because you get to be with your person, like, or be with love. Even when you're getting cussed out on the internet, you turn around and it's just like, I remember when it used to bother me so bad. Now I don't care.
Oh,
at
I don't
all.
care at all anymore.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
But that thing used to beat when I first got on there. I'm like, so many people, they hate me. And then the next week it would be like, they love me. And then the next week it would be like,
Right.
they hate me. Then I realized it's such a fickle space. People will leave, they'll come back, they'll talk about you, they'll come back years later and be like, oh, forgot about you and why I left, but I'm here to support or something. Like it's all of that. So when I realized that you got to do your work. And then especially right now, all of us are in the same space where I'm going to cover the work that means something to me, that I can actually pour into instead of just doing things that are trending, things that are breaking news all the time. And it's like, it's giving me brain rot. So I'm going to do stuff that I actually feel like is helping me make a difference because I care about this actual issue, topic, thing. I can pour into it. I can give you guys what you need from it. Because other than that, I started not giving a damn. I remember when I was working in studio with Ben, they wanted us to cover like the dumbest things. And I just would be like, I don't care about this.
Yeah.
This is dumb. Like I can't do another day of this. And Ben was like, all right, let's just go rogue. Let's do some things that we care about. And that's how we started doing what we did. Cause it was nobody really cared. Yet those were doing the numbers though. We were getting 1 million views, all that stuff when we were working in studio for those people. And it just wasn't serving us though. Like it wasn't genuine. And they wanted us to get on and be angry every day. Yeah, I'm gonna be angry about this, but there are other things that are happening too that we can discuss. That is not
also you can't just just being angry all the time. Also, as a viewer, it gets really horrible to watch. Like I think The Young Turks is a perfect example of that. Like that show used to have personality. They used to enjoy themselves. They used to be talk about like each other's like personal lives, family and stuff. And now it's just like like just screaming for like 2 hours. And I haven't watched that show in like a couple of years. Like it's just
you can tell
that's
they
all
don't
it is
wanna
now.
be
It's just a
there.
bunch of anger and depression for like who wants to watch this? You want to see people escape to these sorts of shows because we're human beings, and you know we have some personality, and we inject ourselves into what we do, and we care about what we do. If we're just like screaming at your face for 2 hours straight, like I don't just for me anyways, that's just a very not
It's
enjoyable
just too
watch.
much.
Yeah.
No, it's like nails on a chalkboard. You could tell that they don't want to be like, especially like Anna. You could tell she doesn't want to be there, and it's like, like I'm not shitting on her for that, because there are days when I don't want to do videos, but like for the limited bandwidth that we have, and like the focus the things that we want to focus on, like I'm gonna really hone in on that. Like if it's a story I want to do, I'm gonna really go all in on that. But I'm not gonna force myself to like you were saying, Rebecca, like talk about every fart that Donald Trump makes. You know, it's just. You can't cover everything. There's so much happening right now. You can't be a 24-hour news channel when you have a YouTube channel. We're people, so just like we have to work to our strengths. And there's not a lot right now, but you know, you do.
No,
what
we're
you can.
giving
It's
you
limited.
we're giving you what we can. And what I will say, you know, with TYT, you know, they've built their brand off the backs of a lot of YouTubers. They've had a lot of talent, you know, work with them, and now it's basically just them and the few others that are left, you know, on TYT. But the difference between it is Anna gets paid big money to get up and do it every day. Like she knows she's gonna be fine with that. Some days we don't know if your video is going to be demonetized, flopped, or whatever, but that's the work that you put into it. You know, some weeks are great, some months are great, some is just not at all. But we still get up and do it anyway, because I think right now we get up and do it because we know that there is a reason and a purpose for us to do this, but we're doing the things that we know we care most about. And we're giving that light. And you come and listen to it, or you just go to somebody else's page on YouTube that's doing the other stuff that you want. It's simple. It's simple.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I mentioned earlier, I guess I should bring it up now. I did a video on AI today, which I don't normally cover very often, but there were like 3 prominent AI stories this week, and I just kind of put them all into one thing. But Google has this new AI model. It's Google's VO3, I think is how you say it. And they essentially now have added speech to these people in a way that is fairly convincing for what it is, especially if you're not looking for anything wrong with the video. I could definitely see, especially the Facebook crew, everyone on Facebook falling for all this shit, which they already fall for AI images.
Facebook is always the first one. Facebook is the first one. Our parents and all them aunties, they the first ones, okay?
There's some people that fall for that MS-13 tattoo. Like, remember the Trump photo that he shared of Rodrigo Garcia, where they labeled it MS-13? They would fall for that. Like, oh, that's a tattoo, 100%.
Absolutely.
So, wow. They are absolutely going to fall for this stuff. So I'm going to play a few videos here.
Here. Can you believe I'm here? This prompt made me say this.
A girl told me we're made of prompts. Like, seriously, dude, you're saying the only thing standing between me and $1 billion is some random text?
Honestly, the biggest red flag is when the guy believes in the prompt theory. Like, really? We came from prompts? Wake up, man.
You want to convince me that this perfect creation behind me is the result of ones and zeros? A binary code and nothing more? It makes no sense.
Imagine you're in the middle of a nice date with a handsome man and then he brings up the prompt theory. Yuck. We just can't have nice things.
We're not prompts. We're not prompts.
Oh, this one.
Where is the prompt writer to save you from me? Where is he?
You still believe we're made of prompts? Anyone who tells you we're just ones and zeros is delusional. If that's all we are, then why does it hurt when we lose someone?
Vote.
It goes on. Like, it's just
play a little bit more. Play a little bit more.
Sure. I'll play some.
That for me, and I'll ban the prompt theory from schools. There's no place for that nonsense in our lives.
For spreading the false.
A girl told me we're made of prompts.
That's all
on our way.
Here's Jurassic Park.
Is that what
Jurassic Park? I am so excited. I've always wanted to go, and finally we are doing it. It's going to be great. Right, Jason?
Yeah, I can't wait.
Okay, bye.
Her eyes there.
Right, their eyes are crazy as fuck.
Yeah, her eyes are crazy. And they're slow.
So it's not. This is stuff that I'm not going to fall for, but like
it's good though.
Yeah,
like that's good AI.
Yeah, our aunts and uncles on Facebook are definitely falling for all
They're
this.
gonna get got. They're gonna be taking my face, putting me over there somewhere, and calling my mom on FaceTime, and speaking in my voice, and telling her I'm out there.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, I'm being held hostage right now. Quick, send $500,000. Like, just some weird shit. Like, it's gonna be used so nefariously.
But with a regular phone call. With a regular phone call. So imagine people getting this with AI, this kind of stuff. Somebody just did a photo shoot and was saying, they're a makeup artist, and they did a photo shoot to showcase the makeup. And they came out and said, because now people are coming out and saying this, AI, I did this in less than 5 minutes. This did a whole photo shoot for me to showcase my makeup. But I'm like, girl, you didn't do that makeup. Now people gonna book you not knowing if you could do a brow, if you can do some blending.
Right.
They're not gonna know what's gonna happen.
But somewhat related to that, in my video today, there's I discussed how people are using AI to give them suggestions on what to do. So like using AI for glow ups. So they're and there's like a whole like TikTok thing now. All these mostly women sharing their experiences of like uploading their image basically, and then TikTok tells them, or not TikTok, ChatGPT tells them what hair color they should use and what kind of makeup they should do, like all this stuff.
Wow.
Like it's just, and then like I got to think it's just because it's AI, it's probably just working on averages. Like it's, you know, you mostly probably see celebrities in terms of like what the AI model is utilizing. So I feel like we're all, if people just start using this, we're all just gonna end up looking the same, like, or like looking like our closest celebrity lookalike.
We're already going that route.
Yeah,
we're already
we're
going that.
already using,
like it's
using
terrible.
the same stuff.
Yeah, like I already think white people all look alike, except for y'all a little bit. And I know white people think that black people look alike.
look
Y'all
alike
ain't gotta
too.
say it. And we think that everybody, from whatever they look alike. So my thing is, everybody is, every race, everyone is looking alike, and we're losing recipes when it comes to language. Not only food, when it comes to like language or accents. Now it's like everybody sounds alike. How you all the way over here? You ain't even from the South, and you sound like you from the South. How they in Haiti mimicking? Before we used to crack on each other. Now you guys can mimic our accents, and we can mimic y'all's. And it's like there's no, it's no specialty anymore. Louisiana, they sounding like they from up north all of a sudden. I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like that we are losing the recipes. Everybody dresses alike. Everybody sounds alike. AI is also doing, people are dependent on AI. You're saying that you saw that whole thing where people, women, are checking out their glow up from AI. There is a whole thing on Threads where they're like, the boyfriend texts, "Hey, how are you?" Go straight to ChatGPT. My boyfriend said or asked, "Hi, how are you?" Then they'll be like, you know, my friend asked me this question. Instead of them compiling an answer, they go to ChatGPT. My mom said this. They go to ChatGPT for every
To know how to respond to anybody.
To respond to anything, anyone.
That's so bad.
People are going to develop like people are already bad at social. I mean, growing up, I was bad socially, but like you learn by talking to more people. If people are relying on ChatGPT for every social interaction, we're going to end up just having a bunch of lemmings just like in charge of everything, where people don't know how to even interact with society. Like that is very depressing.
Yes, it's very no, but they are enjoying it. There's like praise pages for ChatGPT. Then they tell you which prompt to utilize so that you can get therapy, right? And I understand that therapy can be expensive for people. So yes, no, this is true. Y'all not seeing this online? It's on the white spaces too.
I've never even used ChatGPT a single time.
Oh, listen. Oh my God. So here's another thing, right? So I tend to, I was telling Olay this. I tend to speak with in a way where I might juxtapose something, compare something naturally. So I told her I wrote a lot of scripts and I put it into ChatGPT. I said, okay, let me see. And I recorded and I said, hell no. The way that this thing changed the rate, all my own writing, my scripts, the time that I put into it, it took away things and put them into one sentence. Something that I wrote like 3 paragraphs on, put them into one sentence, one phrase or whatever. Then I started doing I was doing my little experiment, my research. I went on other people's pages. I went on people who were very popular in all the spaces, short form and long form. And I started realizing they're all saying the same thing. So anytime you hear this particular thing, I've seen it in commercials, I've seen it in shows, I've seen it in soap operas recently. So they say something like, it's not just another show, it's the Leftist Mafia. You'll hear that kind of phrasing so much. It's not just a facial wash, it's an experience. It's not just
you're saying they're getting all this from they're all using ChatGPT to give them suggestions on how to communicate.
And then I went a little further and I asked it, why do you use that so much? ChatGPT told me, it said, you're right. I use this often and there's a lot of complaints surrounding it. However, this phrasing seems to be real catchy in the Instagram space, in the TikTok space, and people are now using it for their YouTube. So I said, it sucks. It's taking away the meat of stories or meat of things you like. It's not good. And it said, well, understood, but it's still it's people complain about it, but it's still working. So I was on with I'm not gonna say which platform, but I was on a platform recently with some greats, and I went on their pages individually, and they all have where they're saying the same thing.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like different
I hate
stories,
this.
different context, and it's like it's and then it does this. It does this thing where it compares. I don't know how to phrase this, but say I'm just describing something, and it'll say something like, walked up in there like it was a such and such. It does for everyone. White people, black people, Asian people, Hispanic people are all using the same type of phrasing. And I got to figure out if there's a name for it now, since it's common, if there's a name for this type of phrasing that ChatGPT does. But like, I was going through so many pages and going through their videos and going through like, so they're using it to make scripts real quick or creating their thoughts. So if you see these same people in a place where you got to have conversation with them, they're not really going to understand or know how to curate the conversation or give you the details, because they never read it. They never wrote the script out. They never they
never internalized it.
They allowed ChatGPT to pick spaces, places for it. So I was telling earlier that I use it as an experiment and realized it's just not for me. And then I realized that other people were actually using it or are actually using it. Your fave space. I'm telling you, pay attention to commercials. You will hear where they're like, it's not just toothpaste, it's this and that.
It's not just political commentary, it's the Rational National.
Thank you. Just like that.
I got my new slogan.
Just like that.
We're not just a podcast, we're a family.
You're going to hear that on everything. Everything.
This is so like dystopian. And it sucks because like AI has become so ubiquitous that like even if you have something that's not AI, people are prone to think that it's AI. Like Matt shared a video with us through our Leftist Mafia chat. Or no, it was Lance. He's like, is this AI? I'm like, yeah, this looks like AI. It turns out it wasn't AI. On my little Luigi song that I uploaded to my second channel, somebody's like, this is AI trash. I'm like, hey, fuck you. I mixed those individually. I put in the Luigi sound bites from Mario Kart, the fucking side-scrolling one. Like, I put those in manually. It's not AI. What?
People are gonna now think everything's AI when it's not. An actual work went into it.
Yeah.
It's just like it's ruining everything. I did want to share this kangaroo video too, though, because this is the video that like this made like international headlines because people were so fooled by this. Which let me first play with the sound off because I think it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does.
So when I first saw this video, I was scrolling through Twitter. I didn't really pay much attention to it. I'm like, oh, this is like I saw some arguing about it, but I just thought, okay, this is not. I don't think this happened. This is probably just a couple of actors, and they had this funny thing. And then I found out later, the whole thing is AI. And
that's crazy.
It's really not all that evident unless you turn the audio on, in which case, like, this is hilarious. Like it's like a caricature of like what you think an Australian sounds like, and just like
right.
Like it's just it's a bunch of gibberish.
I listened to this last night. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I can't understand what these ladies are saying. It just sounds like they're making Australian noises. What the fuck is this? I didn't even think that it was AI. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And I like clicked out, didn't think much more about that. Yeah, somebody says Simish in the chat. That's It sounds like Australian
Simish. That's a good way to
Sim.
put it. Yeah, Simlish.
Simish. Yeah.
100%.
Crazy.
Have you seen this, Rebecca? This video?
Very compelling.
Okay,
What's
so
this one?
This is making headlines because people were falling for this, for good reason. I'll play the audio off first because it's hard to tell this is all AI. When I first saw it, I thought it was a couple of actors. Like I didn't look too closely, but I thought it was a couple of actors. But then, it's a emotional support kangaroo that is not allowed on the plane, and she's arguing about it. But you turn the audio on.
Oh,
And there's nothing being said.
And her hand disappears just a little bit.
Yeah, at the beginning. At the beginning, you see her hand movement. It's kind of weird. Like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff.
Oh, okay. Good
That's what I always
catch.
look for first when I'm watching these things and I want to see if it's AI.
Yep.
The hands, because before they used to make it where you had 3 fingers. Remember, like
It was
whatever.
so
Now they
weird,
give it all 5 fingers.
They've improved it. Yeah.
But once you see where
Yeah.
it goes into somewhere, it looks like they can't hold something. They can't
Yeah.
really clap for real or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's when I look first, because they don't even put that it's AI. There used to be the AI tags and stuff that can't even pick up what is and what isn't, because I've seen so many things that didn't get AI tags. So while we're spread of misinformation, there's so many ways, but people are using and abusing it. David, I know you said you were covering it. I saw people covering how each time we use a prompt on ChatGPT, like so much electricity, water is used just for one prompt. And there's a number that is insane that comes with it. But the waste of water and electricity and energy is massive. So it's actually hurting us in the environment as well. So
For no reason too. Like I don't understand the value of this. It's just like, as cool as it might be just from a technological standpoint, there's nothing good that's going to come of this. It is going to replace people in numerous industries. It's going to be culpable in the rise of the worst misinformation we have ever seen. Potentially people will be framed for crimes they didn't commit. Who knows how governments and local authorities will fabricate evidence
absolutely
to lock away people. Like the ways that this is going to be used, like it can only be for bad. Like, sure, maybe you might be like an indie film creator and you want to get some type of sci-fi scene and you don't have the budget to hire somebody who could do graphic design and whatnot or whatever the fuck. But like, this is going to be used in such evil ways. Like, it is going to destroy society. And it's just, the implications are horrible. Like, I feel like generative AI should just straight up be banned until there's more regulations, because there's no regulations right now.
No.
So people can just do whatever they want. There's no really penalty. You could create a fake ass video of somebody committing a crime, make everybody go on this wild goose chase trying to find this fake person that doesn't exist. Like, there's so much bad that can come of it.
They can take your picture on. Now I understand why. Like, if I get it. They can take our pictures, our babies' pictures, our children's photos, just from it being online. Take it, and then now it's just in a random AI space where they're using it to create AI baby faces or whatever. And I'm like, this is crazy. We're watching people do dance moves with other people, and it's funny until it's not, right? Until you randomly wake up and you are AI'd or something like that. Also,
and, like, it's already being used for like pornographic reasons, like taking women's faces, like celebrities in particular, and putting that on porn. It's all negative. It has to be banned until there's actual regulations, and anything that's AI has like a very, very like specific and obvious tag on it. I don't think it should be used at all. I think it should just be banned, like, period, but at least until there's fucking regulations, because the energy cost alone.
You talked about it taking away jobs. I just read, or didn't read the article, but I seen it going around where Amazon is going to start training AI to do, I forgot the specific work it was going to do, but to start training AI. Oh, here's this. Amazon was going to start using AI to do news, to train it to now do their whatever news company that they work with. They were going to start doing that for the newsroom.
Like, write articles?
Yeah, all right, articles. What people are doing right now.
Yeah,
they're not doing the work. Me and Ole were talking about this. Like, I rather write my own scripts in my own voice. It's just better for me to do so. I know what I'm going to talk about, what angle I'm going to talk about. I like the research, because then I can read different things and, know what's really going on, have a real emotion tied to this particular thing. So people are no longer going to need, of course, people to write their scripts for them, in the newsroom. They're going to have AI. They're training AI. They're training AI for the movies that we watch. They're training, and I'm only talking about for the people and the characters for the script writers. They were using it when they were on strike. They were using AI. So they were already practicing then. So now we're going to get our news. How many times I would say, give me a summary of this news story, right? Again, me testing out what ChatGPT could do. Baby, the way I had to check it and be like, excuse me, that didn't happen. This is what happened. You know what it'll respond? Oh, wow, great catch. That's what it's giving. It gives the best of its ability, but it's not going to be correct. And I have witnessed it not being correct more often than not. So it may sound like the information that it gives you is right, but if you don't go do your research, if you don't know what you're talking about, let that thing lead you astray. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people aren't going to care. Like, there's already so much bullshitting and lying online that, like, you know, for some people, what's another piece of misinformation? Like,
yes.
You know, if they're already using
Conservatives,
ChatGPT to write their scripts, they probably don't care too much about like the actual information they're giving out. It's just like it's more just a vehicle for them to post a new video, like write a new article, as opposed to actually
evil
caring.
conservatives are as it is. Like they're gonna create videos of immigrants attacking like an innocent white lady, like a huge mob of immigrants. Like they're gonna conjure up the most racist shit, the most transphobic shit, and they will like blatantly lie because they're already doing that. So if they had AI, it'd just help them even more. Like I am horrified at what's to come because of AI. It is terrifying.
And it's coming so quick. And it was like maybe right before 2020, maybe in 2019. I was watching so many things that were telling me that this was going to happen. I didn't think it was facial recognition first, but then they started doing it where if the camera sees you, it's going to be this person's face and it's going to stick, not like a mask, but it's going to be like melted on as if it is your face when the camera picks it up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that can't happen. Then no, baby, it wasn't even a year later. And people were getting caught up with that same scenario with AI. And I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I've seen videos where like, actually today I scrolled through Instagram and there was like a video that popped up where it was a guy put like a woman's face on him and it shows like his real face below and the fake face up top. And it's like, like I could tell because I could see the difference, but most people would not be able to catch that this is not a real person.
Yeah,
and
you know,
people could
Facebook
just do
won't
this
catch
shit.
it.
Oh,
They're not gonna catch it.
that stuff is excelling on Facebook.
Draw
As you're saying
something on
earlier, Mike,
MS
like
Paint,
there's going
they
to be
wouldn't catch it.
as you were saying earlier, like there's going to be real videos that people are going to think is fake when they're real videos. Like that's the inverse reaction to this is that it's going to be hard for people to understand that real news is happening if some people just think it's not real.
Yeah.
Like it just there's so many issues come out of this that I don't know how we stop this without some proper protections and regulation in place. And the issue there is that a lot of these tech companies, of course, are heavily involved in politics.
Absolutely.
And are the reason why all this stuff exists.
Even what's that thing? Grok? Who?
Grok.
Yeah.
Twitter.
So people are trying to, they're using that, but it's just all of, to me, the AI has been and will continue to be weaponized. They're saying that this is going to be better for people, but it's taking away jobs, as you mentioned, Mike. It's taking away jobs. It's taking away our ability, as you stated, David, to communicate with one another. I don't like people for real. However, if I'm talking to my man, I want it to be a natural conversation. I understand that people used to Google at the time. My boyfriend says this and to get an idea, but you still got to go talk to your man. Now you're allowing ChatGPT to tell you verbatim. You're putting in the scenario as it is. You're putting all your man's business in there, your business in there, your parents' business in there, just so you can be able to reply to them. You aren't giving yourself the space enough, the credit enough to have your own mind to reply to something, or to ask questions so that you can get a better response or to understand better in your situation or with your family or with your friends. Also, you're losing your creativity.
100%.
I hated how that made me feel. I'm like, this ain't me. This ain't real. This is not my words. This is not how I talk. I can't do this because this takes away from my creative process. I like to write. I like to research. Yes, it takes a lot more time, but I like to do it. I like to write in my own tone. That's my signature. But when you go in and ChatGPT will swear it knows you if you are some small public figure or on a bigger level. And I don't know how it does it. It picks up whatever language it thinks that however you speak, and it started making me talk like a hood girl. And I said, "Oh, is that what you think I speak like?" And it was like, "Sorry, didn't want to offend you. If that's not." And then it started speaking to me in Creole.
What?
Yes. Yeah.
The fact that it knows all this about you, that you're like Haitian,
How?
what the fuck? Yeah, that's crazy.
I was telling my best friend, I was like, "This is insane." Like, so people can go on there and say, "Talk like Rebecca," and it'll do something like that for them. Or, "What would Rebecca think about this?" It'll create some stuff. I swear.
And it shouldn't know Rebecca. It shouldn't know any of us. That's insane.
It goes off of our online presence. It definitely does it.
Wow.
It goes off. One of the girls that I know had put, and I thought this was weird. I never tried this though. She said she put in a family. I used to work with her. She's a former journalist. She said she put in a video of her personal family issues, a video of her family saying something to her as a kid, like, laughing at her or something in a family video, an old VHS type family video. She recorded it and put it into ChatGPT. I didn't know that you could do that. She might be paying for, I guess, the premium version. I don't know. But she said it repeated back to her how what they did to her was so wrong. Her family was laughing at her and ridiculing her and, manipulating her and gaslighting her, all the therapy words. And she was saying that that's what ChatGPT was telling her about this small family video that she put in there. And I was thinking, because I wanted to ask her, did you say that this is how you felt about your family beforehand? I don't know if she said that. I didn't want to get into her business, even though her business was on the internet and in ChatGPT. But ChatGPT was saying your family gaslit you. Like they were, look how they were ripping you apart as a 5-year-old. Look at how was it registering the video? How did it do that? How did it see?
Well, just the fact that people are asking it for fucking advice is weird as shit to me because, I get that people really want conclusive, decisive answers, but some things are just very, nuanced and there's gray area. There's, like you were saying, Rebecca, you Google, answers to questions about your partners. There's a whole subreddit called, Am I the Asshole? Where people are like, hey, in this situation, I did this, and I'm not sure if I'm the one who was bad or not. And you'll get, usually, the most popular response, but there'll be some disagreements from time to time. But if you just go to fucking ChatGPT and be like, hey, am I an asshole for doing this? And then it gives you the answer you don't want. You could just reword it to get the answer that you do want, so you feel valid. It's very weird. I feel like it's gonna destroy the essence of humanity. I'm such a before and this is gonna date me. Growing up, it felt like tech was always getting better, and I was so excited about what was around the corner. Now I am scared shitless because anything that's coming down the pipeline is getting worse. Even something as simple as video game consoles. They're taking away the ability to get physical media. So many of the new Nintendo Switch 2, a lot of the games are not even on the cartridges. They're just it's a key card. So then 20 years down the line,
to actually play it.
Yeah. So what about when the games are defunct and the servers are shut down? Can I still download that game that I paid $60 or $80?
Yes.
They're $80 now. So everything's just getting worse. There was a point where it got super consumer friendly and efficient and advanced, and now it's just downhill where it's getting worse as it gets more advanced. It's getting worse for us, and
a big reason for that is capitalism, because these companies have to find a way to keep growing. So one way to keep growing is to make shit basically worse, but you still have to get it. So the case of these game key cards, you're having a situation where, you may not actually own the game, and we are still charging the exact same amount that we would for the actual physical card and all the money that goes into creating these cartridges and these cards.
Yeah.
But you are paying the same amount, and this has actually gone on for a couple generations now. But you're paying the same amount for a game you buy online that you would physically, when the cost is clearly a lot less for the digital version of that game. and it's just, and you have shit that breaks. I feel like shit breaks way quicker now than it used to, and like cars too. Like the amount of technology that are in cars that one of these things go haywire and you can't use the car anymore. Like it's just they're like our Hondas on the road that have been on the road for like 30 years. Very few like electric cars that are the early ones are still operating in any sort of real way. A lot of the tech that are in these cars, you need them to be able to like turn the air conditioning on and that kind of shit. Like I'm so glad I have a Honda where I can just like turn a knob and that controls the air and all my stuff. Like there's a touch screen, but it's mostly just for the radio or for like if I'm using CarPlay. But like it's everything just seems to be getting
and I don't want it.
Touchscreens in cars. My car has a touchscreen. I fucking hate it. It's like when you're trying to turn on like fucking something, you're tapping the screen, it doesn't work. Like tapping it, like god damn it, tap tap tap, and you're like trying to change the music where you're driving, but you're trying not to crash. And it's the worst. Like the lack of like tactile buttons, that is really a loss, and it's dangerous, especially like during driving. It's just everything's so bad.
I have
everything.
Where the CarPlay, that's mine too. Where and I that's the touchscreen and things of that sort. But I have a person that I know, a person I'm dating. He has just all touchscreen in his car, and I'm like, can you put your hands on the wheel? Because I'm not. I need my life. This is, and then nah, this it just drives the way it does, and then next thing you know,
it's driving itself.
It's and I don't. You put your hands on that wheel right now. Put them on the 10 and 2 because he takes them off and just says cruise and then says like the car drives itself.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, and then you hear, sir, it's driving on the put your hand on the 10 and 2. Like I need my life. Okay.
Yeah. Like
I need my life.
A lot of these cars now, these new cars have, it's not like full self-driving, but essentially once you're on the highway, it's supposed to be able to like read the road and know how to change lanes. And I can't imagine. Like I know a lot of them are highly reviewed. They work well. I don't care. My hands are always going to be on the steering wheel. I feel like an old man saying this, but like I'm not adopting this technology. Like this is, I don't hate driving as long as the traffic's not bad. Like I don't mind controlling the car. So why do I want a computer to drive for me? It's just no. Not for me.
They're bringing so when I had visited Albany a few years back, and this was the first time I had experienced the robot bringing you food. So I went, to go explore the city. It was beautiful. I think it was fall, and I think Albany is known for the colors of the trees when it changes. Like they're over there. So there was a wedding I went to, and I was like, I want to get away from the wedding party. I don't like people. So I went, to go eat, and I found this cute little spot, Ubered there. And when I got there, I'm thinking I was going to get to just kind of mingle with the little, the servers. When they come, I always talk to them, chat with them. Nobody came. So then I hear like, and I'm like, what the hell is that?
Oh, no.
So and I look over and then it opens up like its arms or something and gives me a menu. So I'm looking, everybody else is looking at me like, get the menu. Get the menu, get them. And I'm like, this is crazy. Look, me mad getting the menu. Like, this is absolutely insane. And then it came back, took my order, and y'all, this part is funny. It came back, took my order. When it was time to give the food, it was stuck on something. So it just kept doing this. The lady had to come and like kind of put it back in place and then like make sure, watch it from the back and make sure it gave me my food.
Yeah.
Speaking of things getting worse under capitalism and AI, like this is the perfect example. Replacing robots or replacing humans with robots in situations where you would prefer to have the person and the social. Like we are losing our connection to other people by replacing these jobs with like just these fucking machines. Like it's so depressing.
And then they're telling folks,
the upside, I'd be the biggest fucking Karen to that robot. I would not tip it. So there's
that's true. That takes away the tipping and stuff from the people. Because I wasn't served by someone. I was served by a robot that I don't want to pay. They think it's a cool experience, but it's not. I'm not a child. I don't want a toy. I don't want this. I just give me somebody. But then also, I see that for people who have these work from home jobs, now they like, you know what? You can go home. We don't even need the big box anymore. You can go home. but now I know you were doing like 50 calls or handling 50 accounts or doing this. Can you do 250? No, you're doing 250. You know why? Because AI is doing like 600. So what? Catch up. And people are so overwhelmed. I've been seeing a lot of people post about being overwhelmed with their work from home jobs because what they were working a year ago, what they were handling, they've doubled, tripled that for them with no pay increase.
Oh, of course
No pay
not.
increase.
No.
So changing the title, putting them to do more work, changing the title of their work. So basically a promotion. I experienced that as well. So basically a promotion, no pay. You're not getting the pay for the promotion. They just are changing the title, and saying, hey, we're gonna train you. And they don't even train you because you've been doing the extra work this whole time. And they're like, you will now be called level 2 X, Y, and Z, but your paycheck ain't showing that. It ain't showing that. So
That's the biggest catch-22 ever. Everybody who's worked in any job ever in like retail service industry, other jobs as well, but like in my experience, I've always gotten those little promotions without the pay. Like, oh, you're gonna be doing you're a night manager now. Like, oh fuck yeah. Is there a raise? No, but you could work your way on up. Oh, okay.
Like, since you were really good at working, we're gonna make you. We're gonna put more. We're gonna make you do more effort, more work. Stress you out a little bit more. But that's because you're such a good worker. They told me, you can. I'm applying for jobs, as y'all know. I ain't got no job right now, but I spoke with somebody, and the man told me, this is an interview. You can make a lot, but the people who do make a lot are working overtime. They're working overtime. They're putting more in. So like, you want to be the star player. Don't just come to work and do your job. Do overtime. Do more than you're asked for. Do extra.
Make it your life.
You'll be successful.
Oh my God.
Don't call me again.
When that's in the job interview, fuck off.
Such a red flag.
I'm like, no, you know what?
I mean, I guess at least they're being honest with you.
I'm good. See ya. So
it's wild. Oh my God. All right, let's get to super chats since
let's get to the super chats so I can get to some sleep.
Yes.
You got some chats, Rebecca? You wanna?
Yes, I do. Let me read them. Hold on. Let's go to
Bender was supposed to come back, but I guess he's Al Jazeera took him.
Oh yeah.
Not coming back.
I figured.
I could pull up. Your first one's Nintendo Gaming Channel, right?
Nintendo Gaming Channel. Leftist Mafia, do you consider all of us farmers aren't screwed? They voted for this. All of us farmers are evil, social path, KKK, etc. It's all of U.S. farmers. Look, I'm tired. All of
I read it that way too.
Farmers. I said all of y'all farmers. It's crazy. All of U.S. farmers. Okay, yes, they.
Kowalski's not evil. He's a farmer. He's in the chat. I don't think all of them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hate on all farmers.
But the people who are, not all farmers.
They're kind of essential to our society.
That's quite the generalization there.
I think there's
I don't think they were generalizing though. I think they're talking about particular ones. You talking about the conservative farmers?
Maybe just the MAGA supporting farmers.
Yeah,
just
maybe
like
those.
The big
I'm
corporate,
assuming because there's a lot of those
conglomerates.
here where I live. MAGA farmers and people who have like ranches with horses. They live all around here. Leftist Mafia played Lost Records, Bloom and Rage.
I actually played a bit of that. It didn't grab me like I hoped it would, but I like it's like this. It's a very story heavy game. It's based. It's mostly about like there's not much of a game to it. It's mostly like you're interacting with this story, but it's based in the 80s. I like that 80s vibe of it, but it's interesting, just not really for me.
And thank you, actually, Nintendo Gaming Channel. I'm sorry I didn't say thank you. As well, thank you again, Leftist Mafia. I recommend you guys watch Noella React. Is that a YouTuber? It sounds like one. I'll watch it.
I don't know.
Check it out.
I'll check him out. Looney Tunes 9000, thank you so much for your super chat or your super sticker. GWick 358, thank you so much. Welcome back, Rebecca. Good to see you again. 35 is still young, and it is. Thank you. Bay Photo. Taylor Lorenz just did a great video analyzing this time period and why everyone is so jaded and nihilistic. I want to say that's what that word is. It's worth a watch. She was just actually
I saw
on.
that video.
Yeah, she was actually just on Olay's. I want to say Olay's show. If not,
Okay.
If not, it's coming
Olay
out.
and-
But she also was.
Okay.
She,
I gotta watch
yeah.
that.
Yeah, she's coming
Yeah,
out
I
on
love
Olay and
Taylor
Chill.
Lorenz. Her videos
Yeah,
are
Yeah, I like.
excellent.
She introduced me to Taylor Lorenz. I like her. Parker, thank you. Rebecca has been great on Olay and Friends lately. Thank you so much. I always enjoy being on with my best.
Hello and welcome to my hour of this space, Wednesdays, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. You will see me, Deter McBizness, also known as America's Wasp. Wasp is an acronym for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. One of the premises of my show is that I am not just any kind of white guy. I am part of the tribe that has dominated American politics up until, I guess, JFK was our first non-WASP president. But anyway, I am here to talk to you guys in an unapologetic tone, in a tone that is going to be indicative of my core emotion, which is not one that you would choose, but just so happens to be anger. And that just so happens to be what most lefties are feeling right now. And maybe a lot of you have been feeling it for a long time, but now it feels like the fractionalized left is finally uniting around this very understandable emotion of anger. Anger is a completely natural response to injustice, inequality, and unfairness. I have said that before on my weekly show on my channel, Deter McBizness, American Wasp, but the show is called Left Coast Live. That's Monday and Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific. With my co-host, Stat Pat Stateless Patriot, who is another California lefty. We go over all sorts of stuff, not just the daily news, but a lot to do with political strategy. And to get into that, I wanted to play off of something that this audience might be familiar with, that the Letterhack referenced in the opening episode. And that is my sci-fi metaphor for American politics. You got politics, which is Star Wars, and that's what the politicians do between each other, right? Then there's Star Trek, which is policy, which is problems and solutions. We should idealize our society into one of fairness and equal opportunity and so forth. And Star Trek was all about those things. Remember the replicator? Never had to worry about food in Star Trek. Remember no money? Wouldn't that be nice? So Star Trek is policy. And then the third is the one that you're probably not going to come up with on your own, and that's political marketing. Now, political marketing is the salesmanship of that policy by the politicians to the American public, right? Always nice to put communication in terms of capitalism lingo, because people can relate to it right away. Like it or not, it's just the way, it's just a good way to communicate with large quantities of people because they're so used to the language of consumerism. But anyway, political marketing, it's not just another sci-fi movie. It's the big dinosaur movie, Jurassic Park, baby. Political marketing is Jurassic Park because you got to kill dinosaurs. I said this when I was a guest on the Letterhack show. killing dinosaurs being defined as destroying the legacies of Ronald Reagan, and the big one for our side, Bill Clinton. The memories of these dudes are way too popular, are way too positive. People are not doing their homework on the policies passed under these presidents, and how in one case it transformed the party of fiscal responsibility and I guess minimalized government to a party about tax cuts for 1%ers and corporations, excessive military spending, running huge deficits, deregulation. This would be the GOP, of course. And then you got Clinton, who took the party of FDR and turned it upside down. Now, that is what the real tragedy of American politics has been since I was alive, is that the party that redefined the relationship between the federal government and the citizen, that was lost to public memory. And that's a dichotomy that I'm going to be talking about in my next video essay. If you do check me out, please go to my old video essays. That's my best work. The live streams are fun, but the video essays is where you're going to want to really start, because they'll give you really insightful things to offer people who want to understand the psychology of conservatism. That's kind of my core value proposition, is that just because of circumstances of my upbringing, I understand how and why conservatives think the way that they do. Not just any conservative, like all of them. Like if it's right-wing religious, right-wing greed, corporate America, or right-wing military, like you name it, I understand it. So that's kind of like why I'm going to lead with my building a relationship with this audience is directing you to those video essays, because they're good stuff. But getting back to Bill Clinton, there is a big difference between public memory and history, right? According to public memory, Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton were good presidents. According to history, they were awful presidents. I just gave you a bunch of reasons why Reagan sucked. Here's 5 for why Clinton sucked. The racist crime bill, the repeal of Glass-Steagall, which allowed retail banks to become investment banks. So much consolidation within the financial sector. Huge, huge. Go Google Glass-Steagall if you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, you must know these things if you're going to do rhetorical battle in this upcoming revolution, which we'll talk about later in my time. So we got the racist crime bill, repealing of Glass-Steagall, telecom, huge. Another one that allowed for enormous amounts of consolidation in a space that was considered to be societal holy ground. The telecom space was holy ground for 40 years. And Clinton just turned it upside down and privatized it and allowed for consolidation. Huge one with the Telecom Act. And then 4th, we got NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. Don't think I need to do the explanation there. And then welfare reform. He also screwed a lot of people out of welfare. So you got to have this rhetorical ammunition, guys, if you're going to go out there and make a difference with your friends. That's what I think this platform can maybe offer people, in addition to just being fun and, you know, laid back and trying to make sure that we feel the community, we feel the solidarity. I'm going to treat this 1 hour a week with you guys as an opportunity to give you some rhetorical ammunition when you go out there and talk with your friends. I'm not expecting you to get up on a soapbox and make speeches in public spaces and say, hey, come join the DSA, although you should join your local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. And I'm not expecting you to do those kinds of public appearances. But what I am expecting is for you to do things like explain how conservatism is obviously fear driven. Everybody knows that, but just get even more obvious with it than that and say conservatism is by definition resistance to change. And then you ask the person, well, what is our global society defined by more than any other variable? Change. Ask anyone in the private sector what their job is. Their job is to anticipate change. Everything that they do is about anticipating change. So if an economic system, which our globe now is, if that's dependent upon change, our predisposition should not be to resist it blindly. Our predisposition should be to find out what kind of change we should embrace. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to talk to you guys about, is the specific type of change that we want. Now, another great place to go when you're talking to your friends about politics to try to bring them to your leftier position, because everybody listening to this knows people who are moderate lefties or just ignorant lefties. They're lefties because they know MAGA sucks, but they don't really know the details. Hook them with healthcare. Okay? Hammer healthcare. And here's my twist on healthcare. It's not just Medicare for all. It's Medicare for all or something better. Because I got news for you. A lot of doctors don't like Medicare. So just there's me putting on my political marketing hat and coming up with something that's just a little sexier, a little more flexible, a little bit more open to change, right? Like I got my issues with the Green New Deal, right? The Green New Deal, I got news for you guys, is not perfect. The Green New Deal is very imperfect. And I'm not going to get into that, though, this episode. Now, I said this earlier, but, answering the question of why should you listen to me is that it's not just because I'm pissed and not just because you're pissed, but rather because I think I know how to transform that justifiable anger you're feeling into politically useful, righteous rage, right? And some people work out, some people meditate, but how do we make it politically useful is kind of the answer that I want to, is the question I'd like to answer over the course of my time here. Not to necessarily all today, but just in bits and pieces. So getting into those little pieces, all right, and how we interact with a political infrastructure that is in desperate need of renovation, right? We know that the Democratic Party needs to be overhauled along, in my opinion, and I shouldn't, it's not even my opinion, it should be your opinion too, generational and administrative lines, okay? No more baby boomer neoliberals, all right? No more Clinton people. No more Obama people. No more Biden people. You had your chance. You came in. We did it your way. And here we are. We are much better served by generational change within the Democratic Party. Now, I know that this might come across to a lot of you as naive optimism, thinking that we can overrun the party. I think we are getting to point of such absurdity with explicit fascism that actually the country is going to be desperate for something completely different. The pendulum, I do believe, will swing back the other way. Everybody thinks that too, but I think it's our job to kind of push it as far to the left as possible. We will not have institutional support for this, but we can have media support for this. And we can have, well, institutional support being defined by the DNC. We do have a lot of organizations like the DSA, for example, who can build local communities and impact your local politics. But nationally, we need heroes. Nationally, we need stars. This is the Star Wars part of the Star Wars, Star Trek, Jurassic Park trilogy, right? So we had Jurassic Park. Political marketing is about killing Reagan, killing Clinton. Star Trek, we know, is about all the policies we want. Basically, FDR's second Bill of Rights, healthcare, a home, right to a job, all the regular stuff that people who are living in other developed nations are getting. That's Star Trek. It's not complicated. The Star Wars is about the political players, the political athletes. Now, we've got one really starting wide receiver right now with AOC. We got a veteran coach in Bernie, and we've got some other kind of linemen and maybe a safety, some defensive players, in the forms of that guy from Connecticut, whose name escapes me at this point. I'm sure the chat will hook me up with a name here in a second, but we need more players. We're not fielding a real team right now. We need Han Solo. We need Luke Skywalker. We need, a lot of people listening might now think that AOC is one of those two, and maybe she is. I don't know. I'd be interested to see how her political career progresses. But that's actually one thing we should get into is actually related to this. So the Star Wars, right? It's a war. And I say on my YouTube channel, one of the more recent Deter decrees, I use these things called signposts, Deter decrees, Deter dichotomies, and Deter trichotomies. And one of my Deter decrees is when someone goes to war with you, you have no choice but to go to war with them. So make no mistake about it, y'all. This is war. We're just getting attacked right now, and we're not really all that able to counterattack other than in a defensive way at this point. So Star Wars, we need more players. We need like 10 Han Solos. We need 10 Skywalkers. We need 10 Obi-Wans. And so if you want to talk about that practically, like I said, join your local DSA, pay attention to your city council, and then work your way up. Who's your state representative, both in the equivalent of their House and Senate. And then, try to get involved. If you get involved with your local Democratic Party, go in with a little bit of entitlement, meaning like the establishment Democratic Party needs to shut up and listen for a while, because they created this situation. And so it's time for them to acknowledge that they're losers. We don't feel sorry for them. And I define this in one of my essays. A loser isn't just someone who loses because everybody loses every now and then, right? A loser is someone who keeps losing because they fail to learn from those losses. They fail to improve. They fail to self-edify, as it were. So a party of losers does not deserve our sympathy is a good place to start if you're looking to get into my essays. But with that in mind, Ken Martin gets caught with a sound leak crying at the end of having to have this like relatively, I guess, difficult conversation with David Hogg. Like, you have basically saying like, you cut my nuts off, dude. Like, what are you doing, kid? And instead of talking to him like that, though, he ends up like pussyfooting around the issue, finally gets to the point and starts crying. I mean, so this is what I want to talk about now, is the left's softness. Okay. I love the left, but I am not a native lefty, right? I come from a culture of competition. I come from a culture of athletic competition at the expense of being available for artistic expression, right? So what does that mean? That means I'm using my emotions when I'm competing as a kid to perform. And that means getting pissed off and hustling hard for that ball, right? So that's the psychology that created the guy that you're talking to. And that's never going to leave me. I'm always going to instinctually compete with people. I can't help it. It happens like right away. And then I'm aware of it because I've fucking evolved. I've went to school and took learning seriously. I've traveled a lot of different places, not just the country, but the world. And I've transcended the ignorance of my ultra competitive upbringing. But with that said, it endowed me with a very strong understanding of America's culture of competition. And that's what I'm here to do, is if I'm allowed to have a fucking real platform on mainstream media someday so I can smack around these douchebags on Morning Joe and all over. And it's MSNBC, I'll get into at some point, could be such a great network. Oh my God, it's such a tragedy. But anyway, yeah, so the left has the artists. The right is devoid of creative people. The left have the artists, and the artists don't like conflict, or at least a lot of them don't, right? A lot of people, for other reasons on the left, don't like conflict. They don't like competition. So those people should not be out front in positions of leadership. This is my kind of laser beam advocacy right now internally within the left. This is related to what I'm going to be talking about in an upcoming essay called The Double-Edged Sword of Equality. All right. The goal of the government, the type of government that we want to see in this country, will create an equal opportunity society. I don't think there's ever going to be complete equality. I don't think we should kid ourselves or even try for that. Let's try equal opportunity, right? Let's try for that. A lot of people confuse that to mean that equality is the vehicle for the change necessary to create that equal opportunity society. And I'm here to tell you, as a converted conservative, as a retired Republican, as someone who was born into the elite circles of conservative East Coast power, going back to Reagan, okay? I can tell you that love is not the answer. No. We can get love and joy after we win. But this was in my video about Kamala's campaign. Have you ever seen a fight? She said, when we fight, we win. It's like, that could have worked if she had actually fought. And, my reaction to is when we fight, we win is, have you ever seen a fight? And then because she invokes the politics of joy after that. And I'm like, you're angry when you're competing. You're pissed off. Look at that boxer. Look at that MMA fighter. Look at those NBA, NFL, college football players. They're all pissed off. That's how you compete. So give me competitors. That's where I'm going with this. Is I want the next generation of younger, angrier, leftier, millennial, preferably, progressive leaders within the Democratic Party to be competitors first and foremost. Give me guys and girls who hate losing, hate MAGA, and love the left, but are not going to go soft with the left. It's with their fellow lefties. Be kind and be loving, but it's like when we're talking about the right, I really think we haven't reached the point where 80 to 90% of people who are anti-MAGA or are just not MAGA are still, that's what we need to get to, of them thinking it's a war. We need 80 to 90% of people who are not MAGA in this country to understand that this conflict is a war, and it's going to be about 40 years before we actually get the society that we on this channel are aspiring to help produce, to facilitate the production of in some way. Yeah, my let's just hug it out. Yeah, not with MAGA trash, man. not with MAGA trash. And that's another thing I'm going to be talking with my man Alex in a minute about some political tactics that I'm wondering whether or not he thinks they're viable. He was on earlier today, the Devil's Advocate Productions guy. He's going to be joining us in a little while. And I'm curious to know, hopefully he's listening now, and I'll just bring it up with him again when he comes on if he's not. But I'm wondering now, given everything that I've already told you about the seriousness of the conflict that we're in, right? That basically we're dealing with the Third Reich. We're getting waged war on us. We have, good. Good to see you, DAP. Given that I look at it as a war, given that I know the enemy's sociopathy as well as anyone, given that I think it's not good enough to win in 26, 28, I think we need to win for 10 elections in a row. Is the political tactic of citizen versus citizen activism called for, justifiable, or even, dare I say, practical? And what I mean by this, remember, specificity. Whenever you're communicating and you have the opportunity to get more specific, do so, especially if you have a good example to use. What about a lefty political figure saying at some point, hey, MAGA trash, and this is something I don't see lefty figures doing, is talking at MAGA, looking them in the eye, looking the bully in the eye and saying STFU, STFD, and let the educated, enlightened, and empathetic people go to work, right? In keeping with that message on a local practical sense, what if someone stood up and said, hey, MAGA trash, you come into Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, Washington State, and Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Los Angeles, any of these towns, right? Hey, get aggressive. Go Atlanta, Durham, North Carolina, or Charlotte, North Carolina. Like, you come into any of these states wearing your MAGA trash gear, and you will not be served at restaurants, bars, or clubs. You will not be welcome in public event spaces. And if it's on your car, your tires are probably going to get slashed, and good luck getting a tow truck to take care of you. Like, I think that and this is, I mean, I hate to make this comparison, but it is a little bit like Black Panthers compared with civil rights. It's more of the Black Panthers strategy. So I don't know. I think that Tuesday High Road hasn't been working. Oh yeah. So this is right. Yeah. I think that the High Road hasn't been working. My dogs are goth. MDAG. No, I don't actually think that it's territorialism. So what I'm advocating for is us to say, yeah, you see all those killer blue cities with all the best entertainment in the world, like not just movies, but, theater and stand-up comedy and all that kind of cool stuff that goes down in places like New York and Chicago. Those things are no longer available to you. Those things belong to us now. Unless you're not wearing your MAGA gear, if you can come in, but like you draw the line and you get really specific and you say, yeah, you come into the I-95 Northeast corridor sporting MAGA gear, you're going to get stared down until you take it off. Stuff like that. So I'm curious to know. I don't think I'm getting a whole lot of attention about that in the chat. But yeah, so what I just said in one of my most recent, in keeping with this idea of kind of saying, hey, there's MAGA trash in the room. you in a most recent live stream, second most recent live stream, I talked about how the new meaning of WTF should be white trash fascists. Now, I know that's aggressive, but it plays off of an already established acronym in our public discourse that is huge. I mean, everybody know what WTF means, but what if you say, you know what it's, I mean, it's a great conversation starter for anybody that hates MAGA. Oh, you don't think so, Bozy? You don't think so? It won't work? Yeah. See? All right, Jet's on me. Jet's on it. Jet's with me. Now, Bo, don't be such a hater, Bo. Don't be such a hater, Bo. Get with Jet and me. Yeah. So WTF from now on stands for white trash fascists, because that's what this is. I was at a rally not too long ago, and I busted that out, and like half of the audience, most of which was women, was just like, oh. I'm like, yeah, get used to it. Get used to it. No, Bo, I'm going to pull a little bit of a card on you, Bo. I'm going to pull a little bit of a card on you. I think I have pretty damn good. Yeah, Looney Tunes likes it. I think I've got pretty damn good political instincts. So just keep an open mind. And maybe if you give it a chance, give it some time to get some traction, we will have it hope. Because I know you want it to work. That's the thing. And, you know, don't despair, right? We people on the left have some despair issues. So we got to get rid of those and find practical optimism, not naive optimism. Naive optimism is thinking that people like Ken Martin, thinking that guy was ever going to get it done with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was naive optimism. It's naive optimism to think that Kamala was going to win that election. If she had said white trash fascism is the new meaning of WTF, I think she would have won. Why not? Bust it out. I think Kamala the bitch versus Kamala bringing back the joy would have worked a hell of a lot better than what we got. But yeah, Bo, actually, it's interesting you bring up 25 years later. Yeah, well, actually, hold on. What's this? How do you do that and build labor solidarity at the same time? What, WTF and no genocide, maybe? Yeah, see, you're opening your mind. How do you do that? So you're talking about building, you know, I was talking about, you know, a new generation of political figures. I think that it comes down to I think labor needs to produce some talent. I think people who come from labor have that indispensable line item on the resume, and they understand the for-profit motive, the nefarious nature of it, and the application of it in ways that I can't actually. I've worked a little bit with some unions, but nothing that would lead me to say that I know how what makes for a great piece of talent that comes out of the labor space. But that would be building solidarity with labor, would be to get their people to run for office. In fact, I am actually involved in a process where we might be pivoting in that direction, but that needs to be decided by a certain person. Reminder, Trump's team removed 3.5 million votes from Kamala, mostly in swing states. Yeah. I don't know if that's actually, or, you know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Anything that makes Jim Crow get to 0%. Well, speaking of Jim Crow, I think we should start calling it Confederate Christian nationalism, not just Christian nationalism. It's not enough to call it just Christian nationalism. Antichrist Christian nationalism is fun too. Kamala said little to nothing about Palestine. Yeah, she said nothing about Palestine. She pulled the Israel has the right to defend itself card when it has no right to do so. Yeah, you're with me. We're together on that one. Yeah, Walls, they misused Walls. They kind of felt like, oh, having him on the ticket is enough to get the progressive left to vote to show up, and it wasn't. They needed to address Palestine, Gaza. They needed to deal with a lot of other issues that they just simply didn't. We need to get better at caring for our rights. Our rights are like puppy. Yeah. I agree with that. I don't know about, we have to feed them, give them water, and take them for walkies if we want the authorities to respect us. Interesting metaphor. I don't know. Maybe not. So Christian cult is another way to call Jim Crow. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. So I am just looking to see if our friend here is coming on soon. Yeah, he's got another 10 minutes. So, what about let's talk about me. Let's make a million times you cannot break into my house, shoot me, and say it was something. Yeah, see, it's tough to keep up with the chat as well as come up with interesting things to say. So I'm just going to go with a little bit more about me. Like I said, from the I-95 Northeast corridor, raised in a sports-centered athletic household. But my two siblings were way better athletes than I was. Even though I was a good athlete, I decided to focus on school a little bit more. And that meant me hitting the books in college and going. I was fortunate enough to go to a really good school in the South and got to know that region of America very well. And that has informed my political views. In fact, if you guys want, hey, babe, what's up? Oh, you want to come see me? Okay, hold on. You guys want to see the dogs? Okay, hold on. Come here. All right, this is Skipper. Say hello, baby. Say hello. Say hello. Mwah. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to transition. Go check out my essay, my second essay about who is Deter McBizness. Why should you care to get some more information on me and my background? I like to think I did a pretty good job ordering my essays so that they make sense in terms of deconstructing the psychology of conservatism. And actually, my next guest, very first guest on the show, did just that. So I'm psyched to pick his brain about what he thinks about me. This is a little bit of a social experiment. He and I do not know each other like from a hole in the wall. We've had one text conversation. Really, that's it. And so I'm psyched to bring in my main man, Alex, the devil's advocate.
Hello.
How are you, my man? Good to meet you.
I am good. What he said is true. We do not know each other. He texted me yesterday after my broadcast and said, "Hey, man, would you want to come on tomorrow?" And I said, "Okay." So our first of this space collab, folks.
Yeah, we're breaking ground here. Well, it was definitely practical on my part because I knew I could because I talk pretty fast. So I knew I could monologue for a good 20, 25, 30 minutes with very limited notes. I don't have much notes going on right now, but then I knew I'd get tired. And I was listening to your show and I know we have an overlap in having a creative side. And I think that that's one of the things that the left has that, well, my God, no, Bo, hold on real quick. Got to deal with this. No. So I am an ethnically ambiguous WASP. I sometimes WASP stands for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. If you joined us late. So I have the Israeli thing going on. I've gotten Persian. I've gotten Spanish. I've gotten some other South America, some other
always
South
Middle Eastern
American
or
countries.
Spanish.
Yep.
I'm in New York, so they're like, "Are you Puerto Rican? Are you Dominican?"
Oh, okay. So you're from New York originally?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got family that goes back through Brooklyn by way of Long Island.
Okay.
I
have family that, my dad is from Long Island, and my mom is from Brooklyn. So.
Right on. There we go. We got that. The cousins. I call them the I-95 cousins, man. No, because when you're there, you're talking shit to each other nonstop because of sports. But then, like, if you move out to the West Coast and you run into someone from New York, you're like, "Oh my God, amazing! somebody who knows how to take care of themselves. Like someone knows,
Yeah.
someone knows how to
Knows how to
be
walk
on
across the
time
street.
and like be aware of traffic and like not slow people down. And if he's not ready, then he gets out of the way of others. Like my kid, you know, my I-95 cousins. There's a lot of y'all out here. It's great. But that's one thing that I don't think, like, we could talk about this for a little bit, because like I was saying right before you came on, going to school in the South, getting to know, and my mother's from the South originally, but there's different parts of the South, obviously. She's from Virginia, which isn't so Southern, very like a military Navy connection kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I went to school in Nashville, Tennessee, and it was a private school that drew from all of the South. Like I had friends and relationships and meaningful conversations with people from all over the South. So I can do Arkansas real quick if I want to. And then there's that Texas whistle, and they just, you know, like, like I can do I actually do some voiceover work. So I've done different accents before, but it gave me, and then I lived in Nashville. I lived in New Orleans for a little bit. I had to spend a lot of time in Charleston, South Carolina. And those three cities are, by the way, the best the South has to offer. But a lot of people from the Northeast, the Midwest, and the West Coast are just completely ignorant about this subculture, because the foundation of MAGA, I define on my YouTube show, and you tell me what you think of this definition, is three major overlapping circles in a Venn diagram: Confederate flag waving, Bible beating, gun nuts. Those three circles overlapping, that's MAGA.
You said it in the second video: religious, military, corporate.
Yes.
And I would even wrap the church into that corporate structure, because that's what it is. You know, dude, you told me to watch his videos, and they're each 30 minutes long. And about 10 minutes into the first one, I'm like, I think this guy should be on MSNBC. I think he should be like Lawrence O'Donnell's old. Ari Melber moves to his spot and you take Ari's spot. And then about 10 minutes into the second video, I said, I would vote for this guy. So I really like where you're coming from. You are a class traitor, and it is awesome.
Yeah.
You mentioned Boston. I don't know if you're from Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went to school in Boston. I went to I don't want to say where I went to school, but it was for the arts. And I know you talked a lot about the dichotomy, Deter's dichotomy, between athletes and artists.
Yes.
And let's just say, when I was on my soccer team as a kid, the neighborhood soccer team, I was sitting as goalie, sitting in the goal, just drawing pictures in the dirt. And I think that's a pretty good indicator of where I went later in life, was just art. I like to draw. I liked movies and television
stories. What is it like to be? What is it like to be somebody else? I talk about that at some point. Like, that's storytelling. Empathy. Storytelling is empathy. What's it like to be? What's it like to be Bruce Willis in a big fancy office building taken over by terrorists? There you go. That's Die Hard, one of the best. The one that kicked off the entire action genre. So. Yeah, it's funny. You know a lot about Hollywood history, and like
I pick up what I can. I appreciate it.
So wait, I know what I wanted to ask you. Have you heard of the Fandom Menace?
Yeah.
So there's this guy you should check. There's this guy you should check out named Nerd Roddick, and I actually got. You know who he is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I originally liked him because he was shitting all over Game of Thrones. And and this is my Hollywood story I'll give you too, because it's related.
Please.
But I was like getting into the hate, like it's like hate watching, like, yes, this sucks, like total Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message moment. As soon as George R. Martin leaves the writer's room, the fucking show starts taking a nosedive, and it crashed and burned in the last season, right?
Yeah.
And then I move on. I stick with him just for a little bit though, and then it's like he starts coming up against politics, and I realized this guy is just a frustrated artist who like didn't have the balls to like create anything of his own, because he doesn't want to risk judgment. So in effect, he's kind of a pussy. Like, I mean,
an old saying is failed artists are either teachers or critics,
right?
And I want to first address Andrea in the chat. You're right. Die Hard did not kick off action. Arguably, that was the French Connection.
Catalyst.
But you know, for 90s action, for sure.
Always want to be specific with our language. We'll give Die Hard credit for being. You got to give Die Hard credit for being the catalyst, though. I mean, it took the action genre to new heights.
Terminator, Aliens, Rambo, all
Those came
before
after, did
88.
they?
No,
They were. Those
Die
were
Hard was
before?
88.
Okay, all right, you win.
But anyways, what were we just talking about? I need you to keep me on track.
Artistic athletic.
Okay.
Divide.
So yeah, nerdrotic. Oh my god. So these geek grifters, they got me too. Like I was watching The Quartering at one point because I'm watching a lot of gaming videos or movie reviews, and these pop up in the algorithm. And well, you know, they're talking about, oh, The Last Jedi sucks. Everybody who was worth anything on YouTube made a Last Jedi video, either talking positively, talking negatively. That boosted a lot of these people.
True.
And I came to YouTube late. Like I started watching it in like 27, like really 2018, 19.
Yeah.
And like learned retroactively about things like Gamergate and like these big movements, the adpocalypse, you know, all these weird things that happened that was like, oh, this is why I saw this person show up on Stephen Colbert like years ago because of this bubbling ecosystem that happened like on the internet that I just had no idea about. And so, you know, I'm watching these kind of nerd videos, you know, whatever, movies, TV, video games, and I get recommended, you know, The Quartering, and he's talking about The Last Jedi or whatever. I'm like, okay, I agree. And then he just won't let it go. And I'm like, well, you usually do like a review of a movie and then move on to another movie. But why you keep making videos about this one thing? And then they started to get more like focused on Kelly Marie Tran. If you remember that controversy of having an Asian person in Star Wars.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, when Captain Marvel was coming out, all the Brie Larson stuff, that's really what made The Quartering.
Right.
I mean, I know the Serfs, again, did like a deep dive into him recently, but it's this weird ecosystem, like all the Snyderverse stuff for the DC movies.
Right.
And this channel, Geeks and Gamers, was like the spearhead of it. Which is
I know
hilarious.
Geeks and Gamers. That guy's a fucking douchebag.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I want to fight that guy so badly.
And I
He's
think
such a
one of the
loser.
things that all these converging things happening at once is like Brie Larson says that, you know, weird, awkward thing at a award show, and then it goes viral and people are debating it. Also, a comic book artist named Ethan Van Sciver was just out and out Trumpy in 2016. Got laid off from DC, couldn't go to Marvel, so just started making independent books again, like he did like in the early 90s, and just making YouTube videos and just like coalescing all of these different manosphere adjacent, incel adjacent, geeky communities into one big thing, and it is growing. And I want to make noise about that. Like it's infecting even like YouTube kids.
It sounds like this subculture is related to the male loneliness epidemic.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what do they always say? I mean, they're even saying it about the Medicare cuts. Mike Johnson's like, we don't want young boys sitting around playing video games. Well, who do you think they're watching on YouTube?
Right.
They're watching Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers and these fucks. You know, sorry for cursing, but just talking about just weaving it in. You know, I mean, yesterday I played the game like Is This Woke and showed like movie posters.
Yeah, I was watching.
How to Train Your Dragon is coming out soon, and they're mad about recasting that of a black character, like a blonde character who's now like a black actress.
Right, I know. And I'm like, it's like, dude,
you're not going to see this movie.
It's people that never. It's kind of guys that never grew up. It's guys that like are stuck in that petulant creative space where they don't know what their voice is, and they didn't go to film school or they didn't go to some art school to help them refine it and get specific with it. Like, they don't even know about that quote, generality is the death of art. Like, they don't even know about shit like that. They don't know the fundamentals.
Which is what AI is, like, you know, just turn everything into a slurry of everyone's past art and then create nothing new.
And they think that art and entertainment are the same thing, and they are sometimes, but like, it's like all entertainment is technically art, but not all art is entertainment, right?
Yeah,
it's like one of those kinds of relationships.
Yeah, because good.
No, I was just going to say the three big sins. I'm going to be including this in a future essay, but the three big sins of America are narcissism, ignorance, and hypocrisy. You know, not in any particular order. NIH, I think, sounds good, but narcissism is like, when you get to this essay, I think it's my third essay, The Right-Wing Magic Trick, How American Exceptionalism Became American Narcissism. That's present in the fandom menace that we're talking about, these YouTubers who just go out there and hate and promote like conservative voices, who are just like, I'm not getting what I want. It's like, well, maybe you should start watching some indie films. Maybe you should broaden your horizons. Maybe you should, like, there's so much content out there. You can't find something that you like. There's never been more content out there. And now here's the transition that maybe you've already made implicitly. And I think a lot of people realize this. They just don't think about it or put it into these terms. At some point, their hatred becomes their entertainment.
Yes.
Their hatred is their entertainment at some point without them even realizing it.
Yeah. And their income. I mean, these guys in particular, but like the fans who watch them, this is their entertainment. They're excited to see, oh, I saw Brie Larson said something. I can't wait to see what this person has to say about it. Or, you know, the way we do when we watch, political things. Hey, is Trump and Elon are fighting. Let's go watch Vanguard or whatever, whoever's live, Hassan. But that's the ecosystem that they're working with. It's one, making the money. Two, they have no incentive to even talk positively about anything.
No, they're feeding the algorithm what they want.
You know, this Andor thing, it really threw them for a loop because like their audience is like, nah, this is good. You guys are wrong. And they're like, whoops, I guess we shouldn't have just jumped, you know. Knee jerk said this was woke and bad.
More proof that they're pussies and that they don't stand by their guns. They don't, at least, you know, you would respect them if they actually authentically felt that way. But now they're like, oh, no, wait, the audience is getting pissed at me. So it's like, so there's nothing real about you. You're just trying to please people.
Right.
And that's
it's really frustrating.
That's one thing that I'm psyched about with this space is it's a lot of people who just are doing the messaging, the content that they want to do the way that they want to do it. And it's not necessarily people who are just trying to find how they fit into the algorithm. You know, with that said, please find me and like, share, and subscribe.
Absolutely. Me too. But, you know, and that's what I try. Like, you cannot like The Last Jedi, and you cannot like a race swap of a character. I don't think Superman should be black unless you're doing the multiverse Superman. And that's because a rocket. Hey, Rooney, I'm talking about Superman. A rocket landing in Kansas, you know, the Kents can't pass him off as their own. They'll have to say he's adopted. It just changes the entire story. And it's okay to say that, but it's also okay to have a multiverse where there's another one. Well, there's a million, there's infinite Supermen of all. There's super women, there's super
the multiverse idea.
There is. It's a multiverse. This infinite universe. That's the point. It's for creativity. It's so a writer can join DC and be like, I want to tell this story that's going to be really good, but it doesn't fit perfectly into canon. Okay, that's over there in that universe. You know,
and I think like a lot of people, well, and it kind of comes down to this fundamental like existence of Hollywood in our culture and society. People give it too much credit. And what I mean by that is they think it influences our society to a greater extent than it does. It's Hollywood is not a smoke-filled room full of like mob bosses, even though there are certain gangster types like Ari Emanuel, for example, who's Rahm Emanuel's brother.
Mm.
Not a coincidence. There are major players like that who can kill projects and promote projects and so forth. But overall, most Hollywood people throwing shit up on a wall and seeing what sticks.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing
it's more of a reflection of our society. It's more like the saddest part is what you were just saying about how popular these guys in the fandom menace have become, because they have huge audiences.
Yeah,
Huge.
and now they are some of them, like Quartering, are starting to team up with some of these more political players and get funding and build bigger platforms, because they recognize how this is also helping their political project.
Right.
You know, I mean, we're seeing also in live action how David Zaslav of WB is just, I don't know, we're gonna call it just Max now. Actually, that doesn't work. Back to
they should go
HBO
back
Max.
to HBO. Yeah.
We're gonna kill Batgirl for tax reasons. We're gonna kill completely like defund the animation side of Warner Brothers. Like, you hear Warner Brothers, you think Looney Tunes. Like, maybe that's our age, but like, it's just insane.
Well, they lost touch with that. They lost touch with that.
Yeah,
They lost touch with their identity. Stop it.
This is the Discovery guy who's just like, hey, 90 Day Fiance, everything is 90 Day Fiance and house hunting and relationship advice.
Well, yeah, we go through like the platform is always going to include like reality crap because it's just so cheap to make. And yeah, you'd be surprised. There's all sorts of weird illegal like licensing agreements that motivate movies to get made, because it's like, okay, you have the rights to Battleship, for example, the board game. And the reason why that stupid movie Battleship got made was because Universal, I think, had the rights and they needed to do something with it, or they were going to lose the rights back to whoever owned the board game company, and then they were going to sell the rights again and make a ton of money. So they were like, okay, let's go drop $50 million on a movie with Peter Berg as director, and it was god awful and nobody saw it. So, you know, people, like I said,
Roger Corman with the Fantastic Four, because he bought the
another
rights
Fantastic Four. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. They made like, they've done 2 different Fantastic Fours. And it's just like
3,
with a name like
now.
Fantastic, dude, some of these, like, nobody's got any balls in, like, I could have told you 20 years ago, anything that's called the Fantastic Four is only going to work as a comic book. Okay. Now Green Lantern, that's a tragedy, because Green Lantern could have worked and could have been really cool. You know, the first one, I'm just talking about the
really
first
could
one.
have been. It really, really could have been. And I could do hours about talking about this, but I wanted to ask you a question, because I watched your videos. I think they're really good, and everybody should definitely go watch them. The first 2, and you do this great breakdown of like what it is. There's Ray back there making all the noise. This great breakdown of what a wasp is, because I know what a wasp is. I went to school with them.
You're from the north. Yeah, but you're from the Northeast, though. But you're from the Northeast. Out west, nobody knows what a wasp is. But yeah, go ahead.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, and it's important to actually break it down in a concise, measured way, like you do. I wrote down, the first note I wrote down was like, this is anti Matt Walsh. We found this country, we run this country, we own this country. Like, that's what Matt Walsh had said it before. Like, this is what they believe. That is the core ethos. Like you said, narcissism. We deserve this because, like Bill the Butcher in Gangs of New York. You brought up Good Shepherd with Matt Damon. I haven't seen that movie, but same thing. Like, we're the Native Americans.
Yes,
that, like, he says it in the Gangs of New York. Like, it's an insane statement, but that is the core of their ideology. We deserve, we can, entitlement, you know.
That's why I want to be someone that gets to punch him in the face. Like you mentioned, I have aspirations for running for office, or, you know, becoming influential in some way.
I think you should.
And it's like the first question that gets asked of anybody that comes on the scene and says, I want to run for office, is why you? Why you? Why should we trust you with this power? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with me, it's like, I'm not going to bullshit you. Like I'm not here claiming to be some sort of genius. I think the ideas are already out there. I think it's FDR's second Bill of Rights, and that was the paradigm, and that's the model. And I'm here to help the country graduate high school, because we haven't even done that intellectually speaking on a mass scale. Right.
Yeah.
But
which is a huge factor, by the way. I want everybody to remember that for two things. One, anybody on the internet could be a 10-year-old. So don't get into a long debate with someone who's not making, but they also could just be really stupid, because a lot of people are really dumb, and good people, bad people, in the middle people, but like they need help. And
keep watching my essays, man, because I talk about how when most people would describe someone as stupid, it's because they either don't think enough or they don't know how to think. Right.
Yeah.
It's quality and quantity of thought. Like, I feel like a lot of, people are just feeling their way through life. Like, conservatives are constantly reacting. And, but the thing I wanted to say about like the way I would establish trust with a large audience where to be given that opportunity, and this is a start for sure, is my personal motivation to beat the shit out of this culture, because it ruined my family. It ruined my parents' reputation because they attended a Trump fundraiser and took a picture with them and put it on social media. So I'm sorry, but that destroys your reputation to me. Unless you want to repent publicly, that's another part of my messaging is,
and then keep working towards the repentance goal.
Yes. And they have to repent. If forgiveness is for the real Christians. Like, I'm not a real Christian. I'm not down with forgiveness. I say never forgive, never forget, never respect, never again. Like in one of my
Pastor Ben is
videos.
a real Christian. I think he would agree with you.
Yeah, I think it's time, man. Like, just because someone doesn't know that they're in the service of evil isn't an excuse for them to still be respected. And that's another thing that you must remember. My second Deter decree: just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. And that's another shortcut. That's another really great shortcut. And you're welcome to use all this stuff. Just please give me credit every now and then. But it's like, do you respect a child throwing a temper tantrum?
You understand their child,
but you don't respect what they're saying. Like, give me what I want.
I
want. You don't respect that child. You say, go to your room, take a deep breath, whatever, calm down. When you're acting normally and ready to listen, then we'll talk. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what the fucking MAGA trash America is that petulant child that won't shut up. It's all about me. Why can't I get what I want all the time, whenever I want it? And it's nothing more complicated than that. And that also gets to a place of like, the centrists of like, stop trying to save them, dude. Stop trying to save the MAGA trash. They've made their decision.
Here's where I think, again, Rooney, a lot of what you're saying in your videos makes sense. Like, I believe you said your father knew some people in the real estate who, before, when he was on The Apprentice, just like, oh yeah, he failed.
It was a joke. Yeah,
it's a joke. He was a joke. And that's the thing that like is so frustrating. Like, Donald Trump has been a joke in pop culture. Like, that's what he is. And when you bring up like, what do we do? And why should you vote for me? It's like, well, because of him. A lot of the stuff they say, and you see why there was like crossover of Trump and Bernie voters, or even in New York, like Trump and AOC voters, because they want something different. They want someone who calls the establishment on their bullshit. Like, hey, when Trump stood up there and said, I donated to everybody on this stage, I also donated to all the opponents. Like, you can't say anything to me, because the Republicans have built this whole culture, like you said, of like, what is the scorecard? It is money. So if you have a lot of money, then you just win. And he won in that moment. But people like AOC won because she was like, screw it, I'm running. I hope Kat Abigail wins in Chicago.
Yeah, me too.
I hope more people run and just go, screw it. Someone called into Majority Report the other day and was like, dude, just go down to your local, like you were saying earlier on this broadcast about like, pay attention to your city council. Go to your city council meetings. Go to like your local, because they might be like, yo, we're old, we're 90, we just come here basically to hang out during the day. You want to take over and like do real stuff? Be my guest. Challenge them, and most of them will back down. Kat started running in like April. The establishment Democrat announced that she wasn't going to run for re-election. Probably because she's like, I don't want to actually have to fight in a primary.
Like 80.
I'm tired. Like,
well, she shouldn't be there anyway. I mean, she should have been replaced a long time ago.
Another
And I'm happy for Kat. No, it's all good because Kat lives in a really great district for that. Not everybody lives in, like in a district that would lend itself to a progressive left message. But I think it's going to be a 1-2 punch. I think 26, hopefully Kat wins, and then a lot of people see that and get involved. But I will say that if you're out there, if this message resonates with you, Kat Ubegazelia, Bo is her name. And if this message resonates with you guys and you're watching, definitely recommend joining your local DSA. And I know I've said that before, and I am admittedly a member of my local DSA and on the steering committee. But if you're just looking for like the mechanics of getting elected, like who's your representative, where would you run, whatever, the DSA is a really great starting point for that kind of thing. And here's my link to my channel one last time. Please like, share, and subscribe. So Alex, what else you got here? We got now 2 minutes left. What else is on your mind?
I mean, I also wanted to say like some of their messaging, like do your own research. Going back to like people being educated, it is a good idea to do your own research. When I got into politics, I was flipping back and forth every day between MSNBC and Fox, just watching the channels back to back. And then when it was a boring hour, I'd watch C-SPAN, because C-SPAN, as a video guy, as a filmmaker, that's the raw footage of politics. It's just a camera in the House chambers, and you just watch them go about the daily business. You can literally watch them like it is quiet. They're just milling about. People are making like boring speeches, whatever. And then one guy gets up and says this, is making a clip, because he's going to go on Fox News later. He's going to go on CNN later. And he knows that clip is going to go viral. He knows that to tell his staffers, hey, make sure you get that footage and send it, because I'm going to go on 8 o'clock on CNN. It's amazing to watch. And that's why it's really like reality TV about reality. Those channels.
Good for you for actually transcending that structure and actually doing your own research.
And that's what I mean. I read Breitbart and Huffington Post, Vox and Daily Caller. Like I wanted to see on like major news events where they differed, where they actually used the same information. And that's just reasoning that I learned in
school. Have you ever done you should maybe do a video on that. Maybe if you haven't
already. I mean, I should
do an essay or something. All right. Hey, yo, thanks for coming by, man. I really appreciate it. It was a hell of a first episode. We got to run, but thank you very much, Alex, for joining us. Thank you guys for listening. Please like, share, and subscribe to my channel one last time. There's my link, and I will be on out of here. We love you. We take care of you, and see you in a week from today. Same time, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. I am Deter McBizness, American Wasp. Thank you.
Watch this space.
Bet you didn't know that these two movies are directly related. Yeah, I'm KT, and here's a really unusual movie fact for you. No Country for Old Men and a Goofy movie both have the same composer. Yeah, Carter Burwell, known for his extremely experimental soundtrack on No Country for Old Men, as well as much work that he does with the Coen brothers, also did the original score for a Goofy movie. And this does get reinterpreted by Don Davis, who did Beauty and the Beast, and is the Wachowski go-to guy, so he did all of the composition for The Matrix. But the original version of this that he worked on and reinterpreted was Carter Burwell's. And Carter Burwell would later on say that, like, it did feature a very unusual instrumentation. He wanted to have a banjo, percussion, a choir, and Disney wanted it to be like a more sweeping scale and have a familiar symphonic score. That makes sense. But what I just described certainly sounds a little bit more like No Country for Old Men than a Goofy movie. It's just truly mind-blowing that you could say Carter Burwell did both of these pieces. And if you'd like to know more about a Goofy movie, well, happy April Fools, because I came out with a special episode of What If I Don't Like It today. We usually do an old episode that's rehashed on the first, but today we're talking with Jared Skolnick about a Goofy movie and discussing all of these fun facts behind it. There's a documentary coming out on Disney Plus on the 7th, so there's way more of this information coming at you very soon on a bunch of different platforms, but you can join me today on my podcast and talk more about this fantastic movie and all of the very weird things about it.
I urge our leaders, especially Prime Minister Mark Carney, to act in line with the message of his own book. In it, he argues that we must place human dignity and shared moral commitments above markets, politics, and power.
The humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached unimaginable levels, and we now have Canadian doctors coming out calling on Prime Minister Mark Carney to do more. So in this video, I'm going to play a few clips from their recent press conference that was hosted by NDP MP foreign critic Heather McPherson, and just break down what is going on and how we have continued as a society to allow this sort of mass genocide without any real pushback, apart from some strongly worded statements, which, again, is not nearly enough. So let me just quickly here give you an overview or a bird's eye view of the numbers of what is happening. And it's worth noting, again, there is no real infrastructure currently in Gaza to really account for the actual numbers in terms of deaths, in terms of injuries. There is no real accounting at this point. That the actual ability to follow what has been going on closely ended about a year ago. So at this point, a lot of it is estimates or whatever numbers the UN is able to put together based on their sources. But again, these numbers are not a complete picture of what is going on, but it's worth sharing regardless. They write here, the aggression has transformed Gaza into a landscape of desolation where nearly half of the casualties are children and thousands remain displaced. The group of experts cited over 52,000 deaths, of which 70% continue to be women and children, and over 118,000 injuries as of May 4th, 2025. Other estimates put the deaths well over 100,000. So again, it's hard to know the exact figures. That said, Canada, along with many other countries, are simply not doing enough. Now, I covered this recent statement from Mark Carney, the UK, and France a few days ago, but I just want to highlight what Mark Carney is saying so far, just to give you an idea of where the pushback is from the NDP and these doctors. So part of the statement, he says, we call on the Israeli government to stop its military operations in Gaza and immediately allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. This must include engaging with the UN to ensure a return to delivery of aid in line with humanitarian principles. All right, that's a great thing to ask for. Where is the pressure point? What are you using in terms of your ability to put pressure on the Israeli government to stop what they are doing? So that's where we get to what the NDP and these doctors are calling for. But I also want to point out, he wrote here, or I should say this joint statement between the three countries writes here, the Israeli government's denial of essential humanitarian assistance to the civilian population is unacceptable and risks breaching international humanitarian law. Risks breaching international humanitarian law? The Israeli government has been flagrantly violating international humanitarian law since well before October 7th when it applies to the ongoing settlements, which they have continued, and I'll get to a headline later on, continued to expand. Let me get to NDP MP foreign affairs critic Heather McPherson.
This is the defining moral issue of our time. As you know, New Democrats have long called on the Canadian government to end its complicity in this genocide. The time for statements is over. Long past time for action. Strong political and moral choices that will put pressure on Netanyahu to end this. We demand an arms embargo, sanctions on Netanyahu and his cabinet, and the immediate recognition of the state of Palestine.
An arms embargo, sanctions, and a recognition of the state of Palestine. In addition to, the NDP also called on Mark Carney to suspend the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, which would be right in line with what the UK is doing. They suspended talks with Israel over the attacks. And the EU is also in reviewing their trade cooperation with Israel. And Ireland actually just recently moved to become the first EU country to ban trade with Israeli-occupied territories. So that regards the illegal Israeli settlements on Palestinian land. Now, that is continuing to expand. So this headline, by the way, is just remarkable to me. Israel announces major expansion of settlements in occupied West Bank. The word illegal should be before settlements, because any average person who hasn't followed this closely may not think much of this headline until they read the piece, which does explain how these settlements are illegal under international law. But you read this headline and it's just, oh, okay, they're expanding settlements. What's the big deal here? The reality is this has been going on for years. I mean, look at the date on this one, 2016. This is from the UN. Israel's settlements have no legal validity, constitute flagrant violation of international law. So again, they've been doing this, of course, well before October 7th. And you see in that, the statement from Mark Carney in France and the UK, we oppose any attempt to expand settlements in the West Bank. They've been doing this for over a decade, for years. To act like this is, like, I'm glad they oppose any attempts to expand settlements, but again, without using any pressure point in terms of the political pressure you're able to use in terms of sanctions, in terms of ending trade, without those sorts of moves, these strongly worded statements do absolutely nothing. Now, here are a few clips from the doctors that have worked in Gaza that spoke at this news conference.
I was home already on May 13th when my hospital, the European Gaza hospital, was attacked with numerous Israeli airstrikes, which put the hospital out of service, killed and injured around 60 people. That was a full functioning hospital with patients, families, visitors, doctors, medical students who came every day to study, residents who came to work to treat patients and to continue to study and advance in their exams.
There is no independent journalism allowed in Gaza at this point, but there are international doctors. We've been there. We are the eyewitnesses to this genocide. We are telling the truth, and yes, IDF forces are lying to you. Innocent people are being killed in mass numbers, from paramedics to doctors and even children. Gaza currently has the highest amount of child amputees per capita in the world. This never happens. It does not happen unless you deliberately target innocent civilians.
I was in Gaza last year as a medical volunteer in primary care clinics in central Rafah, and I witnessed with my own eyes the impacts of forced starvation on the children I cared for. This is an entirely preventable famine imposed on the Palestinian people in Gaza by Israel and also its allies who are withholding life-saving food, water, and medical aid to an entire population under illegal occupation and blockade since 2007.
Imagine the level of courage you must have to put yourself on the line, choose to go to Gaza, knowing that Israel is targeting hospitals, targeting medical facilities, targeting civilians. You put yourself on the line because you want to help the people suffering in Gaza. These doctors are heroes, and we should all know their names. So the ones that spoke at that press conference are Deirdre Noonan, Sarah Lalonde, Rizwan Minhas, and Yiping Ji. And there's a couple other speakers that I'm going to get to in a minute here. But it's hard to imagine. And it's worth noting the targeting of healthcare workers. So this is from the Toronto Star. At least up until now, the West has remained staunchly supportive of Israel. This has been the case despite statements from the UN, World Health Organization, human rights, and other international groups documenting Israel's killing of more than 1,400 healthcare workers and 180 journalists, as well as destroying 17 hospitals and 19 universities in Gaza. If you recall back, I think this is back in December 2013, there was a hospital that was hit by a rocket in Gaza. And there was this big debate over who did it. I mean, some debated it, I should be clear, in terms of mainstream press was debating this. And, maybe it was a rocket that backfired on Hamas, and it was a Hamas rocket that did it. Turns out, after further investigation, it was in fact Israel that did it. And that got a lot less play in the press, by the way, than the initial story of the debate over who did it. But since then, 16 more hospitals hit, destroyed. And we're still having conversations about, should there be sanctions? Should there be trade talks? Should Netanyahu be sent to prison? I don't. How is there any debate? It really is just wild how much pressure organizations that are associated with the Israeli government, how much pressure those organizations in countries like Canada, the US, the UK, Europe, how much power those organizations still have over our public policy, despite what we are seeing with our very eyes. Here's the next clip. This is a organizer that works to send medical supplies into Gaza, and her message directly to Mark Carney.
I urge our leaders, especially Prime Minister Mark Carney, to act in line with the message of his own book, published in 2021 called Values, Building a Better World for All. In it, he argues that we must place human dignity and shared moral commitments above markets, politics, and power. If our values mean anything, they must mean something now in Gaza. We therefore call on the Government of Canada to reject the militarized aid model, to restore full access to the UN and legitimate humanitarian organizations, to ensure aid is delivered safely, neutrally, and at scale, not through armed contractors, and to withhold Canadian funding from any entity that fails to meet these humanitarian principles. This is not only a test of Canadian policy, it is a test of our values.
So she mentions there the militarized aid model. This is what she is talking about. The new group that is being used to distribute aid to Palestinians is just a military contractor. New York Times here, new aid site in Gaza brings more scenes of chaos. The UN says food being distributed by a new Israeli-backed system is, quote, less than a drop in the ocean. And here's an image from one of those locations. People lining up in cages to receive, to hope to receive a tiny box of food, which many are not receiving. You have 2+ million people essentially living in an open air prison where Israel controls the borders. The country that is destroying them, genociding them, controls what gets in. It is an insane scenario that we would not allow under any other situation. But for over a year now, we have allowed this to continue. And that, again, is in addition to, even before October 7th, the ongoing settlements and kind of control that Israel has had over Palestinians, both in the West Bank and Gaza, has been flagrant violations of international law that allies to Israel have continued to turn a blind eye to. But this new aid group is the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. I love how they name these things, describing it as a militarized distribution operation. So that's according to the UN, that violates humanitarian principles. So on Thursday, crowds of hungry Palestinians scrambled for handouts and dodged stun grenades that were fired outside the new aid hub to disperse crowds. That's according to videos that were verified by the New York Times. Shooting at people that are starving. Not really sure what else to add to that. Dozens injured by Israeli gunfire as crowds overwhelmed Gaza aid site. And of course, I've mentioned this in a different video, but it's worth bringing up in the context of this. This is from Haaretz, an Israel-based newspaper. Netanyahu's Gaza aid U-turn isn't about compassion. It's about keeping the war going. Despite Netanyahu's approval of limited aid to Gaza under U.S. pressure, the plan's execution is raising alarms. And that, if you note, May 20th, before the headlines of what we are seeing now. I have, worth mentioning as well, just a Canadian charity has suspended their distribution of aid boxes to the Gaza Strip because they fear would not get to them because of who is now managing the whole process. I have one more clip to get to. I'm just going to end on this because I have nothing else to add, but it's worth hearing this.
One of the stories that stuck with us is a testimony from Dr. Mohammed Khuzayz. He said, "Do you know what a starving child looks like towards the end? They can't cry. Their heart slows down and then it just stops giving up on the world." So I want to leave you with this image. Imagine children starving, unable to cry, and then completely slowing down and stopping because this world has let them down.
Certain ones just stick in your head and you just think about your own children. And so silence wasn't a choice for me.
Beloved children's creator and educator Miss Rachel, who is often referred to as the modern-day Mr. Rogers, or for Canadians, the modern-day Mr. Dressup, is opening up in a recent interview with Mehdi Hassan on her support for children in Gaza. This is after a full year of attacks from right-wing groups aligned with the Israeli government, including a new one that I will get to in a bit here. So I want to highlight this story because I haven't discussed the attacks on Miss Rachel yet, largely because I've tried to avoid just the complete disappointment I have in humanity over these attacks, because Miss Rachel is such a good person, both in terms of the content that she puts out, but also you can tell the stuff that she fights for, putting herself on the line to speak out on what's been happening in Gaza, when it would have been so easy for her to simply ignore this. As somebody who works in a apolitical space, you know, children's content is not typically viewed as heavy material, but being willing to put herself out there and her reputation out there in standing up for what she knows is right, I think she deserves so much credit for doing that. And I want to share a couple of clips from the interview that she had with Mehdi Hassan. So first, just to lay some basic facts about what's been going on and what's been driving her her desire to speak out on this. From the UN here, more than 1 million children in Gaza deprived of aid for over a month. This is a story from April. And that intentional starving of children in Gaza is now into its third month. So, as Common Dreams writes here, in addition to cutting off deliveries of humanitarian supplies, the Israeli military has continued its attacks on food distribution facilities inside Gaza, further complicating efforts to aid the enclave's starving population. UN officials, human rights groups, and the International Criminal Court have accused Israeli leaders of using starvation as a weapon of war in Gaza. And just some figures worth noting here from the UN. At least 100 children are reported killed or injured every day in Gaza since the strikes resumed on March 18th. Young lives cut short in a war not of children's making. Since the war began 1.5 years ago, 15,000 children were reportedly killed. Let me get to Miss Rachel now. So this was almost exactly a year ago. No, actually exactly a year ago. This video was put out with Save the Children. So Miss Rachel has been working with Save the Children to get a message out and try to raise money for children in Gaza. Let me just play a bit of this.
It came to me this morning called Messages of Love to Children for Children, and I'm wondering if I can get your help with it. Please tag Cameo in the comments so we can make this happen together. The idea is I'll make videos for little ones, and all the money raised on my end will go to Save the Children's Emergency Fund, which will go to children living in conflict, Gaza, Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ukraine. Hopefully I can make little ones smile by giving them a personal video, and then the money will go to help more children living in unimaginable circumstances.
So, what comes off to me as a very innocent message? This is someone that wants to help children facing conflict in anywhere in the world, Gaza being one of those conflicts. And this led to massive backlash, largely propagated by far-right pro-Israel groups. And of course, people jumping onto that bandwagon at the time. So, just headline here from NBC. Viral Kids creator Miss Rachel says she experienced bullying after fundraising for children in Gaza. And that's born out of this video here. I'll just play a bit of this.
It's so bad. It's so bad. But I can handle this. Saying I don't care about all kids is like, it just hurts so bad. That is who I am. I love my neighbor. I love every child. Imagining for 1 second what a mom is going through, unable to feed her child, or give her child clean water, or keep her child safe. I can do this. I can do this. The bullying is...
So, I've had a hard... This is why I've avoided this story up until now. Just seeing people who are uniquely good people face this kind of backlash for doing what is right is just so disheartening. And this story from a month ago. So this bullying has gone on for, off and on for about a year. Now it's gone even further. Pro-Israel group asks DOJ to investigate Miss Rachel over posts on Gaza children. Stop Anti-Semitism, which is just a pro-Israel propaganda group, questions if beloved children's entertainer acted as a foreign agent to spread propaganda. Speaking out on behalf of children suffering in Gaza is somehow propaganda to an actual propaganda group, which is Stop Anti-Semitism, which that isn't their goal. Their goal is to defend the Israeli government as they commit war crimes. I mean, their leaders are under arrest warrants for starvation, for crimes against humanity. It's just this story is just incredibly frustrating. I want to play a couple of clips from this interview. So I watched the full thing. I want to be clear, this is paywalled, so I'm not going to share anything that isn't public already. But if you do want to watch the full interview with Miss Rachel on Zeteo, you can go check it out. I will link to it below the video. Of course, you'll have to pay to subscribe, but I will share a couple of clips. And one of them, the second one, is a bit of a tearjerker because she discusses the stuff that she's seen and just giving you a warning there. But here's the first clip.
You have 2 kids of your own. Is that why you decided to speak out about what's happening in Gaza, specifically with children in Gaza, because of what's happening to the kids there?
I do think being a mother makes you put yourself in that situation. And I think my background in early childhood makes me think about that crucial brain development time of 0 to 3. So if you're being malnourished and you're seeing trauma and you're losing your family, that's a really crucial time of brain development. So I think about that. And then I think just empathy for all kids, which I've always had.
Is it something you followed always, or did you also, like millions of other Americans, come to this via social media, just seeing these horrific, tragic videos?
So I had been working with Save the Children prior. When the show became successful, I got an agent, and my agent was like, tell me about what you want to do. And I was like, I want to be connected to charities, and I want to do work helping children. So I got involved with Save the Children.
Great charity.
Yeah, and I was learning from their team and their CEO about a lot of things going on with children here in the US, food insecurity. I was learning about the Congo. She had just come back from there, and they asked me if I wanted to have a meeting with her, and I wanted to learn about that. And I just asked, like, what is a day like for kids there? And then she was in Gaza, And she came back, and they said, would you want to meet from her and hear what it's like for kids there? And I was like, definitely. So I heard from her, and I knew she was there, and she was describing what was happening firsthand. And then, of course, I did see the distressing, horrific images online. And of course, certain ones just stick in your head, and you just think about your own children. And so silence wasn't a choice for me.
Silence wasn't a choice for me. The reality is, it was a choice. She could have not said anything. She could have done what a lot of people in her space do, a lot of people with apolitical platforms, a lot of actors, musicians, whoever, choose to not say anything. Miss Rachel put herself out there, did the right thing because she realized she could not go on in the space that she works in without standing up for what is right. And she deserves a lot of credit for doing that when so many people are not willing to do that. I think it's important for people like me to counteract the negativity that someone like Miss Rachel sees in, for doing the right thing. It's important for us to speak out on behalf of her and highlight how brave it is for someone like this to do what she does. So again, all the credit in the world to Miss Rachel for being willing to speak out on this. And I got one more clip. Again, this one made me tear up, just letting you know. She tears up as well, but it's worth watching.
I know there are things I've seen that I will never be able to unsee since in the last 18 months. I just wonder, was there one particular thing about a child? I don't know. I know you've posted about a lot of individual children,
definitely.
but before you started posting about children, reach out. And I do want to come to some of the children you've connected with. But I'm interested in that moment in those few months after October 7th when our feeds were just crazy. I'm just wondering, as someone who's just an ordinary American, not Miss Rachel, the YouTube creator, was there something that just stopped you in your tracks?
There are multiple that I can't forget. There was a little boy who was really shocked, and he was shaking, and his eyes were there was so much terror in his eyes, and a healthcare worker was being so compassionate, and you see that compassion, and he finally was able to cry because he was just so shocked he couldn't even cry. And then Andrea Job's voice on the phone.
Yes.
I'll never forget. And I know some people can't even listen because it's so hard, and I think that's so understandable, but as just, her voice, and a little boy who was staring at the wall who had lost his whole family and just was staring. And then there was a child in like a rainbow onesie. And my daughter has a rainbow onesie, and I had to give it away because, you just see that and it just doesn't make any sense, because as grown-ups, we know what children need and what they deserve and what will help them grow into happy, healthy adults. And it will benefit us all. It's right to speak out because this is wrong, but it's also right to speak out because it's going to benefit everyone.
As someone whose kid grew up watching Miss Rachel, at least his first few years, learning new words, pronunciations, Miss Rachel was on all the time in our house. To learn that Miss Rachel's also a really good person and is actually impacted and by the videos that she saw and has real empathy, it's so good to hear, because often it's the opposite. Somebody that we watch or used to watch, we learn later on, oh, they're actually a horrible person, or they associate with terrible people. That's usually the case. This time, though, it's the opposite. And it's so good to learn that Miss Rachel is as wholesome in real life as she is in her YouTube videos. So again, all the credit in the world to Miss Rachel for continuing to stand up and discuss this issue despite, the past year of bullying. She has not relented. Good on her. And again, anyone with a platform out there who, whether it's on YouTube or whatever, is afraid of speaking out and saying something, don't be afraid. Most of us are not insane. There will be people that will come out to defend you and be on your side. And a lot of the hate you receive will be from bot farms and people who are not actually people. So again, it's not controversial to acknowledge the reality of what is going on with the war crimes being committed. That's not a, it should be noted, it's not a controversial position to acknowledge reality. So that said, I will link to the full interview with Miss Rachel below the video on Zateo if you want to check the whole thing out.
Are you going to build that pipeline? What people in Alberta and Saskatchewan? Have you spoken to Pierre Poilievre?
Following the selection of Prime Minister Mark Carney's new cabinet, Vashi Kapelos of CTV News interviewed the Prime Minister and did what I expect a lot of media is going to do over the coming months and potential years. That is, frame everything from a right-wing perspective. So in this video, I'm going to share a few clips from this interview, how this is not just a CTV or Vashi Kapelos issue, this is an issue with Canadian media generally. And then I'll get to the questions that really should have been asked around his cabinet. So let me play this sequence of clips for you. These are a few questions. I cut out the first 10 minutes. The first 10 minutes of the interview is just asking, why isn't there more change? You promised change, even though half the cabinet is new and the other members were moved around to other positions. Again, this change for change's sake means nothing. It's what do these members actually deliver, or what can they deliver in their positions? But that aside, the second half of the interview gets a little deeper into what we are going to see over the next few months in coverage of this government.
They want to know where conventional energy fits into your ambitions. And it's not just because, if I may, not just because of the record of the previous government, it's because of you yourself, your book Values, for example, which extensively talks about a reorientation of the market around the climate imperative. I think Canadians had been asking throughout the campaign, and now, like, is this Prime Minister Mark Carney of values, or is it the Prime Minister of the campaign? Like, are you going to build that pipeline if the consensus exists? What people in Alberta and Saskatchewan who didn't vote for your party are worried about, right? They are worried that it is the Mark Carney of values, it is the Justin Trudeau government, and the reason I ask about that is against that backdrop, right? You are still saying you're going to keep C-69 in place, you are going to keep the emissions cap in place. Have you spoken to Pierre Poilievre about seeking support from the Conservatives in advancing parts of that agenda?
I rolled my eyes so often during this 20-minute interview that they almost fell on my face. This government won because the NDP vote collapsed and coalesced around the Liberal Party. A majority of Canadians voted for a center to center left party. That is what they want. Why is every question now framed from the perspective of the oil business? Is climate no longer an issue in our society? Is labor a problem? Housing. Anything about housing at all in this interview? No. So I'm going to get to a couple of questions that should have been asked. But just to be clear about Bill C-69, this was brought up a couple times at least during this interview, the defense of Bill C-69. This is a bill that requires resource projects to be assessed for environmental, health, social, and economic impacts and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. This is apparently very offensive to Canadian media. Critics, including Poilievre, have called it the No More Pipelines Act, which I think is a good thing to call. Yes, call it the No Pipelines Act. That's not a negative. That's a positive. But again, this is not just CTV News. This is not just Vashi Kapelos. I don't think I've ever honestly seen an interview with the Prime Minister where the reporter is very concerned about the climate. I'm not sure that's ever happened in the history of Canadian, at least mainstream Canadian media, whether it's CTV, CBC, Global, whoever it is. They don't take that issue seriously ever. It's always from the perspective of Alberta. And really, let's be clear, not Alberta workers, not oil workers, from the industry. They take on the perspective of big oil business because there's a way to protect the workers and ensure the workers are okay without destroying our planet. But again, everything here from a right-wing perspective, despite the fact that there are legitimate questions about this cabinet. like, there's a federal AI minister, which, worth noting, Evan Solomon here, maybe AI himself. But apart from that, okay, fine. You want to have an AI minister, but no labor minister? An AI minister, but no labor minister. I mean, you're basically telling everybody we are very concerned about AI not having enough jobs. So we are going to make sure AI gets the jobs while labor disintegrates. And that gets to the heart of some of the issues with this major focus on AI. From Press Progress here, Sharon D'Souza, National President of the Public Service Alliance of Canada, said that while AI can be a useful tool, she is very concerned about how AI could impact the public's ability to access public services, especially senior citizens. I already dealt with, she goes for an example here. When someone is experiencing crisis in their life, they look to the government for answers and they want to talk to somebody. They don't want to be stuck in an endless loop of automated prompt responses. I literally called the CRA today to try and talk to somebody, and I was stuck in a loop of automated prompt responses. So it's already bad. I can't imagine how much worse it's going to get now if AI is replacing government jobs. But the other problem, of course, is the potential impact on labor. The Canadian Association of Public Employees also expressed concern about the inclusion of AI in public service work in their statement, congratulating Carney, demanding the government guarantee a robust federal workforce by, quote, ensuring that any increase in the use of artificial intelligence to be done responsibly to support federal workers, not replace them with unproven technologies. Is that how it's going to be implemented? I am skeptical. But I would be less worried if there was someone there to oversee labor, and there isn't. This from the Canadian Dimension. Before the election, Carney had already eliminated the Minister of Labor portfolio, demoting and folding it into a broader jobs and families hodgepodge. This makes his cabinet the first to be without a dedicated labor minister since 1909. Carney only formally giving labor a Secretary of State portfolio, which is not a cabinet position. No prime minister has given workers less of a formal place in the last 120 years. This is barely being discussed. I've seen, some coverage of this on CBC, but for this to be the first interview he does following announcing the announcement of his cabinet, and CTV doesn't bring this up at all, is concerning, not just for CTV, but for what the coverage of this government is going to be. Yet, who gets to benefit from this? Conservatives. Tory MP Jamil Javani concerned about lack of labor minister. Like, you've screwed up when a conservative MP is winning the messaging war on labor, the very thing they have helped to try and destroy over their lifetime, but also over the past 10 or so years with bills that I did video on this before the election, with the bills that they claimed in their new platform they're very against, these anti-union bills, but they named bills that they themselves brought up and voted for while the other parties voted against them. But look what this switcheroo that the conservatives are trying to pull now, that they're very concerned about labor rights, despite having no history of showing that concern. Another issue, the housing minister is ex-Vancouver Mayor Gregor Robertson, who, I want you to guess, do you think he did a good job in Vancouver on the issue of housing? I don't. I have some figures to show you in a minute here. I don't even think I need to get to them. I think you understand that housing in Vancouver is incredibly expensive and homelessness is a major problem. And that's after throwing Erskine Smith away, who had barely been there. Trudeau brought him in as the housing minister at the end of last year through his cabinet shuffle. And then Erskine Smith, one of the early endorsers of Mark Carney in the leadership race for the Liberal Party, and then thrown aside once Carney gets in. Erskine Smith, I would argue, is the best Liberal MP. He's someone that could easily sit as an NDP MP, but chooses to stay on as a Liberal, hoping, I think, to try and move the party in the correct direction of focusing on issues like affordability, labor, housing, but thrown aside. And he tweeted out about it here, saying, I ran again because of the opportunity to make an even bigger difference around the cabinet table and to help fix the housing crisis. I'm not back in any role, unfortunately, so it may not surprise you to learn that it's been a strange day on my end. Worth noting, Erskine Smith was not going to run again as an MP. Decided to change his mind as he was given the housing file, and now he doesn't even have that. He says it's impossible not to feel disrespected, and the way it played out doesn't sit right. But I'm mostly disappointed that my team and I won't have the chance to build on all we accomplished with only a short runway. So already, Carney's receiving vocal criticism from his sitting MPs. Here is Vancouver. Number of people identified in Vancouver's homeless count since Gregor Robertson became mayor. And yeah, of course it went up. And this is after Robertson claimed in 2008, when he was running to be mayor, that he would end street homelessness. Is that what happened? And on top of that, the average price of single-family and semi-detached homes rose 179% across the broader Metro Vancouver area. Now, I want to be clear. Of course, the mayor of Vancouver alone cannot fix the housing crisis. But then maybe don't try and make promises that you know for a fact you can't keep. Don't claim you're going to end street homelessness if you can't guarantee that everyone's going to have a place to live, or at least stay. So, look, it's possible his experience being the mayor of Vancouver gives him a unique view on how, municipalities and provinces and the federal government can all work together to build housing. I'm sure there is some benefit there to the job that he experienced. That said, it's not a good look when you throw out Erskine Smith, who was a great MP for this role, and stick in somebody who has this track record. And on top of that, I want to share this because it's just funny, the sequence of events here. David Moscrop tweeted this out on May 13th. If Robertson is the housing minister, the first job of his staff is going to be to convince him there's a housing crisis. The next day, when asked if house prices need to go down, new housing minister Gregor Robertson said, no. No, he said more, to be clear. Let me play the whole video here.
Affordable housing.
Do you think home prices need to go down?
No, I think that we need to deliver more supply, make sure the market is stable. It's a huge part of our economy. We need to be delivering more affordable housing. The government of Canada has not been building affordable housing since the 90s, and we've created a huge shortage across Canada. That's where the big need is right now, and I'm very encouraged that the Prime Minister and our commitment right now in government is to double construction and focus on the affordable side.
Okay, but housing prices need to come down. They just need to, if any of this is going to have any impact. So this has lots of replies, by the way, from people like this. Les Perot tweeting out, personally, I'd accept a bigger correction on my home value if it means my sons can move the hell out of my house one day. I think a lot of people feel the same way. The cost of housing, of course, has to come down if you're going to properly address this issue. You can't play both sides here like the Liberals have been trying to do. You have to just get real with the situation. Here is Mark Carney defending his choice to pick Robertson as his housing minister.
When Gregor Robertson was Vancouver mayor, the price of buying a house increased by 179% in one of the most expensive markets in Canada. Why do you think someone with this track record should oversee the housing file? Is this a signal from you that you don't think housing prices should go down?
You would be very hard-pressed to make that conclusion from everything I've said and what our priorities are. We have a strong view on housing, a very clear policy, a policy developed with a number of members of the team, including with Mr. Robertson, and I'm thrilled that he is in the new role because he brings the type of experience that we need to tackle some aspects of this problem. One of them is is how the federal government can help get municipal costs and municipal regulation costs down and regulation out of the way so that more houses can be built. Ultimately, a housing crisis, and it is a crisis, is ultimately solved by supply. We can do things to help with affordability at the start, which is why we have the GST cut, but ultimately it's a question of supply. And as I think you know, Julie, we have very aggressive objectives on supply, the doubling of the building of supply across Canada. We're going to have to change how we build. And a lot of that expertise, it's not exclusively, but a lot of it is actually been developed in British Columbia. Minister Robertson is very familiar with it. We're going to incorporate that, but in a pan-Canadian strategy to really drive this.
So I get Mark Carney's reasoning. It makes sense within the context of what he wants this minister to do. It's worth noting that Mark Carney did acknowledge that he wants housing prices to come down, so he should probably speak with his minister on that. I'm just more bothered by the fact that Nate Erskine-Smith wasn't at least given another cabinet position. He's the best Liberal MP, somebody who actually cares, whether it's about human rights, one of the only Liberal MPs to speak out about what's been happening in Gaza, whether it's housing, affordability, labor. Nate Erskine-Smith is someone who can actually push the party forward, and it represents the voters that voted for the party. When a lot of, again, NDP vote collapsed and voted for the Liberal Party, leading them to be able to form this government. So to completely ignore that side, I think, is a mistake. And again, something that the media should be focusing on. Let's get away from this right-wing framing. Let's get away from whatever Pierre Poilievre is trying to argue for his government. Let's focus on the issues of human rights, of affordability, of housing. Focus on those issues and speak to the experts in those areas on what needs to be done to address those issues. It is incredible the amount of damage a poorly worded headline can cause, not only on the readers, but also, I believe, on governments. And I think it has led directly to the lack of urgency on particular issues, including the one that I'm about to talk about. So in this video, I'm going to go over a poorly worded headline, the context underlying it, and hopefully you come out of this video better understanding why you should question the framing around news stories. Not the facts within the story, which are almost always accurate, on point, but what context may be missing from the story, as well as how you are told the story through the actual headline on top. So let me start with the article that I'm going to focus on here, but I want to get to deeper into it later in the video. I do want to give the underlying context first. But this is the headline that triggered me this morning. From the Toronto Star, and to be clear, this is a Canadian press piece. Netanyahu says Canada, UK, France offering huge prize to Hamas with Gaza letter. Keeping in mind, this is a straight news piece, a Canadian press piece. This is not an op-ed, an editorial. This is a straight news piece. So I'm going to get to the issue with this headline and the context that it lacks within. But let me start with the context for this entire story. So from CBC News here. At least 55 killed in Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, where UN says more aid will be delivered. Check this out. After criticism of aid plan, Israel said to allow about 100 trucks to enter Gaza on Tuesday. This is a solid headline and solid subheading because this tells you a lot. Israel said to allow. Why does Israel get to dictate what aid enters Gaza? Because they control the borders. This alone tells you who holds all the cards in this situation. This is not an equal war with two equal sides. This is one country dominating Palestinians. That is the reality of the situation, and it tells you that in the headline here. So more details on this story. The attacks were carried out on 2 homes where women and children were among the 18 dead, and a school housing displaced families, among other areas. Israeli strikes have killed more than 500 people in the past 8 days. And the UN has long said Gaza, with a population of about 2.3 million, needs at least 500 trucks of aid and commercial goods every day. The UN has received permission from Israel for about 100 more to enter on Tuesday. So I'm glad this piece gives that context, but there is other context worth mentioning here, and that is the fact that an Israeli newspaper here reported on May 20th, Netanyahu's Gaza aid U-turn isn't about compassion, it's about keeping the war going. So despite Netanyahu's approval of limited aid to Gaza under U.S. pressure, the plan's execution is raising alarms from fears of forced displacement and clan-led boycotts to logistical failures and security risks surrounding the American firm tasked with distributing food. And this is directly a quote from Netanyahu himself. We must not reach a state of hunger, not for practical reasons and not for political ones. They simply won't support us, and we won't be able to complete the mission of victory. They want to maintain the most bare minimum of aid possible so that it appears to outside critics that, well, they're allowing aid into Gaza. They're at least trying to help the people there as they continue to bomb them. But look, they're helping them out. This gives him the ability to continue attempting to take over Gaza completely as they destroy the lives of everyone there. Now, this was announced after Netanyahu is claiming he wants to forcibly take control of the entire Gaza Strip, which was something I have reported on for over a year now. It was always clear that that was the goal. And again, my reporting based on actual journalists and what they have uncovered and what they're following. Palestinians will be forced to flee or be gathered into concentration camps, euphemistically termed closed communities by the IDF. This was always the plan. Which gets to the story that we're going to get into. So, Canada, Britain, France threaten action if Israel does not stop military offensive and lift aid restrictions. So, this is the piece from the statement from the Prime Minister of Canada, joint statement with the UK and France. I'm just going to read a paragraph here. I'll link to this below the video. It's a long statement, so you can read through it if you want. But there are a couple things that I want to note here, or think is worth noting. Quote, we strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza. The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable. Yesterday's announcement that Israel will allow a basic quantity of food into Gaza is wholly inadequate. We call on the Israeli government to stop its military operations in Gaza and immediately allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. This must include engaging with the UN to ensure a return to delivery of aid in line with humanitarian principles. We call on Hamas to release immediately the remaining hostages they have so cruelly held since October 7th, 2023. This is, yes, an issue with the Canadian government, UK and France here for not acknowledging the reality that I'm going to get to in a second. This is also an issue with how this topic has been covered. These ongoing claims that Hamas have completely rejected any attempts at a ceasefire, any attempts at a hostage deal, when the reality is the complete opposite. Over and over again, Netanyahu has rejected ceasefire for hostages deals. So this was November 2023. This was a month after October 7th. September 4th, 2024, Netanyahu derailed a potential Gaza hostage deal. That's from an Israeli newspaper. April 20th, 2025, Netanyahu rejects Hamas hostage offer to end war in Gaza. Those are 3 examples. You can find more. And in fact, hostage families have been protesting him, saying Netanyahu is deceiving Israelis because they understand what's been going on. Because to be fair, there are publications within Israel that are properly reporting on this in a way that we are not seeing in the West. So the way it's reported here is that, Hamas really wants to keep these hostages, not willing to discuss at all any kind of deal, when the reality, again, is completely the opposite. Because the whole purpose here for Netanyahu isn't to get the hostages back, it's to dominate and take over Gaza. So they go on in their statement to say the Israeli government's denial of essential humanitarian assistance to the civilian population is unacceptable and risks breaching international humanitarian law. Risks breaching international humanitarian law. We oppose any attempt to expand settlements in the West Bank, which is good they're noting that. But again, this has been going on for decades. We will not hesitate to take further action, including targeted sanctions. So this is where, they're very vague here, but we may put sanctions on you if you continue these actions, this denial, this rejection of humanitarian law, which okay, before I get to the headline, since I put this deeper in the piece, Netanyahu is under an ICC arrest warrant for war crimes, for starvation, for completely violating international humanitarian law. This has been well documented already. Here it is. The arrest warrant. Responsible for war crimes of starvation as a method of warfare and intentionally directing an attack against the civilian population, and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and the other humane acts from at least October 8th, 2023 to when this was issued, May 20th, 2024. This idea that, oh, he better stop because he's risking the breach of international humanitarian law. Not only have they been doing that for the past year and a half, they've been expanding in the West Bank well before that. Like this idea that, oh, they're only now attempting to expand settlements in the West Bank. They have continued to do that for over a decade. So the whole framing of this piece is completely off. And again, I have to assume that the Prime Minister knows this, that the Prime Minister's office is aware of this, that France is aware of this, that the UK government is aware of this. I have to assume they know all of this. But because the media does not take them to task, they're allowed to go out there or go out here and claim, oh, we are very angry with Israel for these newfound attempts at violating international law, and these all of a sudden they're expanding settlements because there hasn't been a narrative that has been clear enough to state what's already been happening. That gets us to the headline. So again, I said Canadian press piece, meaning a lot of outlets just copy and paste the article. But Netanyahu says Canada, UK, France offering huge prize to Hamas with Gaza letter. So Toronto Star, same headline. City News, same headline. And it's in many places. This is Winnipeg Free Press, same headline. Do you see the issue with this headline? You have somebody who is under an ICC arrest warrant, angered by minor pushback to his crimes against humanity. In fact, that should be the headline, as I wrote online. Israeli PM under ICC arrest warrant, unhappy with slight pushback against his ongoing crimes against humanity. This is a more accurate headline of what is going on than this. Because this headline tells you, hey, what Canada, France, and the UK are doing here is helping Hamas. That's what the average reader takes from a headline like this. That doesn't give you the context of what is actually going on. Not to mention the piece itself. The only mention of a ceasefire is at the very end, or potential ceasefires at the very end, where they bring up that Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs Director General accepted a ceasefire or a proposal for a ceasefire, but Hamas rejected it. Despite the fact that there has been at least 3 examples of Netanyahu clearly rejecting a ceasefire hostage deal. That isn't mentioned at all here. There's no mention in this piece that Netanyahu's under an ICC arrest warrant. How do you not mention the main character in your headline is currently under an arrest warrant? How is that not part of the framing of this article? So when this sort of headline is this stuff is ongoing. It isn't like this is an isolated incident where this is, the only time that Netanyahu has been framed this way. This is how the Israeli government and Netanyahu is consistently framed in Western media as, at very least, the good guy. And, at worst, a neutral player in an equal war, when neither of those are true.
What is the name of the text-based graphic that will often appear on documentaries to show you the name of the person and their relation to the story? Well, it's called a chyron. And the reason being, in 1976, the Chyron Corporation created a software called Chyron to make this happen. And it refers to any text-based graphic that appears on screen. So other examples of chyrons would be closed captioning. When it goes to black and it says several years later, chyron. The weather report numbers on the bottom of the screen, stock reports, chyron. If it shows you the date and time of something, chyron. Literally, any text that you see on screen is called a chyron. It's a really successful term, and it kind of is now generalized. Even if it wasn't made with the chyron software, you can call it a chyron if it's text on screen, kind of like you can call any tissue a Kleenex. They named it after Chiron, spelled with an I and not a Y, the centaur, known for being incredibly wise, because they wanted to make a connection between being intelligent and technology. In fact, it was so successful that the company was not originally called the Chyron Corporation. They were called System Resources Corporation. They changed their name to Chyron because that was their most successful software.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack, and you are watching Hey Funnybook. This is the premiere episode of Hey Funnybook on this space. It's the top of the hour, and that means that I need everyone to let the world know that an all-new show is beginning on this space. Grab the link and share it. And if you haven't already, please like and please subscribe. We are just getting going here, and your support means everything. When I say prepare to engage, which I'm saying prepare to engage, I mean it, because we aren't just talking about a controversial topic tonight, but about controversy itself. But first, I'd like to mention how glad I am to hear so much conversation in this space yesterday and today, earlier this evening, about pop culture and the ways in which the right weaponizes pop culture. They do that to use it against us. I say it very often, the lines between politics and all things pop culture have blurred and merged to the point where you can't go online without seeing all of it everywhere, all the time, all at once. And when the right attacks pop culture, they attack culture itself. They want to tear everything down and whitewash it along the way. We cannot let them do that, and we can't buy into the false narratives either. And so, on that note, there's an all-new Black Panther comic book series for 2025, and the first issue, for better or worse, set the internet on fire. After actor Chadwick Boseman's untimely death, fans of the Marvel Cinematic Universe wondered what would become of the iconic Black Panther, which he'd portrayed so well on screen. True fans hesitated to speculate who may take up the role in Boseman's place, while other so-called fans within the internet's more racist corners began recommending, wait for it, Ryan Gosling. Few took this seriously. Even fewer took it as, or even more, took it as bait for biased and bad faith discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Realizing there are more choices for characters than just white males is not a bad thing. Nor is it a bad thing to ensure an opportunity for everyone and anyone to reach their full potential despite one's skin color or gender. And of course, we should only create supportive and inclusive systems and communities where all are welcomed. Pop culture, movies, TV, comics, they have at times struggled to preserve those principles for equality, but there is no good argument for why creators shouldn't strive to continually allow fans of their work to see themselves reflected in the characters they make stories about.
But when it comes to controversial topics, goading people into a discussion about DEI based on pure racism and logical fallacies can only be considered hateful and dishonest. Look at this ridiculous shit. However, controversy is also a powerful tool in storytelling and can be the best way to engage with readers in comics, even when the topic is upsetting. And sometimes controversy is in the eye of the beholder and an unfortunate sign of the times. Created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby in an attempt to make Marvel Comics properties that were more inclusive and, I should note, not necessarily motivated by any social or political awareness, the Black Panther comic book titles have never backed away from controversial topics. In 1976, Black Panther traveled to the United States where he took on the Ku Klux Klan in the state of Georgia. At the same time, the actual white supremacist hate group was experiencing a resurgence. In July 1988, Black Panther took on the topic of apartheid in South Africa and brought awareness to American readers, young American readers, about colonization, geopolitical strife, and oppression through a fictional miniseries rooted in real-world experiences. All while white contemporary apartheid was underway at the exact same time. These are the white people's apartheid. And for as well known as Black Panther was, it wasn't until Christopher Priest took over the title in the late 1990s that the character's popularity soared and the world around the king of the fictional African nation of Wakanda truly began to take shape. Writer Christopher Priest re-emphasized the importance of Wakanda as truly independent and technologically advanced. And Priest also introduced the Dora Milaje, Black Panther's female bodyguards, the Adored Ones, and inspired storylines that crossed into other titles, which encouraged other creators to utilize the character in meaningful ways. That would go on to shape the cinematic version of Black Panther that fans have become familiar with since his MCU debut in 2016. That same year, journalist and writer Ta-Nehisi Coates began writing an all-new Black Panther series as a direct response to more contemporary social justice concerns, creating a storyline where Wakanda ceases to exist as a kingdom and instead becomes a constitutional democracy. Ta-Nehisi Coates his work has sustained the franchise ever since. And now, Christopher Priest is back for the first time since 2003 with Marvel Knights: The World to Come. The new series is a continuation of the original Black Panther Marvel Knights by Priest, and the inclusion of Marvel Knights in the title indicates the series is not set within the regular continuity. That's important to note. Recently, during an extensive interview with AIPT's comics section, Priest revealed that the book, drawn by Marvel's former chief creative officer and executive vice president Joe Quesada, has been written for a long, long time, according to Priest himself. And all the other responsibilities on Quesada's plate prolonged the book's release until he retired from those roles. Look, it makes sense. Since in the time that Quesada has been, like I said, chief creative officer and executive vice president, he was also editor-in-chief. He wore all the hats you could wear. And that doesn't leave a lot of time to draw. Also, in the article, Priest talks about his previous run on Black Panther way back when, the creative conflicts he faced, and credits several of the other writers and artists he collaborated with at the time and who went on to create more Black Panther comics, specifically artist Brian Stelfreeze, who he credits with influencing the movie version more than his own work. But on this newest series, which it should be noted once again stands apart from the regular Marvel Comics continuity, Priest remarks that the storytelling with Quesada is a 50-50 collaboration and that they essentially wrote it together back in 2017. One last note about this interview in particular. In it, Priest says that after years of writing Black Panther and developing the character, he's become used to hate mail and pushback. But that's not going to keep him from embracing what he refers to as the need for subversiveness and new ideas. And he was not kidding. Here now, if I haven't already, I'll offer a spoiler warning. Although this next bit of information has been plastered all over the internet and social media in the last week since issue 1 was released, which is why I'm risking spoiling anyone who hasn't read it yet tonight. You have been warned. With this newest Black Panther series, there is no shortage of controversy and with it, outrage. By the end of issue 1, Black Panther is defeated during a challenge for his throne at the hands of a white man named Katoma, who will apparently go on to be his successor as ruling figurehead of Wakanda and wearing the mantle of Black Panther at the same time. Now, I'm a nerd, so I know this, and I get it. Maybe a lot of people don't, but tribal challenges in Wakanda, fictional or not, can only be made by one of, quote, pure royal lineage with a valid claim to royal succession, which makes this turn of events kind of interesting. Lots of comics creators take on the challenge of keeping material fresh for the readers, but also to keep the storytelling experience fresh for themselves. Where, after all, is the fun in playing it safe? Where is the challenge in not breaking traditional norms? But what about when those norms remind everyone, and it did, reminds everyone of bad faith arguments about diversity, equity, and inclusion? As a fan of comic books and Black Panther, and as someone who is intensely familiar with the internet, I personally believe we have to ask, how fair is the immediate outrage? And how genuine is the supposed pushback? And how much of it is purely clickbait? My advice to readers, especially when it comes to things like a famous comic book character dying or losing their iconic mantle, is to take a beat. Nothing in comics seems to be permanent, part of the fun, and at least of which not in terms of life and death. And for all the headlines and backlash, maybe we just wait and see where the story goes. If I was going to assume anything at this point, it wouldn't be that Christopher Priest, of all people, was going to make Black Panther a white guy from now on. We'll just have to wait and see where this goes, while keeping in mind that the new series was conceived of and written beginning back in 2017. Pre-Gosling meme, in other words. So this wasn't a deliberate attempt to recreate a racist internet meme. Some seem to have missed that part while reporting and commenting on the conclusion to issue 1 and associating this element in the story with a racist internet troll meme that discard DEI purely as a virtue signaling catchphrase may be as inaccurate as it is inappropriate. I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Priest last year in Augusta, Georgia, during a modest-sized Comic-Con, and so I had the opportunity to talk with him at length. I, of course, geeked out over his work, and I've been a fan since I was a kid in the 80s. I revealed I was aware he used a pen name. He was surprised by that. I had some of the books under his real name. He signed them using his pen name. And I asked him to sign several books, and I also pestered him for information on whatever he had in the works that had yet to be announced. Of course, I'm going to do that. We all do. All comic book nerds do this. He showed enthusiasm for an upcoming book he wasn't able to talk about yet, but that he'd been waiting to discuss for years. That was memorable. That stuck with me. And So when I read this, heard about this new controversy, I read the new issue of Black Panther, I remembered that interaction. And I'm here to tell you that at no time did I detect a sinister turn in his mind or that he was somehow planning to blow up a beloved character like Black Panther. And in fact, I feel the same now as I did then, that when it comes to Black Panther, taking into account all of the remarkably sincere and honorable work Christopher Priest has done for the character's development and legacy, we couldn't be in better hands, no matter how subversive he intends to be. One more note about the phony DEI outrage that is nothing new, but also surrounds this current topic. We should never forget that these same racist trolls online have apparently no problem casting Spanish, Mexican, Cuban, Egyptian, Asian, and African characters, and even Jesus Christ as Caucasian. But the moment a white character is hinted to be played by a person of color, they jump straight to Ryan Gosling should be Black Panther. Just as a reminder, Willem Dafoe is from Wisconsin. Folks, I want to thank you for hanging out with me tonight. And thank you for watching this space. I have a show, an all-new show here. This is what you're watching right now. It's called Hey Funny Books. It's about politics, art, and comics. All of that, some of that. I was wondering a few weeks ago, will I have enough content to do this on a weekly basis? And I'm here to tell you that I'm behind. There's plenty of controversy, plenty of comics utilizing current themes, genocides, billionaires, oligarchies, the military-industrial complex to no end. There will be plenty to talk about here. And like I said, I'm already glad to see guys like Deter McBizness and Alex from Devil's Advocate Production talking about these very themes and how the right wing are utilizing them. There is more to talk about on that topic coming up, but I wanted to take a second just to say hello and to introduce myself. I am Matt Strackbein, the Letterhack. You can see my regular content at youtube.com/theletterhack, where for the last 6 months, I have been broadcasting Monday through Friday, every day, Monday through Friday, doing evening and morning shows. With the launch of this space, we're taking a break from the morning shows. I'll be producing more short video content on those days. And in the meantime, putting a lot of focus into this. I do a group show called Left Past 10, which will come on directly following this show. So you don't have to go anywhere. And that is the beauty of this space. You don't have to go anywhere. Now, look, I'm not going to tell you to sit in front of your computer or device all day. I'm not going to do that. Touch grass, as they say. Okay, there's a benefit to that. But if you just want to leave something on in the background, this should be it. We are going to broadcast 3 days a week for as many consecutive hours as possible until we expand. I don't think we're going to have a need to go in the other direction. I think we will only grow and we will only evolve. In the introduction episode to this space yesterday with my fellow team members, a couple of my fellow team members, Andrea Rovenski and Ben Dixon, we discussed that anything can happen with this space, and we mean that in the most positive version of that expression. Usually when you say anything can happen, it means watch out, anything can happen. But in this case, it can go in any direction, and we cannot tell you accurately what exactly this will look like in 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. We don't know. If it goes that long, anything could happen, and that is only a good thing. You may see 20 or 30 all new people streaming on this channel that you do not know about right now, that none of us know about. And that would be a very, very positive and healthy thing for this channel and for the left. That would be a very big deal. One thing I generally do is make cartoons, make comics. I am known as the cartoonist for the left. Now, some people will tell you I gave myself that term or that nickname. Not true. I didn't even come up with the nickname Letterhack. Somebody else came up with that. And I started drawing pictures of independent alternative media hosts. I started putting cartoons of them online, utilizing things they said live on air in real time before their show was over. And I developed a bit of a reputation for that. People began saying, you're not on the left unless the Letterhack has drawn you. That was kind of cool, but also a little, there's some pressure involved in that. Because then I knew that if I wasn't drawing you, maybe you weren't on the left. And then if you weren't on the left, maybe I could weaponize my art against you. Sometimes I do that. Not a lot. I like to say that I built a reputation for being an honorable cartoonist online, which is a rare thing. When I would draw somebody, people would say, oh my God, you got letterhacked. An expression I never thought I would hear, but to this day, it makes me smile. It's one of the coolest things I've ever heard. And so when I started doing it on YouTube, there was an audience, and I thought that was cool. And then when I started going on camera and talking to the people I drew as an interviewer, they showed up and the audience grew. And people say, how do you get all these high profile names like Sam Cedar, David Feldman, Nina Turner, Marianne Williamson, Crystal Ball, David Sirota, Spencer Ackerman, Rashad Ritchie, John Idarola. It goes on and on and on. Look at the playlist. I've been racking them up. Dr. Jared Ball, Jesse Dollimore, multiple times. The Vanguard. And I'd say the reason why I'm able to attract these high profile guests is because I've got that reputation. It was completely by mistake. I was just having fun drawing people like I've done ever since I was a little kid. And it started to click with people who I had admired. And that gave them a trust in me that they knew if they came on the show, there weren't going to be a bunch of gotcha questions. There weren't going to be a bunch of, it could be amateur. I'm not saying that these folks didn't think that at some point I was going to be sort of a hack. It's in the name. I think that'd be a fair assumption. And I think to this day, I'm not as polished as I would like to be. But they came on, we had a good time. And often I would talk to these folks off air longer than the interview. I would get to know them. And they would get to know me. But at the end of every single interview, I would recommend a comic book. And I would start by, easing the conversation away from news, politics, and alternative media and steering it toward what do you do to relax? How do you check out? How do you get offline? What hobbies do you have? Have you ever read comics? A lot of times people would say, no, never read them. I love hearing that. Other times they say, yeah, I read them a lot. And I'd say, ugh. Then it's highly likely I'm about to recommend something you've read. That happened a couple times, but I'm a nerd. All these books back here, those are comics. I've got backup suggestions, believe me. There was a time Nina Turner was hesitant before the interview. Senator Nina Turner. And her assistant was emailing going, the senator wants to know why you're recommending comics to her. And I said, I recommend them to all my guests. I'm trying to show people that comics are more than just superheroes, capes, and masks. And she said, well, okay, the senator would like it if you would recommend some comics for her grandkids. And I said, here we go. Nina Turner has never read a comic book. And that's funny because she played a presidential candidate in the Black Lightning, in the DC Comics Black Lightning Marvel Netflix or DC Netflix series. But anyway, I said, yeah, I happily will. And I went to the Discord and I asked Galfar and Latino Mufuni, some of my Discord mods and fellow comic book nerds over on the Letterhack Discord, for recommendations for real little kids, because these kids were like not reading age. And we came up with some. And I started recommending them to my audience and said, if you got little kids, look, they got comics out there, like first reader type stuff. And then I got the comic that I wanted to recommend to Nina Turner. And I wasn't backing away from this. And I think I caught her off guard a little bit. Although right before I recommended the comic, she asked me if I had ever read Superman versus Muhammad Ali, a classic oversized comic book illustrated by Neil Adams, one of the coolest comic books of all time, especially the cover. It's like a who's who of all the celebrities from the 1970s when this book came out. And I said, yeah, of course I've read it. Have you? And she said, no, but it's at my house. I saw it the other day. So I said, I'm going to recommend a comic to you. And I could kind of tell, I can tell when my guest is like, all right, are we wrapping this up or what? And I said, this is a comic book by a guy in Melbourne, Australia named Sam Wallman. It is, it's called Our Numbers Be Unlimited. And it is about the history of unions. And the rest of it is his personal experiences working in an Amazon factory or warehouse. And you can see right away that the senator was like, hey, I really want to read. What is this? I explained who Sam Wallman was and that he offers artwork for free as templates. So if you're, you want to put up signs at your workplace that you're going to have a meeting about unionizing just to talk about it, you can download these templates from Sam Wallman's website and have some professional logoing and artwork to make your flyer look that much more legit and to show that you're serious about the discussion and the need for unionization. And she said, I can't wait to read this. And I said, I got to tell you, though, this is the kind of book that you're going to want to give away. And we almost said that at the same time. She said, I'm going to have to get more than one copy because it is the kind of book I will want to give away. So I heard that she got it. I don't know if she gave it away, though. So that's a letter hack in a nutshell. I also have spent the last year trying to find ways to prepare for the Donald Trump election, the potential or the possibility of his election, his second term. And then the rest of that year, looking for ways to deal with it. And as somebody who is online, as somebody who is interviewing every single person I can get my hands on in this space, I saw a need to unite. I saw a need for people to get on the same page. I saw a need for people to put their petty differences aside. And those differences are by and large petty. Not all of them, but for the most part. To put those aside, get on the same damn page and start making a difference. Start making waves. You can make your voice louder together. And I thought smaller channels need to be embraced. We need to prop up smaller channels. Look, not just because I am one, but yes, for that reason too. Larger platforms should be platforming this guy right here. Okay? I have things to say. Damn it. But in general, larger platforms need to be able to prop up smaller platforms. There's no reason why not. Just because somebody hasn't hit 1,000 subs yet, just because somebody isn't monetized, doesn't mean they aren't worthy. It in fact means that they are worthy and they need your support getting them over the line. Look, I've been watching this space nonstop with the rest of you the last couple of days. And I am seeing people who are killing it. I was watching Devil's Advocate Productions yesterday going, this guy should be way more popular than the most popular person in this space. Flat out. And then I thought I was like, but you know what? That's the same with Christina Oakes. That's the same with Carlos of A Difficult Truth. It's the same with Jake Draugelis. It's the same with Sandee Lovas. It's the same with Andrea Rovenski. It's the same with Deter McBizness. It's the same with Jeff Waldorf. Jeff Waldorf, pretty big. The biggest name I've mentioned, I think. But these guys are good. I was clipping shorts of them today. Check out those shorts from yesterday. It's not like my editing skills, which I don't really have, made them look good. It's banger material. Bottom line. And there's more of these folks out there, and we'll put them right here, and we'll get the heavy hitters. We'll get everyone, and we will carry each other across the line, like I was saying. And look, those heavy hitters, they're going to get exhausted one day. They're getting older in the tooth. That's going to happen. They're going to need young bucks to come along and really get them across to newer audiences. It's just going to happen. And so I wanted to, how do you do this? How do you do it? How do you convince people? How do you be a successful middleman in this scenario? How do you convince people who are like, yeah, Matt, we know you. Who else should we be bringing on our show? Whose clips should we be showing and why? And what's this all about? How do you convince them of that? You have to do the work. You have to work with those folks. You have to keep going on, calling into the majority report, going on the majority report, creating fake beef with the majority report, getting that audience to come over here. And then the audience sees who I have on my show. And now the cross-pollination can begin and continue. And eventually, the hope is that eventually all the other creators begin to catch wind of what's going on. Now, at the same time, I realized, and I mean, if you haven't caught on yet, I have a sick Rolodex, okay? I have phone numbers of people who they don't know I have their phone number, and I'm not sure they want me to have it. I'm not going to call them or text them. But like I was on group text before where I was like, I'm going to sit here very quietly and let people wonder who that one area code belongs to. I'm not going to say anything because I don't think I'm supposed to be on this group text and group email. I was on an email one time with like 20 who's who of the online left. And I was like, wait a minute. I just got a bunch of emails. I have been using those. I'm not going to lie because emails get out. Phone numbers is a little bit different. But so anyway, I had the idea when I was looking at YouTube, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I've talked about it before, and I'll talk about it a lot more probably in the future. But I was looking at YouTube. I was looking at my list of subscriptions, who I subscribe to on YouTube, and I was trying to see who was on, who I wanted to watch. Oh, yeah, it's Tuesday or whatever. And I was like, why isn't this a channel? Why isn't this list of all these stellar little logos and names? Why isn't that one channel? And I don't know if network was ever the right word, although we used it occasionally. I don't know if that was ever the exact right word. And so I immediately, I had just had a conversation with producer extraordinaire David Grossman. We had just had a chat about, I forget what, but we were talking, and it was cool because I've had David on the show before. I've talked to him. I've gone to him for advice when I was just starting out. I didn't know what kind of mic to get, headphones, boom arm. I didn't know any of the apps or what I should be doing. And I was asking him as politely as possible. And he was always very cool with giving me, because if he knows, it's from trial and error, but he's also got a lot of expertise. So he hooked me up with all the know-how that I needed. So, of course, I went right to him and said, I have an idea. And we started talking about how there had been things like this space before. There had been things like this idea before, this concept. And we talked about those. We talked about the Young Turks. It's kind of like that, or was at one time. And then I brought in Jake Draugelis because that guy's got experience in like network programming, and he is very, no pun intended, very buttoned up in his presentation. And I needed somebody else involved, so I brought him in, and David, Jake, and I began talking quite a bit about, well, okay, what are the logistics? How would you do this? And one of the first things we did was we created a frequently asked questions page. And everything that we asked ourselves, when we came up with the answer, we would pose that as a FAQ. And so it was like, oh, okay. So now, if we're like, did we ever figure that out? Go to the FAQ. Look, yep, there it is. So we just began documenting all of the answers to our questions, and that helped us formulate kind of what you see now. And then there was a lot of like, how do you do it? What risks are involved? And then the election happened, and I think everyone kind of braced themselves in a way that required pulling back. I mean, everyone, as in like literally everyone, not just Jake, David, and I. And I was especially checked out, although one of the last things I remember anyone saying about the project in that iteration of the planning stage was Jake said, we need this now more than ever. And I was like, that's going to keep me up at night. As I have no time to do this, as I have no willpower or motivation, that one line is going to keep me up, because it was true. And we saw this coming in a way, and we knew that whether Trump had a second administration or not, we would need something like this. So, back to the drawing board in the new year. Andrea Rovenski got involved, has been streaming, I think, her whole life, at least half. And then Ben Dixon, why wouldn't you want Ben Dixon involved in any of your projects, right? And things really began to take shape, and quickly. And we could have launched this in May or April even. And we said, let's not do it. Let's put it off till June. Let's just keep putting it off a little bit at a time until we have as much as we can do. That's when we came up to do 3 days a week. We decided to do them in the middle of the week. People started to show interest. And as we talked to people, they said, yeah, a lot of people have tried this before. Nowhere never tried to get it off the ground. It's like Andrea said yesterday, we came into we saw all these moments where if you were trying to do this in the traditional sense of a business, you would have said, well, it doesn't make money, let's back out. Or you need a certain amount of money. And then it's like, what are you doing? Just creating like a cable news network? What are you doing? What is this, like public access where people can just come and go as they please? It's kind of like that, which is sort of punk. I'm not going to lie. I like that aspect. That aspect of it is pretty cool. But it's more than that. And that's because the viewers were already there. And we knew the viewers would be there, and that they would only be there more and more and more. And so that was immediately true yesterday, and it's true right now. And so once again, I want to thank the viewers, because without the viewers, we wouldn't be doing this show. So that's me. That's a little bit more history about this space. There's a hardworking team and a group of people who have been involved for just about a year now. And this is it. Here it is. This is week 1. Tomorrow we have a whole nother day of programming. It's going to be like sensational. I'm really excited about tomorrow. We're going to talk about that schedule before the end of the night. Don't worry. I just want to take one look at it. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a great lineup. It's a great lineup. And we're adding more people as we speak. Like I that's what I was doing all day. Okay. Let's get back to comics. As long as we're talking about black and white issues and color in comics, which we are, I thought we should take a look at a recent post by comics professional Matt Hollingsworth over on Blue Sky. I thought this was interesting and in line with what we're talking about, and just another example of how when it comes to comics and politics and controversy, the news never stops. As soon as Dark Horse Comics announced the release of new library edition for The Boys creator Mark Millar's Chrononauts comic series, legendary award-winning colorist Matt Hollingsworth announced he would have nothing to do with the book in this new library edition. A library edition is, here's how it works. They put out comics in monthly installments, right? These are floppies, 22, 32 page books. Then they collect them in a trade paperback, and then they do prestige hardback editions. And then sometimes they do these like hardcore leather bound library editions, which are oversized and have probably like, you know, maybe up to 100 pages of supplemental material in the back, sketches and whatnot. And Mark Millar, creator of The Boys, many of you probably know of from the Prime series, when they announced this book came out, his colorist said, no thanks. I don't want anything to do with it. You can see his name is not even on the cover. Not only that, but Hollingsworth is calling for an all-out boycott of the book. Fans of Hollingsworth's work assumed it was for Millar's increasingly bad takes and Comicsgate right-wing adjacent political views. He is refers to lefties as cancel pigs, cancel culture hogs. He just did an interview this week talking about cancel culture is over and the world is going to be better for it. It's a bad faith take. And it would be fair to assume that that's why Hollingsworth was boycotting the book. Millar has been alienating his fan base more and more for years now. But as it turns out, Hollingsworth was denied royalties from the book's sales by Millar, forcing the series' artist, the acclaimed creator of Batman White Knight, Sean Murphy, to step up and compensate the colorist out of his own pocket. Here's the thing. Comics can be purely black and white and without any coloring. Manga, for example, is arguably the world's most popular form of graphic literature and presented the majority of the time in black and white. Hold on. Let me ask somebody really quick. I think I have somebody on the line I can ask about this just quickly. Hey, Jake, do you read comics?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Do you read manga?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, man. See, told you. Even Jake reads manga. And despite manga's popularity in the West, full color comic books are what sells best in any other type of comics. With exception to artist editions, pricey collections consisting of scans of the original uncolored art, creators will need someone to continue the storytelling through color. Color adds another layer to the story, often taking place of a cinematic score or soundtrack, and in most cases, picking up where the pencils and inks left off in terms of finishing the illustrations. It's a tough job, and the bottom line is, if you want someone of Matt Hollingsworth's caliber, you ought to factor in royalties for the guy. Besides, one major criticism of Millar's work is that he's simply cranking out thoughtless content to turn into movies and televised series for streaming platforms, and not for the love of the comics medium. He is an executive at Netflix, which should tell you something. Now, I guess you could say that last note is debatable, but the fact is he came up short and didn't do right by the person who made his comics that much more desirable and that much more enjoyable. After all, there's not much of a market for comics that will never include any artwork at all. And so, you know, we can file this story under fuck you, pay me. But the fact is, comics are a collaborative form of art. There are a lot of people who write, draw, and produce their own comics. It's pretty remarkable. But one thing we've been talking about here tonight is strength in numbers and working together. and using each other's strengths to pick up where the other guy left off. Diversity goes a long way in terms of brainstorming, concepting, coming up with solutions. The best writer will write themselves into a corner. Turn to the artist and say, do you have any ideas? They will. I can't tell you how many times artists give notes to colorists saying, hey, see here where I left it blank? This is what you're going to do. So you know you're handing it off. You know you're passing it down the line. It just makes sense. There are times, take Mike Mignola, for instance, of Hellboy fame, who will write into the script exactly which colors he wants where. I buy this stuff black and white. I will buy any comic book all over again with just pencil art because I love it. I love the process through and through. I'll read black and white stuff in the same way that I'll read full color art. I'll read comics that were made by exactly one person. But I love looking at the credits and seeing all the different people that were involved. It makes me think of this space. It makes me think of the left. Why are people out there doing it on their own? They're good at it. Great. But occasionally you might want to have a project with some other players. That's where you get your leftist mafias, your left past 10 coming up in just a few minutes. These collaborations bring an all new level to everything. And when I say that color in comic books takes the place of soundtracks and like music scores, that's true because, you know, not in a hand-holding kind of way. But when you're watching a movie or a TV show and there's a music cue, that's to let you know how to feel. Uh-oh, right? Or, oh, this is a sad moment. Or, oh, they're going to kick ass moment. There's no music in comics. Some people have pulled that off. It was kind of cool. We could talk about that someday. But for the most part, a yellow background lets you know you should be worried. A bright red page lets you know you should be alarmed. And in terms of lefty themes, free labor, unless it's self-inflicted, not cool. Anyway, I want to thank everyone for watching. This has been Hey Funny Book. I am the Letterhack, your host of Hey Funny Book. I'll be right back here every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, unless some other host wants this prime spot. I'll happily give it up to him, but I'll be here somewhere. Thank you for supporting this space. We're just getting started, and your support will be the key to our success. It already is. Please don't go anywhere because we're not finished yet tonight. Up next is Left Past 10. The unscripted and free-form weekly panel show is coming right up. To platform, please don't talk over the guy.
Especially because we got a new song. It's amazing.
This is 9:50 p.m. Excuse me. We are starting 10 minutes early. I did not endorse that plan of action. I did not consent to be brought on at 9:50 p.m.
It's mayhem. It's left before 10.
We gotta edit someone out of this intro.
I made this theme song loud to drown you out.
We should give the audience the real Left Past 10 experience, which includes the 10 minutes of chit-chat beforehand. Before the proper chit-chat.
Oh, before we go on air. Right, yeah, we can do that, but...
We can do the behind the scenes. Oh, no.
I'll tell you about which audience members I hate. Looney Tunes.
Are we live? Wait, are we live right now?
We are live. We've been live since 2 o'clock today.
Really?
Which is...
OZ. I don't like OZ.
crusted.
Tinkerbell, good. DJX, not a fan.
Not a fan.
No. I don't know why I play his music at the end of every show. Hey, buddy.
Not a fan. That's funny. DJX, not a fan.
Is this on? Can you?
It is. It's blurry, but that's
Yeah,
okay.
I think you just
mean,
have
it
a
doesn't need to
blur
be
vision
that
on it.
crystal clear.
Why am I so?
We're on this space, Jake. We did it, man.
Yeah, made it. Oh, I didn't even. Yeah, we made it.
Cool,
big
right?
time.
It's cool.
Pretty cool.
Are we live? Wait, hold on.
And we are
turn my
live.
volume
Albert C says, "Suck it, Jake." Somebody had to say it.
You know what? I didn't include him in my list of regular viewers that I rely upon, and yet I'm going to say I hate Albert C. Can go self. George Waters, go. What's a thing? Slip on a banana peel.
Make like
Is
a
that-
tree and get out of here.
Yeah. On a quasi-related note, I'm going to be putting episodes, the whole stream, like a week's worth of the streams on USB sticks, and then selling those out of a jacket in alleys.
Oh, I saw a Pixies
My
concert. where-
webcam stand is fucking. It's about to fall apart.
That's good content.
That's not
I went
good
to
content.
Pixies content where they gave us bracelets, which was like a USB that plugged into the other side to make a bracelet. And they were like, tomorrow, when you plug this into your computer, it'll have this concert. And I was like, that's cool. How
yeah,
cool
I
is
wouldn't
that,
trust
right?
it, but it is cool. Like,
I
I
mean-
would expect that they're going to do what I plan to do, which is put viruses on it.
No, it was
Viruses.
awesome.
I
It
love
was at the
viruses.
Fillmore in Denver. The Fillmore, the legendary Fillmore amphitheater. Well, it's not an amphitheater.
You know
it's a
what?
Regular theater.
Ampu theater?
It's a regular theater. Pretty regular.
Ampu? Not
USB
Ambeth theater? Ampu theater?
I don't know.
You don't
USB
know?
should replace CDs if you think about it. Like, you can get one that's like this big.
Hey, Jake, are you buying CDs?
I buy
No.
CDs.
Well, that's the thing.
No,
Is,
I
like,
think they've been replaced.
they haven't though. Like
Oh, really?
offices use them all the time. It's really weird. I don't know. It's like
No,
Oh.
they use DVDs or Blu-rays. They definitely do not use CDs.
yeah. I mean,
Blu-ray?
I
Did
guess
you
I
say
shouldn't say
Blu-ray.
You should say disc.
disc. You're right. They use discs still for some reason. I don't know why.
Discs are great. I'm pro disc.
Why?
I
They
love
scratch.
USB. I love them.
Less
I love
storage and they
USB.
scratch.
But discs, there's something crispy about it. You know, the little sound it
Yeah.
makes when you drop it in and it goes like
Yeah.
ding ding ding, or like when you stick it onto the thing in the middle, it goes
What
click.
does it do?
Oh man!
Like,
Ding,
And then
ding,
when you
ding,
press
ding,
the
ding.
fucking on button and it goes. You don't get that with the USB, man.
I
loved
like
it.
records for similar reasons, but I don't
Records
do
are good,
business
too.
on records. You
Oh
know?
yeah, absolutely.
I miss modems, like dial-up.
Oh, why? Those were famously.
I'm just kidding.
that
I do
dial-up?
not miss it. I actually took one outside and beat it with a hatchet one time. I don't know why I had a hatchet, but it was nearby. And I was like, that's it. And
That's
then
not-
Office
that's not
Space
good.
came out. And when they beat up the printer, I was like, or was it a fax
You did it
machine?
first.
I forget.
Fax
But I
machine.
was like, oh, wow. So I'm not alone. A lot of people have done this.
Well, they didn't do it with a hatchet, though. That's kind of.
They use baseball bats.
How
It's
old were
just-
you in that 20 something?
Yeah, probably 28.
28.
A while ago.
And
I
you just
also-
have a hatchet lying around, and then you go on a temper tantrum.
I lived in an
And you-
apartment at the time,
you-
so it was
My
weird.
pals and I used to take broken down equipment out to the woods and just beat the piss out of it. For
Like with
similar
your
reasons.
hands?
Yeah, I
Ooh.
did pierce my heel very badly once kicking it, but no, we would use like hammers and big sticks or whatever.
The fuck
Just
is
destroy
wrong with
stuff.
What is this?
Think of all the
lads. Plastics that you've just
Yeah.
unleashed into the fucking goddamn. Both of you, you should be ashamed of yourselves. What the fuck? You're
Oh,
throwing all these
yeah.
objects
You're not
into
wrong.
the goddamn
I've made
wilderness,
up for it.
beating them with
I've made up
your
for it.
Yeah, I
you
picked
made
it
up for it. How
Yeah.
so? How did you make up
Cleaned it
for
up.
it? We're going live at 9:56. What the fuck is happening?
That was the first and only time I ever did it. Yeah, it's not even 10 o'clock yet.
This is this space pre. We got to run the intro again.
It was very distracting for me to do my show knowing you guys were sitting there watching. So I was like, okay, I'll just end it and bring them on. I had another 30 minutes and I was like, I'm not doing it.
Letterhack was doing this. Thank you for watching this space. A horse fucking Pucky, like the moment like before we fucking got in here. He's like, oh, and the top of the hour means that there's gonna be like, what the fuck, man?
There should be a level of professionalism.
A level there should
right
be
up
some
till
level.
left past 10 starts. And then
it's still 9:56. So you should have been you should be keeping the shit professional.
I should tell everyone watching that we don't draw any conclusions on this show. We don't even really plan what we're going to talk about. There have been people in the chat before. Remember this? I forget who it was. They were like, God damn, don't they draw any conclusions? And I was like, no. And that's exactly why we are here, not to do that.
If that person returns, I'll tell you the closest you're going to get is I'm going to go on a rant where in the beginning I'm sure I'm right, and in the end I've talked myself into anybody else's position.
They might be here. I'm just forgetting who it was.
I mean, look, if you're coming in for the first time and you've seen all of our other shows, that's not an unreasonable thing to arrive at. But you are right. If you're it's not going to happen in the show. Come on.
Yeah, it's like seeing an Olympic athlete like in a bouncy castle.
Yeah,
you're like, what?
That's a good analogy.
Why are they doing that?
They're not going to set the record like that. Well, no, they're not.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome if I just thought of a story I was about to tell. I can't tell it. I'm not gonna tell it. But that would be awesome if the Olympic athlete was like overly competitive.
Yeah, just going
when
way
they
too hard
shouldn't be. Yeah. That would be awesome.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to think of a way to tell this story, but I just don't think I am going to.
I've regretted it.
I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, she drew.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Look at those eyeballs. Are those googly eyes?
All right, wait. What does that remind me of from Real Monsters?
I don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
a good
I've
one.
never heard
That's
of
a good
that.
one.
So I'm not allowed to try and do announcer voice. That's dumb.
No, you're allowed, and I'm allowed to laugh at it. You're the one who I was just content to sit here backstage laughing at you on webcam, and you're the one who decided to start the show fucking 10 minutes early. I mean, that's not my fault. I wasn't even ready. You just brought me in. You didn't ask. It's like my DMs are empty. There's no. Oh, there is something in the private chat. It's just someone posting some real monster.
Oh yeah! Wow.
Yeah, I was going to type in the message. If you want to show it, now it feels like there's an obligation. There's not meant to be an obligation.
Oh, there's definitely an obligation. Speaking of obligations,
wasn't even the right one.
Sometime this month, we're going to be going live with a new show with Jake called Wake and Jake.
Oh, we decided that's happening?
That's happening.
Decided that's happening.
Yeah. We had a board meeting.
Subject of obligations.
You start showing up to the board meetings, dude.
That's right. That's right. So Wake and Jake coming, let's just say
he's going to be like putting his tie on like, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Is my jacket straight? I mean...
Yeah, that's the thing. If we're talking about if I actually were to consume marijuana at
you have to,
the beginning of the day, that's the whole day for me.
Yeah, and have guests on. I'll come on and be like, I just woke and joke.
Yeah.
I would get up at 6:24 a.m. just to do Wake and Jake. I swear to God. I would do that. I think everyone would get up for that.
Oh,
yeah, that would be awesome.
You think it would be an entertaining show. Here's what the actual show would be.
No, that's great. That's what we want. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. This is avant-garde.
That's exactly what we're after.
I think people that think they've seen me drunk have only seen me as like what they would consider to be drunk, whereas I've been drunk.
I've been so drunk, I've fallen down the stairs and gotten back up and then fell back down again.
That's not good. We're all, even you're too old for this, and you're a decade younger than me.
as soon as we were like, okay, wow, we've got like a real program schedule here. We can do this. This is going to be awesome. We were like, now how do we turn it on its ear with some avant-garde wackiness? And we're like running that by everyone, Andrea and I, and they're like, what are you going to do? And we're like, yeah, it'll be great. And they're like, why?
Don't ask questions, just watch. By the way, it is now 10:01. Left past 10 is now beginning.
Time. Yep.
This was all like when you're watching a movie and you start the movie and then like 15 minutes in, like someone of the characters says the name of the movie and then the credits start, like that's what this was.
This feels like a real Bourne ultimatum. Yeah.
And then you roll the
Roll the what?
The
Roll the what,
credits.
Andrea?
We gotta do the intro. It's 10 now.
The what?
You gotta
Yeah, we gotta do the intro.
I'm sorry, what am I rolling?
The intro credits.
As you're
fucking up the shit.
So wait, at what point did we start bossing Matt around? I don't understand.
Oh, right
this
after I got a
dynamic.
new show in the morning.
It's 10:02, Matt. Where's the intro? Aren't you picking up our subtle cues? What's going on? Oh, you ruined it by not helping us all be witty together, like the beat. And still no talking. No talking.
We almost did it. We almost did it, and then you motherfuckers, I swear to God.
Oh, the amazing timing.
We're going to take a poll and find out who's most right-wing, and it's not going to be me.
It might be me. It might, honestly.
I don't know. Andrea is sounding pretty authoritarian tonight. I'm just saying.
That's fair.
What's with the crackdown?
I'm cracking down. More reasonably, though, I'm cracking up.
Ah. I was gonna. It's funny you mentioned. Wait, I should. Wait. Why did we play the theme song in the middle of a conversation? That's crazy, Matt. You're such a wild dude.
Fucking idiot. This is what happens.
Oh well.
I was just remembering. I think maybe our best improvised bit, which was Christina's phone call to Sam Cedar. Y'all remember that?
Oh yeah.
So much credit to you guys for just going with that, because nobody got any warning that we were going to do this.
That's right. Yeah, we were coaching her on like how you would do it, like pickup artist style.
Pretty good.
This is what episode this is what
oh, good call. I don't know.
You don't know? You just stopped counting?
No.
Season
no, definitely
2.5 episode 1.
So
36.
36.
Syndication.
Well, plus 52, 51. How many did we?
We did 52.
52.
And then 36.
52.
So a total of 88 so far.
Did you do that without a calculator? That's impressive.
Yeah, that's not. Let's not praise that.
No, yeah, 88.
We gotta have slightly
lucky
high.
88. Wow, is 88 lucky? I feel like
no,
it is.
88 is very. If you live in America, it's very unlucky.
Backwards or upside down, it's still 88.
In China,
that's
it's pretty
wild.
good. In America, you don't. In Europe, you
Double
really
infinity.
don't want to.
Yeah, in Europe, you don't want to
Double
do it.
infinity.
But here, it's double infinity.
That means. That means literally anything can happen here right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, Jesus.
And also, we're almost done with season 2, really.
We're 5 minutes in, and this is already...
We're going to be kicking off a season 3 here in the
Season
fall.
3.
Isn't it cool that it happens in the fall, too? Because that's like when you were a kid,
Yeah.
you're like, oh, the fall. Yeah, I got to go back to school. That's going to suck. But new TV.
Truth.
Capitalism. Yes, I'm going to school. They're breeding us to be capitalistic slaves, but capitalism is also giving us Thursday night shows.
That's true. That's true. You do get a show.
Kind of works out.
Isn't that great?
Tuesday and Thursday night shows, and then Fridays for when you're grounded and can't go to the mall.
I prefer Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday's probably the ideal day for a show if I had to.
I used to get up at like 5 a.m. and watch the very, very early news and eat like bags of Cheetos. And then
how old were you?
This is like elementary, junior high, all the way through elementary school and junior high. I would do this.
And you take me off when I turn my camera off?
I didn't.
That automatic.
And
what the hell?
Yeah. Neat, huh?
Wait, you can hear me? Wait, what the fuck? What is this setting?
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, Matt's just with us.
This
but
is good.
Not.
This is
It's
really
a
good.
setting. If you paid attention in the Discord.
I wasn't. I didn't even read. Did you send me a message? I can't. Wow.
So
that's fascinating.
Yeah, cool, right? So there are updates to this app all the time. Well, software all the time.
So I can just do this. I
but-
can just
Yeah.
the show.
Well, somebody can eventually make it stop. But
Right.
and you froze too, so that's what happened. But
Oh,
I would
froze?
also
Wait, can you see me?
so when I would get
Hello?
we can see you now. So when I'll just keep going.
Sorry.
So when I would get up to watch the news and eat Cheetos and stuff before anybody in my house was ever going
Very
to get up,
important story. About
I would.
you eating Cheetos.
We also had cable TV for the very first time. And so like we were like one of the
have been
first
good.
families on the block to have cable TV for some reason.
Man, you were eating Cheetos. And
I
you
think
were
a bunch of
watching
people
some
just didn't
classic-
believe in it. But like we had the Disney Channel.
Oh,
Yeah.
with
and
Cheetos. Damn.
you could watch like old cartoons all night and into the morning, and then you could watch like the Mickey Mouse Club. This isn't the Justin Timberlake Mickey Mouse Club. This is the black and white stuff.
Oh dang.
Yeah, so I used to watch the news and like a hefty dose of Disney and then go to school and know stuff. Right? It's kind of cool.
You knew stuff by watching cartoons, and then you
Yeah.
went to school.
No,
you watched the stuff you learned.
I
but did
could
you
talk
learn anything
about
in school. Did you learn in school?
Oh, well, that's not my fault. They just didn't know how to teach. I think that was true for a lot of public schools. They didn't get paid enough, or a lot of the teachers sucked.
They just.
They were like racist, like willing to teach anything that was given to them.
Are
Like,
you
here's the
getting
textbook,
burglarized, Jake?
just read it. It's like Ron Burgundy with a teleprompter. That's how my history teacher was in junior high school. It was depressing. Oh my God.
And Andrea, for the record, this light here, you can't really see. Well, this light that's now making my microphone flicker is leaning, and it's not meant to lean. And we're just going to hope for the best. But Matt, you talking about when you were saying I was eating Cheetos and watching the news before school, the humorous thing I was imagining, you've now confirmed is true, which is like a little kid being like, heck of a car accident last night, huh?
No, yeah. I would know the weather.
Yeah.
I would know like
It's gonna
sports
be like
and
it's
stuff.
leaning into the teacher's lounge, like you hear rain.
Have you
later.
heard about the stocks? Oh my!
But I could
2% in 1 week. Oh wow!
I could tell people about Spin and Marty.
Mm.
Spin and Marty? Wait, I don't know that.
Ah, see?
Mm-hmm.
That was a
I should have been watching the news as a boy.
no, that was a show that would come on during the Mickey Mouse Club. Spin and Marty is about these two kids that worked on a ranch. Yeah.
Fair
This
enough.
is like in the days of like Lassie and that,
Yeah.
old school stuff. But
Yeah, that's good old fashioned entertainment. I had similar with a comedy called Salute Your Shorts.
oh,
That story isn't going anywhere. I just-
thrilling. I was
that's the
like,
whole story.
please elaborate. Or don't.
It was a
or
quality
don't.
children's
Or
show.
don't. You don't have to elaborate. That's fine.
I'm gonna look. I bet the audience is going crazy for.
But the Cheetos.
How many viewers have we lost so
let me
far?
no,
tonight?
we're only gaining. Let me
We're
explain.
gaining?
Yeah, let me explain the Cheetos. That was because
Your parents
our
didn't love you.
grocery store had a bulk food aisle. And this was early days of bulk food. And I was like, my mom was like, let's go down the bulk food aisle. And I was like, wait, I can buy as much Cheetos as I want. She was like, no. And I was like, obviously I can. Look at this barrel of Cheetos. If I open the door and take the scoop, I can fill a bag and then fill another bag. And if I go down the chips aisle, they don't have this much Cheetos in one offering. And
That's
she's
a
like,
lot of Cheetos.
so I would do that. My mother was really strict about doling them out. But if I got up before anybody else by like 2 or 3 hours, I could just sit there and just eat Cheetos
Oh
for
man,
breakfast.
I used to love waking up at 3 a.m. playing some
Yeah.
video games.
I was like a couple of years away from smoking cigarettes full time too. So, you know, I was a pretty bad kid.
What were you, 11, 12?
Yeah. So when
Not a joke for reference.
not a joke, but when the one time when I was a huge Pee Wee Herman fan, huge.
Yeah.
And I got in such trouble for, I don't even remember what, but my parents were so mad at me. It was one of these times where I actually got caught, and they were so pissed off at me that, and it was Christmas, and Pee Wee's Playhouse Christmas special was coming on. And of course I was like, oh my God, I'm watching this. This is going to be awesome. Right. And my mom was like, no, you're not watching shit. And I was like, oh, and she's like, you're in trouble, buddy. And I was like, are you fucking? And she
Was it for the Cheetos?
no, this is years later, but she was like, you can record it and watch it the next night. I recorded it and got up at exactly like 11:30 p.m. after everyone went to bed and fucking watched it that night. I was like, I'm not
Nice.
are you
I am
kidding me?
not going to bed without Pee Wee's Playhouse.
I was like, I've been waiting since they announced this thing like a week ago. Because, you know, back in the day, they wouldn't give you much leeway.
Yeah, well, a week was also like a long ass time back then. That was like
Back
3% of your whole life, you know? That's a while.
What's the child use review? Was it satisfactory? Were
Oh
you
my God,
happy?
it was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I
No,
love
I-
also the aspect of your parents definitely knew that you were doing that, but like they just didn't care. Like, you know, there's no way you got away with that.
Well, here's the thing. Maybe not. But if the case was that they did know it, that is acceptable as a parent, I think.
You know how you're right. Yeah, okay. But I mean, I probably deserved it.
You're
dude.
just trying to establish what the boundaries are, and you know a certain amount of rule breaking is going to happen. But if the punishment has been issued, that's what really matters.
Yeah. I was a prick too. I was
Yeah,
always trying to be
you know,
like
he kept smoking cigarettes. He didn't
older.
stop. So
I was smoking a pack a day at that point. But I have
15, 14?
I have the VHS, I bought the VHS when it came out. I have it across
do you have the
room.
original recording?
Not that I might have that somewhere, but I have the
With the
one I
original,
bought.
were there commercials during it?
Yeah.
The original commercials that you watched?
Yeah.
Now that would,
Mhm.
I would love to find my original. I used to make VHS mixtapes back in my day.
Yeah.
when I
Oh
was
yeah,
young.
totally.
Oh yeah.
There is a new documentary out about Paul Rubens. It's called Pee Wee Himself. Have you seen this? It's
No, I have
two-parter.
not.
The first part, amazing. It showed he recorded endless amounts of stuff when he was in art school. It's so fucking cool. And some of the funny, there's one where there's this art independent student film he did where he was I guess student film implies it's independent, but he played Jesus and he's on the cross. And it's like at an angle where he goes and like gives you the Pee Wee face, like way
Oh,
before
no.
there was a Pee Wee.
Hmm.
Oh my God, I died laughing. I had to stop it and watch it over and over. And everyone was like, why do you keep watching it? But like,
Once you
it
nail
is-
yourself to the cross, it can only go up from there.
yeah. But then in the second episode, it's a lot about, you know, like the rise in fame as Pee Wee Herman is noteworthy. Like you have to watch how it took off right away. And he was famous amongst famous people before anybody else. and his shows were selling out to like really like successful Hollywood types, and everyone was like, this is great. And so then he became like world famous, and then Pee-wee's Playhouse. And so then they started talking about like the controversy and what it's like to be a celebrity, and I was like, okay, I know this, I don't think it's documentary worthy. And even Paul Rubens got upset about that part. Of course, this came out, I guess they weren't quite done with production when he died, but you know, he didn't tell anybody he was sick, so nobody knew. Like, they're sitting here making a documentary about his life, and he's saying things in the opening scenes that are like, yeah, I just wanted to go on record one last time. And then they would show on screen what he meant was he was dying, and he didn't tell us this, and he knew he had a lease, a short lease. He knew. But like, when I forget why I brought this up. Oh, well, because when he's talking about the Christmas special, I'm going through all these memories of a kid being like how excited I was about it. Nothing would compare to how excited he was about it. And it was like a real art for him. It wasn't just a commercial thing. He was trying to make it as artful as possible.
That's cool. I gotta check it out.
And like Cher did it for free.
First of all,
Which is
that's
wild.
lovely. Second of all, I have been thinking that there ought to be a kids show of some sort to go alongside Miss Rachel that just talks, like Sesame Street did, talks about actual relevant things, but in a way kids can understand. I don't have a proposal. I just think, like, I hope we get more.
You don't
I
think
hope we get
Sesame
another
Street
P-word.
accomplishes that goal anymore? You think they've
I
sold
do
out?
think it does accomplish that goal, actually. And I think Miss Rachel does. But I think that, like, as a society, we so often forget that our population is growing almost exponentially at this point. Meaning
I'll reverse pretty soon.
Possibly, but there's more humans around now than there ever
And
have
never
been.
before. Well, I
Which
don't know.
means-
Maybe a couple years ago, there was a couple more guys, one or two more guys.
Well, that's true, Cope. But the point is simply that when there's more people, you need more effort to accomplish the things you used to. It's just momentum that you need.
It's a
That's
hassle.
true. That's true.
Such a hassle. That's why I always, at work, I was like, we just need the perfect exact right number of people here. And then
Perfect exact right.
And then I bet we could all be working, because that, it's, you don't want to imply that we should do layoffs. And also you don't want to go the other way where it's like, why do we keep hiring people? There's a lot less money to go around. So like, if you have the right number of people, and I became a production manager of a screen printing business, and people were just not pulling their weight. It was like one of those jobs where people were showing up late, leaving early, not showing up. And I was like, you're out. And I would get the remaining employees and go, look, if we do this right, because I'm the art director becoming the production manager and now wearing both hats. And I said, I'm looking at this from behind the scenes kind of process lens. I don't know why we do it the way we do it, except that we determined each job should take 2 weeks. But each job could be done in a day. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, so why do we work 8 12-hour days instead of like 6 to 8 hour days? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, what if we worked 4 10-hour days, and each day we had a 2-hour buffer where you could be late, you could take a long lunch, you could leave early, and it wouldn't fucking matter. And they were like, can we do that? And I was like, yeah. And we did. And we got in trouble for it. And I was like, why? We had a 2-hour turnaround for the minimum order, which was like 75 t-shirts, and we can do that in 24 hours. What's bad? And they were like, well, I mean, we charge more to do it that quickly. And I was like, okay, let's just charge more.
Send them out later or charge them out. Yeah. Like,
let's always charge more, because everyone else takes 2 weeks and we need a day or two. Why wouldn't we charge more? We're badass. Not because we have to break our backs and do a rush order. It's because we're this fucking good. And the boss was like, no. And I was like, man, you are a short-sighted capitalist. You just cannot see it.
But
I don't
see,
get it.
Is that when you quit? You
I
just
do
quit right
get
on the job. You're like,
No, I
fuck
didn't quit.
you, man.
All
Fuck
those
you and
employees,
fuck
they were
this
like,
place,
Matt's got it
man."
figured out, man. This is the best job right now.
But
Yeah,
did you
that's
keep
the
doing the
key
system, or did you
Did we what?
did you keep doing like the cool stuff, or did you have to go back?
We kept 4-hour days, but everyone had to work 10 hours, and we did not turn jobs around that quickly, which was dumb. We were working slow. Stupid.
Well, here's the thing. It's the same disconnect that we often have with politicians, where their behavior seems confusing, but that's only because we're taking for granted that we have the same goals. You were viewing
Yeah, it's
it
about
as
control. It's about forcing you to do things in a way that doesn't make sense. Just to
Every
say that
customer,
we can.
every customer wanted the shit as soon as they could get it.
Not-
and we were
not
like 2 hours.
necessarily.
In that job, they did. I mean, I worked there for 4
No,
years.
I'm saying to what Andrea was saying. It's not necessarily about those things. It often is, but in this case, your boss was very broadly in the business of getting shirts out to people with a 2-week turnaround. And you said, I have a better way to get shirts out to people. We're going to have a different turnaround, and it's a better thing. But the person who was making those calls didn't give a about what was best for the customer.
Right,
best
that's what
for
I'm saying.
you, or even
there was a
most
lot of
efficient.
slack.
Yeah. The point being, there was what you saw as slack and inefficiencies are only slack and inefficiencies if you're trying to be in a different, more efficient business. But your boss wasn't. Your boss was in.
I know.
They bought into. I mean, so
They're just
careful. We might draw a conclusion here because I agree with you.
We're getting dangerously close.
When you view it as all they are trying to do is make their daily or even weekly, I guess whatever period the paycheck comes in, hours more reasonable to their boss, then the rest doesn't matter.
He copied a business model and then just wanted to kind of like let it be that way. And there was a whole like, this is how we've always done it. We wouldn't change anything for any reason. And the UPS guy was dropping off a box of shirts. And the next day he'd be like, oops, I almost took this back. I just dropped this off. And we're like, no, those are printed now. It's going back out. And he was like, what? And so
That's
I
when you
almost
should have
broke.
fucking quit and made your
I
own
almost
goddamn
broke
company.
UPS.
You gotta
they
fucking
couldn't
go
handle it.
again. You gotta take all the employees. You gotta strike. You gotta walk out. Start your own shirt fucking company. You gotta turn this fucking guy out of business. You gotta say
They
you could
almost-
have taken my idea, but you told me to go fuck myself, and now I'm back to say a fuck of you. And then he's gonna go out of business, and then you're gonna become the t-shirt emperor. You're gonna build an empire of t-shirts, right? The USPS is gonna fucking hate you, but you know what? They're legally obligated to do it, so you gotta buy the motherfucking balls. You can't let go of those balls.
You got to be the Lamborghini to their Ferrari.
Yeah, right. Well, I remember the UPS guy being like, well, hold on. What are we going to need? 2 trucks to come here now? And I was like, nobody's ready for efficiency in this world. It just fucks everything up because they can't see.
Yeah.
That guy's still thinking in terms of this is the way I've always done it. This is no one's going to let me do it better.
Well, not just I'm used to it, but also
Oh God damn
built
it!
my business around this thing.
Please
yeah.
continue. Yeah, exactly. Built a business around that thing. Exactly. It's lame. So lame. Yeah. And then I did it at another business too, where I came up with this. I was like, hey, the way you guys do this, think about it like this. What if we did this? And they were like, is anyone doing that? And I was like, no. And they're like, okay, let's not do that. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, we're afraid of that model. And I was like, why? And they're like, we couldn't keep up with it. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, it would be so successful, we wouldn't be able to keep up with it. And I was like, isn't that a good thing for a business to like have more orders than like, they were like, no, because we just want to level out at where we are. And I was like, well, okay. So there's no growth in your business model. Right. I guess that's how you pitched it to the bank. So what happens in year 2? Nothing that didn't happen in year 1. The exact same shit. How about year 5? If we're still around, well, we might get bored. So lame. But I pitched that idea to a fellow graphic designer a couple years later, and he was like, holy shit, we could do this right now. And I was like, not only can we do it right now, we can do it in any city in America. It doesn't matter what their economy is. It doesn't matter what the customer base looks like. Anyone with elementary, middle, high school, or university in a city, we can do this. And they were like, holy shit. I was like, yep. And especially if we get to a place, and this is any city too, with a whole bunch of like sports team, like leagues, you know what I mean? Like junior leagues or softball leagues, that kind of stuff. Like
cash printing services for you, basically.
Up. Well, but it was just brokerage. Go between. It was pretty savvy. I'll break it down for you one day. Offline. Let's sidebar this conversation for when you know, it's this is proprietary brain stuff.
Yeah,
right, Andrea?
What we're gonna do behind the
Make sure we get
scenes?
the patent on this
Yeah,
first.
y'all. Whoa, we got what in the hell?
He's talking to his lawyers who are right there.
Whoa.
These days we need fucking lawyers with us. We need one lawyer for the left.
Who's the
Oh
lawyer?
my God.
In the
That's-
audience,
we need one.
Who's the lawyer? That's you. I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
We need a lawyer.
You know
We're
you're out
crowdsourcing.
there.
Welcome to the left.
We need somebody to be like, okay, here, I work at YouTube. Okay.
You do?
It's like, oh, my phone's ringing. Ah, fuck. That lawyer. Who did we delete a channel? Let me see. Put that channel back up, you fucking idiots. Let me get this. Yeah, we took care of it. Okay. How are you? Good. All right, bye. Right.
Real
That's
good.
that's how it needs to be.
How do we, the three of us and y'all, how do we assist Sandee here? How do we get her channel unbanned?
It's the most unrealistic scenario. You have to just go on like only Twitter. YouTube is not on any other social media where you can like, they say, go to Twitter and harass us to the point where we're worn down and give you a human on the phone. That's how it
I
works.
do know a social media platform that YouTube is on all the time, actually, other than Twitter. YouTube.
But are they on it? Like,
That's the thing. They're not.
does
You can't
YouTube have a
actually get them
YouTube?
there.
Do they have a
I
YouTube
wonder if
channel?
Goddamn
Hack 'em.
Byzantine system.
Hack them?
Okay. Well, y'all, if you have a Twitter account, tag YouTube and in a quote tweet of Sandee's and be like, "What the hell is wrong with you? This
It's
is
at
ridiculous."
Team YouTube. At Team
At
YouTube.
Team YouTube.
I will
Yeah,
be
make it a
right
problem
back.
for
I must take a temporary. It's you'll
Mute. Here,
It's
I'll mute.
Don't mute me. Don't. I'm
Well,
not
just so
muting
you know, when you're off camera, you're not muted. Just so you know.
I'll
So
also
just,
go off
what-
camera
what-
just
yep.
to demonstrate.
I know,
here.
because
This is
somebody
a
could
Letterhack
go off
controlled show.
camera and be like, I'm just going to go off camera and gargle mouthwash and no one's going to hear me.
I'm
And then
just
they
gonna
all
go.
hear
That's
it.
what I was planning on doing.
I'm
I
just
got
going to
some
eat a whole
goddamn-
bag of chips and nobody's
I'm
going to
just
hear
gonna
me
eat some
crunching
Cheetos.
like
I'm trying
a
to go
chip
and
fiend.
fucking use the bathroom here, and you're doing a whole goddamn bit. Just
That's
let
what I'm
me
saying.
finish
You
my.
might want to mute it.
I'm trying to just. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It will not be that long. So and don't. Can you unmute me? Is it possible? Like, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you're muted.
You
now.
are now making this take way longer.
Well, I mean, I'm just
So-
like, if I muted myself and then you were to unmute me,
I'm
like, is
not
that
going to
possible?
unmute you
But is that
because
possible?
I'm a nice person and
But that
not
would be like,
mean
is that
or
like
jerk.
that's something that I don't
Can
think should
you
be
mute
allowed.
her?
I'm
Think
gonna
about
okay.
that. Think
I'm
well,
just-
she can
I'll be right
unmute
back.
herself. I
I'll
already
be right
tried that. But think about the ethics involved in like having like a streaming thing like this, launching like a collective, and then when people mute themselves, I unmute them. What there goes, we're out of the trust tree now. Like that's
Well, you're a famous megalomaniac. So
yep, I
Who
know.
knows?
I'm gonna
Anything
leave the
anytime.
left. But what
I
I'm
honestly
gonna,
feel like if I left the left, it would somehow benefit the left. Like I feel like the best thing I could do for the left is become a deep red Republican
we'd be like,
politician.
oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Ah, we could all see it.
Oh, he's gonna f things up. Not even that. Just like, oh, he's gonna sincerely try to do something, and the opposite will happen. So good.
That is true though. You think of all the moderates out there fucking everything up for the left, which they're not, but like just go right already. Just do it. God. You are just stringing everybody along like the Democratic Party, a name you can trust in nothing. I mean,
Why
what is
is Senator Schumer still there?
Dude,
Actually, that's
great
one
question.
thing I've been looking at for a good long time.
You gonna
We
run?
should look at some of these fake ass lefties, and like for example, Cuomo in the governor's mayoral race in New York.
Yeah.
And study him not with anger in our hearts. Because look, we already know he's not a good guy. All right. That's not news to any of us. But he has worked an effective grift within the party that we, for the most part, have no choice but to be part of. How? We should understand that. If we don't understand how he's communicating to the average folks, I love Groove Dragon. Absolutely correct.
Hello? Are we live?
But if we don't understand how people like that are able to do a better job of convincing people that are on the same side of us than we do, we're never going to learn to convince these people. Even if we don't use the same stuff, we at least need to be prepared for what he's going to say.
I think in New York, it comes down to, and this is
What are you guys talking?
I don't want to put words in somebody's
Cuomo?
mouth. I think I remember who said this, but one person was saying it's got to be Cuomo for governor because he can balance the budget. And if you don't have somebody in New York that can balance the budget, New York is fucked. And I was like, you know what? Let's take the risk. I think. But
that's the thing. Language.
I think a lot of people,
this is
voters,
an
feel that
example
way.
of the death of language. Like, what does balance the budget mean? Do they know what it means?
The wheeling and dealing
Could they
involved
explain
in
what that
getting,
means?
or
But
not
could-
balancing it, but
Well, if
establishing
you ask
it
anyone
for
the
the
follow-up
year.
question, what the hell are you talking about? Would they be able to articulate why this ethereal budget needs to be balanced, and what is it? Why do you have to rape people or assault them to balance the budget? Why do you what is that like? I don't. And then also the inherent this other guy can't balance the budget. Why can't he balance the budget?
No
We all
one's
gotta
gonna
balance the budget.
There's
What does
no
that mean?
threat. There's no threat of a Republican winning.
Which is why it should be the bluest place possible. But
Like-
look, it's not limited to New York. Let's not pretend like it's a New York only, mirage. There's Alyssa Slotkin is from my state. She's somebody I wound up having to vote for, as a matter of fact, because she won in the primaries, and Alyssa Slotkin is a senator who is a fairly far right.
Garbage. Dump that bitch in garbage, and then dump.
Well, that's the
garbage
thing.
in
I mean,
garbage.
I wish
So you
we
put her in a
could.
trash can. Then you put the trash can in a dumpster. Then you put the dumpster in a trash truck. You bring that shit over to the landfill, and then you
So the
just
way-
fill up the garbage on top of it. You know, Toy Story 3. You ever see that one?
No,
I don't
Halloween
recall.
Ends?
But by the point is, our version of that, of putting her in the garbage and putting her in the landfill and then filling in that landfill and then burning it all, is the primary process.
Yeah.
And we failed. Like, I failed I wasn't particularly after her because there was other worse people. But
Yeah, Jake, what the fuck, man? Why'd you go ahead and fail?
There was just a retreat.
I don't know. Trying to
There
find
was
that
a swanky retreat where all the donors and strategists and consultants and Schumer and Buttigieg and Hakeem Jeffries and Slotkin, they were all there talking about building a think tank for the Democratic Party where they can, it was
Find
called like,
excuses to do
it
right-wing
was
stuff.
called Wildflower or Welcome Fest or some shit like that. And they were saying we need to be able to come up with things to run on. Never do they use the word fucking policy, but they say we need to run on issues that free us up from the woke identity stuff that lost the election for Harris, when we know it didn't lose the election. But this is it. And like all the players were there, and you're like, holy fuck, these guys are just
good.
So
They've identified
locked
themselves.
in.
We
Yeah, but,
know
like,
who to work against. Can I also just say, this is now the third time in my life that I have seen this cultural thing happen. It started with people saying PC, then it went to DEI, and then all of a sudden, so quickly, it also went to woke. And now they're saying wokeism is over.
Well,
or
don't
cancel
forget,
culture is over.
SJW. Don't
Oh
forget
no, yeah, you're right.
CRT,
Fourth time.
CRT,
SJW.
critical race theory.
So
Antifa, you could say Antifa. Everyone was Antifa. Have you heard of Antifa?
The thing
lately?
that happens is this, because it's important for us to address this culturally so that you can cut people off when this happens. The thing that happens is the right lies about what a group of people who are trying to protect others are doing. They tell lies about it. Then they react to those lies as though they're real, causing real harm. Then the real harm is attributed to the people who are trying to protect others in the first place. And then once time passes, then the right turns around and says, well, thank God blank is no longer happening. Well, thank God SJWs aren't a thing anymore. Do you remember how crazy that was? Do you remember how angry everybody was? It's all
it's
right
the alternate
all
history.
the time.
Yeah, it's the same thing as states' rights. It's the same concept all the way just this many years later.
I am a proud warrior for social justice. I am happily PC because I'm trying to be accurate when I can be. I like using language correctly. Sue me. And yeah, I'm woke because I have an understanding of how the U.S. government works. I mean, that
I'm woke
black
because
as
I had
possible
4.5
manner.
cups of coffee in the last couple hours. I'm wild right now. I can't even go to sleep if I wanted to. And CRT, I love CRT. I was playing fucking Super Smash Brothers Melee on a CRT the other day, man. That's some crisp ass stuff. And DEI, well, I consider myself pretty diverse and equitable. I'm not that inclusive, but I best 2 out of 3 ain't so bad. You know what I'm saying?
There was a guy named Seth London who has a consultant firm, who was running this think tank retreat, brainstorming, I guess. This guy wrote a blistering memo to the Democrats the day after the election saying, here's how you lost and here's what you need to do to win. I doubt maybe he wrote that on election night, but it was just picking up all the false narratives that Trump used in those transphobic ads saying this is why you lost, because you ran on this stuff. And instead of the Democrats being like, you know what, go fuck yourself. We don't know who else you're consulting for. Get the fuck out of here. We didn't run on that stuff. They said, you're right. Like,
here's the fascinating
whoa
thing. Kamala Harris's campaign was if you're trans, you have to pay attention to this stuff. But she mentioned it like one time, the whole topic of transgenders.
It was like 2019, right?
Well, I mean, during the campaign, she mentioned it once.
I think it was on her
she
website.
Was asked a question, and the answer to the question was like,
I think that happened in 2019, though.
Well, that also happened. It happened multiple times, but like she's never had a firm stance on transgender people.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
She abandoned trans people her whole career, and then she loses, and then now it's my fault.
I covered this Monday night and referenced this moment where they brought it up to like her campaign, one of her campaign advisors on Fox News, and they were like, look at these ads Trump's running. Is this true? And he goes, no, she doesn't stand for that. And she's not running on this. And it was like, damn, dude, you didn't even try to like go to bat for this small community that they say is ruining everything. And it's not. Like, he just flat out said, no, she absolutely doesn't.
We don't give a fuck about them either.
Doesn't give a fuck about them at all, basically.
So that's one of the crucial things that we have to reckon with we give them too much credit when we imply that they don't understand what's going on. Like when we say,
yeah, they get it. Yeah.
Right. They think they lost because of trans stuff. No, they're saying they lost because
They're
of trans
giving
stuff
us an
because
out.
they
Right.
they don't.
They didn't give a
want to-
fuck
yeah.
either way, and
Thank
now they want
you,
an off
Trump,
ramp.
for giving us a reason to run away from something we didn't want to do in the first place.
Well, it's even more. It's important that we get this correct. It's not necessarily they don't give a fuck about trans people. They don't, but that's not what's going on. The reason they're blaming that publicly as opposed to anything else is crucially because they don't want to fix the anything else. Because the anything else is the people that give them bribes. It's that simple.
Do you think
billionaires across the board, they don't want to change their stances anywhere
mega
that matters.
donors, right?
So they're going to blame somebody who can't give them money. In this case, it's the tiny sliver of the population that is being hunted. They will allow people to be hunted, to be abused constantly, to not feel safe in this country because they want to take bribes in this country. And we have to reckon with that. We got to get rid of these punks.
Let me ask you something, Jake. I mean, you're right. Let me ask you something.
Those bastards.
Because
We've established I'm the rightest person here.
You, by a majority vote, are the most conservative and capitalistic person here.
Well, Letterhack was the one you were fucking talking about, goddamn, I'm going to run a t-shirt empire. I'm going to be the best t-shirt businessman in the history of the world.
I was trying to get us to work less.
Ooh, and who's controlling the means of production right now?
That's right. That's right. I didn't want to look at the super chat, but now I am.
Hold on, I'm trying to hook up.
It's Pondering Politics. It's in your heart.
So, Letterhack, are you streaming this on your channel?
WYCD.
How many viewers are you siphoning away from this space?
It's called simulcasting.
Jake, are you streaming this on your channel?
I just put the link in the description.
You're not, because Jake, you're supporting this space. That's why you're
Josiah?
right, because you are trying to force everyone to watch it on. Letterhack is
I would like to thank Josiah from Pondering Politics for the $4.99 super chat. I tried to find Jake's channel, what you can do, but no luck. Where is it? I just put the link in the chat.
Oh, I did a useless thing in the chat. and it's flanked on either side by people who did the thing.
Let me tell you this. If you
this is a great production. It's only 43 minutes. Nice.
Let me run this by you, Jake. Yeah, I know it feels like a long night.
Hey, Funnybook.
If the Democratic Party came out tomorrow and was like, all right, fuck it, universal health care, unions, let's go. All the money we have, and we're encouraging all our donors to contribute to this, is going to this campaign right now. Because guess what? We believe that by embracing these two platforms and these policies, we won't even need to spend money on advertising because people will just fucking vote for us and we'll get this shit done and we'll be a better country. What do you think? Is that overnight game changer? Like instantaneous game changer? Like they would win. They would get all the money they want. That's proof that they're fucking assholes and that they really don't give a fuck about being public servants, because they could win forever and they would still be millionaires. They'd have health care for the rest of their lives. They wouldn't have to work over the summer or whatever. They could all do the insider trading they wanted still. Nothing would change in those regards. The Republicans would be done for. They would get the Republican votes they want, and
that
all
requires
the
actually doing work, though. Think about that. They would actually have to. They would
That's
have to
what-
They'd have to actually work.
Well,
we all know rich people hate working.
It requires a faith in the American people that you cannot have if you are going to treat them not like people, which is what they do. So they
get paid not to.
Yeah, essentially. And you're not wrong. Like I think we can't know right and wrong, obviously. But I think you're not wrong. And I think it's entirely plausible that we could get them to do these things, even cynically, even if it's literally just for the votes, so they can keep doing their petite corruption of stock market fixing, essentially. But they will simply, like, they don't know how the word gets out if it's anything other than buying commercials here or there. So if you tell them, well, if you do this, it'll be a very popular thing, they'll say, we see all kinds of opinions that poll well, and nobody comes out to vote for them. They only come out to vote when we buy commercials. They're right, but it's only because the things they are offering, they're asking, like, what polls the best for, like, a dinner out of the Ritz crackers or the slightly too warm and old cheese.
Yeah,
they're not offering a real meal.
Just imagine if reporters went up to Schumer and they were like, Chuck, what are you going to do about what Trump just did? And he was like, you know what? Fuck that noise. We're focused on universal health care and labor rights. If you're not asking me about that, I don't want to, I'm going to record commercials about that shit right now. Go fuck yourself. Like, can you imagine that world? I can't even imagine it. It's so far from reality. There's no way.
I would love a.
You got to swap them all out with
Super
brand new
Saiyan
people.
Chuck Schumer. Could you imagine? Oh man, he just goes in. Ooh.
That's the thing. I can imagine a Super Saiyan Bulma. I can imagine a Super Saiyan Matt, Andrea. Matt, you're not meant to know what this is yet. These are all not people that can become Super Saiyans.
Yeah, Matt was talking a big game about how much he loves manga. He doesn't know about Super Saiyans.
I didn't say
I can imagine Super Saiyan anything but Schumer.
You don't think
Wait, you have the Dragon Ball manga? That's a shock.
I have some Dragon Ball manga, but not like.
Show me right now.
Well, it went for 20 years. How are you gonna? I mean, yeah.
Show me.
I have a lot of manga. I bet I have more manga than Andrea.
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh.
I'm a little.
I
bit
said
of
I
a,
read it all the time. By the way,
I'm a little bit of a
occasionally read it.
part-time casual weeaboo. Just I just don't tell anybody.
What if James Carville was on TV going, Democrats need to lay down right now. They lost the majority. They need to lay down and wait till they get it back. And then they say, well, hold on, cutting to Nancy Pelosi. And she's like, fuck that guy.
Okay.
Go eat some fucking Creole or whatever, motherfucker. We're doing healthcare. Like, it would be, and it was like, they're like, we're going to get the girls back for another Rolling Stone magazine cover. This time, we're all going to be dressed as doctors in lab coats, or you know what I mean? They're never going to do anything like that. It's all such. Remember when the
that
squad
guy's married
did,
to a deep red Republican. He's comfortable getting fucked by conservatives in this country.
Yeah, he's so full of shit.
But yeah, it would be great.
Where you make it look like you're saying the word, but then somehow
it's ventriloquism. It's a type of ventriloquism.
Like, oh man, they totally fuck. Like, but you don't do the How do you not do that? Do it again.
God puts his hand in front of the microphone.
Really?
That's I was trying to be
out of all the
silly,
things,
and that just got weird.
With everything in Gaza and everything, and he's choosing to intervene in this.
Oh, he's everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And he whispers in my ear, "I don't care about children," and then floats off.
Yeah.
Kind of effed.
Speaking about the 80s,
be the medication.
Speaking of the 80s and 90s, do you remember that show Coach? You remember that?
Yes, I remember Coach.
There's this awesome blooper that circles around online where he walks into the room and he goes, okay, what time is there? Are we ready for the meeting yet? And who's the guy's name? Moose or something? Bull?
Yeah.
Bull. He goes, no, Luther's not here yet. And he goes, God damn it, where is he? And he goes, what did you say? You can't say that because you're not allowed to say God. You're only allowed to say damn it. You can't say God.
God's a fucking slur.
And so that's a real live audience. So they're all like, oh, and he's like, oh, let me go out and try that again. So he goes out and he comes back in. He goes, what time is there? Are we ready for the meeting yet? And he's like, no, Luther's not here yet. And he goes, fuck, where the fuck is he? Right. And I was like, it's kind of a good point, right? Like you can almost get away with that a little bit more. And everyone's laughing. And then he leaves and comes out, goes out and comes back in. And he goes, what time is it? Where's everyone? Are we here yet? And Bull goes, fuck no. And then it was, even funnier. But the point is, like, you could say, damn it. And that was the actual line, but you couldn't say, God damn it. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah,
I
god damn it. I remember I
wholeheartedly-
got yelled at many times as a kid for saying god damn.
Yeah, I remember the phrase to this day. Oh,
Now,
Bull
who
was
am
from
I
Night
thinking?
Court.
Who
Who
am
was
I
no,
thinking?
there was,
name in vain.
there was a don't take the Lord's name in vain. I used to hear that all the time, man.
Don't you dare take that Lord's name in vain. What
I
the fuck does that even
100%
mean, by the way? Like, they just heard that and just repeated it like fucking parrots. Don't take
Well,
the Lord's name in vain? Saying
Yeah,
it out
I
loud is to take it
agree
in. What are you talking
with
Dauber.
the reasoning 100%.
Dauber.
Just take it. Think critically about what's happening. You got a phrase that you're using to express a curse, like to express frustration.
Jesus Murphy.
Jesus
Sure.
goddamn motherfucking
The
Christmas.
point being,
Because you can't say Jesus Christ.
One version of that excludes a group of people. One version of that is exclusively worse for one group of people, like honkies saying the N-word, if you will. It's for you, especially if you're an atheist. You're making. Well, actually, no. Reverse that. Especially if you're a Christian, you're making. You're being very casual with something that's supposed to be very serious. And so if you're just tossing it around casually, especially for a sitcom, it actually is, like, I think, to me, less of an offense to say the F word, because that is meant to rile everybody. That's meant to include everybody in the offense.
Yeah, but
as
what if
opposed to
I
just offending one?
What if I love just offending the Christians? Because that's usually what I like doing. I love offending the
but
goddamn
then you're not doing it
motherfucking
in
Christians.
vain. Do you see? You're doing it with intentionality. It might still
Right.
not be something they're great with. Then they just
Don't
say,
you dare take the Lord's name in vain.
that person doesn't understand what vain means then. But the
No,
people that
veins are in your
sincerely mean it,
arms.
My grandmother was very much like, don't do that, right? Like, she was cool about it, but she would tell you not to do that. And then I had a neighbor, her best friend was her neighbor, who used to say, God damn it, and shit all the time. My grandmother would start cracking up. And I'm like, why is that okay? And she's like, I don't know. She was like,
Context
something about
matters.
the way she says it is just better than, it's not bad anymore.
Well, yeah, when you're fucking going around
God's
going,
giving her a pass.
God damn it, that shit. Like, you're a fucking child in her mind, you know? The neighbor, like, that's a whole independent person.
I do love a good biblical exclamation, though. Even as an outsider.
Mary, Mother of God.
Yes.
Like that.
Yes.
Jesus jumping and Joseph.
My dad would say, God's green earth.
Oh yeah, I use
Shit
that all the
like
time. I love God's green earth. I think
Jesus,
it's
jump
great.
back.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
anything the Irish have to say regarding the devil. My favorite Irish blessing is so pessimistic, which is may you be dead a full 30 minutes before may you be in heaven a full 30 minutes before the devil realizes you're dead.
Or I thought you were going to say that old Irish expression, go fuck yourself. But
that's
a good one too. Yeah, that's a
classic.
great one.
there's
I think
that's
St. Peter first said it.
Yeah, he was
The
he
guy
was
who
a
cut off his
trailblazer.
mule cart.
the way
That
people
was a
would
legendary moment.
the way people would say things as a kid, and you're like, it's cool. Like, I had an uncle who would always
No,
like
it's still
look
cool.
over. He would always like kind of look over at us and be like, what are they fucking talking about? And we'd be like, oh, that was fucking, you shouldn't have said that.
It's
I
still
would
cool.
you guys
I
gotta
love when
help me
people say
crank my
fuck. I
nephew.
love when people say shit. I love when people say goddamn. I love when people say damn. I love when people say ding damn. I personally prefer that one.
I like the spirit of it, but I like when people surprise me with language, and crucially, I get it. So often people are being clever with language, but I don't get it, and it's just lost. I like it when it's a soft enough ball that I can catch it, but it's unexpected.
What you need to find a special performer or performance where you're the lowest common, like you are the absolute apex point of the lowest common denominator. Like you are the lowest one that gets actually in the pale, you know? It's like
There
when
should
you're
be a
getting the
translator for
sand,
morons.
you know, and there's that one grain that just like slowly starts falling off, but then you just flick it up a little bit and it manages to get back in. That's going to be you, Jake. And then you go in
Translator.
there, you turn into a castle. It's going to be great.
Could we do can we do a show that's actually 3 shows or something like this, where like one of you covers a topic intelligently, one of you translates it for everybody, and then I translate it for the morons?
We can do
That's a
that.
great idea, yeah.
Look, here's how I would explain.
I'll take the 180 IQ approach. Letterhack.
I'll do the
Speak to the common
mainstream.
man. Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
mainline
Letterhack,
it.
he's got a hat on. He likes
Yeah.
Atari.
People get me. No, there's because
And then
I'm
I'll
simple.
say it wrong. My audience will correct me, and then I'll say what my audience said.
That's great.
Here's how I would explain voting to a moron. I would go, what a lot of people don't know is you don't have to do it. You can stay home. Don't do it. Please stop.
We know who you're
fucking
voting
it
for. Is
all
my point.
up.
Oh God.
You're making it worse by doing it
What-
wrong.
I'm not saying we do it because I've already lost interest in it, but what would be the version of that that works? Like, how would you have a thing where it's like translation for like regular, or not even?
It
when I
would
say
just be
morons,
like I say a sentence, then Letterhack, then you, and then I say another sentence, and we just keep going. Just
there's
direct
got to be that
translation.
comedic rule of 3 to it. Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
yeah, exactly. Nah, fuck. Let's get 7 people in there.
I feel like I feel like you got to play the Sam Cedar role. Well, Sam Cedar already does all 3 of these things. Never mind. By the way, I found out he's Lithuanian. I think he's Lithuanian.
Nice.
Yeah, big victory for Lithuanians. Basically, we only have Al Jolson and don't look it up, and the guy that don't look it up, and the guy that was the captain from the Hunt for Red October.
How did you know Sam Cedar was Lithuanian?
He made reference to Vilnius, the capital city of Lithuania. But I suspect he's not entirely Lithuanian because.
Well, I'm
Peter
partially
is not a-
Polish. I don't know what the hell is in Poland. I'm partially German. I don't know what's in Germany. I'm partially
Warsaw.
Italian. I know a lot more about Italy than the rest, but
Well, I'm going to celebrate your Polishness because you're old. First of all, it used to be called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And second of all, we like fur hats and we rock them and we're great.
That's awesome.
And we're great.
That's it. Yeah.
Blanket statement.
Gwumpkies. Yeah, stuffed cabbages. That's just part of being European.
I
I'm
do
sorry.
enjoy stuffed cabbage. That is good.
Well, there you go.
I'm in.
Dude, you still haven't gone back and listened to the episode where you and Sandee weren't here and we free-formed a story. We told that big long story.
What do you mean free-formed? We just told what happened.
Well, it was unplanned.
I mean,
it was unplanned.
We didn't ask for permission.
It was. Hold on.
One of these days, Left Past 10 is going to be something where we all just sit down and get ready to stream, and then Matt just replays that old one with us on the side watching. Like, he's going to watch this. Hold on, he's going to see it.
That would be a good ep. I think that'd be really good.
Okay. I'm telling this story about how we were at a hotel for a meeting and I couldn't find you anywhere. You don't remember this?
Mm-mm.
That was when you had that phase where you were just like, you were being delirious every time you show up on stream. It sounded like you were maybe, doing a little, I don't know what it was, but you're doing something.
Literally every day of my life.
Well,
since I was 18.
it was worse than usual because you don't
Worse,
even,
okay.
you weren't, it was that time where we planned out to go to this like cabin in the woods for a little retreat. It was partially going to be an intervention. You started having like an identity crisis or whatever. Remember?
Sure.
Well, I was looking for you and I was walking around this hotel and I was like, he's in here somewhere. What's going on across the hall?
Mm-hmm.
The larger conference room was booked. And
I had given up looking for you. I had gone home by that point.
I
but Matt
couldn't
was really
pronounce.
desperate.
I couldn't pronounce. It was a family reunion. 2 sides of the family represented, name tags color coded, and I couldn't pronounce one of them. And I was like, I think that's a Lithuanian name. And I was like, I bet there he is. And this is when I caught you were across the room holding court, pretending to be like this family, which would
And
be
he was
very
like
easy
fucking,
because
he
you're
was
Lithuanian. right?
drinking tea like a fucking cocksucker with his crossed legs or whatever, because that's what he does.
So that was the
Actually, no,
best
my legs
part.
are crossed.
That was the best part of the story. Hold on. I'm just communicating. That I'm doing producer stuff.
Oh, you're producing. Who are you talking to? I don't see it. Who are you talking to?
So what I would do is, this is my favorite part of the story because
Are you gonna
in
say-
this room, I'm not going to be able to blend in. Jake very well blending in, right? But sitting across the room, legs crossed, tea with like a teacup and a saucer, pinky out, but in like one of those white undershirt tank tops. So stood out, but didn't matter. And no one else in the room. There's a buffet where I was trying to blend in. There was no one else in the room with a teacup and saucer. So I'm like, where did he even get that from? So I'm in the buffet, like trying to like, okay, I got to blend in. I got the name tag on. It was like the Lithuanian name and Smith. And I was like, I'm with Smith. And they gave me the name tag and color coded, and I wrote my name on it. So and this is when you were like, Andrew was saying, you were going through that identity crisis phase and you wanted everyone to call you Sandee. And we were annoyed by that because we already had a Sandee.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't anymore. So now the slot is open.
If you want to go back, maybe you can. But I'm in this, I'm trying to like work my way across the room.
I'm sorry.
It was hostile. It was not like, it wasn't, there was a lot of tension between us this night. I had to find a way to like get across the room without making a big scene. There was all these innocent bystanders suddenly. And so I'm just in the buffet line. It had been a long day at this point, and I was hungry. So I was like, I'm at least getting some deli meat.
Telling the story.
And I'm looking across the room, trying to get your eye to be like, hey, dude. And this older gentleman reached across me, and I could feel him do that thing where he like looked at me, looked across the room, looked at me, looked across the room. And then he looked at me and said, do you know Sandee? And I was like, yes. And he goes, hey, great guy. And I was like, okay. And I was like, nice talking to you. And anyway, that was just a wild, but I knew because there was a Lithuanian family reunion. I was like, he's in here. And then you were. But if anybody wants the rest of that story, you can go back and find that episode.
That was when
We
both
told the whole
Sandees,
story.
they had a huge fight, and they didn't show up one week, so it was just me and Letterhack, and we didn't have anything planned. So
I thought we were going to get in so much trouble, or not for telling the story at the hotel.
Yeah, but we just decided, you know what? So much has happened. We got to be truthful with the audience. We can't keep them in the dark. A lot of other shows wouldn't share that kind of stuff. They wouldn't share the private
transparency
behind the scenes. I'm mentally ill. Sandee's mentally ill, and Environmental Coffee House is mentally ill.
She's like, I assume Matt's mentally ill.
Well,
we
Letterhack
told
is physically ill as well.
we told the story.
Specifically the physical location of the brain, which is not good for Letterhack. It's
you both weren't here again a few weeks ago, and we told the one-up story, the argument where you guys were just one-upping each other in the DMs. Remember that? That was
story.
I was like, you guys, this is not like the argument to be having. This is so silly because it was. Well, what started it? Somebody had said, somebody quoted an author to Joe Rogan in a tweet that he would never see. And they said something like, Joe Rogan, if simply going to church makes one a Christian, then me sitting in my car in my garage makes me a mechanic. And I referenced that for some reason. And then you and Sandee got into that vicious one-up where you were like, oh, just because I'm in a library doesn't mean I'm a librarian. And she was like, just because I'm in the bathroom doesn't make me a plumber. And we were like, guys, this is getting ridiculous. And it went on and on. You remember this? We told the whole story.
Yeah, we told the whole story. But another classic episode, because now we're going down memory lane here, but another classic episode, because this is our premiere on this space, but we've got a storied history here.
The classic episode where Matt wasn't here.
And that's right.
Because of a hurricane.
Went to the gas station. And now that was a beautiful episode. In fact, I have an artifact from that episode. I have the Game Boy that I was playing for 20 to 30 minutes while I wasn't looking at chat at all and wasn't talking. Here it is. It's right here. And that was the best episode.
Well, we established in that episode that people will literally pay money to get me off the show.
That's true. That's true.
We could hold, if you want to make some cash, you can hold the audience hostage with my presence.
That is true. That is true. But here at which one are we on? This space. Here at this space in studios, we don't accept super chats because we're not monetized. So
right.
You know who does accept super chats? Letterhack, and that's why he's simulcasting on his channel so that he can siphon money away from the other contributors.
Have I ever asked?
And Letterhack,
chat?
well, you brought up the
Ever.
super chats earlier, establishing
One
that
time.
you're willing
One
to
time.
put chats on screen if someone goes to your channel and pays you. Meanwhile, I'm not streaming this. Jake's not streaming this. We're both supporting this space. Letterhack's trying to kill it. And frankly, I don't know what to think about this. So
I know
Look at
what
this.
I want
Look
to
at what
pitch to
they're
you guys.
saying about me. Jeez.
Matt is like that kid who cries wolf. After a while, you don't believe him anymore. Ooh, sorry,
Hey.
Matt.
All right.
he
well,
literally has a show on his channel, and maybe we can play some reruns at some point, or you can do one on this space. But he's got a show on this channel, on his channel, not this one because he wouldn't do it here, called Lie Detector. This guy is a professional liar. He lies all the goddamn time. However, I can tell you, I was there at the hotel. I left early, so I don't
AG.
know about the family reunion. I wasn't there for the family reunion, but I was at the hotel. We
It
were
went great.
looking for Sandee, and I left because I said, "Fuck this shit. I'm not doing this," and I went home. So I don't know.
We
about the
were
reunion.
driving
That might have
around.
happened, but I wasn't there for that.
We
part.
were driving around, hanging out the window, going, Jake. And I was like, you know what? He's not going to respond. So I started driving around going, Sandee. And Sandee was in the car and she kept going, what? And I was like, I'm calling the other Sandee. And she goes, we're not calling him that. And I was like, but we have to because he's not going to. It was such an ordeal.
Well, look, the Audras are lovely people, and they'd love to have. I know they invited Sandee to the next one, so we got an in. You want
Check it out.
Take another
Go
whack?
back, yeah, 5 years or 1 year. But
The Angry Ginger will be on this space tomorrow night. Last show of the night.
Welcome, brother.
Angry Ginger will be on. Angry Ginger
I'm
is
excited.
in this space. It's a big deal.
Well, he's in that
Pretty
space.
cool.
Hell yeah.
That space will be this space in tomorrow. But for right now, it's that because it hasn't. It's
That's
time.
pretty cool. I really I'm excited. This is gonna be it's gonna be great. It already is great. Man,
That's the thing. It already is great, but it's also not gonna be great. You're right. It's not gonna be great because it's gonna get worse over time. So cherish it while you still have it, because
I am
forever.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be like an abandoned strip mall with just one
it's gonna be
little
terrible. It's just gonna be me like
one guy
playing
selling
some video
used
game for
comics.
17 hours.
Yeah.
That's gonna be what this turns into. And
No,
Jake
it's gonna be
is gone,
awesome.
temporarily or otherwise. I'm unsure.
The
but
span
he is-
of 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
2 shakes, possibly 3. He usually says 2, but the last time I actually counted, I have a lamb here who shakes their tail quite frequently, actually, I might add. So last time he said that, which I think was last week, I actually counted, and it was actually 3 shakes of a lamb's tail. So that's not true. What were you saying,
Busted.
Letterhack?
I was saying that I think there will be a time where, because right now, like I'm sitting here all day, like watching it happen, going, I can't, this is so cool. Look at how it just went from one show to another. It feels so like it shouldn't
But there's
be
going
this
to be a
smooth,
time
but it's
where you're
very
like,
smooth.
I'm bored of all these stupid fuckheads.
No, there's gonna be a time where it's like I can't sit there all day and night watching this. You just gotta let it rip. It's gonna be awesome.
Gotta let it rip.
It's gonna be going
Gotta
like
let it rip.
24/7. It's gonna
I'll
be
watch
so
it
cool.
24 hours a day. Why not?
I'll have it on.
Or I'm not watch time.
I think it's gonna be great. I
I'm
can't
gonna
wait.
I'm gonna go to like doctors' offices and airports and just like turn on this space, when no one's looking, go to bars and restaurants and just, turn off that football game. No one's watching that shit anyway. Put this space on that bitch. Yeah, that's right.
And I do.
For the record, I am looking at the lamb right now. It's 4 shakes.
Just waiting.
4 shakes of a lamb's tail. So, oof, not good on old Jake there. So
here's the thing. I had some folks this week go, "Can I be a part of this space?" And I was like, "Yes." And then I was like, "It would be irresponsible of me to bring you on this week. Hang in there. Nobody go nowhere. We'll get you in here, but like, don't you agree we got to see it happen once?"
Well, yeah, I mean, I say probably by the end of the month, we'll definitely start slotting new people in. Probably by July for sure. We'll probably have a couple more people.
I think we might have some next week.
Well, there you go. I don't want to, you want to promise them July, and then next week we make the announcement, and then their expectations are blown away. Now, if we don't have anything next week, they're already expecting it. They're going to expect a whole new show on Tuesday. Now we're not going to deliver a new show on Tuesday, and they're going to go, "Fuck this, man. I'm unsubscribing, bro. It's already over." By the way, that was 6 shakes.
That I was sitting there shaking the lamb's tail and hearing you say, "It sounds like too many shakes." It looks like whatever. You were talking about the lamb you had present. It doesn't matter. Look, I would. Speaking of great group efforts, can I just utterly? I'm gonna pitch this to you guys proper.
Go for it.
So look, I think that we need. Yeah, I think we did it. I think collectively, this crew has done some good things.
Yeah,
I think we got. Yeah, and I think this space is something to be sincerely proud of because
sure.
People,
I agree. Sure.
Yeah, burn in hell. But enough people said it was needed. All right, enough of that crap. Here's the deal. That is going to get to me. Here's the deal. We got to vent a little bit. We got to allow ourselves the space to be greedy little mongrels, which everybody is a little bit. So I would like you guys, or rather, I'm going to do something that I invite you to participate in. Which is to say, I am going to do the thing that we were joking about doing, but I'm going to actually do it. And that thing is to have everything to do a stream that has all the hallmarks of a charity stream. It looks just like a charity stream, but I'm very blatantly just trying to get a jet ski. Like the whole thing is just going to be about giving me money. Please give me money.
I will actually, in fact, I will pledge my support. I will provide 6 hours of content to your charity fundraiser for
the one
Jake
the one time
in that he can use on Lake Michigan. Where are you gonna use this for like the 2 weeks, 3 weeks in July?
I'm gonna go get an Airbnb tomorrow, by which I mean I'm gonna break into my sister's Airbnb and not tell her I'm there. And gonna freaking set up a stream. I will. I'm gonna invite my famous friends on. Hi, famous.
So you're
friends.
gonna go to the Airbnb before you get the money?
Yeah, that's why I'm breaking in.
All right,
I'm gonna do this like a charity stream.
But but you're gonna be camping out there. What if someone shows up to the Airbnb that actually paid to be there, and then they find out that you're in there?
I'm gonna act like
they would probably leave right away.
Well, yeah,
they'd be like.
They go, whoa.
I'll say, I'm so sorry. I thought we had this through the weekend. I'm pretty sure we did. Here, you go call them and make sure you're at the right place. And I'll call my person and make sure I'm at the right place. And then when they go outside to call the person or in another room,
that's when
I'll
you
grab open the window.
Are you gonna just
like a cartoon?
You just put the computer or monitor in the middle of the living room, no chair, no anything. Just
I'm gonna leave the stream going. Yeah, it's still
you're gonna leave, but the stream's
money.
gonna stay. So they're gonna walk in and move into this Airbnb, and then the webcam's still gonna be in the house. It's gonna just turn into a reality TV show for this other family.
And the donos are still gonna be open.
I agree. I would donate to get a jet ski for that stream.
Do you remember the one and only time we were like actively asking for money on this show?
Yeah,
Remember why?
it was when we
No,
well,
Annie, right?
there was 2 times. There was the gas station to get the wrap snacks, and then there was the pickle and peanut butter.
Yeah.
Pickle and peanut butter. That's right.
And that's where we made the most money.
I said I'll do it for what,
Twice.
$75, and people kept sending
I
in
did it for
money, and
free.
I was
I
like,
ate 2
stop sending it
sandwiches.
in.
I did it for free. That shit was awesome.
Oh, you like that crap? Ugh.
Pickles, great. Bread, great. Peanut butter, great. What is not to love?
So
Again,
mine,
no
Great.
sugary, no
Bullet,
sugar,
great.
no bread and butter bullfuck, no goddamn sweet honey pickles. I'm talking about a nice.
I did it. Yeah,
maybe
I
a
did
little
it straight
sour
up.
side dill pickle. Oh, that
I
shit's
did
perfect.
it. The only modification I did, and I think I'm allowed this, was on toast, and I put
Toast is good,
potato
yeah.
chips on it.
Nah, chips. I don't know about chips. I would have chips on the side.
Chips and peanut butter.
I can see that.
Chips on the
crunch.
side. Chips on the side. That's
It
my
was
opinion.
it was good.
Hmm.
The flavors coagulated to a point where you weren't grossed out by any one standing out above another, but I felt queasy afterward.
Well, that's
so-
just because you have the palate of a 14-year-old who's been addicted to cigarettes for most of their life. So I don't
haven't
know.
smoked
They
cigarettes
say-
since I was 23, by the way.
Yeah, but they say that cigarettes deal damage to your tongue, and when you were smoking the most,
Maybe.
you were still growing, you were still developing. So your tongue actually developed in a deformed. That's why they say don't. When you're 38, you can smoke as much as you want. Who cares? That's why they say don't smoke when you're a kid because
83. I think you're thinking of 83, but
no,
anyway.
no, I'm not. But
In my 80s, I'm doing everything. I'll be like,
80
man,
87 possibly, but my point being that your tongue grew in a deformed state, where you
that's
just
why I
have
don't
this
show my
weird-
tongue.
That's why you don't show your tongue. Exactly, it's all fucked up. You look like a
I
fucked
never
up
show
tongue
it.
Person. You never
I
show.
kind of wanted.
This is what my tongue looks like. Look at that. It's pretty good tongue.
I
But
mean, I'm
yours is all
very-
fucked up.
That-
Yours is fucked up beyond
I have a
belief.
boring,
Jake's got a really
normal
normal looking tongue.
tongue.
Really normal. But
Okay,
Letterhack's
from there.
tongue doesn't work properly, and so as a result, doesn't like pickle peanut butter sandwiches. Kind of fucked up if you ask me. But hey, man, whatever.
I liked
not
it.
the one
Just
who
didn't make me
smoked 5
feel
packs
well
a day when I
afterward.
was- I'm not the one who broke into a military base when I was fucking 16 to steal cigarettes.
Yeah, that's
That
true.
wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. So
You-
I spent
you
my
did.
teenage years eating ice cream and drinking Mountain Dew. I don't know.
That's
man. I
a
think
true
I-
fucking
Steve.
story.
Thief military supplies in order
Yeah.
to feed it.
We had to dodge MPs who were in boat and car
God.
because we had access to a old school cigarette machine that took dollar bills in the basement of the economics building on the
That's right.
United States Naval Academy. And we had a rigged dollar with a bunch of tape so we could just empty that machine into backpacks.
This is like Ocean's 3. It's like
That's right. That's right. That's the one.
The Little Rascals version of Ocean's 3.
yeah. It's like not quite up to the ambition of heists, but you've got all the
It's all the skeletal
stuff down.
structure. You know.
Yeah. Now that's a lost episode indeed. By the way,
Yeah.
We'll salvage the
LT,
tape one day.
can I just say he went Looney Tunes 9000
Oh.
went live the other day, and
Oh, yeah.
it was pretty darn good. I remember I was there for the first stream he did. I remember my first stream. His was a lot more. What's the word I'm looking for? Coherent. That's a hell of a start.
Oh man,
Good
my
job.
first stream, I was playing a video game and then I went back to watch the video. It was a black screen. I forgot to capture it properly. So I streamed
Oh,
for
it's
an hour
awesome.
Me too.
with nobody. It was
Yeah.
a black ass motherfucking screen.
That is
So
awesome.
Looney Tunes, good job. We gotta get Looney Tunes on this.
He's
space.
got an old stream that I'll just watch periodically.
Oh,
an old
because
stream. Whoa.
Huh?
But-
It's
Well, that just-
highly entertaining. He is making dinner, and at one point he goes, "And yes, I am making dinner." And I was like, "That's
Pretty
awesome,
good.
right?"
That's pretty good.
And
Pretty good.
he's like at a sink or something. I think he's straining pasta, and he keeps looking back at the camera, which is like, probably like on a table or something. And he's like, he'll look over and go, "And fuck them," and then go back to what he was doing. And I'm like, this is
avant-garde.
this
yeah.
should be the format.
That's right.
Him or
Oh.
somebody should be just ranting about something that pissed you off during the day while making dinner, and then
I
like when
gotta
you're over,
chime
you
in,
eat.
though. Real quick, you said Andrea said that he should jump on this space, and I very quickly and thoughtlessly said, yeah. That's not my actual opinion.
Thoughtlessly.
Yeah, I my actual opinion is you should try to get on this space eventually, and you should not do it right now. Because what Andrea and I just talked about, and I had trouble being on camera for a minute, was memories of when we first started streaming. Don't show that to as many people as possible. Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
No, we
Let
should
your
all
go,
watch.
go,
Yeah.
Yeah, stream for a little bit and enjoy the fact that it's basically going to be your pals. In this case, a lot of online pals, but
No,
pals
in my
for the
opinion,
week.
you want to show your mistakes to as many people as possible. It's like Naruto
No,
training with the shadow clones. Every person watching gives you a new mistake. You learn a new lesson from everyone.
Yeah, but at first, when you first start out, you won't need that extra input. You're going to be able to watch your own stuff that you did and immediately see what you
I
did
think
wrong.
what Jake is trying to do here is he's trying to charge money for this time slot. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to auction it off.
Well, obviously, but
I recommend everyone fire up your camera, get a microphone, however low budget it is. It doesn't matter. Say what's on your mind. Go off.
Yeah.
Right? Do
Yeah.
that once a week for 2 or 3 months. And you be sure that you have, it's not easy, because you'll do, by the second episode, you'll be like, I've got to remember to do this. I've got to change this. I've got to prepare this. And then it becomes a fucking job. And that's when it's make or break time, right? That's when we separate the people who can do it from the people who want to do it. It's the same as stand-up comedy or like anything, really. I want to do that. And then when you get into it, you're like, oh, it's a lot of work and fuck this. I could just watch people do it instead of doing it. So like you really do have to like put yourself through the paces.
I cannot give much advice beyond this because I'm not far beyond this. But my advice to everyone that's getting started is get to 1,000 subscribers before you do anything else, before you try to make deals or whatever, because, and maybe this is not a hard and fast rule for everybody, but it's a good
we're talking
rule.
out of a channel that has 500 subscribers, so keep in mind what Jake is saying. Jake is like, you need 1,000 subscribers before you get on
500
this
subscribers in a couple of days. I don't think you need. I think you should try on your own to get to that. And the reason why is because
it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and more importantly, the whole point of social media is the lack of pressure. Don't put undue pressure on yourself to suddenly be whatever's going to be profitable. Go at your own pace to get to 1,000. And if you get to a point where you're you think the thing you're making is the thing you want to keep making, and you're not getting to 1,000, then worry about like, maybe I need to network, maybe I need to. But up to that point,
I say 250. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna.
Yeah, technically you can monetize at 300 if you have.
But Jake, Jake's wearing a
watch
suit
hours.
and tie. He's blazing it up over there, whatever. Tune into Wake and Jake, by the way. Tomorrow, is that starting, I think? Or next
Gonna
week?
get woken, Joe?
It might be when I wake up. It will never be in the morning. Fuck you. I never
Well,
ever.
Okay, no. When
you can go back to bed after your show.
No. This is good. If you wake up at like 3 p.m., this is even better.
Never get out of bed.
That would be first. Like, I'll be honest with you. I'm willing to hop on here myself. I'm willing to do all kinds of drugs on Wake and Jake. That can just be the drug show where we all get high and talk about Jake. We just talk about Jake. That's the whole show.
Oh God, this literally sounds like my worst nightmare as a show. This is everything I hate about. I've come this close to begging family members to come in and be the person that talks in front of the microphone. We will not be talking about Jake. That's actually the only banned subject of the show. It's Wake and Jake, including Jake, and that's the only Jake you get. If someone else comes up in a topic of conversation and they happen to be named Jake, can't talk about them either. They're also banned. So just
can I just step away for a minute without a barrage of profanity? Is that possible?
I did that one time. And now Letterhack is traumatized.
That could happen, and
I did that one fucking time, and Letterhack is traumatized for life.
One time with Andrea is a trend.
That's the power that I possess. Now, I don't do the same thing many times in a row. I'm always trying to think of new things to do. So Oh, whoa! Why am I big? I do not want to be big. I do not
You
want to be
see?
big. Do
You
not make
see?
me. What happens if we all turn our can off?
Let's
try.
do it.
Oh, nice! Wow, this is awesome. Oh, this is now you're big. Okay,
Oh,
so now
no.
okay, nice. Well, Letterhack's not here, so let me first
we
of
talk
all.
mods? Oh, go ahead.
What
Video
mods?
games? I mean. Well, are you working on a new Vegas mod still?
Oh, I play around with that software. I haven't opened it in a couple months, but a little
either.
bit.
I used
The software is really clunky. It's really cumbersome.
How difficult is it if you're not doing extra scripting? Like you're just dragging and dropping characters and then typing in dialogue with branching choices.
Well,
You have to
typing in
actually
dialogue
program.
is really difficult. That's a whole fuck ass piece of shit. Making the levels, that's pretty easy. Just decorating stuff, it's time consuming and laggy and disgusting, and the software is awful. And the fact that they even ship New Vegas at all with that software is insane to me because it's horrible. But making the levels is easy. Placing characters is easy. But making dialogue and quest lines, oh man, that shit's really annoying because you make one fucking mistake, you don't know where it is. It's terrible. But also I haven't done too much of that yet.
Well, I will tell you this: the moment you release that will be one of the finest moments of my day. To this,
well, it's not going to be.
personal life.
I haven't opened the software in like 3-4 months. So, what is that?
This
Manga.
is the original 1960s manga for Speed Racer.
Yeah, I love.
Oh,
Speed
that's
Racer.
cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Go
Is it
Go
black and white?
Mifune is what they called it. Yeah, except for select pages in.
That's right. That's right. They color some of them for advertising, and because it's cool. That's cool. All right, Letterhack's one up, and
Sometimes they just do
one-upping.
like the paper, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
She's cool.
the thing that is the biggest cross-cultural missed opportunity is that we did not, if back in the era where it was expected that you Americanize everything that comes over to America. So like Goku has to be like an American student or whatever.
The first dub of Dragon Ball, his name was like Zero or some shit.
So stupid.
Awesome.
The only one that would have worked well with is Speed Racer. Speed Racer is absolutely an American style thing, and that's the only one I never saw us do it with. Even the name Speed, that's like the sort of dumbass nickname you would get if you drove fast in Tennessee. No offense to Tennessee, but like that's where bootleggers were bootlegging. That's that's absolutely a thing that would happen. A Racer X could have just been the blocking car or the occasional like a rival moonshiner. There's just so many ways that could have been.
You got to make it. You got to make the American. What was it? 1920s? Was that Prohibition? Am I right? Or was it 30s?
No. Well, yeah,
it was the 20s.
It was the 20s. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you got to do it. The 1924 Tennessee Racer Speed, man.
Yes.
I got the.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I got the cartoon box set too, and it follows the manga faithfully. It's pretty wild.
Really? That's a surprise.
So that would be cool. This is kind of like how they make everything steampunk. They take like Star Wars steampunk, Wizard of Oz steampunk. Like, what if you just did everything bootlegger era?
Dude, I would love
that be? So like
I would read a series of comics that was things translated to bootlegger era. That's a genius idea.
I would love to see Dragon Ball in the bootlegger
TV show
timeline.
Lost.
That would be great.
The TV show Lost, but it's like the 20s. And so they're all like on the island, like, how are we gonna get a still fired up around here? Look, we can get drunk off this fruit. You know what I mean? That'd be awesome.
Trying to survive, and they're still standing around like, all right, we got to just figure this out. We can
First
get a
of all,
still working.
we'll get out of here anytime. We can leave the island whenever we want. Alcohol, on the other hand,
get booze first.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. They're like, we found a hatch. Is there any booze in it? Well, then who cares? We're sleeping on the beach over here. What are you talking about? There's other people on the island. Do they have moonshine? No, fuck them.
Fuck them.
All right,
Yes, Will?
round table, everybody. What do you think is
My
the
table is
what,
rectangular.
a triangle table, everybody? What do you reckon is what would you do for your bootlegger franchise? Like if you pick an existing comic book or television franchise or movies, and what would be the
Put it
what would
back
be
in
your
like
bootlegger version?
the South in the 20s, right? Like
Go
I
Letterhack.
could see the Hulk, but it's just like you wouldn't like me when I'm drunk. If it's a
yeah.
joke.
Oh, let's think.
Undo
I think
the overalls.
if I was gonna really challenge myself, Severance. Did you see that? Severance?
No.
I didn't
Oh,
see
I
it, but
saw
I know
like
about it.
when the first season was out, I saw a bunch of stuff, but no, I haven't really seen it.
Okay, let me. Oh, it's by the way, go back, watch
I gotta watch it.
both
Yeah.
seasons back to back, and you will flip out at how amazing it is.
Okay.
The Avengers Battle of Blair Mountain.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! That would be so good.
So
Oh
my
my God.
crossover choice would be Leave It to Beaver, but like with
Oh
the
my
real
God.
characters, like 8-year-old
like-
Beaver is
Yeah.
trying to drive the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, Happy
Oh,
Days,
God.
but they're
But they're all shiners. Yeah.
bootleggers. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm trying to think of like what I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna nail it with Lost. It's a pretty good one.
I'd love to see a James Bond bootlegger.
Oh, but like a cop show or something would be like a Barney Miller. They never leave the station. Remember Barney Miller? They never really go out and like solve crimes. They're always in the office. Like, what if it was like that? But they're, they're like really should be out there like trying to
It's
rustle
just
up
Barney
some of these
Miller.
moonshiners.
Wait a minute. So I like this because you just replay the show Barney Miller, but then occasionally when they're doing like establishing shots, you just dub over, "Hey, should we be out looking for those bootleggers?" And they never do go out looking for those bootleggers, but we
The rest
just
of the show's the same. Yeah.
yeah. I gotta say, I don't think we're gonna top though anything with the Avengers, because the idea of different kinds of drunken hillbillies meeting up, like you got fireworks guy, you got Gail who stole her dad's car, you got a guy who went blind because he drunk and because he drank bad moonshine, and now his senses are the same, but he trusts them more.
Well,
And, yeah, it'd be great.
Star Wars, like the original Star Wars trilogy, would be pretty fucking cool. That would be pretty cool.
Especially if the Force is just country hooch.
What about Apocalypse Now? Takes place in Tennessee during the 20s.
All right, I love this. I want to see it. I
And
really want to see it.
Like Colonel Kurtz is just up on a mountain that's not really a mountain,
So
but it's high enough.
if we get, I'm going to announce this on everyone's behalf. If we get $50 in super chats to Letterhack's channel, Letterhack will draw a 1-page comic strip of left past 10 characters, your favorite left past 10 characters in the 1920s. We will all have an input on the story. It will be 1 page, single page. $50
Let's
super
go.
chats. Go to the
Yeah,
Letterhack.
that's easy.
Go on over. And we'll get it done next week. We will go through and we will showcase it, assuming we
I
get.
got
in
to
fact,
draw it by
make
next week.
Yeah, you got to draw it by next week. And also I'm going to give you my story notes. And Jake, also you can give your story notes. We got lots of
Remember,
notes.
it's 1 page, and I haven't seen any super chats yet. So
Yeah, 1 page. It's really low. It's
we
really
can
low.
still
commitment.
talk about it. We can talk about it as much as you want. You can give me your notes for
If
free.
you guys are going to
Oh, the
help
notes are
with
definitely going to be for free. In fact, actually, I think you should pay me for the notes.
What are we going to help you do?
If you're going to help me with the streamathon where I raise money, I want to add, what are some ludicrously high benchmarks that you will do a thing for, and what thing? Like if I collect $1,000 tomorrow, what would be what's something we could do to reward the audience? I'm not going to collect $1,000. I'm probably not going to collect 20.
Have you ever drank moonshine?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Me too.
I
White
made
Lightning.
moonshine. It was awful. I did very poorly.
I had my moonshine phase.
Hey, look, anyone
Thank
asking
you
if
for
I'll
trying.
draw something for $50, by all means, the letterhack@gmail.com is kind of what I do. So, but
It's just kind of what I do, man. I'm
kind of
just
what I
like,
do.
I'm kind of like an artist, you know? Like, it's kind of like.
You tell me what to draw. But there's when the first time I ever had moonshine, I was like, I thought it was gonna like knock me over. I thought I was gonna drink it and be like, whoa. And like 2 seconds later, I was shit faced.
Yeah,
I was
like,
like,
whoa.
wow. But I thought it was gonna taste like rubbing alcohol or just something really. I was like, well, it tastes funny. It's not like good booze, but
yeah,
it's weird because you were allowed to. This was in tandem with legalizing weed in Colorado. You were allowed to make moonshine. You just weren't allowed to consume it or sell it, which is so dumb.
What
So
the
people are
is-
making it and giving it away in mason jars, and they're like, you can have some. It's kind of a novelty. And of course, I tried it, and I was like, it's kind of a weird, like vanilla taste. And I was like, and I thought it would like wreck me right away. And I'm telling you, it was like, bah, wah, 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 wah. It was like right away. It's like, whoa, I'm shit faced off this. Oh my gosh. I was like sweaty.
And to me, it's moonshine is kind of like what's that European thing that has all the legends around it? Green booze.
Absinthe?
Oh,
Absinthe.
yeah.
It's like absinthe, where if you're drinking that, it's a different night than regular booze. Like I could even have a glass of just whiskey, and my intention could be to like not get drunk, like to just sip on the thing. If you're drinking a glass of moonshine or absinthe, that's your whole night. That's all you're doing tonight is being very drunk, which can be fine.
I had a couple nights ago. I drank like 3/4 of a bottle of wine in like an hour or two. It was my birthday a couple weeks ago, so
Happy birthday,
I was
buddy.
trying to get fucked up. Don't be sorry. I mean, I'm sorry too, personally.
I'm sorry you missed it.
Oh, you didn't miss anything. I
Andrea
wasn't here.
thinks aging is getting old. Those aren't the same thing.
No. I enjoy getting old. I just do not like aging. I love wisdom
bad.
accumulation. I just don't like my physical body becoming a little bit more. You just collect injuries and then they don't go away. It's kind of then it's just like collecting fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They just don't go away. And then it's just how I am forever now. What's going on
I'm
with that?
not experiencing that. I feel
It's
fine.
kinda
In
weird.
our experience, you just get better looking.
I
the
feel
older you
fine.
get.
Well, I mean, I think I don't know about that, but
Oh, it's fact. I mean,
what was I was
Sup
saying
a
something.
chat. 6:37. We need like
were you?
40
You're talking about
$43 and
birthday?
change.
a couple weeks ago.
Oh, I
had
was
a
getting
3/4
drunk.
of
That's
a
right.
bottle
Thank you,
of wine.
number one.
And yeah, I
Nasty
haven't
dog
done that in a
appreciator.
while. It was very entertaining. So I have a very recent getting shit-faced story. And
All right.
you
So-
almost slip down the stairs once or twice, and then you go, whoa,
Or
I almost
twice?
died, man.
What happened the next day?
What do you mean? I woke up and
Like-
finished the bottle,
No, but like
Christ.
you didn't wait. Every
Living like
time
a
I got
pirate.
hammered the next day, except as like 40s and over, I can't help but wake up the next day and be like, oh man, what did I do? Did I do something dumb? Shit.
Yeah.
No, I've never.
I hate
I've
the
only
regret.
blacked out. The only times I blacked out from alcohol is when I tried to kill myself. So,
Oh,
but I don't get that. I remember everything. I have no hangover. I wake up the next day, get drunk again. It's pretty great. I got
Did
the
you
super
ever-
alcoholic genes. So
Did you ever? Me too. Did you ever go to like a block party or anything like that?
no, I never
used
had
to
any
get
friends. I have no friends.
Total. Well, no, these
I
are
get totally
neighbors. They
fucked
don't have
up.
to be friends.
No, I don't have my. I never met my neighbors. When I was young, my neighbors hated me. They would bully me constantly.
I watched
But
my
I do get drunk
neighbor.
alone in my room and play video games. So
My neighbor actually had some whiskey that fell off the back of a truck, and
Really?
it was
Literally?
yeah, and it was Canadian. And I
Oh,
forget what it
alright.
was called, but I was like, dude, this is dangerous. This is like iced tea. We're gonna get totally wrecked. And he was like, yep. And I watched him walk back to his house. I forget why he was going back for cigarettes or something. He's walking back to his house and he did that thing where you know, he looks like he's walking fine, but then he turned to go into his house. He did like an exact right angle and moved very deliberately toward his front door. And I was like, I wonder if I'll ever see him again. So then, like, I did that thing where I felt fine until I stood up, and then I was like, oh, I'm actually very hammered.
I like that a moment ago. You're like, oh, he's drunk.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, I'm drunk too. So I went home, and you know, it was a small street. Like my house is right there, his house is right there, where somebody else's house. And you know, we would sit in the street at picnic tables and stuff. So I went back to my house and just sort of like sat down on the curb because I was like, I'll just collect myself. And I think I fell asleep sitting up because I woke up and it was like sunny. It was like mid-morning
on the curb.
My wife thought I had already got up from bed and was just outside, and I was like, no, I haven't gone inside yet.
That's good.
But it was like one of the only times in the last 30 years where I got drunk and I wasn't like, oh no, what happened? Because I just stayed kind of in that one spot. I knew exactly what happened. Sat on my front curb.
I never get in. The only trouble I like, maybe I'll wake up and I have like, you know, a giant bleeding wound on my shin or something. You know,
I mean, I have done that so many. I'm not kidding. Like, what happened?
But that'll happen when I wake up sober too. You know, like I'll just bash my fucking shin against the wall or something on the bed. The other night, and by that I mean like, you know, it could be 6 months ago. Who fucking knows? I'm old now. But the other night I was getting up in the morning, you know, or in the middle of the night, get some water. Yeah, I need some water. That's me at like 2:43 a.m.
Did you guys watch?
Hold your horn.
What happens
hold your horn. I'm telling my story. Dieter can wait. But yeah, that motherfucker. You can wait.
Sorry,
No, it's a
Dieter.
good show. But like, so I wake up in the, what was it, 2:43? I think it was a.m. And I get this water, and I'm like, oh, that's some good water. So then I'm going back to the bed, jam my shin against the bed frame because it was dark out. I was tired. I took one extra step. You know, you ever do that? You ever take one extra step?
Yeah.
And then, you know, and then I woke up. I didn't really realize. I woke up and there was the biggest bruise on my leg. It was crazy. I was like, whoa, totally sober.
Wait, when you were telling that story, you didn't mention the impact. When you were drunk, did you feel it? That one extra step? Was it a moment where you're like, ow, I've hurt myself?
Well,
Or
I
did you
wasn't
just
drunk
wake
that
up?
time. I was totally sober. It hurt real bad, but then I just fell back in bed and went to sleep, you know?
Oh, fair enough.
I was up for
Yeah.
like 38 seconds total, you know? It was very quick.
Just long enough to get a grievous wound.
Yeah, I had it for like 3 weeks. Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh.
All right, Deter, let's go advertise.
Deter McBizness. That was a great show. American Wasp that came on as
That was a
7.
great show. I had a lot of fun watching.
It was so good. And what I loved about it was he brings on Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions,
It's
who
the
had a
first
show
major
the
collab, yeah.
day before. And I was like, we talked about this being
Yeah.
a possibility. Like, I wonder if people would do this. And they're like already doing it. It's awesome.
Hell yeah.
It's like 2 shows that everyone should be watching whenever they're on, and then they're on together, and it's like it's already a crossover. It's so cool.
It's already happening. That's right.
Yeah, I was very proud of our first 2 days of programming.
I liked when Deter had the dog Skipper, or is it Skippy? I think it's Skipper. Great dog. I also like how Deter does his show from the back rooms. Very yellow environment. That was very horror inducing to some degree. And overall, it was an excellent program. I enjoyed all the new programs that I've seen on this space. I think everyone would enjoy them. I think they're all really, really good. Jeff this morning or whenever I woke up.
Oh my God, he was on fire.
That was great too. You know, it was just we had a fantastic. You know, it was a fantastic whole. You know, the whole thing. It was great. It's wonderful.
Hell
It's
yeah.
really good. Yeah, left of the box too. Yeah, that was pretty good too. Yeah.
You told me she was going to be on there, but I was surprised to see her today.
Yeah, the whole goddamn lineup, the whole goddamn it lineup was is you know, we're lining up, and hopefully
Basically
there's no
everybody.
firing squad that's going to take us out. That would be unfortunate.
I do.
Yeah.
Ooh, I do want to use this newfound
community that you have built to do college humor-esque game shows. I want to do some kind of a show.
Yeah.
That was the other thing about the best episode of Left Past 10 is that was the one episode Jake came with that fucking weird ass thing where he was putting the points on screen. What was that, man? Never came back, never explained. That was crazy.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, man. I might do that again with y'all.
I had the idea of doing Family Feud. I want to do Family Feud one of these days. And the whole space lineup, we get a whole, teams built out. Do some Family Feud. The audience can submit the survey. Letterhack's like, I'm not doing Family Feud. Fuck this.
Sounds like a lot of work. I'll participate. I just don't want to have to plan it.
This is Letterhack. Fuck this, man.
Who's gonna be the host?
I'll be the host, motherfucker. I'll be the goddamn host. I'll stand up there. I'll say, hit your buzzer. And you. It'll be great. Jake, you want to be the host?
Well, sure. But I would love to do concepts that we could even just test out with just this setup. 3 people or multiple people on a video chat, comments there. You can do it in the moment.
You could totally do Family Feud on this shit. This is great. Yeah, we can do this.
Hell yeah.
Are you supposed to go to bed?
So
Devil's Advocate Productions?
Yeah,
What
he's
the
like,
fuck?
you guys are still up. It's 11:40.
This guy was like, I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up in the morning. I got a job. I don't know. I don't know if you said that exactly. I remember you leaving. I distinctly remember that part.
I read that. Dang, y'all still live? Like
he.
No one's killed us yet. I know.
No, what he's actually saying is, oh my god, you guys, I left and you weren't talking about anything. I came back, still not talking about anything. No substance, no conclusions. We don't draw.
By the way, that game was called Oligarch.
That's right. It was a good game.
Let's play it again.
That's right.
It was avant-garde, that whole episode. Yeah, I mean, Letterhack also, we've had some avant-garde episode. It just so happens that the best one was the one without him. It's not a coincidence.
I was in a hurricane.
I went.
Yeah,
there was
danger.
There was Sandee and
Matt. That's the thing. Letterhack was busy at the time pulling knives on people, almost getting people killed, trying to fucking chop someone's head off at a gas station. You're just trying to get. Some poor sap is just trying to get some gas at this gas station, and Letterhack's like, "Stay away from me, man! Stay away from me, dude!" He pulls out a fucking switchblade, and then he comes on the show next week, and he's like, "Man, I had to pull this knife on a guy," and then he explains the story, and I'm like, "You had to? There was no choice."
Well,
this guy was just a poor little guy trying to get some gas, and Letterhack's trying to fuck him up like a freak.
That is not what happened, but
it's a close approximation. I'll put it that way. Very similar to what happened.
There was power outage for some people for 2 weeks. Ours was like a week and a half, and no gas. And there was one gas station open, and somebody got shot and killed on day 1. And so, as the ordeal progressed, I was more and more like,
Matt's that
why
guy
would you
that's
come
like,
up and talk to me in the middle?
I saw that there were rioters and
rainy.
looters outside stealing TVs and Apple iPhones.
There weren't,
and I
actually.
went outside and I saw that the rioters and looters they stole my mama's watch. I
You
can't
know what it
believe
was?
that. So then
That is a dead
someone was walking down the street with a Kit Kat
now. I
bar,
can't
and I
even
pulled a gun.
I sound like that, which is why I can't hear it.
Exactly like that.
What was
Here's
that?
the
That
thing.
was crazy. I've
Here's
just
the
been
thing.
censored. Oh
The
my
most
goodness.
offensive thing to happen was all these trees fell down.
Oh,
Actually, the other night there was a strong wind, and I watched trees fall down. It's not over. The drought-like
still
conditions really weakened a lot of trees. There's some widowmakers out there, but they were burning out the stumps. So
Well, that's reasonable.
they're all
Don't
out
even get me
there.
started on these
They're
stump
all out there with
fuckers, man.
chainsaws. We'll clean this up. We'll make short work of this. We'll clear these streets. We'll get all this stuff ready to go. We'll pile it up, and then we'll wait for them to come pick it up. It's been 2 days. Why aren't they picking it up? Burn it. So there's like bonfires in every fucking yard. And then these guys light these stumps on fire and let them burn for like weeks. Everything was okay. All the power lines restored. Everyone's back to normal. Everything's going great. And these fuckers are still burning We're going on. This was last September.
Oh,
They're still burnt every weekend. I'm like, I'm going to sit outside. Oh, it's nice. I'll open the windows. Nope. Smoke. Now, look, I have
Burning
PTSD
stump.
from living in Colorado for 20
I got
fucking
burned my
years.
stumps. They wake
The
up at 3 a.m.
wildfires
to light
were
them up.
rampant. The only, and like, if it wasn't a wildfire in Colorado, it was neighboring smoke from some other state. Like, it sucked. So now here we are. We're away from that. Nope, you're allowed to burn whatever you want in your yard.
I got
So-
I got a PM 2.5 monitor that monitors smoke particulates and other kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, anytime that the PM 2.5s are above 10, all the windows are shut. I got all my devices on. I got my air filters. I got my Corsi
We're like
Rosenthal box.
kayaking on the lake.
You are breathing in carcinogens, just like it's the same thing
And
as
there's
smoking.
smoke.
You know, you like if
Hey,
you if you're gonna
T-Bone.
oh shit! we got
What's up,
T-Bone.
T-Bone?
Fuck.
Hey,
Good
buddy.
to see ya.
T-Bone! Holy macaroni.
Yo, 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 T-Bone.
Wow.
Yeah, but you can't get away from it, and it's really
Yeah, you
it's
can.
like,
You can wear a
buddy, you're
respirator.
not even. There was one guy who cut up all the tree branches into little bits. They were gone. He just kept cutting them smaller and smaller. It was
cutting 'em up.
amazing. I was like, he just made sticks out of it, and they like just naturally went away, like
Yeah.
biodegraded. And then his
Would-
stump was gone. Like I really hoped. I was like, I hope he went across the street and apologized to the neighbors before he did it, because all the smoke went right at their house. Like
Ooh.
brutal. But like that stump, he did it so well. He was like out there monitoring it and everything, and that thing was gone in a couple of days. And I was like, that's expert level. The guy like
That
three
is an
houses down has
expert
been burning
stump
his every
destroyer.
weekend for a year, like an idiot. Just
What
like,
is
what
that?
are you
So
doing?
You set the stump on fire. The stump eventually, the fire stops, and then you go out
No,
there. And
dude,
you're
they
like,
think
I'm
they're
gonna
burning
stump
it from within, and it's like, man, just rent something to dig it up with, or hire somebody.
Oh man.
I'm just like, it's that one guy with
Southerners,
these.
I gotta be honest. I know some of them are okay, but Southerners are fucking dumb. They are some
Hey.
dumb motherfuckers.
I
This
mean,
guy
Northerners are
flies
much
a
better.
certain flag, too.
Midwesterners are dumb as hell. Don't get me wrong.
that's I was
Westerners
gonna
are fucked
say
up.
we're in competition,
But like,
but
it's not. It's close. It's a close competition.
it
But I've
is.
lived in the North. I've lived in the South. I've lived in the Midwest. I can assure you that Southerners are the dumbest by far. Those are some dumb fuck motherfucks. I don't know.
How many? Do you know? Not a day goes by I don't see an Israeli flag hanging up, or like
Oh,
you'll
Jesus,
drive
these fucking
by.
people, you live in South Carolina. What are you doing?
You'll
man?
drive
Israel,
by
give
like
me a break.
one of those long driveways with the gate out front, and they're like decorated in them.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is deeply frustrating. It's gotta suck to live next to, man.
Well, but then the other thing is like everything's pretty spread out, so next to isn't like
Fair.
you're not
It's very
forced to
different
see
meaning.
them. I haven't seen my neighbors in months. They're there, just don't see them.
every time I go outside there, I'm burning them stumps. I can't breathe in those goddamn smoke particles. I'm just trying to open up my window and try to get some fresh air. Try to open my window up at 4 maybe 5.
I looked up.
Matt, you got to give Andrea a chance to talk. Oh,
Yeah,
never
I'm
mind.
sorry. I
What?
looked up a place. I looked at a bunch of different maps trying to find out where, because they project in 100 years what climate change is going to do to North
Oh,
America.
yeah?
And so I was looking at all these different maps. I did a whole
the
live
stumps
stream
are
of
gonna be
this,
fucked?
trying to figure out where the best place was to go and live, right? And there were a couple of places
we
where
go.
it's like, it's not going to be great anywhere, but these would be the safest in theory. And then I said, now let's look at this map of anti-government hate groups and militias. There are no safe places to go. Like, what's worse, climate change or the climate crisis, or these guys are going to be
Goddamn
there?
oath keepers, man. They got
There was nowhere you could go that was like, stay put, stand your ground. I guess. I don't know.
Stay put, stand your ground, and burn them stumps because they gotta go. You know,
Yeah,
back in my day, you know what? I see a
stump
good
burning
tree
is the
stump.
first
You know what?
world
I
problem.
sit on that bitch. That's what they are. They're called God's chairs, motherfucker. Whatever happened to God's chairs? You
Yeah,
just
and
bring
that's
out a fucking towel and you sit on that motherfucking stump. Now these got these dumb
yeah.
fuck
Who cares
Southerners
about the
shit for
stump
brains.
anyway?
You
I've
got
said that so many
fucking-
times.
These motherfuckers, man. They got. That's the thing is their lives are so fucking pathetic and worthless.
I have
and
seen
shit
people
that they-
stand around.
This is the thing that that gets them up in the morning. If they didn't burn this stump, they'd be sleeping in until fucking like 3 p.m. They'd be
I've
depressed.
seen
They'd be
people
cutting themselves, man. But they burn the stump instead. Go on.
seen people standing around holding beers,
Old mirror looking at
burning
the
trash in their yard and tires. There's a place I drove by the other day with a huge pile of trash in the yard. And I was like, most people, like if you were visiting, you'd be like, oh, wow, they're on hard times. No, that's how they get rid of their trash. They pile it up in the yard and then they
I've
burn
seen
it
that
all.
too. Yeah, motherfuckers. They're just standing. But have you ever seen them just standing around in a circle looking at
That's
like
what I'm
the
saying.
pile?
And I'm like, what are they like burning an old tractor?
Like they're breathing in the fumes of
burn
the
pit.
plastic and the fucking all this garbage.
It's insane. It's like, I can't believe it happens, but there's no regulation. Like, there's no emissions testing here. So, like, every now and then you're just behind a truck where you're like, oh my God, that thing should be off the road. Nope, not here. But this is the thing. South Carolina has been rated 2 things annually for 3 years. Number 1, it's where the most people are moving to. It's also the least safest place to live. So, like, it's cheap and affordable. That's what that comes down to. It's not safe.
Yeah, it's because no one wants to fucking live there.
No,
one
they
wants
do. They all want to live here because it's affordable, because there's
that's
no
the thing.
regulation
That's why it's so affordable, because no one wants to live there. People want to live in cities. That's why cities cost $5,000 a month.
We're
to rent
blowing
an
up
apartment.
here. We went
But I
from
don't wanna live in
29 to 32,000 people in the last 3 years.
And you're
so
one of them. You're an immigrant.
I am a drop of vinegar in a sea of oil.
Emigrant.
Yeah,
The
I
RE.
am. I belong here.
Hell yes.
At least I
Folks belong
at least I own property. I'm not just here to, throw my weight around.
I love Trump. I love Israel.
property
I
tax.
love burning stumps. Those are my 3 things. It's like live, laugh, love. I love Trump. I love Israel. And I love burning stumps. That's
if it weren't for the knowledge of the carbon damage, I would burn everything that
These people would take barbecue over Trump any day. If they had to have only
Interesting.
one, it would be barbecue. You got to be fucking kidding me. They live and die by
All
trash.
right, by boiling or not, you gotta sear and grill them meats. Maybe you can use the fire from the stump to sear them steaks. Get a nice little stump roast. They call them rump roast. I call
Whole
them
hog.
stump roast.
Whole hog. That rump
Whole
roast,
hog,
I don't think it's barbecue, but
it rhymes. I'll tell you that.
whole hog is that's where you want to go, where they do
I
it
prefer
right
half
out back.
hog. I don't need the whole hog. I like my hogs without holes personally. I like a solid, nice solid, no Swiss cheese looking hog. I tell you, I don't like Swiss. I don't like Europeans. I like Americans because we live in America here. No immigrants.
I don't.
Why are you doing the mad impression?
I feel like we could be more
Why not?
inclusive.
I feel you think we could just a smidge more inclusive.
And I think it's 11:58 p.m. on the East Coast. This is Left Past 10. We've been on since 9:56 p.m. Eastern, and that was early, and so technically it's getting late.
I went to someone in the chat
there's
said
a
I never went to
whole-
a barbecue. I went to
whole
a
nother
barbecue
show
one
tomorrow,
time.
and
I'm a vegetarian.
watch it.
I don't eat meat. And they're like, "Oh, we have some roasted peppers," and I just was sitting there eating peppers.
We
But
used
that's
to
the
go to
thing,
cookouts
like-
in DC and Baltimore where they would have go-go bands and it would last for hours. Oh my God, it was so fun.
That's the thing. All these motherfuckers out there doing street food, they never make shit for vegetarians. Those fucking cocksuckers.
Oh,
man.
go to Colorado.
I
You'll
won't.
be hard pressed to
I would
find
love
the
to go to
opposite.
Colorado, but
Yeah.
I
Oh
would
my
not.
gosh.
But you were talking
And,
about how it's midnight on the East Coast, because
And if you don't have it, make it.
7:59
That's
now.
what I'm. If you can't find a network of lefties that streams all the time, just make one. It's actually not
It's actually
impossible.
not hard.
In terms of
but yeah.
cost, yeah. Look, Matt has been mama birding this channel all
Thank you,
day.
Jake. Thank you.
And
That is not
I
true, by
think,
the way. That is not true.
well, I just think, he's had a long day. There's going to be another day tomorrow. I think
maybe
the
Uncle
decent
birding.
thing to do would be for Andrea and I to really keep stretching this out as long as we can.
Andrea had a show today.
I had a show, yeah.
Andrea Rovenski was back on the
Right?
fucking air for an
I
hour,
know,
and she
crazy.
did not stop talking the whole time. And I was
Yeah.
like, how have we lived for almost 3 years without that daily?
Well,
it was amazing.
It was a good
Somebody
act.
was just like, all right, Andrea, I know it's got to be all pent up. Let it out.
Oh,
I was watching the viewer count. You kept it up.
And the
It,
show,
was it good? I
the
don't know.
show is
I
called
left
Welcome
immediately.
to Fuckville.
I didn't
which
read
is-
any of the comments. I don't want to know what people think, but was it
It was
good?
Oh,
it was
awesome.
between 40 and 70 the entire time I
40,
was
well,
checking.
I don't
And
know.
it was so great when you were like, so anyway, welcome to Fuckville. We're here and there's no escape. Anybody got any questions? And I was
I'm pretty
like,
sure.
yes.
I'm pretty sure I didn't say escape. Because it's actually
Escape.
pronounced escape. You said escape. Rewind the tape.
Well,
This
Like,
motherfucker said
like
escape.
Jake said, I'm getting tired.
That is true. That is true. But
And
for the
I'm
record,
Southern
the
now,
quote does not
so-
include
Hold on.
escape. It was escape. I'm just got to
I just got
correct
to go
it.
back a bit more. Play.
Just rewind the tape.
Hey, folks, you've been watching this space. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to our second day of programming. Second of third, we'll be back tomorrow. We are an independent media collective created by and for the working class. I am the Letterhack. I'd like to thank you for watching. What we consider to be seamless programming is a blend of syndicated existing content, video replays, reruns, if you will, things that you may have missed, things that teach us that stories from a week ago are not old news. It's still very relevant, and we shouldn't forget them, and we should continue to talk about them. Please don't forget to subscribe to this space and all of the hosts and all of their other platforms. They are linked up in the descriptions every day, so please check that out. We are doing clips of shorts and video content after a day of streaming to continue to promote them and the wonderful things that everyone had to say. I just got to say again, while I'm overwhelmingly proud of the efforts behind the scenes by the host and all of the viewers, our programming in day 2 was incomplete yet again because we couldn't have our friend Sandee on with us. YouTube took down the Environmental Coffee House channel unfairly, mistakenly, whatever. It was without evidence. So we need to turn up the pressure, go on Twitter and retweet Sandee's messages to @TeamYouTube because apparently that's the only way you can do it. And eventually you get a human on the line. I could tell you I've read the correspondence and it is not a human that is offering those correspondence. There is so much bullshit going on in this country right now, the world, but I mean, let's be real, in this country, it gets worse every day in spite of how bad the rest of the world can be. And I'm talking about censorship and hostility toward peaceful, well-meaning people who just have something to say. It actually reminds me of a song that I heard. Maybe you've heard this. They said that God gave us this country. They said that we came here to be free. They said that all people were welcome in this land of democracy. Bullshit. Bullshit. It sounded like bullshit to me. Bullshit. Bullshit. And bullshit it turned out to be.